10 years ago. I have a kind of mental power. Infinite growth disease. Because I have the same dream every day. And I just wake up in my dream. Mental power will increase by 1%. The first year of continuous dreaming. My mental power is strong enough to hypnotize anyone. Then, gang boss. School beauty. The beautiful president has all become my slaves. The second year of continuous dreaming. With my unintentional mental power. Become the number one person in the extraordinary world of illusion. The fifth year. The spiritual power of the fantasy giant immortal is so powerful that the creator of the void begins to believe in me. Call me God. But more people began to be hostile to me. Think of me as a heretic. The third hundred fool's fate. In the face of continuous and infinite mental power, fate is nothing more than the object of being fooled. When you live. I gently snapped my fingers and made a deafening explosion. Explodes between heaven and earth. The whole city was completely shattered. I calmly admired the dream of the end of my eyes. Even if I have seen it many times. Still so pleasing to the eye. The next moment. The white light swallowed up the skyscraper where I was. Suddenly. I woke up from a single bed. There are no longer 12 characters around you. The beautiful woman lying on a large bed of 600 square meters. All I had was the slightly yellowed wall and a wooden table with many books. In a dream, I can find a cool novel to be the protagonist. And in reality, I'm just an ordinary student. 368th time awakening from a dream. I know that my body can no longer bear huge amount of mental power. So I enjoy the stimulation in my dreams every night. Repeated hypnosis during the day. Viper, the largest gang in the local area. Help consume excess mental power. At the same time, personnel were sent to track down extraordinary clues. Soon, I received a report from my subordinates. An ordinary student actually blew the heads of 2 members of the Viper gang with bare hands. And left a clear seal on the bones. Thus, I concluded. This person's body has definitely changed similarly to mine. But his body. And I am spiritual. If he can get his strength, I can temporarily control the infinitely growing mental power. Then live. After my investigation, I found that this extraordinary person is my classmate Yang Dongqing. It was also the first person in the lower town to get rid of my hypnosis. So I arranged for the Viper Snake Gang to find a woman from her first love party. Through a good show of heroes to save beauty. Step by step, he was deeply trapped in it. At this time, the headquarters of the Viper Gang. My face was pale. Almost nothing bloody. But the eyes are of unprecedented quality. The leader Jasmine is here. The evil Zhao Chao Yao. He brought the petite Nan Mo in. How is the matter going? My slightly hoarse voice came from the high platform. Nan Mo was very nervous. From the corner of his eyes, he glanced at the poisonous snake standing like a statue around him. The gang members resisted the urge to kneel down. He quickly replied. Very smooth. Yang Dongqing did not arouse suspicion. I nodded. He looked at Mo Yan carefully and asked. Have you slept? Nan Mo shook his head a little stiffly. No. He cares about me very much. Knowing I was frightened. Also injured. Didn't touch me. It seems to be afraid that I think he is not working hard. He added. But I said I was scared. So let him not leave. He slept on the floor. In the second half of the night. I'm afraid he catches a cold. So he was letting him sleep in bed. My eyes moved down. Land on the other party's slender ankle. Her fair skin is still a little red and swollen. Obviously. This injury is not a pretend. But he was really injured. You've done a good job. Something that's too easy to get. It won't be cherished by men. Nanamo was slightly happy on his face. Thank you for your praise. Actually, I didn't do anything. The main reason is that Yang Dongqing is too simple. I shook my head. He doesn't have to be modest when he looks at him with fun. Your acting is real. The real thing doesn't seem to be acting. Nanmo's face froze. People like us? I have to deal with all kinds of guests every day. Anyone knows some acting skills. There is no need to lie. Your acting skills have nothing to do with your profession. It's about your experience. After all, only real experiences have been experienced. Only then can you perform the stubbornness in facing despair. Boss? What do you mean? I don't understand. Nanmo's smile is getting stiffer. Nothing interesting. I just sent someone to investigate your illness. It turns out that your life is very similar to the script you prepared. Gambler. My father's sick mother's younger brother to school. And you used to be a student who liked poetry. Love music. The only difference is, reality is often more cruel than scripts. And you are also stronger than in the script. Nanmo was silent. His face was a little pale. The dusty aura that was disguised before has faded. It has a bit poignant beauty. Fortunately, the people in the script are still cool. And my father has been beaten to death by the debt collector. My mother also died of illness. My only brother also cut off relations with me because of my work. At first I really wanted to go to the bar to stay in. But I have no fame. You must agree to the unspoken rules of the bar owner before you can stay in the venue. Then stop. I interrupted. I know your life more than you do. Nanmo was stunned. The smile on the corner of the mouth became more and more miserable. He realized. The man in front of him is the leader of the Viper gang. Such people have no sympathy. And he has been used to no one sympathizing with him over the years. There are also things that are just doing wrong under the guise of sympathy. Your brother is currently working in the Qingshin machinery factory. A light word. Nanmo, the machine factory, was instantly like a fertilized ear. My mind is in chaos. No, my brother. I'm for my younger brother. I frowned slightly. Younger brother? Is it a telecommunications machine? Look at you. Are you Yenduo, my brother's pen and introvert? What do I want your brother? Is there anything you need to do with me? Nanmo was stunned. The emotions that arise are dispelled directly. It seems a little confused. I pay for it. You do my business for me. It's that simple. Do you understand? It's clear. I mentioned the honest machinery factory. Just want to change the payment method. Qingshin Machinery Factory is a small workshop. Because of poor academic performance, I owe the poisonous snake some money to help me. Because you have already passed the brother Xing Poison Gang Factory. Because your younger brother becomes an honest machine factory. So I plan to replace my promise to report to the Integrity Machinery Factory. Let your brother be the factory director then. The Viper Snake Gang doesn't have to pay for the factory. You don't need to send a business to run such a small factory. What if your brother often wins with both sides? Nanmo was shocked and confused. He knew that the other party was definitely not so kind. Take the initiative to file for the Integrity Machinery Factory. Still trying to do a good job in your own tasks. My younger brother became an honest machinery factory. If the factory manager does not do well, I'm afraid the thank you venue can only be used as a grave. But he still chose to agree. After all, he had no room for rejection. I'm willing to be very good. Next I will give you a second task. But before that, let me first talk about whether there is anything special about Yang Dongqing. Nanmo thought about it. Finally, a word was spit out. Hard and hard. That's right. She's very hard. Presumptuous. Zhao Chao, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but speak out. Dad said. Didn't you say you didn't sleep? Didn't sleep. How do you know how hard it is? Besides, what our leader asked about is the special thing. Who is asking if you are tough? Nanmo was shocked. But continued to say. I'm not talking about that kind of hardness. But his skin. It's like steel. My eyes narrowed slightly. This is Yang Dongqing's extraordinary ability. Then, I will inform Nanmo about the subsequent plans. Night. In a dilapidated bungalow. Yang Dongqing looked at the busy figure in the kitchen in a daze. It was a little chef in an apron. Yang Dongqing was very satisfied with this meal. Haven't eaten enough. Full. Nan Imo smiled happily. A pair of big eyes. Just eat when you are full in a crescent shape. Then I'll go to work. Once this statement is spoken, Yang Dongqing's face changed slightly. He knew that Nan Imo was going to the bar to stay in. But for a girl, this is too dangerous. Yang Dongqing clenched her fists. Affixed Jasmine. I'll support you. Then he went out. Prepare to go out and make money. As for how to make money, very simple. Rob the rich and help the poor and others' abdominal muscles. My skin is in District 13. There are too many rich scumbags. After a long time, Yang Dongqing returned home with a full load. Head to the Moon Bar happily. That's where Jasmine works. I made about 50,000 yuan this time. Enough for two people to enjoy for a while. It's just right to buy Jasmine a new skirt. When he walked to the Moon Bar. But the whole person was in a sudden state. Because he found that the gate of the USA bar was smashed at some point. He rushed into the bar quickly. But I only saw a mess inside. Broken glass everywhere. There is also wine sprinkled all over the floor. Yang Dongqing directly pulled up a waiter's collar. Carry it into the air. Jasmine, he was caught and the serviceman trembled. Yang Dongqing was furious in an instant. Who caught it? Two bandaged guests. He rushed in with a group of people. Smash it when you see something. Why did someone save you last time? Let's see who can save you this time. Yang Dongqing immediately reacted. The two beasts he was going to attack Nan Imo last time. He regrets it very much now. I regret not killing those two people directly at that time. Where did they go? I don't know, either. The waiter was so scared that he almost cried. The venomous snake helped me see the group of people. Black stone tattoo on her body. They are from the Viper gang. After Yang Dongqing let go of her hand, the waiter collapsed on the ground. And he rushed out without looking back. The infamous reputation of the Viper gang is everywhere in the 13th district. Everyone knows it. Its headquarters is located on the edge of the northwest corner of District 13. It's very chaotic to the Philadelphia area. At this time, a monitoring room. I hold a red wine glass. Sitting at a wide mahogany table. And opposite the table, it was the man who was carefully tasting steak and red wine. Monitor. A scream suddenly came from the screen. Nan Imo quickly put down the knife and fork in his hand. Turn your head and look. I saw Yang Dongqing, who had red eyes, was forcing her to break into the headquarters of the Poison Snake Gang. It was a small corridor. Corridor. One is Yang Dongqing, who is like a wild beast. On the other end, a man in black was constantly gushing out. All the steel knives in your hand. He was murderous. When the first man in black swung a machete at Yang Dongqing's head, the man exclaimed. Subconsciously covered his eyes. However, only a sound of steel burning sound came from the surveillance. The male Kunin opened his eyes subconsciously. The shocked little mouth became O-shaped. I saw the bright steel knife. It's like a machete rushing. Stopped on Yang Dongqing's head. Except for losing a few hairs. No harm was taken. In the monitoring screen, Yang Dongqing's face Han Rubing slashed down with his right hand. The steel knife was smashed into two pieces. The next moment, countless steel knives cut at Yang Dongqing. The constant sound of metal burning sounds sounded. At the same time, my voice sounded from the headphones of those strong men in black. Try different angles. See if there are any flaws. The strong men in black who received the instructions cut at various parts of Yang Dongqing's body. Even if the attack is disrupted. Even leaving the empty space to Yang Dongqing. They were not afraid at all. Yang Dongqing is like an armored tank. Crashing through the corridors. Wherever locked. People are on their backs and horses are overturned. He has a lot of strength. With iron fists. It can be called cutting the skull with bare hands. Even if the fight is one-sided crushing. But Yang Dongqing was not happy at all. Instead, there is a deep chill in my heart. A man in black who had just been broken by him got up from the ground again. He rushed up with a machete. Not only is there no fear on my face, it's very fanatical. Screaming loudly. For the leader. Yang Dongqing's pupils contracted slightly. He could hardly imagine. It's obviously a mortal injury. Why can you stand up? Everyone is like this. Looking at the poisonous snake that is not afraid of death. Helping Yang Dongqing have a heavier meaning on her face. He kept taking action for a while. Then clear the entire passage. He grabbed it casually. A man in black covered in blood. Where is Jasmine, the head of the eye's brother? The man in black smiled coldly. For the leader. He punched Yang Dongqing with his only remaining left hand. Yang Dongqing's eyes turned cold. Grab the other person's left hand. Twist hard. So it twisted into a twisted shape. The man in black screamed. I'll ask for the last time. Jasmine answered. His hand is trembling. The man in black used his last strength to pounce on Yang Dongqing. Then he was knocked down by a punch and collapsed weakly to the ground. Zhang Nanmo was vomiting violently in the monitoring room. His face was very pale. The body couldn't stop trembling. Obviously these pictures are very impactful to him. What a pity my stake of wine. I raised my glass. Shake your head slightly. Drink the red wine in the glass. Nanmo, holding the trash can, suddenly asked in a deep voice. Why do this? Just to ask a few questions. He plays so much. Yang Dongqing. So many people died. Why did Nanmo suddenly raise his head? Shiver. But staring at me stubbornly. You have so many subordinates dead. But it's a pity that what is a life of a powerful person in your eyes? Ha ha ha. I laughed wildly. It's so interesting. Obviously in the mud. But I can't see anyone else. It is also full of the name of the Muddy Viper Snake Gang. You probably heard of it. You should also know who is gathered here. To be precise, they cannot be called human beings. Just a scumbag. Such a person is also a waste of air when he lives. They can die for me. It is their glory. Are you glorious? I suddenly asked a man in black behind me. The man in black suddenly had a passionate face. Kneel on one knee to glory. Can die for the leader. What a supreme glory. We are the leader of society like us. You give us the will to live. Let us be reborn. The will of the leader. We will use our lives to be arrogant. The fanatical words made Nanmu even more scared. It is a kind of arrogance that ignores life and overrides everything. It's like he's the only real person in the world. And the others are just NPCs for him to have fun. At this time, Yang Dongqing has arrived at the second floor of the headquarters of the Viper Gang. There are 5 floors in total. And each floor has ambushed and trapped. Arrive at the second floor. The dark golden truffle snake engraved on the wall. There are rows of white candles in the surrounding corners. It exudes the scent of jasmine flowers. There are very few venomous snake gangs here. There are only 2 people. But both of them were holding double guns. It blocked the way forward like 2 door gods. Where does Jasmine answer? Yang Dongqing was ringing one by one. Then, the bullets were densely packed. It seems to be hit by the same wall. In addition to letting Yang Qingqing's suit break the hole. Weiwei causes harm and causes harm. It's a grenade. I went through a casual speech to issue instructions. The man in black, holding a gun, took out a grenade from his arms. Seeing this scene, Yang Dongqing is obviously not in the position. His face turned slightly and rushed towards the 2 men in black. So fast. It was impossible for the 2 of them to throw out the grenades. Then don't throw it away. For the sake of your hands. 2 men in black raised their grenades. He rushed towards Yang Dongqing without hesitation. A violent explosion sounded. After the smoke of gunpowder has dissipated, only 2 broken corpses were left. There is also Yang Dongqing who was unscathed. My eyes became hotter. Is super strong? Yang Dongqing became an extraordinary person. Less than a month yet. He can already carry the grenade without ignoring the bullet. The next moment, a violent cough interrupted my thoughts. I saw Yang Dongqing in the picture coughing uncontrollably. Blood gushed out of his mouth. But he didn't stop. Just wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth. So continue moving forward. Weakness. In viscera? It seems that his internal organs are not steel. The third floor. The enemy was two men wearing thick fire suits. They hold huge flamethrowers. When I saw Yang Dongqing, I didn't say anything. Then he started attacking. The surging flames instantly filled the corridor like a tide. Swallowed Yang Dongqing's figure. But the next moment, a charred figure. It suddenly rushed out of the sea of fire. Like a velocity cheetah, he looked at the two protective suits. The man rushed forward. The two seemed to have expected their own fate. Throw the flamethrower. Then take out the grenade prepared in advance to meet Yang Dongqing. The two were blown to pieces. And Yang Dongqing is obviously not easy to live. The internal organs were damaged again. He vomited blood in his mouth. But judging from his speed of action, not much injury. Nanimo had already opened his mouth wide in surprise in the surveillance room. It was not until now that he understood what the man who hugged him and slept all night was like. Invulnerable to swords and guns. Water and fire are invincible. It's simply Superman. Yang Dongqing, who is charred all over. I arrived at the fourth floor without stopping. This extraordinary man who was still looking at the fire of a large number of gunfires. At this moment, my face finally turned gloomy. Just because he saw an apology in the footage of the lair. Shadow Jasmine Yang Dongqing was so surprised that she shouted angrily. At this time, she was at the entrance of the fourth floor. After entering, there is a wide and empty hall. And Nanmo is separated from him in a hall. Standing at the exit of the fourth floor. Jasmine is so good. You are not injured. Yang Dongqing was so excited that she was going to face south. Mo rushed forward. But who knew that Nanmo's face changed drastically? Don't come over. Yang Dongqing was stunned. What's wrong? Jasmine. Don't worry. I'm here. Go back soon. There is poisonous gas here. Ink is extremely urgent. He blushed. This hall smiles with exhaustion. Moemo Yang Dongqing's expression changed slightly. Stopped. The excitement of seeing Jasmine just now slowly dissipated. He soon realized something was wrong. Why is Jasmine here alone? Didn't she be arrested? Have you also known it? Not sweet. What's going on with me? Yang Dongqing. Sorry. I lied to you. You must not come here. This is a trap. Speaking of this, Nanmo's voice became harder. Imo Liang's face was also full of apology. Imo Dongdong's loud voice became ugly. She's not a fool. I'm vaguely conscious of something, sorry. Yang Dongqing was also forced to look the same as Su Saran. What you are talking about is my learning from Su Ran. It's him, he is the leader of the Viper Gang. He threatened me with my brother. Let me act in a play. Scare you here. His purpose is the extraordinary powering you. I have no choice. Only agree to them. After contacting you, I found you are a good person. I don't want you to die sorry. Wow. Yang Dongqing remained silent. He lowered his head. Cover his face faintly. No expression can be seen. The next moment, the footsteps sounded. He resolutely walked into the iron gate on the fourth floor. The iron door behind the entrance is automatically closed. Completely locked. There is also an iron gate locked at the exit of Nanmo. Nanimo was anxious. He knocked on the iron door with all his might. Yang Dongqing began to pour in from the closed hall. Lilac poisonous gas gradually submerged Yang Dongqing's figure. But Yang Dongqing, surrounded by poisonous gas, was not panicked at all. Instead, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He even looked up and said to the camera in the corner of the hall, "You know nothing about extraordinary things. Then hold your breath. The whole person suddenly accelerated. Turned into an afterimage. Rushed towards the iron door at the exit of the 4th floor. Jasmine stays away. He kept hitting the iron door with his body. Then the body in the iron gate made a loud roar. And the seemingly indestructible iron gate, under his impact, deformed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Collapse. Then Yang Dongqing was knocked out directly. He hasn't said it in full yet. The individual crashed into a hard chest. Then he left his feet off the ground. As Yang Dongqing moved, behind them was the purple mist that was constantly spreading. Yang Dongqing ran wildly in her arms with Nanmo. I ran to the 5th place and saw that the poisonous gas could not come up. Then I stopped. Do you know it's dangerous to do this? Nanmo said in a crying voice. Tears burst out again. It's all my fault for lied to you. It's me wrong. A look of pity flashed in Yang Dongqing's eyes. Siley interrupted. I don't blame you. Thank you even very much for Su Ran. Because of this, I can only meet you. Nanmo looked at the man in front of him blankly. The surging feelings can no longer be controlled. He follows the most instinctive impulse. Lean forward. He kissed heavily. This is love. I sighed with a smile on my face. Leader, you are so magical. This plot is exactly what you said. Zhao Chaoyao, who was standing beside him, started flattering. But the next second he said worried again. The leader calculates the time. Should we run away from him? I passed the 4th level. Smile mysteriously. You're wrong. He hasn't made it through. Instead, it's still there. Zhao Chaoyao was a little stunned. I looked at the man and woman who were still kissing in the surveillance monitor. It feels like the happy ending of the hero and heroine together. Where is it? Get ready. Go and meet the male protagonist of our play. The two hugged each other for a minute. Then it separates. Let's run away quickly. Yang Dongqing smiled disdainfully. Su Ran is the one who should escape. He dares to use you. I will let them know the price of angering an extraordinary person. But Jasmine, don't worry. I have everything. I will protect your Yang Dongqing. He is very loud. Holding Nanmo's hand. Step by step towards the depths of the 5th floor. Soon, a huge dark patterned wall came into view. On both sides of the wall are 2 rows of suits. A man in black with a gun and live ammunition. Yang Dongqing's double plan. He knew it should be the mastermind behind it. A bald man in a black suit came. Pushing a wheelchair. Walk out slowly from behind the wall. Yang Dongqing is very happy. See you again. Yang Qingqing is cold. Soon you won't be happy. You threatened Jasmine first. Then you dare to send someone to tell me. How are you going to die? Before starting, why not listen to my conditions? Your strength is indeed very strong. But have you considered Jasmine behind you? Bullets are speechless. If you accidentally make a hole in this beautiful body, that wouldn't be beautiful. Once this statement is spoken, Yang Dongqing's face suddenly looked ugly. You threatened me, Nanmo, and his face turned pale. Now, he finally realized. Why did Su Ran let herself go? She must have known from the beginning that there was no poisonous gas on the 4th layer. So let yourself become Yang Dongqing's weakness in the past. I shook my head. Don't say anything. So unpleasant. Just a kind reminder. After all, you don't want this Miss Jasmine to have something to do. Right? Yang Imo trembled one by one when he heard the words. Subconsciously, he shrank towards Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing was also a little jealous of being angry for a moment. At this time I continued. In fact, there is no hatred between you and me. Please come this time. Just want to ask a few questions. What's the problem? I smiled slightly. Said lightly. For example, how did you gain extraordinary power? Dongqing immediately sneered. You are also worthy of overreaction. Isn't this the ordinary one to come? You can do it. Why can't I do it? A clue to buying extraordinary power for 10,000. Yang Dongqing smiled coldly. Su Ran. I thought you were confused. Unexpectedly, Gao Ru is not confused anymore. You will be so cold. I shrugged without any worries. Since it can't be rolled up, then there is no need to talk about it. The venomous snake gang members on both sides raised their guns in their hands. Yang Dongqing's face was solemn. There is constant murderous intention spreading on the body. For a moment, both sides became tense. Don't worry, Jasmine. As long as you stand behind me, I will block all the bullets for you. After they clear the magazine, it is Su Ran's death. He whispered to Nanmu. I looked at the two of them with interest. Then waved. In an instant, the gunshots are loud. Fires intertwined in the dim hall. At the same time, a bunch of small sparks burst out from Yang Dongqing's body. That was caused by the explosion on him after the bullet hit him. His body can withstand bullets, but it is inevitably affected by the impact of the bullet. After half a minute, with the sound of empty chambers, Yang Dongqing, who had been bowing his head to defend, finally raised his head. He gasped. Looking at the bulletless people, smiled coldly. It's my next step. Just as he was about to take action, but I calmly put my hand into my arms. Yang Dongqing's face suddenly tightened. Stop quickly. He almost forgot that I hadn't shot. The result is the next second. Yang Dongqing was stunned. Because what I took out of my arms was not a pistol. It is a retro dark gold hollow pattern pocket watch. The time is almost done, I said lightly. Then I stood up from my wheelchair. With a snake print wooden cane in one hand, walked towards Yang Dongqing step by step. Such a strange scene. It made Yang Dongqing feel afraid. What exactly do you want to die? I smiled slightly. Yang Dongqing, do you feel a little dizzy? Yang Dongqing's face changed slightly. Since he arrived at the 5th floor. Actually, I feel a little dizzy. But it didn't take it seriously. Just think it was caused by previous injuries. Do you feel the limbs? Exhausted. Dizzy eyes? After I said this, he did feel a little tired and dazzled. He shook his head violently. Try to get rid of this feeling. Yang Dongqing, are you okay? Nanimo said anxiously. What the hell is going on? Yang Dongqing was a little panicked. At this time, I am also like the elegant villain in the movie. Walking while. On the same time, he began his own declaration of victory. You are poisoned. Yang Dongqing stared at me tightly. This is impossible. I didn't inhale the 4th layer of poison gas at all. How could it be poisoned? Who said you are the 4th level of poison? Yang Dongqing is fierce. Because he couldn't think of when he was poisoned. But Nanimo behind him suddenly had a sharp pupil contraction. Obviously realized something. Yang Dongqing also reacted when she noticed Nanmo's strangeness. It was the meal made by Jasmine. At this moment, his expression was extremely rich. Unbelievable. Anger, heartbroken, etc. All emotions merged into his face. Jasmine. You're not. Nanimo explained palely. I didn't poison it. And I ate it too. You have to believe me. It must be Su Ran. I secretly stolen while I was cooking. Yang Dongqing. My mind is very confused at this time. His sense of powerlessness gradually worsened. Breathing becomes more rapid. I just felt a dizzy moment. She staggered and fell to the ground. Nanmo was so scared that she lost her appearance. Hurry up and help. Okay. Actually, that meal didn't make me even more serious. It made Nanmo's mood recover a little. But it was knocked down to the bottom of the valley in a flash. But it was Miss Jasmine who poisoned it. You're talking nonsense. I didn't yell at Nanimo with some disobedience. No. If you are poisonous, it will remain on your lips. Almost forgot. Now it should be all eaten into Yang Dongqing. The taste may be a little salty. Nan Mo was stunned on the spot in an instant. He came to his senses after 2 seconds. Looking at Su Ran in horror. It's that glass of red wine. Wrong. You also drank a red wine glass. You applied the poison to the mouth of the red wine glass. Then it touched my lips. Yang Dongqing seemed to have never heard of it. He was a little lost at this time. The eyes are dim. Looking at Nanmo, his voice was hoarse. So you have been sitting with him in front of the surveillance screen before? While admiring my embarrassing appearance. While chatting and laughing. Drinking red wine. Jasmine. Which of your words is true? Which sentence is fake? Nan Mo was stunned. Support Yang Dongqing's hands. She was unable to lower her beautiful face. There is no longer any bloody color. It was as dumb as if it had lost its soul. By the way, I also drank more than red wine. Miss Molly has a good appetite. I also had a good dark wine steak. I reminded me kindly again. In a word. At the same time, defeat the psychological defense line between the two people. Can I ask questions now? Yang Dongqing. I stood 3 meters away from Yang Dongqing. A gentle smile on his face. You ask? Yang Dongqing said with his head down. Okay. Thanks for cooperation. The first question is to die. I saw Yang Dongqing, who was originally powerless, pick him up instantly. Squeeze out the last trace of strength in the body. It pounced towards me like an evil tiger pounced on me. At this time, a 3-meter distance between the two. It is the distance between life and death. With Yang Dongqing's steel body. Even if the strength is weak. Just touch it. You can basically declare death. However. But I seem to have prepared myself. Little body leaps back. He easily avoided his desperate counterattack. Yang Dongqing fell to eat shit. He smashed several holes into the hard ground. He used all his last strength. No more power to get up. Not willing to be angry. All kinds of negative emotions of hatred filled his eyes. He stared at me tightly. It's almost torn me out of pieces. Now I'll ask you an answer. If you dream, I will die. I won't tell you this despicable villain either. Yang Dongqing was unwilling to roar. I don't care, either. He just shrugged helplessly. It looks like I had to use some special means. Don't let Nanmu rushed over, who was lost all the time. He grabbed the corner of my clothes. Her delicate face was covered with tears. Please don't hurt him. Jasmine Yang and Holly Tiger's eyes are red. Mixed feelings in my heart. Suddenly a fluorescent light flashed. Immediately afterwards, I felt a chill in my neck. Sharp and sharp. Dare to stab the skin. It was a dagger with a cold light. And the owner of this dagger. It was the Nanmu leader who protected the leader Zhao Chaoyao and others. The face changed drastically and was about to rush over. If you come here. I killed him. Nanmu roared like a kitten with a spear blown. Zhao Chaoyao and others. He immediately threw himself into a rat and was afraid of the weapon. Don't dare to take a gamble. Su ran. You immediately let Yang Dongqing go. Otherwise I will kill you. Although Nanmu's hands were trembling. But his eyes were extremely firm. Because he knew he was protecting himself. Love me. Don't worry about me. You go first. Yang Dongqing is very happy. You two really changed their faces and made up again. Is there a minute? I said with some emotion. Although the process is full of the sour smell of love. But it's pretty exciting. Especially in the end. I like this unexpected reversal. I was always on guard against Yang Dongqing's dying counterattack. But ignore you. Miss Jasmine. You are brave. Not everyone has the courage to hide a dagger in the Viper Gang. And take the opportunity to hold me hostage. But I suddenly changed my style. The voice became deeper. Miss Jasmine. Are you really sure that you are holding me? A chill rose in Nanmo's heart. But he still pretends to be calm. What are you talking nonsense? How could it be not for the leader? I suddenly let out a fanatical whisper. Immediately, I took the initiative to grab Nan Mo's hand and urge the dagger. It slashed hard across my neck. Nan Mo looked at his bloody hands. Looking at Su Ran, who was lying on the ground again. I killed someone. Why is he at this moment? Abrupt applause. The wonderful sounded in the empty hall. It's really wonderful. Thank you too for showing me such a wonderful look. I saw that one of the dozen people in black in Viper Snake Gang was thin. The man who looked a little weak was applauding. I slowly walked out of the crowd. Then he took off the gas mask from his face. A pale and handsome face was revealed. Su Ran. How is this possible? Nanmo's voice was a little deformed. He looked at Su Ran in front of him in disbelief. If you are Su Ran, then who is he? Nanmo trembled and fell to the ground. Su Ran's body. When he saw that face clearly, I was stunned for a moment. A chilling fear. From the heavenly spirit. Because that face was a strange man. It looks 3 points similar to Su Ran. It seems to be wearing makeup. Makes the skin look paler. This is absolutely impossible. Yang Dongqing shouted aside. Although he was weak all over. But my eyes are not blind. It was Su Ran who was hijacked. Why is it another person now? Even if this person looks 3 points similar to him. But I don't think it's so similar that I'll admit my mistakes. Yang Dongqing suddenly realized something was wrong before. In his impression, Su Ran has always been a sick person. During class, sudden nosebleed, I need to use crutches to sit in a wheelchair. How could you avoid such a physique? Just now my counterattack. You are also extraordinary. Yang Dongqing raised his head in disbelief. Staring at me who appears in my heart. I smiled but refused to turn my head. Instructed. The person who came took these two frightened men and women to rest. The two young masters of the leader quickly stepped forward and dragged away Yang Dongqing's last male model like a dead dog. I won't talk like a villain. Then give the other party a chance to turn the tables. The leader would rather scare me to death. I thought you, Zhao Chaoyao, looked at the corpse of the substitute on the ground in a shock. Walk to me quickly. This guy is in danger. I still understand my voice. I felt creepy when I thought of Zhao Chaoyao from behind him. The leader is clearly right in front of him. My voice would come from behind me. He turned his head suddenly. But among the men in black, a strong man took off the gas mask from his face. A pale and handsome face was revealed. It is the leader. At this moment, Zhao Chaoyao's scalp was numb. At the end of this, he quickly looked at the person in front of him. But I found that the face became more and more unfamiliar. It's just another person. And the people behind him. At this time, he was slowly untying his black suit. Exposed the bulging bulletproof armor under the suit. Disassembled one by one. This is also why I am strong. Zhao Chao wanted to look like he had seen a ghost. I said lightly. There is anything to make a fuss about. Didn't I say that? A gentleman does not stand in danger in strength. Leader, you are looking for these two substitutes. It's actually 3 points like you are rare in the world. Speaking of this. He paused suddenly. He looked at me carefully. By the way. Leader. You won't be a substitute again, right? I didn't pay attention to it. Instead, he took out his brown glasses from his pocket and put them on again. It doesn't matter. What is important is hypnosis. Hi, leader. You are really tall. Zhao Chaoyao's expression became more and more crazy. But then a hint of doubt appeared on his face. By the way. What's wrong with the leader's poisoning? I just heard your substitute talk about it. Just shocked. But now, think about it carefully. It seems to be a problem. Nanmu's lips are poisonous. But what if he licked his lips halfway through? And if he didn't kiss Yang Dongqing? Isn't that my plan? It won't fail. I smiled mysteriously. Because there is no poison at all. What? Zhao Chao is about to be shocked. For a moment, the CPU became a little hot. The Sword Gang headquarters has a candle of peace and peace on every floor. Yang Dongqing fought all the way. Several grenades were not only burned. And calm the mind when the fire is burned. All the candles were melted. Release a lot of peace of mind. The aroma is sucked into the body. In addition, Nanimo revealed my news in advance. Let you have preconceived ideas in your mind. When Yang Dongqing thought he was poisoned, under the influence of mental hypnosis, he will develop symptoms of poisoning. Zhao Chaoyao, whose brain is full of muscles, has become completely fierce. Nanmo scratched her head and asked a new question again. Leader, why don't you hypnotize Jasmine directly? Let him execute your commands. Instead, he has to choose. In the end, a substitute will die. I smiled without saying a word. Leaving with a cane. In the dim corridor, a calm voice sounded. It was heard as the echo came into Zhao Chui's ears. Because I like surprises. You don't find human struggles interesting. Control everything. Everyone is too boring. At this time, in the dungeon of the Viper Gang, He Dongqing was wrapped in iron chains, fixed to a steel seat. By his side, there was also a middle-aged man in a white coat standing. After seeing me enter the dungeon, the man are fanatical. How is Chief Li going? I asked, ignoring Yang Dongqing's eyes that were about to spit out of fire. White coat. The man quickly replied. Let the sutra be separated by your thunders. Let him suck the paralytic gas. My subordinates assure you, he doesn't even have the strength to move a finger now. Su Ran, you are considered dead. It will definitely not answer any questions you have. A pill was drawn on the corner of my mouth. Smile. You are not afraid of death. What about Jas Lily? Yang Dongqing's whole body was stiff. Then he was furious. Immediately after the long-term eyes, the muscles of the body burst out. The iron chains wrapped around the body the next moment. It was pulled by the huge force and made a crackling sound. If you dare to touch Jasmine, I will definitely tear you into pieces. I looked at the man in a white coat with expressionless face. The man in the white coat suddenly felt cold and sweating. This is impossible. He had just finished sucking poison gas that was enough to paralyze an elephant. It is impossible to move in such a short time. Shuri, I'll add 2 doses. Please wear a gas mask. As the man in the white coat pressed out, a lot of purple smoke was released from the pipes in the room. A few minutes later, Yang Dongqing, who was struggling violently, completely lost her strength. I'm through the gas mask. Looking at Yang Dongqing carefully, for further experimentation, I slowly walked to Yang Dongqing's side. Looking at Yang Dongqing, who had faintly dissipated pupils, bent down and whispered in his ear. Jasmine. He is very moist. Yang Dongqing, who had originally had a disheveled look, raised her head suddenly. A terrifying force emerged from his body. They kill you. He struggled violently. The iron chains all over the body trembled wildly. Even the entire dungeon was trembling as it was dragging. Leader, go. He is going to get out of trouble. The man in the white coat was so scared that he was no longer looking. In his eyes. At this time, Yang Dongqing was like a head. It's a wild beast of man. It's about to be out of the cage. However. But I haven't moved at all. Looking at Yang Dongqing calmly for a moment, a huge spiritual force surged out, trying to hypnotize it. But when that mental power poured into Yang Dongqing's mind, but it was subject to great resistance. Really? Yang Dongqing's power seems to be in emotions. It is related to illusory things such as willpower. As he was angry, the stronger its strength. Even the mental resistance increased a lot, but I brought Miss Jasmine and gave me an order. Not long after, the intact Nanmo appeared in the dungeon. The moment when Nanmo appeared, the furious Yang Dongqing finally calmed down a little. Wanli Jasmine. Are you okay? Have they been hurt? Now he has left to catch him without any harm. It's just that I hurt me. Dongqing. Are you okay? Nanmo saw Yang Dongqing locked up. Tears have begun to roll in my eyes. At this time, the powering Yang Budong's body seemed to be silent. Jasmine. Don't worry. I will definitely save you. He looked at me suddenly. Don't you want to ask me a question? As long as you let him go, he will tell you everything. However, I don't like things that are too easy to get. Your goodbye to him first. Is it too easy for you to make a plan? You're so crazy. I ignored her. Instead, he ordered to his subordinates. Send Miss Jasmine back to the room. Without my instructions. No one can approach. Then I left the dungeon. I'm not the crazy thing Yang Dongqing said. I just simply don't believe in Yang Dongqing now. What a person who hates you to the core says. Can you believe it? If the other party commits fraud on the issue of extraordinary power, no need to make a falsification. Just hide a few letters from the public. The letter will only reach unset results. So I tend to ask questions in my own way. Then, I arranged for Yang Dongqing to wake up crying in the dungeon. On the first day, a row was sent. Busybody. A charming face. A cool-dressed lady. Not long after, Yang Dongqing's eyes were covered with bloodshots. Stirring like a cow. Her throat was dry and smoked, so they all took it away. Yang Dongqing has basically adapted to the execution of the next sentence. I told me through the walkie-talkie. Suddenly, the ladies all evacuated. Leave only disheveled clothes. Yang Dongqing Su Ran was covered with lipstick marks. You bastard. Don't even think of using methods to make me capable. Come again. Yang Dongqing felt a harsh and scolded. The door of the dungeon opened again. This time the man came in with a cold face holding a box of powder in his hand. Yang Dongqing's face turned green in an instant. How did you change to a man? Before he could react, the man poured the powder directly on Yang Dongqing. Suddenly, Yang Dongqing felt extremely itchy on her body. Itchy powder at this time. Ha ha ha, Su Ran. Are you special? Ha 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 ha. For a moment, the cold dungeon was filled with Yang Dongqing's laughter and joy. After a few hours, Dong Dongqing is already exhausted. To the extreme. Suddenly my voice became hoarse. This time, Yang Dongqing couldn't curse him completely. Admit that I am still young. Unexpectedly, the real punishment is completely different from the punishment in the TV series. This is not something that can be resisted by the power of intention. However, what he could not imagine was that more cruel torture is still to come. Click. Yang Dong's door was irritated. At this time, Yang Dongqing's expression of fear was revealed. He stared at the door. I saw me walking slowly outside the door. He was still holding a pile of thick books. See and witness the coming of the Lord. Anger appeared on Yang Dongqing's face again. As a student, Su Renini Yang Dongqing. The greatest responsibility is learning. And you are the student with the lowest grades in the class. It has been seriously dragging the class down. As the squad leader, I have an obligation to provide you with post-school tutoring. I pushed my glasses. Holding thick books in your hands. Su Ran. You're just a psychopath. I'll just learn something. He shook his head with regret. His learning attitude is very inconsistent. Let's solve this trigonometric function. The formulas required. There are all in the book. Can't do it within 15 minutes. I'll cut it off. Miss Jasmine has a finger. I smiled and said. Yang Dongqing looked up suddenly. His face was full of anger. You dare. If you dare to touch Jasmine, don't be impatient. If you really love him, don't want him to be injured, then unravel this trigonometric function. Timer is now started. I took out my pocket watch from my arms with a smile. The dark gold pattern on it. It always shines under the light. I put my pocket watch on a table not far away. Then he left Yang Dongqing. Keep cursing. I've scolded for a while. He still shifted his gaze to the trigonometric function. Because he knew that I, a lunatic, could do anything. Just call a trigonometric function. Very simple. He took a deep breath. Review the question carefully. Known in triangle BC. Angle A is equal to 60 degrees and 3b is equal to root number 3. Find the size of angle B. Time passes slowly. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. How big is Kyoko Okeo? There is a saying that good people are impatient. Do everything. But it is obvious that this sentence is wrong. Because I can't do math problems. No. 15 minutes later. I walked into the dungeon gracefully with my cane. He was holding a red wineglass in his hand. Does Yang Dongjing have the answer? 15 minutes are coming soon. Don't make a noise, I'll calculate it soon. Sin B equals 1/2. Because it is greater than B, angle A is greater than angle B, and because sin B is equal to half. So Yang Dongjing's final color suddenly rose. One answer blurts out the angle B equals 30 degrees. Ha ha ha. I calculated it. Slap. I applauded with relief on my face. Congratulations. Yang Dongjing. You saved one of Miss Jasmine's fingers. However, before Yang Dongjing was happy for too long, I came up with another math problem. Still 15 minutes. If you can't solve it, then I cut off one of Miss Jasmine's toes. Sue ran. You're such a bastard. What exactly do you want to do? The next day, Yang Dongjing couldn't sleep all night. Because she did math problems all night. Mathematical attainments have been greatly improved. At present, she has mastered trigonometric formulas, arithmetic sequence, equal ratio sequence, advanced mathematical secrets such as binary equations. At this time, her whole mental state was almost broken. The whole eye socket is deep. A numb face. Indoor monitoring room with eyes. I saw that the temperature was almost done. It is possible to perform hypnosis. I was relieved before. Everything is destroying Yang Dongjing's spirit. Especially the last math problem. Only poor students can understand the kind of racking their brains. The pain of not being able to think of an answer. It happens. Yang Dongjing is a poor student. The extraordinary people have a high mental resistance. Must be weak to the extreme of mental maturity. The success rate of hypnosis of 30 degrees. What I want to do this time is deep hypnosis. Instead of previous psychological hints. However, this deep hypnosis is not lasting. It has to be deepened every once in a while. Maybe after my mental power is stronger. Just do it. Permanent hypnosis like a seal of thought. The door of the dungeon was opened again. Yang Dongjing, whose eyes were already blurred, heard the sound of the door opening. Like conditioned reflex. A shocked body. Extreme horror appeared on his face. No. I don't want to do math anymore. Said. Yang Dongjing actually started to retching. I'm very satisfied with this. Yang Dongjing's opinion. You have fully absorbed and digested the mathematical knowledge. Now it's a bit overwhelming. It seems that we can go through the final stage. A delicate dark gold hollow patterned pocket watch popped out from my fingertips. Drooping before Yang Dongjing's eyes. Look at him carefully. My low voice sounded. A huge amount of mental power began to spread in the dungeon. Yang Dongjing subconsciously looked at the dark golden pocket watch in front of him. His eyes unconsciously followed the pocket watch and swung left and right. The mind is gradually attracted. Slowly, only this pocket watch remained in his eyes. The silent darkness spreads. Gradually swallowing everything. Even I, who was close to me, seemed to disappear. In the darkness. It is the huge spiritual power that shines in my eyes now. Like a tide, Yang Dongjing's mind. A symbol of the trunk snake was left quietly in his mind. Suddenly I let out a long sigh. I just feel that my feet are floating. It seems like the body is hollowed out. He is worthy of being an extraordinary person. Even though it has experienced such inhuman destruction. Still have a strong spirit. God wakes up. Fortunately, it succeeded. My eyes looked towards Dongjing. At this time, Yang Dongqing's eyes were dull. It was as dazed as a doll who had lost his soul. Yang Dongqing. I spoke slowly. My words seemed to start the doll's command. At the moment of input, Yang Dongqing's unsightly eyes gradually turned colorful. That was a frenzy in the hands. I didn't get too immersed in the mood of joy. Because I need to gain the power of dreams as soon as possible. In order to capture the dream eye world. I've spent 3 days in the world. My lifespan is only 4 days left. How did you become a transcendent? I am the extraordinary person I became in the nightmare world. Nightmare world. I frowned slightly. Is it true that it is related to dreams? It was indeed a nightmare event. I asked the second question. The nightmare world is the world after falling asleep. It is a space composed of countless nightmares. There are all kinds of weirdness, terrifying and incredible nightmare monsters. Speaking of this arrogant extraordinary person. A hint of fear appeared on his face. This surprised me a little. Fear can also appear in hypnotic state. This means that the fear brought to Yang Dongqing by the nightmare world has penetrated into the bones. Yang Dongqing took a deep breath. The world is again. I don't know when it starts. The boundary between reality and dreams is broken. This leads to the invasion of reality in the dream. And real people will also fall into dreams. You mean that there are nightmare monsters hidden in the real world? I remembered the horrible noise I had heard. Those absurdities. Incredible terrifying incident. It is often talked about by students. But I was addicted to dreams at that time. Can't extricate yourself. Don't care about reality at all. That's right. People can enter the nightmare world. The monsters in the nightmare world can naturally invade reality. What you fear the most. One day. Suddenly crawled out of the dream. Or. You fall into a real nightmare. Face the nightmare in my heart. The fear on Yang Dongqing's face became stronger and stronger. It's simply amazing. My voice suppressed my excitement, dispelled Yang Dongqing's fear. In the dream for more than 100 years. I have long forgotten what fear is. In order to consume mental power, I keep creating terrifying monsters or pictures to stimulate myself. The consequence of doing this is that my various emotional thresholds become infinitely high. No matter how strong the fear is, it's hard to have an impact on me. They entered the nightmare world. I asked expectantly. Only in sleeping can you enter the nightmare world. He is like a nightmare that will never wake up. I woke up from sleep a month ago. Then I found myself in the nightmare world. They have other people like me. They also entered in their sleep. We encountered a group of terrifying monsters inside. They cannibalize and die. Yang Dongqing's expression became more and more frightened. There is a vague tendency to get rid of hypnosis. My eyes quickly changed the topic. How can I become an extraordinary person in the nightmare world? Bronze law? Yang Dongqing revealed a noun that made me feel unfamiliar. What is the bronze law? I don't know. A hint of confusion flashed in Yang Dongqing's eyes. He is like a king hidden in endless dimensions in the nightmare world. He encompasses everything. Everywhere. Just connect the bronze law. Then you can become an extraordinary person. My brows become deeper and deeper. I can understand every word Yang Dongqing said. But if you connect it together, you don't understand how to connect the bronze law. There is no fixed method. After entering the nightmare world for the first time, then you will feel the bronze law. Then connect to the one with low talent. Those with low talent may need to enter the nightmare world many times to connect to the nightmare. There is another type of person in the legal world. They have no talent. Never connect. You've been to the nightmare world several times. Once I'm a genius, I'm just a genius. All the extraordinary possess the nightmare as you are. Yang Dongqing shook his head. My extraordinary power is called iron ambition. It is a relatively common kind of extraordinary power. After gaining the steel ambition, my physical fitness is strengthened in all aspects. And the body is comparable to steel. This body strength can also follow willpower, emotional fluctuations and other temporary enhancements. I was thinking. Steel refers to the body of steel. Ambition is willpower. The strengthening of emotions on the body of steel. Simply put, the more excited the emotions, the stronger the body of steel. Or the firmer the will, the stronger the body of steel. The bronze law is all-encompassing. There are also many types of extraordinary powers. But what exactly are there? I don't know, either. Even this information is thanks to the nightmare I entered together last time. There is one of the apostles from the upper district who is the nightmare he told me. The apostle is synonymous with people like you. Yang Dongqing published a steel head. Anyone who has entered the nightmare body, whether extraordinary or ordinary people, Duke, called the nightmare apostle. This is an ominous title. Because all nightmare apostles will eventually die in nightmare. Why did that person from the upper town say? There are some unlucky people in this world every day. In dreams, he becomes a nightmare apostle in his sleep. Entering the nightmare world. This is irregular. It's possible for anyone. And once you enter it once, it's like a curse of infection. It will enter every once in a while, going through one nightmare after another, until death. If I want to enter a nightmare, is the world away? Yang Dongqing shook his head again. There is no way no one knows how to enter the nightmare world. Just like no one knows how to get rid of the nightmare world. Selected to be the apostle of nightmare. It also seems to be completely random and irregular. Hearing this, my face was a little gloomy. Can you become an extraordinary person without entering the nightmare world? Can. I heard that person from the superior zone mention that there are some extraordinary people hidden in this world. None of them are nightmare apostles. So how did they become extraordinary? I only know part of it. His original words at that time were, "These real-world extraordinary people are a group of cowards who get nothing. They all grew up by sucking the blood of the nightmare apostle." Yang Dongqing thought a little. His tone was very angry at that time. It seems to be very resistant to nightmare. The identity of the apostle. That kind of resistance is not just about facing the nightmare monster. It's like people in the real world will also be detrimental to the nightmare apostle. My eyes flashed. Is it literally to suck the blood of the nightmare apostle or to give me a little? Your blood is the leader. Yang Dongqing did not hesitate at all. He stretched out a finger. A nail that is comparable to a blade. Slash hard on the wrist. In a room full of medical device experimental devices. A man in a white coat holds a test tube full of blood. I am doing various experiments with a dropper. This blood is no different from the blood of ordinary people. At most it's a healthier place. After drinking it, it was a white coat in my hand. The man drank the blood in his hand in one go. I waited for him for an hour. The results have not changed. There are two ways in front of me now. First, go to Shanqing district to investigate the information about the extraordinary. Learn their methods to gain extraordinary power. The second is to find a way to enter the nightmare world and become a transcendent. I hardly thought too much. I chose the second path. There are natural barriers between urban areas and lower cities. This is not just something you can get if you have money. You also have to have connections and connections to obtain a residence permit in the upper city. Certainly. This is not a difficult task for me. It only takes a little time. And what I lack most now is time. What really made me choose the second path? Who can refuse a nightmare world that can die at any time, that is mysterious, terrifying and thrilling? When he heard Yang Dongqing's description of the nightmare world, my long silent heart finally felt beating. Just how to enter the nightmare world? Or, actually, I've been in it long ago. I thought of the one I do every day. When I hear that I am always dreaming. But he is completely different from the nightmare world described by Yang Dongqing. There is no danger in my dreams. There are everything else. And if there is nothing to enter the nightmare world according to Yang Dongqing's words, only rely on your own luck. If you have bad luck, you can dream of the nightmare world. Then enter. But the problem is that as long as I go to bed, I will enter that omnipotent dream. It is equivalent to directly blocking the nightmare world. I thought for a moment. An interesting idea gradually took shape in my mind. When I came to the dungeon again to meet Yang Dongqing. But he was surprised to find that he had escaped hypnosis. You must know. It's only an hour since the bastard. What did you do to me just now? Yang Dongqing shouted in shock and anger. That feeling of being completely different from one person. It's simply more than losing life. It's terrible. Very high mental resistance. Could it be that all extraordinary people are like this? Never mind. Unimportant. I have never planned to treat Yang Dongqing as a puppet all the time. I'm already tired of controlling everything. This is the case with not fully controlling Nanmo before. Now. Of course, I will not completely control Yang Dongqing's thoughts. But this does not mean that I want to let Yang Dongqing go. The two have already made enemies. Let go of your enemies. It's a very stupid behavior. Then, I began to take another way of psychological suggestion. Compared to the compulsory psychological hints of hypnosis, it is undoubtedly secret and difficult to detect. What is important is that this way can ignore mental resistance. I looked at Yang Dongqing calmly and said slowly, Yang Dongqing, you don't want Miss Jasmine to be in trouble, do you? Yang Dongqing suddenly changed his color. What do you want to do? Nothing. It just requires a little bit of insignificant compensation. Yang Dongqing resisted the urge to curse. Gritting teeth. What compensation? You caught me. I also asked for compensation. A look of surprise appeared on my face. I just made a phone call. Invite Miss Jasmine here. Invite her to drink red wine and eat steak. As a result, you came to the door indiscriminately and started killing. Do you think you should compensate? Is that an invitation? You're obviously robbing. Don't care about such boring details. You just say whether to compensate or not. Pay. Yang Dongqing's face turned pale. Although he is a poor student. But I also understand the way that people are the slaughter and I am the fish. I nodded with satisfaction. Given that you are a poor man. Can betrayal. It's just your own body. So you worked for me for 3 years. Even if you are compensated, you will work for you. Yang Dongqing's complexion was slightly calmer. This means that I will not die for the time being. Jasmine will be fine. He just wants to pretend to agree. Wait until the future to find the time to take revenge. However, I easily saw through Yang Dongqing's thoughts. You should also know that my ability is easy to deal with ordinary people like Jasmine. To be honest, I've already planted an idea in his mind. A suicidal idea. As long as you have bad thoughts, Jasmine will commit suicide for me. Yang Dongqing suddenly changed her color. Asshole. Don't hurt Jasmine. I have a genius for me. Even for you, you dare to betray me. You can't give anything to him. So you promised to work for me for 3 years. 3 years later. I promise you freedom. Dongmo's face was gloomy. She finally arrived after she was drunk after silently accepting her drunkenness. I promise you. But if you don't keep your promise or hurt Jasmine, I swear even if it's broken, it also costs you a price. I smiled slightly. Combine a little. I promise you. But there was a gleam behind your brown eyes. The invisible mental power began to emit fluctuations. For Yang Dongqing, there are 2 options. One is to believe that you will be free after 3 years. Then sincere cooperation. The other is not to believe it. Then pretend to cooperate. Waiting for an opportunity to betray. I'll give it a psychological hint. Strengthen his sincere cooperation idea. Make him more inclined to choose your first job. It's just to cooperate with me to enter the nightmare world. Yang Dongqing was speechless for a long time. Not to mention whether you can do it. Do you know what it means to enter the nightmare world? If I guess correctly. Before class. Your heart suddenly tightens. That is, I feel that I am about to enter the nightmare world again. Yang Dongqing nodded silently in the nightmare. The apostle will have a sense of the nightmare world as he enters the world of nightmare. Generally, 2 to 3 days after induction, you will enter the nightmare world. It is the spirit entering the body. Stay in reality. Yang Dongqing shook her head, his head was still in the spirit and body. I don't know, either. I've only been to nightmare world once. And who can observe his body after falling asleep? Lying in bed? My eyes moved slightly. Suddenly I had some idea in my mind. Yang Dongqing continued. I feel that the spirit and body should enter together. Because the nightmare world is completely a real world. Just like traveling through time. Injured inside. It will also be brought out after returning to reality. You just said that you will enter the nightmare world in 2 to 3 days. Today is probably the 3rd day. Then be ready to cooperate with me to enter the nightmare world. Yang Dongqing immediately frowned. This is impossible for the nightmare world to enter randomly. With what I know, no one can choose to enter independently. I smiled mysteriously. You don't have to worry about this. I have my own plans. In a luxurious room at night, a dozen men in black were led by Zhao Chaoyao, standing neatly into a row of leaders. As you tell me. The subordinates have summoned all the elites in the Viper Snake Gang. Zhao Chao should respectfully stand on the side. The man's face also had a lip mark on his face. Not disdainful. Sighing his lips. The nightmare world is not used for saving. You waste in. Finally, he is the one who goes to talk. It is Yang Dongqing. As for the lip marks on the face. Of course, this boy from Jasmine will have to keep warm with Jasmine as soon as he comes out. He also deposited something from Jasmine's mouth. He was signed by a record company. And his younger brother became the factory director. This ending is a joy to everyone. The one who arrives is Donkinma. I am Dang Nyonyo. I ignored him. Instead, he ordered lightly. Go to bed right away. Even a dozen men in black were lying on the ground. Just fall asleep. Some even started to sleep with a fight. Look at Yang Dongqing's eyebrows. Suddenly, the bad memories of the past arose. With his face turned pale, I rejected my hypnosis. Seeing slowly falling asleep from the double. Seeing everyone going to sleep. I also started my own plan. Excavating the dark pocket watch from it. The head of the watch slides from the fingertips. There was a soft movement in the air. He took it out of his arms every time. The soft mind is in the dream of time. In the vast and ethereal heavenly palace. The emperor is proud. Standing up and transforming into an immortal emperor. It's like a subconscious habit. I stand in the void. Raise your hand slightly. The fairy flows from the sleeves. Turn into gorgeous light. Lighted up the entire dream. Dreams are not strong. This means that dreams have no boundaries. And what I have to do now is expand. Expand the dream infinitely. Until connected to Yang Dongqing's dream. According to my idea. Since you are the master of dreams. Then why can't you control yourself? Dreams are connected to other people's dreams. Can you control the universe's life by turning your hands? It's just a connection to dreams. It should not be difficult to pass by minute by minute. I slowly closed my eyes. Take your own perception to the extreme. And my dreams are also expanding like the Big Bang. Finally, I felt something different. That feeling is strange. Just like the immortal emperor with the highest degree of perseverance. Suddenly I sensed the barrier of the world. And after my perception penetrates the barrier. Then I saw another world. He is in the desert of his dreams. There is only endless darkness. But there were a dozen or so. A barrier that flashes with a glimmer of light. Mysterious and magnificent. I could clearly sense that the dozen or so stars did not belong to my dreams. Because I can perfectly control my own life. So it's particularly sensitive to extra things. This is their dream. I opened my eyes. A look swept across. Like a lightning bolt that opens the world. The darkness of the dreamland desert. The dozen or so stars also completely appeared. And come out. Even the picture above is clearly visible. The pictures appearing on the 12 stars are basically the same. All of me sit upright on the throne. Below is a dark and dense population, shouting "Long live the leader." Obviously, this is the dream of Zhao Chaoyao and others. They are brainwashed every day. Even if I dream, I will remove these 12 and 2 stars. There is also a steel blue building. The stars with metallic luster. The screen displayed above is somewhat different. Something to have some color. The protagonist is Yang Dongqing. The heroine is Jasmine. The two of them are just in love with each other. Then I appeared and snatched love. This is Yang Dongqing's dream. I frown slightly. It's really bloody. Feel sorry. The love between Holly and the three of them is still too crowded. How can I be without you? I'm speechless. Just want to complain about myself. But his brows frowned slightly. His eyes were locked in Yang Dongqing's dream. I saw Yang Dongqing's dream. A strange blood color appeared out of thin air. The blood spread silently in the dream. It exudes a creepy atmosphere. Yang Dongqing's dream was gradually covered with blood. At the same time, representing his dream, the stars began to shake violently. It seems to be withdrawn from the world at any time. This is the summoning of the nightmare world. My eyes narrowed slightly and stopped hesitating. Immediately control my dreams. Connected with Yang Dongqing's dream. At the moment of contact between the two parties, my body suddenly became very fast. Because of the fairyland that was originally surrounded by fairy spirit, there was a strange blood color at some point in the sky. This blood color is like a virus. Begins to spread wildly. I tried to control this bloody color, but I found it was impossible to control it at all. Even if I am already the supreme fairyland in my dream. But for the blood, everything is like a mirror. All are illusory. Only that blood color is the real feeling. It's like the fairyland powerhouse in the novel destroys it with only hands and feet. But he cannot climb out of the novel and hurt every tree in reality. As expected. The nightmare world is to attract people through dreams. As long as I am the nightmare, the dreams of the apostles are connected. Then they will be pulled into it together. My eyes flashed. I don't know when. A strange blood color was also covered in his eyes. That's the case. I can use the same principle. Bring that person and the others into me to control myself. The dream is connected with the dreams of Zhao Chaoyao and others. When the dreams are all connected, it seems to be a channel for transmission provided by blood. He spreads infinitely. In the end, everyone's dreams were dyed bloody. That bloody color is like a huge net. It covers all the dreams of everyone and makes people have nowhere to escape. As if once caught in it, will be swallowed by endless fear and despair. And that's exactly what I want. I sit upright on the supreme throne. The golden star robe on her body has been dyed bloody. Soon the blood condensed into a sea of blood. Swallow me completely. The dark night enveloped Jiajia village. The whole village is extremely deserted. There are only one second-story house with candlelight flashing in the house. 4 men and 1 woman were restlessly surrounding the candle. It was already dark while sitting. Go out and look for food and candles as planned. A man with a buzz cut in his 20s said in a deep voice. Although his face was solemn. But there was no fear and fear of the other two. Is Brother Yi really going out? If there is a trembling sound of a nightmare monster outside. A middle-aged man's buzz cut with apricot leaves was emitted from the mouth of a middle-aged man. The man looked at him coldly. What to do when you go out? Waiting to die? We haven't eaten a bite in 3 days. If this continues, no nightmare. The monster starved to death by itself. And the candles are almost running out. Once there are no candles, I don't need to say what the consequences are. The middle-aged man shrank in fear. Shrink your neck. Didn't dare to say anything more? The others were even more silent. At this time, the man surnamed Ji stood up. Everyone acted separately. Go to the village to find food. It's night now. Those human-shaped monsters won't appear. Just be careful of the shadows. Also found food. Take it all back. I will allocate it to you. Whoever dares to hide it privately? Don't blame me for being polite. After saying that, he took the lead. Ready to leave. The only woman among them hurriedly grabbed Ye's surname. The man's hand. On the pretty face, there was a little pitiful prayer hanging. Brother Yi. I'm afraid you are the only extraordinary person in the team. Only you can protect me. Can I be with you? That pitiful look. Looking at the other people, I felt very excited. However, the man surnamed Ji has no expression on his face. He refused with a cold attitude. I said separate action. The more people, the more likely it is to attract the attention of black shadows. This is the nightmare world. I can't protect you myself. The woman's face was pale in an instant. It seemed as if all the strength was taken away. The man surnamed Chi looked at him coldly. Then he picked up the lantern and turned around and left. The body disappeared into the darkness. The desperate woman had to turn her helpless eyes to others. However, no one responded. The rest of them are not fools. No one wants to bring a bottle of oil. They all left one after another with lanterns. Only the middle-aged man said hesitantly in the three drunken states. Are you with me? It's also considered a response. A hint of joy appeared on the woman's face. Nodded quickly to agree. A pair of fair and slender arms. It tightly surrounds the middle-aged man's arms. The two picked up the lanterns and left the house. They walked carefully in the darkness. White paper in hand. The lanterns emit a faint candlelight. I don't know how long it took. The woman's voice sounded in the darkness. Uncle Lee. Do you think we can go back alive? Li Chang's body was a little stiff. But he reluctantly comforted him. Just Miss Wang called me Lily. Uncle Lee. You are a good person. You are different from them. Lily. We will definitely be able to go back alive. Li Chang feels warm in his heart. At the same time, the arms wrapped around his arms also became tighter. The soft touch slightly dispelled the fear in my heart. But at this moment, in an alley beside the two in Kacha village, suddenly I remembered the sound of the branches breaking. It seems like someone has stepped on the dead branches on the ground. The two of them changed their colors in an instant. Turn around suddenly. Raise the lantern in your hand and shines it on the alley. It's pitch black. It was as if the huge mouth of the abyss was silently swallowing everything. Li Chang asked in horror. Is it Brother Yi? Or Wang Tao? Under the faint candlelight, in the dark alley, there seems to be a figure. Standing quietly. No action. That figure. Thin and tall. Who has the courage to lift the lantern? I want to see the man's face clearly. At this time, the figure moved and seemed to have taken a step forward. He took the initiative to step into the candlelight range, and countless darkness retreated from the man's face like a tiny tide worm. A pale face appeared. Lily was the first to burst into a loud scream. Because this face is not any of their team. Li Chang was also surrounded by fear in an instant. His mind was messed up. Why didn't Brother Yi say that humanoid monsters only appear during the day? Before he could react, suddenly, a pair of soft hands pushed hard on him. Caught off guard, Li Chang fell to the ground. And the owner of the hands ran away like crazy. Lily knows very well. With his physical strength, he can't escape the human form at all. The monster can't run away from Li Chang, who wants to survive. Not eaten. It can only make Li Chang delay time. Pick. The white paper lantern in Li Chang's hand also fell to the ground. And that's the same. He was so scared that he almost fainted. Because the white paper lantern under the action of inertia. Galugulo rolled to pale. At the feet of human face. Lighted up the scenery behind you. A crowded person. I saw that pale. Rows of men in black stood behind the human face. Those people don't move. Like a zombie. Standing full of dark alley monsters. Don't be disappointed. Li Chang's fragile heart was hit by a strong impact. He got up from the ground like a collapse. Then fall and get up again. He could be said to be rolling and crawling to escape. I pushed my brown glasses helplessly. I didn't expect that I had just come to the nightmare world and didn't see nightmare yet. Monster. Instead, he was regarded as a monster by others. After I was completely swallowed by the sea of blood in my dream. Come to this world village. There is no light in this broken village. The most important thing is that all the lighting tools on your body have failed. To be precise, it's not failure. They can still operate. But the light they emit. It is impossible to dispel the darkness of this world. I turned around. Asked to the younger brothers. Do I look like a monster? Zhao Chao wanted to stare at Li Chang's back with evil eyes. He dared to insult the leader. I'll kill him. Yang Dongqing thought. It seems that this person should also be a nightmare apostle. He should enter first before us. Maybe you will know some information about this nightmare. I waved my hand. Capture him as the leader. 2 strong men in black. Like a cheetah. After rushing towards Li Chang for a few seconds, the panicked Li Chang was taken back by 2 strong men in black like a dog dragging him to death. Don't be me. Please don't eat me. Li Chang didn't dare to open his eyes and struggle around. He yelled and struggled for a long time. I found that no one attacked me at all. I couldn't help but have a happy life. He opened his eyes carefully. Then I saw the pale and handsome face before. And the owner of that face was smiling at this moment. Smiling very gently. Not aggressive. This gentleman. Are you also a nightmare apostle? I asked politely. Li Chang nodded subconsciously. Suddenly realizing something? So are you. We are like you, who have fallen into the nightmare world. Not a monster. Real. Li Chang was a little skeptical. Looking at the man in black in front of him. But why are you so many people? And also wearing the same clothes? Can you still come together? Zhao Chaoyao suddenly picked up a blue vein on his face. Grab Li Chang's collar. He said fiercely. Still forming a group like this? You were traveling at that time. What do we lead you? What do you answer? Do you understand? Why? How many times have I said it? Don't be so violent. Be polite. It was the leader Zhao Chang who wanted to loosen Li Chang's collar. Then retreated behind me. I smiled. Looking at the panicked Li Chang. He also carved out his wrinkled collar. Don't be nervous. After all, we are not a fantasy level. By the way, I don't know what you call it? Li Liqiang said tremblingly. For some reason. He was even more scared. Mr. Li Chang. Since we are both nightmare. The apostle was deeply trapped in this horrifying dream. Should we help each other? After all, the individual's power is limited. Only unity. Only by overcoming difficulties together. Are you right? Under the gaze of my eyes that emitted a faint light, Li Chang's fearful heart gradually calmed down. You're right. We should help each other. Li Chang's people. Then please tell me about the known information. With Li Chang's full story, I finally understood the current nightmare. There were 5 dead in Li Chang and his party. 4 men and 1 woman are left. They were all nightmares that they entered 3 days ago. The world is different from ours entering together. These people are all entering individually. Among the remaining people, there is only 1 young man named Jifanyu. It's an extraordinary person. This is the 3rd time I have entered the nightmare world. The rest are ordinary people who have entered the first time. As soon as they entered, they found this village called Jiajia village. Only the village is empty and there is no one. But there was a monster named Shadow hidden in the darkness and poking his palm out to people. Push people into the darkness. It is said that anyone who is pulled into it will surely die. And the day is more dangerous. The disappearing villagers will change into monsters covered in human skin. It's hard to kill if it's powerful. And will actively attack humans. Once caught, he then brutally killed and ate humans. There are more than 100 monsters like this. Can't deal with it head on. Only hide in the house. The villagers seem to have a natural fear of the house. Just close the doors and windows. They can't break in. But these monsters will confuse people's hearts. I will try my best to trick people out of the room. After listening to Li Chang's description, the smile on the corner of my mouth is deeper. A little looking forward to it. On the other side, the door of the house was opened. Wan Li rushed into the room suddenly. Until the whole body is wrapped in candlelight. He breathed heavily as if he was relieved. Almost no second hesitation. The door of the room was closed by Yifanyu. Then, Yifanyu didn't give Wan Li a chance to breathe. Grasp his hand. A quick tone. What's going on? I don't know. Li Chang and I are looking for food. Passing by an alley. Suddenly I heard a sound. Li Chang thought it was you. So I took the lantern to look for it. As a result, Wang Li's breathing became more and more rapid. The pupils contract unconsciously. It seems that something terrible has come to mind. What's the result? You said nothing. The blue veins on Yifanyu's face bulged. I wish I could slap him. All people are humans. The alley is full of rows of men in black. They don't move at all. It's like a zombie. The person in charge was even more pale. No bloody color. It seems to be wearing brown glasses. Brown glasses are right. It's brown glasses. That person kept laughing. He just looked at us quietly and kept smiling. Once this statement is spoken, everyone felt a chill sucking in. The spine is cold. Sudden. A series of crisp knocks woke everyone up. Open the door quickly. I am Li Chang. Li Chang's voice came from outside the door. Everyone's face turned pale in an instant. Wan Li was so scared that she hugged Yifanyu. It seems to seek comfort. Go away, go to the silence. Yifanyu pushed Wan Li away. The face is gloomy. Do not open the door. I saw the light inside. Li Chang kept urging Zhao Gang to swallow his saliva nervously. Didn't Wan Li say that Li Chang is dead? Who is outside the door? The room was dead silent. No one answered this question. It is possible that the villagers have become don't forget. They have the ability to change their appearance and charm people. Wang Tao kept silent carefully. Don't make a sound. I'll go see Yifanyu and shout. Take steps and quietly approach the window. At first glance, I was shocked. It's just because the scene outside is exactly the same as what Wan Li said. At the door, Li Chang is knocking on the door. Behind him were rows of men in black. Those people have no expressions. Like a sculpture. The man standing in the head had brown eyes. He was also leaning on a snake-patterned wooden cane in his hand. Open the Emperor. I seem to have noticed it. Li Wei turned his head and looked over. When the eyes are right. I showed a polite smile. I feel my scalp numbness when I feel my pain. Quickly leave the window. Close to the wall. It's damned to avoid that gaze. How come so many nightmares suddenly appear? Everyone is scattered in the corner immediately. Dodge and block your ears. No matter what people outside say. Never open the door. No need. Yifanyu ordered. Others have already found their own position. One by one. Squatting in the corner, trembling. During these 3 days. They've experienced it many times. Such an event. Basically, it's time to daylight. It will be besieged by the swarming villagers. Those villagers are ever-changing. It can even become your relatives to tempt you to open the door. So the best solution is not to read or listen. No response. Li Chang knocked outside the door for a long time but no one responded. Strangeness. What's wrong with them? Why not open the door? There is obviously someone inside. It must be a misunderstanding. I roughly guessed what the person inside was thinking. I looked back at myself. Rows of zombies behind him. It was indeed chased by humanoid monsters in the nightmare world for 3 days. Suddenly I saw a group of men in black. It is reasonable to be afraid. Leader. I'll knock the door open. Zhao Chao must take the initiative. Please guide you. I nodded. At this time. But Yang Dongqing stood up. I don't need to communicate with them. Bumping into the door rashly. It is easy to cause misunderstandings. Said. Yang Dongqing walked to the door and said. Don't get me wrong. We are not nightmare monsters. But the nightmare apostle like you. But the bull entered for 3 days. I am a superb person. You open the door. Have a discussion. How to work together to survive this nightmare. Silent and dead silence. No one responded in the house. Yang Dongqing Kong kicked the door open with a kick. The worn-out iron door smacked heavily on the ground. The moment the door opened with a harsh metal slam. At this time, Yang Dongqing's flame is like a bullet. Yang Dongqing suddenly changed his color. There is no time to hide. I had to reach out to meet him. A touch of steel appeared on the palm of your hand. The violent flame burst. It seemed that Yang Dongqing was hit by a shell on the front. Fly backwards. And his palms also turned charred. Yi Fanyu's shocked voice came from the room. Steel ambition. You are really extraordinary. At this time, he was just in a gun shape. The index finger and thumb are raised up. The other 3 fingers are closed. It was very similar to a child who used his hands to imitate a gun and fucked Yang Dongqing up from the ground in a mess. Said angrily. I didn't say it just now. Aren't we nightmare monsters? Misunderstanding Yi Fanyu showed surprise on his face. But the right hand still maintains the posture of a pistol. The flame I saw did not dissipate. You don't know anything. There are many monsters covered in human skin in this nightmare. They will try their best to trick us into opening the door. So I can't believe it. But you just showed your ability to be ambition. And those monsters cannot break doors and windows. Now I can confirm. You are the extraordinary. Not a nightmare monster. Yang Dongqing patted the dust on his body. His face calmed down slightly. Then, Yi Fanyu's eyes swept across us. Looks alert. Although I can be sure you are not a nightmare monster. But what happened to them? Why wear uniform clothing? I'm leaning on a snake-patterned wooden cane. Take a step forward slightly. Smiling. Why does the nightmare apostle have any requirements for dressing? Not a requirement for dressing. But all nightmares. The apostles are single elves. And the nightmare you go there is also random. You are a member of the organization at first glance. When is the nightmare? The apostles can also form a team. Don't tell me. After you entered, you set up a temporary organization. Clothing was also prepared in advance. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, I can only suspect that you are not humans at all. It's a nightmare. Monster. Yi Fanyu held his right hand with his left hand. Going at us tightly. My eyes narrowed slightly. Have guesses in my mind. It seems that the nightmare apostle enters the nightmare world like a matching mode in the game. Every time I meet different teammates. And they can only queue up and cannot enter in a team. That's why. It will arouse Yi Fanyu's vigilance. How should I lie to them? However, I pushed my brown glasses. Said. Very reasonable doubts. But I can't help but want to ask Mr. Yi. I'll explain to you what you think is worthy of me. The sound of countless pistols loading sounded. More than a dozen black pistols pointed at Yi Fanyu, and the cold sweat on Yi Fanyu's face came down on the spot. The stiffness of being pointed at by a gun surged throughout the body. He is extraordinary. But he has no body of steel. If you are pointed at more than a dozen guns at such a close distance, you will undoubtedly die. Especially after he saw the eyes of those gunmen. Even more frightened. Is Mr. Yi quite satisfied with my explanation? My gentle voice sounded. Yi Fanyu's whole body was stiff. He dared not move at all. I smiled. The reason why I acted like this. Even if Yi Fanyu is sure, he cannot carry the bullet. I've already learned from Li Chang. Yi Fanyu also fought with human-shaped monsters several times in the past 3 days. Often, only dare to fire from a distance. Fire bullets with your fingertips. I don't dare to make people move into a monster at all. Once close, he turned his head and ran away. It can be said that during these 3 days, they spend most of their time hiding in the house. From this we can see that Yi Fanyu's extraordinary power should be related to flames. And without Yang Dongqing's defense that ignored the bullets, the stalemate lasted for a moment. Yi Fanyu suddenly put away the flames at his fingertips, snatching laughter. It was me who abruptly aroused those human-shaped monsters. But there is no pistol. This gentleman. Please don't mind. I have no other meaning. If you were the nightmare monster opening the door, we've been killed long ago. If what I expected, you should be an extraordinary person too. Extraordinary power should be related to puppets and the like. These people are probably all puppets you control. That's why we can enter the nightmare world together. I smiled slightly. Elegantly tapped the ground with the cane in your hand. More than a dozen men in black put away their pistols in uniform movements. Continue to stand in place like a statue. When you have the strength, any unreasonable will be explained reasonably. There are extraordinary people who will be surprised by you. I walked over. Gently patted Yi Fanyu. Stiff shoulders. Smile gently. I didn't expect that this would make you see. It seems that Mr. Yi has extraordinary eyesight. I am Su Ran. It is a great honor to spend this nightmare with Mr. Yi. Yi Fanyu was frightened. You are too polite. It's my pleasure. 2 extraordinary people joined. Success. The chances of living through this nightmare are rising sharply. Wang Li and others on the side looked at the camp in front of them with strange expressions. They spent 3 days with Yi Fanyu. I know very well what kind of person the other person is. Proud. Selfish. Cold and ruthless. But these distinct personalities, when encountering someone stronger than him, all turned into docile. Humble. Be polite. Then, everyone started the introduction of each other. For a moment, the dreamer is happy. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Only the honest Li Chang, who had been before, looked at Wang Li frequently. I want to speak but stop. After a simple greeting, Yi Fanyu said, Mr. Su and Mr. Yang entered 3 days late. I shouldn't know much about this nightmare. It's better to let me explain it on my behalf. I shook my head. No need for some information. I've heard Mr. Li Chang say that. I don't know what Mr. Ye's plan is next. Yi Fanyu hurriedly took the path before the transformation. I was going to find a house to guard it. Wait until the nightmare wakes up naturally. Return to reality. After all, most nightmare apostles do this. But now that you 2 extraordinary people are added, then you can change the previous strategy. We can try to explore. Maybe you can crack this nightmare. Our light flashes slightly. The nightmare world is called a nightmare. Of course you can wake up. Normally, most nightmare apostles choose this way. Find a safe place. Then, after catching up for about 7 days, you will wake up from the nightmare. The premise of returning to reality is to never die within 7 days. But this method cannot be used all the time. It is said that as the number of people entering the nightmare world increases, the longer you wake up. 7 days. 10 days. It is possible in 1 month or even half a year. Maybe at the end. Then I can't wake up again. Unless the nightmare is broken. Otherwise, they will stay in the nightmare world forever. So, encountering simple nightmare, it is best to break it. At this time, Yi Fanyu tempted. If you have good luck, maybe you can find 1 or 2 treasures. I looked at Yang Dongqing's eyes obscurely. I found that the other party was also slightly confused. Obviously I don't know what the treasure is. So I followed the words. Yes. The treasure is a good thing. I was once fortunate to have a cherishment. Lost for some reasons. As I said that, a hint of regret appeared on my face. That's a pity. Yi Fanyu looked regretful. Even the lowest level bronze first level treasures can be sold at a high price of at least 5 million on the black market. But no one can sell it. If I had a defensive treasure, even if it's just a bronze world, with my bronze green method, the five-fingered salt bomb will not be blocked in the house by nightmare monsters all day long. He spoke out his abilities without hiding it. Mainly five-fingered salt bombs. Although not as common as steel ambitions. But it is not a rare ability either. And I've used it once before. A superb who has a little knowledge can basically guess it. Why? All sad things? It's better not to mention it. I was a little sad. Fourth, if you don't want to mention Yi Fanyu again, it's impossible for him to keep asking, but you won't mention it. Let's think about how to overcome the difficulties ahead. Mr. Su. In my opinion, this second-story house must not be kept in. Because the door was destroyed. The houses in the village are all ordinary houses. But they can block human-shaped monsters with great power. It's also strange. The most urgent task is to take advantage of the day before dawn. Before those human-shaped monsters appeared. Hurry up and find a house that is enough to accommodate everyone. There are also searches for food and candles. I frown slightly. A house that accommodates everyone. Wouldn't crowds attract dark shadows? Really? Gathering crowds will increase the probability of attracting shadows. But there is no one alone. Maybe a shadow came to you. Hey, can't kill him at all. There are only two ways to stop the shadows. The first method is black shadow. Just put yourself in the light. The black shadow couldn't start. As for the second method, Yi Fanyu suddenly lowered his voice. Whispered. Sacrifice others' shadow has a characteristic. Once you're on the spot, someone will follow you all the time. And it will cause the candle to burn more. It was the black shadow consuming the light. At this time, only by letting another person be captured by the shadow can you remove the follower. I immediately understood. Why did Yi Fanyu always bring these ordinary people? It turned out to be a shield. If he was the only one. Once you are stared at by a black shadow, then you can only wait for death. There will always be a day when candles run out. He told me clearly. These messages. It's because I've already been determined that I'm a Superman and I'm planning to join forces to fight against the nightmare monster. And the role of ordinary people here is to act as consumables. I see. Then act as you said. I nodded in agreement. The group quickly set off and went out. Walking into the darkness outside the door one after another. Darkness surges like a tide. Cover everyone's figures. Only the white paper lantern in his hand emits a faint candlelight. Not far yet. I suddenly stopped. Yi Fanyu and Yang Dongqing on the side noticed my abnormality. Then he stopped. What happened to Mr. Su? Yi Fanyu asked in a low voice. Wrong. My answer calmly. That mental power that is far beyond ordinary people. It made me feel a little strange. Yi Fanyu felt a little uneasy in his heart. What's wrong? The footsteps are wrong. Good footsteps. There is no one person's footsteps. A smile of interest suddenly appeared on my face. Against the darkness. It actually seems a bit weird. What? Everyone was shocked. I'll look back. I carefully counted the person with my eyes. Those black and black people stood like sculptures. Who has brought in so many people this time? Zhao Chaoyao's face tightened. He hurriedly said. There were 13 people in my hand. Once this statement is spoken, everyone obviously realized that they could see everything. Toward the group of men in black at the end of the team, Yi Fanyu even counted in a deep voice. There are only 12 people in 2 or 3. The black shadow is the black shadow. His face suddenly changed. Damn it, hurry. Spread. The more people gather, the more you will attract the attention of the shadow. Li Chang, who follows Yi Fanyu. Several people dispersed like conditioned reflexes. Everyone keeps a distance of more than 2 meters. Looks frightened. Different from their panic. I followed the group without any movement. Still standing there. Only Yang Dongqing bit it. Grit your teeth. Keep a distance from the crowd. Mr. Su quickly dispersed the shadows. After killing someone, they will be silent for a short time. Don't gather together at this time. The shadow will retreat after a while. Once gathered, he may appear again to get the lantern. Never leave the candlelight. Yi Fanyu was anxious. Due to limited lanterns, everyone was not enough to share. In addition to Yi Fanyu, they each have one. Only Yang Dongqing is here. Zhao Chaoyao and myself, Mr. Yi. Black shadows can only pull one person at a time. I asked calmly. That's right. The shadow pulls one person into each other at a time. Mr. Su's dark shadow was hidden in the darkness around him. Spread it apart quickly. Although Yi Fanyu doesn't like me. But at least I don't want me to die at this time. I smiled. Nothing bad. I happen to have a lot of people. Said. I ordered to the black man at the end of the team. You leave the candlelight and go to the darkness and stand in your hands. The man did not hesitate at all. Straight away from the candlelight range. Walk into the bottomless darkness. He stood quietly in the darkness. The whole figure became blurred. Only one human figure is left. Yi Fanyu and others were frightened. None of them expected it. I'm so cruel. Let me go to die. The most important thing is, my brother still resolutely. I originally wanted to defect to my Wang Li. Seeing the scene now, I couldn't help but feel cold. Dispelled the idea. Under my gaze, a shadow suddenly surged behind the little brother standing in the darkness. It was a darker shadow than the night. He keeps twisting and stretching. Gradually, it bulged and grew into a human form. The human figure is extremely thin, but very tall. Like a giant over 2 meters. Only bones remain. But the arms are very long. Almost hanging to the ground. The moment when the shadows are formed, a pair of scarlet eyes opened at the position of his head. Frosty. It does not contain any human emotions. Yi Fanyu and others met. Showing fear. Subconsciously retreated and held his breath. I stared at the shadow with interest. Want to see each other. The next move is very fast. The black shadow moved. I saw one of his black hands slowly from the shadows. The stretching is not long and dry. Like a deformed branch. I saw 5 slender finger shadows at the front. The terrifying black hand slowly approached his younger brother to attack. I gave the order. I didn't hesitate at all. Take out the pistol from your waist. Toward the twisted figure in the dark. Crazy shooting. Bang bang bang. Fires are splashing everywhere. The black shadows trembled like water waves. But the next second it quickly returned to calm. Unscathed. My eyes flashed. Take off my brown glasses. Invisible mental power. From the eyes that were shining with faint light. Going towards the shadows. However, something unexpected happened. The huge amount of mental power poured into the black shadow's body, but it was like entering a quagmire. There was no splash of waves at all. I originally planned to try it. See if you can hypnotize the shadows. However, the result disappointed me. At this moment, the slender and dry black hand was handed down. He grabbed the little brother's hand. Then he pulled hard. Then he pulled his little brother into the darkness. The faint voice of struggle was also ruthlessly swallowed by the darkness. Until the end. He disappeared with the shadows. It seems to have never existed. Only a dead silence and fear were left. Even Yi Fanyu and others who have seen the shadows. At this time, the mind also caused a great impact. Because facing human-shaped monsters, at least it can tremble. Can hide in the house. Once caught by the shadow, it means death. No one is spared. Let's go. My calm voice broke the fear in the field. Steps with a snake-patterned wooden cane. Walking gracefully towards the darkness ahead. Behind me. 11. The man in black, who had not yet looked expressionless, followed everyone forward. I don't know when a white light appeared in the distant horizon and the sky was about to dawn. Yi Fan Yu and others were shocked. Not good. Mr. Su. We have to speed up. Once it's bright, the villagers should show up. I looked at the horizon and frowned slightly. The time is wrong. Take out a dark golden pocket watch from your arms. The time shown above is 3. Time in dreams changes unpredictably. It's useless to look at the watch. Run away quickly. Yi Fan Yu's tone became more and more anxious. Obviously. The villagers left a deep impression on him. I put away my pocket watch quietly. He gestured to Zhao Chaoyao with his eyes. Zhao Chao wanted to unbutton his backpack quickly. Pull out a small, lightweight folding stretcher. Then, I sat up under the gaze of everyone. 2 men in black lifted him up. Excuse me. Everyone. I don't like running and setting off. Everyone started running wildly. I sat quietly on the stretcher and enjoyed the scenery. The sky became brighter and brighter. The thick fog wrapped the entire Zhaojia village before. I heard young Dongqing say that Zhaojia village, wrapped in black fog, is a complete nightmare. Once it enters the black fog, you will be lost in the cracks in your dreams forever. A sudden roar like a flying man interrupted my thoughts. I'll look back. More and more roars sounded from all directions of the village. It seems to be mixed with endless pain and anger. At the same time, the densely packed people walked out of the street from the dark corners with expressionless expressions. But his eyes revealed endless evil thoughts. They showed up and ran. Yi Fan Yu yelled anxiously. His figure rushed out like a cheetah. His target is a 3-story house in the northwest corner of the village. Yi Fan Yu, who was at the front of the team, burst out with an angry roar. His right hand was in a gun shape, shooting at a villager blocking the road. Highly compressed flame. Bullets whizzed out from their fingertips. He hit the villagers directly. However, although the villagers fell into the flames, but he stood up soon. Even if you are all in the world still rushing towards Yi Fan Yu. 2 more fingerless salt bombs. The villager was completely transformed into a broken black charcoal. There was no sound after that. It seems that only 3 salt bombs can solve a villager. No wonder Yi Fan Yu didn't dare to go out for the past 3 days. At this time, everyone also appeared in front of them. More and more villagers blocked their way. Yang Dongqing was also forced to join the battle. With steel ambitions, he was like a heavy tank. Rushed towards the villagers. Although his lethality is obviously not as good as Yi Fan Yu, but it is also difficult for villagers to break Yang Dongqing's defense. Zhao Chaoyao and others were not idle either. Under the control of hypnosis, the elites of this group of venomous snake gang. I am afraid of it as a battle machine with essence and blood. After a moment of firefighting, Yi Fan Yu, who bounced through the salt, the first one rushed into the yard of a 3-story house. He didn't stop. Run straight to the front door. Push open the door. Shouted to the people behind him. Fast in the house. Li Chang and others all showed joy on their faces. Running towards the gate desperately. But no matter how fast they run, not as good as the people from the Viper Gang. After all, these dozen Viper Snake Gang are all elites. Even holding the stretcher is still amazingly fast. And just as the venomous Snake Gang held me up and wanted to enter the gate, he suddenly became shocked. No one noticed it. In this 3-story residential compound, behind a big locust tree, 2 villagers suddenly rushed out. They rushed towards everyone. Caught off guard. Even the elite Viper Gang brother was knocked to the ground. Don't be the man named Wang Tao that is the first to suffer. He was thrown to the ground by a villager. Immediately afterwards, several villagers rushed over. Surround him. Crazy biting. Such a chaotic scene. Causes the stretcher to shake continuously. A violent bump? I started to have a headache again. I couldn't help but frown. Looking at Yang Dongqing standing at the gate. Yi Fanyu did not take action at this time. Because his five-fingered salt bomb has great lethality. Now everyone is in chaos. It's impossible to use it at all. Yang Dongqing's face was dark. Diligence is undecided. Fourth, hesitation. In such an environment, he couldn't help it. Fantasy. If I die like this, then wouldn't I and Jasmine escape from the clutches? But he was afraid that I had other means. Our eyes crossed each other through the chaotic crowd. I understood Yang Dongqing's inner struggle. However, I just laughed silently. Then, I stretched out my white and slender palms. Gently slipped towards your neck. The lips open and close silently. Jasmine is dead. I said it immediately. Yang Dongqing is like a tiger descending the mountain. Crash into the crowd. His expression was furious and ferocious. His fists were full of anger. Wave it hard at the villagers. The steel ambition burst out with terrifying power at this moment. 2 villagers in the courtyard were quickly knocked down. But he didn't stop. Instead, he blocked the hospital door alone. Faced with the siege of several villagers. At this time, I also entered the gate under my younger brother's escort. Looking at Yang Dongqing's angry back, my smile was deeper. Actually, I'm scaring Yang Dongqing. Hypnosis is not so magical. Dealing with the scum of the Viper gang. Even if you have to use your mental power every day. What's more, Nanimo only has several support. That is to say, if I really die, Nanimo will be out of control at any time. Nothing will happen at all. But Yang Dongqing didn't dare to block it. After all the living people enter the door, Yi Fanyu stretched out his right hand suddenly. Open your 5 fingers hard. Hold your left hand tightly. Right hand. Wrist. Dodge quickly. Just finished speaking. As the 5 fire flames burn on their fingers, Yang Dongqing felt that the air behind him suddenly became extremely hot. He broke free. The villagers in front of him pounced on the dirt beside him. 5 highly compressed flame bullets of 5-finger salt bombs ejected out. Fused into a fist-sized flame shell across the sky. A long path of flame. Illuminating everyone's shocked faces with a smile on the shockwave generated by the fire. Sweep the villagers out like an invisible giant hand. A look of horror flashed in Yang Dongqing's eyes. This blow is so powerful. If Yi Fanyu used this blow to deal with himself before, even the body of steel will be injured. It is worthy of being an extraordinary person who has experienced 3 nightmare worlds. Unless the thoughts of closeness flashed through his mind. He rushed into the house quickly. Explode. The wooden door is closed tightly. Until then, everyone breathed a sigh of relief after the disaster. Yi Fanyu said, gasping. As long as you are there during the day, it's all right inside the house. I got up from the stretcher. With a cane. Come to Yang Dongqing, who is still angry. Smiling and patting the other person on the shoulder. And whispered in his ear. Congratulations. Miss Jasmine was saved again. Once. Yang Dongqing clenched his fists. The blue veins burst out on the face. I never posted a corner and stayed there. Yi Fanyu noticed that. This ordinary scene. The eyes narrowed slightly. Don't know what you're thinking. The room fell into silence again. Just experienced such a dangerous scene. Everyone is working hard to restore their mood. In Yi Fanyu's team, Wang Tao and Zhao Gang are dead. And I also lost 3 people. But I'm not sad. He was looking at the villagers outside the window with interest. The flames emitted by Yi Fanyu seem to be unable to exist for too long. Or it is offset by the mysterious power in the nightmare. It quickly dissipated. Soon, the villagers who were knocked back gathered again. Regardless of the continuous pouring into the yard. However, after these villagers entered the yard, just staring at the seemingly hard wooden door. But no one rushed up to destroy it. I looked at these people through the window. I lowered my head slightly. Invisible mental power surged out from his eyes that were flashing with gloomy light. Locked on a male villager of 17 or 18 years old. Try to hypnotize it. but let the mental power flow in. Nothing helps. The villagers stood in the yard for about 5 minutes. It starts to retreat. One by one, they turned around and left. Disappeared in my sight. This is how these villagers are. Just enter the house. Then he will not attack again. Leaf. Fan, you came to the window at some point. However, you must not open doors and windows at this time. They seem to leave. In fact, they are all hidden around the house. Don't look at any movement outside. Someone in the team had been on the way. When? Said he saw his relatives. Don't open the windows. Let your loved ones come in. It was also because of the time when we died, and I responded with a slight gaze. There seems to be only this 3-story building in the entire village. Moreover, the decoration here is obviously higher than the previous private houses. According to common sense, the owner of this house is mostly the village head of Zhaojia village. Yi Fanyu's eyes were slightly brighter. The village chief's family may not hide it from the food. We haven't had dinner for 3 days and have searched for a few houses in the dark. But I didn't find anything to eat. Several people quickly visited the 3-story house. But nothing was discovered. Why? No food was found again. Yi Fanyu's face looked very ugly. Although he is an extraordinary person. But you also need to eat. It feels very uncomfortable not to eat for 3 days. It seems that I can only wait for the evening. Maybe not. I suddenly smiled mysteriously. I leaned over slightly. I touched the hard pattern tiles with my hands. When I got up, the pale fingertips were already covered with dust. Yi Fanyu immediately took the transformation. Mr. Su. What do you mean just now that you may not use it? Have you discovered something? I nodded slightly. Lift the snake print wooden cane. Pointing to the ground under the stairs on the 2nd floor. There was very little dust there. Yi Fanyu looked in the direction of his cane. His eyes suddenly lit up. The village may have the habit of building cellars to store food. There may be the entrance to the cellar. He walked over quickly. Really? Some of the tiles are covered with only a thin layer of dust. Much cleaner than elsewhere. At this time, his back is facing my face. But he showed a little vigilance and fear. So keen observation can control so many people. Even such details can be seen. How many secrets does this person hide? He muttered in his heart. I feel like I have some special ability to detect. Yi Fanyu knocked on the tiles with his knuckles. It made a crisp hollow sound. He turned his head and smiled. It's empty. Go through the gaps in the tiles. He quickly found a bulge. A handful of ceramic tiles were gently uncovered. An entrance to a cellar that can accommodate one person through is revealed. Mr. Su really has a cellar. Yi Fanyu said excitedly. But he didn't go down immediately. Although there is no obvious danger in the house for the time being. But no one can guarantee whether the cellar is safe. I saw through his concerns. A faint smile. Who sent someone to take a look? It's in your hands. Zhao Chao immediately commanded a younger brother to light the lantern. Without hesitation, he went down the cellar. Everyone stood on it and stared at the candlelight gradually penetrated into the darkness. After a moment, my little brother's voice came from the cellar. There is no danger in your hands. I didn't rush to go on. Still instructed. You come up first. After a while, the little brother climbed up intact. After I observed carefully, confirmed that he is not strange, I made up my mind to go down by myself. After all, Yi Fanyu mentioned it before. The villagers can change their appearance. Imitate the pure people. If you continue rashly, you may encounter danger. What's below? I asked. It's very dark in my mind. There was dry blood on the wall. Some torture instruments are mostly whips, wax oil, rope, cross locks and the like. Yi Fanyu sneered after hearing this. The village chief's hobbies are really unique. I frowned slightly and looked down at young Dongqing's way. Yang Dongqing walked silently at the front. Lead everyone into the cellar one by one. Only a few younger brothers were left to guard outside. After entering the cellar, everyone immediately saw a huge crosslock placed in the center. There are still blood on the handcuffs and shackles. There are still short whip candles left on the wooden table next to it. There are even some women's clothing. This place is really disgusting. It is difficult to store food and enter the island and other despicable things. Yi Fanyu cursed inwardly. Then walked forward. Pick up the red candle on the table. Fine. There are 3 candles that can be used. Mr. Su. You have many people. I'll keep one of these candles. You guys share the rest. Just finished speaking. The surroundings suddenly became extremely quiet. Yi Fanyu turned his head slightly. I found that everyone's eyes were staring at the crosslock behind him. He felt his scalp numb in an instant. Holding back without hesitation. Turn your head and look back at the same time. The pupils suddenly contracted. I don't know when a woman appeared on the empty crosslock. The woman is thin. Threaded hair. The limbs are fixed to the crosslock. Like a tortured dying corpse. This scene made everyone's heart beat faster. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense. Yi Fanyu was even more shocked and angry. Directly stimulate the flame bomb in your hand. The flames passed through the air. The woman was filled with a breath of destruction. However, the flame bullet penetrated the woman's body directly. Smashed hard in the corner of the cellar. The entire cellar trembled violently. There is a dead silence in the cellar. Everyone held their breath. His eyes were staring at the mysterious woman. It seems that the disaster will come in the next second. At this time, Time's silhouette. Yi Fanyu was surprised to see what is the silhouette of time. Yang Dongqing asked under my eyes. Yi Fanyu took a deep breath. I've heard from others, too. The so-called silhouette of time. It is a fragment or picture that cuts time like paper cutting. To put it bluntly, it's like watching a movie. And the director is time. Everything that happens is recorded by time. Then it appears because of some mysterious power. It should be that I just took the candle and triggered some opportunity to make the time silhouette. Everyone can rest assured. Time's silhouette. Show only sound and screen. There are no dangers. Time is so boring. Record everything. Yang Dongqing looked at the woman in the picture. Frowning so much that he was disgusted with this kind of thing. Yi Fanyu shook his head. Not everything is recorded. There are only some people with special significance. Or maybe the protagonist in the picture is in a certain extreme emotion resonates with time. It will be recorded. Or the woman in the picture is the source of the dream. In other words, this is his nightmare. Yang Dongqing's eyes fell on the woman's floral skirt. His clothes are very retro styles. Not like modern people, but more like people from decades ago. Could this be a nightmare decades ago? It should be a nightmare world. It is composed of endless nightmares. Modern people have nightmares. The same goes for ancient people. So, sometimes we encounter ancient scenes in the nightmare world. It's not impossible. While everyone was talking, there was suddenly another person in the silhouette of time. That's a skin. A young man with an honest and black face. He was still dragging a plate of steaming dumplings in his hand. A look of thought appeared in my eyes. It seems that this man was among the villagers before. Ting Ting. I'll come to see you. The man walked quickly to the woman. Delighted Ting Ting. Look. I brought you my favorite dumplings. The woman on the crosslock seemed to be awakened. Raise your head with difficulty. Everyone finally saw her face clearly. It was a dirty little face. But you can vaguely see the woman's face is arrogant. The most eye-catching thing is the clear eyes. But this matter has long been covered by fear and fear. After the woman saw the steaming dumplings in front of her, only in my eyes are full of vitality. Ting Ting. My dad abused you again. Yes or no? The man looked at Ting Ting's haggard appearance. Anger flashed in his eyes. Don't worry. I will definitely save you. Come. Let's eat dumplings first. You must hold on. The man carefully grabbed a dumpling with his hands and blew it. Then handed it to Tingting's mouth. Tingting is hard. Is Zhangbian delicious to chew in small mouthfuls? This is the man. I did it with my own hands, and there was a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. There is a hint of eagerness and desire in the voice. Very delicious, Tingting said in a weak voice. A smile appeared on his dirty face. That smile is very innocent. No impurities or disguise. The man received a positive answer. He was trembling with excitement. Very good. I knew, Tingting, you would like. After all, this is dog meat dumplings, and dog meat I made myself. Tingting trembled slightly. The man became more and more excited. Yes. It's the big yellow dog you have raised since childhood. Don't look at him getting old now. I really have some strength. When I killed her with a knife, she almost bitten. Once this statement is spoken, everyone saw it instantly. The originally innocent smile gradually became stiff. It seems to be sealed by a layer of ice. Finally it was broken and eaten. Tingting. Don't you like dumplings the most? The man rudely stuffed the dumplings into Tingting's mouth. The expression became more and more exciting, even with a hint of hideousness. Ha ha, what a fool. You really believe it? Since you were imprisoned, that old dog has been where I went to find dog meat. At most I will do it for you. 2 dog bones. Yan Dongqing both tightly tied his joints. Make a crackling sound of friction. His face was gloomy. Anger surged in his eyes. It seems to erupt in the next second. This beast. He almost clenched his teeth. If it is not the drawing in front of you, the picture is false. He had already rushed up and tore the man apart. However, you are crazy and still in the future. After the man feeds the dumplings, begin to tear around. Your crazy smile and the pain that stopped echoed in your knowledge. How about the scream? Stop, have I fallen here? Do you know what I like you the most? It's your dirty body. Haha, bastard. Yang Dongqing. He could no longer help but punch the man. However, this punch hit the air. This is useless. But you can't change it, he said quietly. Yan Dongdong's chest was undulating violently. Turn your head and turn your face away. Can't bear it. Look, it's about to open soon. It's just Tingting in front of you and the dead seller. His eyes were dull. Tears have dried up. His eyes fell on the pain of being trashed on the ground. I've written the picture. Anything usually happens. But I've been clear about it long ago. Not still. But Ting in the picture is in a quiet and endless despair and pain. Sudden. I noticed the changes in the picture keenly. Pointing to the shadow in the corner. The black shadow appeared. Everyone was alert for a moment. Subconsciously dispersed. But soon discovered. The so-called black shadow does not appear in reality, but in the picture. The shadows in the corner of the cellar slowly twist, turning his head and extending his face, but he has become a personal figure. That shape is exactly the same as the black shadow we saw before. It seems that only bones are left. Slim arms, almost hanging to the ground. The black shadows walked towards Tingting lightly. And Tingting looked at him dumbly. I've long been desperate. There wasn't even a trace of fear. The dark shadow stretched out his hand gracefully. It was a slender arm made of shadows. It seems like an invitation to Tingting. Are you a nightmare in my grandmother's mouth? Tingting asked weakly. The shadow did not respond. He just continued to reach out and stopped in front of her. No hesitation. Tingting's handcuffed little hand, holding the black shadow's hand tightly. The picture came to an abrupt end. The room fell into a dead silence. Everyone was speechless. Tingting's experience made everyone feel depressed. I frowned. Said thoughtfully. If this is a nightmare for rest, so what is a black shadow? In theory, she should be the monster in the nightmare. But from the picture, she seems to have appeared in reality. Yi Fanyu suddenly proposed another possibility. Maybe the shadow comes from other people's nightmare. She invaded reality. Found Ting Ting. And some kind of reaction. This led to the nightmare today. It may not be Ting Ting's nightmare at all. But the shadow created all this. I nodded. In either case, the dark shadows are the key. The way to crack the nightmare may be hidden in him. Everyone briefly discussed it. No one can draw a clear conclusion. In the end, I had to go back to the ground first. Mr. Su. I'll go to the second floor to rest first. I didn't find food after a while. She seems to be sleeping. Save bones. The arms are like Buddha. Only arrived at the land. And Ting Ting said tiredly. I nodded. He promised that he had a long rest without eating or drinking. Didn't close your eyes. If it were Iron Man, he would have to fall. I arranged a few simple sentences. So he asked Zhao Chaoyao and others to rest. Then, I took Yang Dongqing to the third floor. Yang Dongqing is my personal bodyguard. Of course, he couldn't go to the next room to rest. After entering the room, Yang Dongqing's face was gloomy. His mood obviously has not recovered from Ting Ting's tragic experience. Although he is an extraordinary person. But he is also a passionate young man. Facing this kind of thing, his views on his three views were completely unacceptable. I lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling. In my mind, I was thinking about the relationship between Ting Ting and the Black Shadow. Sudden. My nose felt hot. It was blood when I raised my hand and touched it. I chuckled. One step closer to death. Although I entered the nightmare world. But it was not like Yang Dongqing said. Perceived the so-called bronze law. It seems that I really don't have any talent. I closed my eyes. Try to mobilize perception again. Looking for the mysterious bronze-green window fruit. Still nothing was found. At this time, a thud sound came from the window. I opened my eyes. Yang Dongqing also stood up immediately. Staring at the window behind the curtains. The sound of knocking. Apparently there were guests coming from outside. I said with a smile. Walk slowly to the window. Use your cane to open the curtains. A familiar woman stood outside the window. Jasmine. Yang Dongqing was shocked. Jasmine. Why did you know him? Not finished speaking yet. Suddenly remembered Li Chang and Yi Fanyu's previous description of the villagers. These villagers will become relatives. Touch you to open the door. Damn it. Yang Dongqing was furious. After clenched his fists and came out of the cellar. His anger has been unhappy. At the moment, this nightmare monster turned into Jasmine. It made him even more furious. Jasmine looked frightened outside the window. Puffing the window anxiously. Yang Dongqing. I'm so scared. Where is this? Shut up, you monster, Yang Dongqing roars. Jasmine's face changed suddenly. Full of grievance. What are you talking about? Yang Dongqing. I'm Jasmine. I'm not a monster. I'll go to find you before seeing you fainted. Just about to wake you up. As a result, I was dizzy myself. I woke up here. Yang Dongqing was stunned. Then he stared at me with murderous intent. You brought Jasmine in too. I'm not in a hurry. Smiling with interest. Interesting. Not only has the ability to transform. It can also read some memory. The best thing is, she also descends to the halo. Answer. Yang Dongqing pounced at me like a tiger and clenched her fists. It seems to explode at any time. I still said slowly. Madness. Before you get angry. Can you think about it first? What floor is this? Yang Dongqing suddenly regained some rationality. She walked quickly to the window. Staring at Jasmine. How did you get up? I climbed up. Yang Dongqing. Why are you doing this? I'm so scared. Let me come in and climb up. Jasmine is so weak. The exterior wall of the third floor is full of moss. How could she climb up? And how do you know exactly what I am in the room on the third floor? Jasmine's face, is broken like a broken porcelain. Tears kept rolling down. Yang Dongqing. Why don't you believe me? I observed with interest. I think this fake Jasmine's acting skills are even better than that of real Jasmine. Yang Dongqing suddenly pulled up the curtains. Don't bother to pay attention to it anymore. But I raised my eyebrows. Pull the curtains open again. What are you doing? I'm curious about the behavior patterns of these monsters. I want to see how far she can act. I smiled. Yang Dongdong snorted coldly. Turn around and stop looking at Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing. Jasmine shouted anxiously. Smiling and looking out the window, Miss Jasmine. Yang Dongqing's heart is as hard as iron. But I'm different. I can't stand it. Women are not as good as you cry. Please me. Jasmine's attention was attracted by me. My big eyes flashed. I'm very squinting. I thought I couldn't read my thoughts. It seems that strong mental power is still useful. Jasmine quickly put away her tears. Turning to show a charming smile. Bite your lips lightly. He started to take off his clothes whenever he had a disagreement. Am I beautiful? Damn. Pick it up and pick it up. Yang Dongqing roared angrily. Pull the curtains up suddenly. I thought something. It seems that the beauty trick is his last method. Then, I opened my mouth and said to Jasmine behind the curtains. If you can help me become a Superman, I can let you in. Holly, was stunned. You treat this nightmare monster as a wishing pool. I shrugged. He wants to come in so much. It's not too much for me to make some small requests. However, Jasmine behind the curtains was silent. I haven't responded for a long time to open the curtains. It turned out that the person was gone. I whispered in a low voice. The next second there was a knock outside the door. Mr. Su. Are you okay? I seemed to hear something. Yi Fanqing's voice came. Fine. A villager just came. Now I'm leaving. That's good. Can I come in and talk about some new discoveries? Of course, I signaled Yang Dongqing to open the door. Yang Dongqing reluctantly walked to the door. Turned the door handle. With the sizzling sound from the door, a beastly roar sounded. The door was suddenly knocked open. A ferocious figure rushed towards Yang Dongqing. Push him to the ground. Sharp teeth headed straight to his neck. Yang Dongqing's neck, which was as hard as steel, made a harsh friction sound. Only then did he realize that it was not Yi Fanyu who came in at all, but a villager was still in shock. Yang Dongqing broke free and turned over hard, pressing the villagers under them. A pair of iron fists fell like raindrops, until the head of the villagers was smashed. What the hell is going on? Yang Dongqing stood up panting. Blood has been oozing from the neck. If it is not the fictitiousness of steel, I was probably dead just now. He looked at me, but I found that I stood there with my head down. His body was trembling slightly. He thought it was the scene just now that scared me. Before you can speak. I raised my head suddenly. The pale face was filled with excitement of meditation. Yang Dongqing was shocked. It's so wonderful. Ha ha ha. That's how it feels. My expression became more and more crazy. An abnormal blush appeared on his pale face. I looked at Yang Dongqing with a fiery look. That's the surprise I wanted. Do you know? Just a little bit. Just a little bit. If it was me who opened the door just now. I'm dead now. It's a pity that I'm too weak and I can't afford it anymore. I didn't expect that I had escaped a disaster. Wonderful. It's amazing. Ha ha ha. At this time, a tragic trembling sound came from downstairs. Then I won't say how I got into the village. Say they can't get into the sun. I was scolded. Rather than cursing here, I said with a gentle expression, if I don't go down. A crazy look. In a blink of an eye, she looked elegant like a nobleman. At this time, The downstairs are already in a mess. About 5 organizations have organized villagers to break into the house. He is fighting with the people from the Viper gang. I followed the direction the villagers entered. Go. I found out they came out of the toilet on the first floor. Yang Dongqing did not hesitate. Rush forward immediately. Use the body of steel to repel the villagers. Clear the road. Mr. Su. Mr. Yang is careful of the windows of the toilet on the first floor. I don't know who destroyed it. Yi Fanyu saw us downstairs with his eyes wide open and shouted anxiously. My smile was deeper. It seems that there is a traitor in our team. But now is not the time to find a traitor. I ordered. Yang Dongqing opens the way. Yang Dongqing's face moved. Roaring angrily. The muscles are bulging. Charge against the villagers. He rushed into the iron body of the villagers. Ignore the attack. The arms are like a pair of giant hammers. Wave left and right. However, these villagers simply ignore the injuries. Ignore the pain. Even if the head is sunken. The neck stalk is broken. Still roaring. He rushed toward Yang Dongqing. Fan Yu and the Snake Gang didn't take Yang Dongqing either. Of course, it was just shooting at Yang Dongqing. With the joint efforts of everyone. The villagers hanging on Yang Dongqing were shot down. The price is just that there are a little bullet marks on Yang Dongqing's body. Can traces of burning flames. He is a body of steel. But that doesn't mean he doesn't feel the pain. One pass. Under the attack, he grinned in pain. I saw the villagers being repelled. The order was immediately issued. And what no one noticed was in chaos. The honest middle-aged man Li Chang secretly picked up a pistol from the body of a poisonous snake gang. When everyone rushed out of the house, it was like falling into an ice cave in an instant. Because the outside of the house is dense. It was like a tide of villagers. They have no expression on their faces. He stared at the evil thoughts in everyone's eyes. Almost overflowing. Return. Return to the room. I said calmly. Yi Fanyu was shocked. Return now. We will be besieged by the villagers outside and inside the house. Wouldn't he become a turtle in the jar? I don't have time to explain. I don't bother to explain. Yi Fanyu doesn't listen to my orders. It does not mean that others don't listen. Yang Dongqing and the people from the Poison Snake Gang immediately returned to the house according to my instructions. Yi Fanyu saw this. His face was extremely ugly. But he could not face a group of villagers outside the house alone. I had to return it to the house as well. Just as he was about to close the door, I stopped him from closing the door and leading them in. The villagers who went upstairs could only enter through the first floor gate and the first floor toilet window. Just bring them all to the first floor. Then we can jump out of the window and leave. A smooth breakthrough. Yi Fanyu looked at my back deeply. Then he went upstairs immediately. Soon, everyone rushed to the third floor. After Yang Dongqing met, the rest jumped into the window. I ordered in an orderly manner. Yang Dongqing didn't hesitate. He blocked the stairs alone. The villagers who flocked into the houses. Want to catch up? Only walk the narrow stairs. The staircase can only accommodate 2 people at a time. Pass once. Facing the 2 villagers was not a big threat to him. I was afraid that the delicate Wan Li was squatting by the window. Hold the window ridge tightly with both hands. He glanced at the ground. Feeling dizzy. Get out of here. You. Zhao Chao behind him was about to kick the slender willow waist. With a harsh scream, Wang Li fell off the window, falling on the mudland. The leader Minguin Zhao Chao would respectfully help me to the window. Then he shouted to the gang members of the Viper Snake downstairs. Ready to catch it. The leader then. Zhao Chaoyao and Yi Fanyu also quickly jumped into the window to escape. Finally, Yang Dongqing, who was covered in scars. When Yang Dongqing jumped off, several arms with bulging veins instantly stretched out from the rear window. Forgive the people and keep the people crowded in the windows. Roar violently. Go quickly. This house cannot trap villagers for too long. Yi Fanyu said in a daze. Walk towards the east end of the village, I said. At this time, Yi Fanyu stood in front of the thatched hut. His face looked very ugly. Mr. Su, is this the house you chose? Not to mention whether this house can accommodate so many people. Just look at the quality of this house. I even suspect that he hasn't finished speaking yet. I interrupted lightly. Mr. Yi. It's hard for me to imagine how you survived 3 nightmare worlds. Do you still remember what the son of the Nakamura chief's son said? Never mind. I guess you probably can't remember it either. The village chief's son said. Since you were imprisoned, that old dog has been guarding your broken thatched house, and he died before he could not eat or drink. Where can I find dog meat? At most, I will get you 2 dog bones. Do you understand now? Yi Fanyu was stunned. You mean that this broken thatched hut is Ting Ting's home? I nodded. If what I expected was not bad, the key to that nightmare should be in this thatched hut. I pushed my brown glasses. Suddenly, the drawing turned around. But before that, it is better to find the person who secretly destroyed the window first. Once this statement is spoken, everyone's faces fell into a drop in sight. Look at each other. For a moment, only the nervous breathing sound remained in the air. Yi Fanyu's sharp eyes swept across everyone. It eventually fell on the venomous snake gang members. Mr. Su, I think the traitor may be in your team. After all, it was fine if we were together for 3 days ago. And as soon as you come in. Not finished his words. But the meaning is self-evident. It's impossible that we can't betray the leader. Zhao Chaoyao glared at him. It seems that faith was insulted by the leader. You must believe it. We cannot betray you for peace of mind. I know. I smiled and reached out my hand to take out the pistol from Zhao Chaoyao's waist. The sound of the bullet loading sounded. Actually, I already know who the traitor is. The gun in my hand slowly passed by everyone's eyes. Yi Fanyu's muscles were tightened immediately. His eyes narrowed slightly. Mr. Su. This joke is not funny. I frowned slightly. You get out of the way. Yi Fanyu was also stunned. What did he realize? Suddenly, it was revealed. He was hiding behind the crowd. Wang Li's delicate Wang Li saw that everyone's eyes were all on her. His little face was so scared that he was pale. He quickly looked back. I hope there is someone behind me. Then he let him go. But this is not the case. Wang Li's face turned paler. He waved his hand in a panic. Not me. How could I destroy the window? Let those monsters come in. Then I will die myself. Yi Fanyu's eyes were also full of doubts. Mr. Su. Have you made a mistake? With his courage, it is indeed impossible to destroy the doors and windows. Yes. Why do you think it is me? Do you have any evidence? Wang Li shouted like she had grabbed the life-saving straw. I smiled and pointed the gun at Wang Li. Of course there is evidence. It was when I jumped off the building before. You deliberately delayed time by the window to prevent me from jumping. Once this statement is spoken, everyone was stunned. What kind of evidence is this? But they also have no need to talk to Wang Li to be enemies with me. Only Yang Dongqing showed unbearable expression on his face. Just wanted to speak. But listen to me continue. Wang Li is indeed afraid of heights. But you are not afraid of heights. Wang Li's expression is consistent. What are you talking about? I am Wang Li. TSK. A trace of blood appeared on my face. Seeing your superb performance, I even kind of want to sign you. When I was the top player in my film and television company. Unfortunately, a nightmare monster like you. Even if the contract is signed, it shouldn't be recognized by the law. Nightmare monster leaf. Fan Yu's face changed slightly. Mr. Su. You mean the real Wang Li is dead? The person in front of me was a disguise of a villager. I shook my head. I prefer that he is Wang Li. It's just Wang Li who becomes a villager. Haven't you ever thought that the villagers used to be human beings? Now it has become a nightmare monster? Wang Li was also a human being. Why can't it change? Wang Li kept waving her anxious arms. Fourth, I want to clear my suspicion. I'm not with you from beginning to end. How could I become a nightmare monster? Don't swear. At this time, Li Chang seemed to have thought of something. His face suddenly looked ugly. You're not always with us. When I met Mr. Su before, you ran back alone. Once this statement is spoken, the atmosphere became solemn in an instant. Yi Fanyu and Yang Dongqing both sat a distance from Wan Li, staring at him with a fierce look. You guys, I'm really not monsters. Wu Wan Li started to lose him after a disagreement. Why? I am the most shameful woman to cry. I said pity. So you'd better die. I slowly lifted my pistol, pointed Wang Li's head. Wan Li was so scared that she didn't dare to cry. Keep covering your head with your hands. Attempt to resist bullets in this ridiculous way. Don't kill me. This is just your guess. You have no evidence to prove that I am a nightmare. No. I have something, I said lightly. As long as you lend me a shot. If you die, then you are Wan Li. If you are not dead. Of course, it is the expression of the villager Wang Li. At this time, the shock can no longer be described in words. Anger, fear, all kinds of complex emotions merged into his little face. I'm dead and it's Wan Li. If you guessed it wrong, wouldn't I be in vain? Even though you are dead. But at least I left my innocence in the world. I shrugged. Said disdainfully, clean. I'm banging a huge gunshot. The sound of rain in the sky was temporarily overwhelmed. A metal bullet shot into Wan Li's smooth forehead accurately. His voice came to an abrupt end. He fell to the ground in response. Yi Fanyu was shocked. Not scared by the gunshots. But I was scared. He experienced 3 nightmare worlds. I think I have lost my conscience. Can't be called a good person. But now, he suddenly felt that he was a good person. The most angry. I won't be so indifferent to people's face. Although you, Yang Dongqing, glared at you. But the next roar of a flying man interrupted his words. A violent roar came from Wan Li's body for the next moment. I saw that the dead Wan Li actually stood up. Not using both hands to claim to be emperor. He stood up straight. There is no expression on the pale face. Only one pair of eyes. Full of passionate evil thoughts. It's exactly the same as the villagers. What is it really him? Yang Dongqing was shocked. He didn't expect that I actually guessed it right. Actually, I only know that it's not by guessing. But I am 100% sure. It is concluded that Wang Li has become a monster. Because my hypnosis failed when I tried to hypnosis. Wang Li sure met a hypnotic villager. The same reaction. Yi Fanyu watched Wang Li roar and rushed over. His face suddenly became dark. Lift your right hand. His fingers were pointed at him as a gun. He shouted in a low voice. 5-finger smoke cartridge, bang 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 bang. 3 hot flames instantly shot out from his fingertips. Hit directly on Wang Li. Fires are splashing everywhere. In an instant, Wang Li was swallowed by the flames. Turns into disappearance. After solving Wan Li, Yi Fanyu walked slowly. I asked in a low voice. Mr. Su. What the hell is going on? How could Wan Li suddenly become a villager? In theory, these villagers can only be private. There is no way to turn people into similar types. I smiled faintly. Do you still remember those people who were dragged into the darkness by the shadows? Where do you think they will go? Yi Fanyu was stunned. Could it be that the black shadow turned the villagers into monsters? This is just a guess at the moment. I pointed to the worn thatched hut with a snake-patterned wooden cane. Said with great sensation. Maybe the answer is here. Yang Dongqing. I called out softly. Didn't give him specific instructions. He just took the lead. Enter the thatched hut. Obviously well trained. He quickly opened the door of the house. Enter it. After confirming safety, please welcome everyone in. Although the house is old, but according to all 5 organs. A shabby wooden chair. A square table with paint loss. There is an old-fashioned cabinet rail against the wall. Leaf. Fan Yu was looking outside the house. Suddenly, the roar of the villagers came. His face changed. Closed the door suddenly. Through the crack of the door, he looked at the gradually approaching villagers and felt a tight heart. Fortunately, the villagers arrived at the door. He actually stopped. He breathed a sigh of relief. When I turned around, I saw that I was bringing out a plate of dumplings from the teacher's cabinet. The dumplings have become dry. Even a little sensible. But now I feel so hungry. Yi Fanyu and Li Chang still couldn't help but their eyes shone. I chuckled. If you want to eat, Yi Fanyu quickly assigns it. There are 12 in total. I'll take you 4, Li Chang, and I dare not refute it. I can only nod and hard. Although hesitant, but Li Chang still bit his teeth. Grab the dumplings and eat them hard for a moment. 4. Yi Fanyu saw Li Chang finished eating. Reassured only if you have nothing to do. I started eating myself. How come Mr. Su has dumplings here? Yi Fanyu finished eating dumplings. Can't help asking. Just. My performances have made him clear. Realizing that my Ji is far above her. Because this is Tingting's home. I said calmly. Yi Fanyu was about to continue asking questions. A muffled sound suddenly came from the bed in the bedroom. Everyone was stunned. Who came out from under the bed with his eyes in unison? Yi Fanyu roared. A flame ignited on the fingers. He was about to fire a salt bomb. I raised my hand to stop her and said softly. Ting-ting. We are not bad guys, right? The dark shadow under the bed heard this. After a moment of pause, a timid little girl's voice came. Are you really not bad guys? Will it really not hurt Ting-ting? Everyone was shocked. This sound is wrong. Ting-ting is clearly a girl. But the sound under the bed was the voice of the little girl. The smile on my face became gentler. He smiled softly and firmly like a big brother next door. Ting-ting is a good boy. Of course we won't hurt. Ting-ting hesitated for a while. Finally, I slowly crawled out from under the bed. It's a little girl about 6 years old. Small body. But it is a bit agile. Like a deer in the mountains. She was wearing worn-out clothes. Looking at us timidly. A photo frame was tightly held in his hand. Yi Fanyu and others dare not relax their vigilance. I was secretly alert in my heart. After all, Wang Li's mutated world pieces are still vivid in my mind. However, Ting-ting in front of her is indeed somewhat similar to Ting-ting in her memory. Yi Fanyu asked suspiciously. Mr. Su. This little girl is much smaller than Ting-ting before. Could it be a sister? I shook my head. He said with a firm look. No. She is Ting-ting, and Yi Fanyu even more confused. How do you know? I said disapprovingly. This is Ting-ting's home. Ting-ting is naturally here. Otherwise, who else could it be? Yi Fanyu was speechless. And I squatted down and softened. Ask Ting-ting. Ting-ting. Why are you hiding under the bed? The little girl answered me timidly. I just heard a sound and hid in fear. There are bad people outside. They will bully Ting-ting. She said, glanced at the empty plate on the wooden table. The little face sank. Tears appeared in his eyes. That's the dumplings left to me by my grandma. Li Chang, who just ate dumplings. A little embarrassed to scratch my head. Yi Fanyu didn't care. Instead, he looked alert. Grandmother? Where is your grandma? Ting-ting pointed at everyone with grievance. Behind. Grandma is there. Yi Fanyu looked back. There is only an old wooden rocking chair behind me. No one. But the rocking chair was shaken without wind. It made a creaking sound. In an instant, A chill surged on her back. It made her creepy. I smiled slightly. He bowed slightly to the rocking chair calmly. "Hello, mother-in-law." Yang Dongqing asked nervously. "You can see." I couldn't see my shrugging. But Li Jie must say hello to his elders. Anyway, it should be there. At this time, Ting Ting said. Grandma said. "You are a polite young man." I smiled and nodded to the rocking chair. "Thank you for your praise for your mother-in-law. You are also a kind elder." Everyone was so angry that they were so weird that they were so angry that they were so weird that they were so angry 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 that they were. The empty rocking chair in front of me seemed to have a living thing. Suddenly Ting Ting said. "It's almost dark." Grandma said. "You can stay there." Everyone was already looking out the window. The sky was covered by a thick layer of dark clouds. I took out my pocket watch and looked at it. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It was really dark this day. Yi Fanyu whispered in a low voice as he looked at the rocking chair. "Mr. Su. It's too weird here. Before dark. We have to leave quickly." But I was very calm. "It's very safe here. Ting Ting and her mother-in-law are there. Where does the danger come from? Yi Fanyu is in a hurry to be safe. Why do you think they are safe and there is no one on this rocking chair? You said she was kind." I smiled calmly. "My mother-in-law took us to take refuge. This is not called kindness. What else is it called?" Yi Fanyu was so angry that he couldn't speak. But seeing that I insist, don't dare to leave alone. Just then, the creaking sound of rocking chairs suddenly stopped. Everyone was nervous in an instant. "Are you sweating coldly?" The rocking chair stopped. "It means that my mother-in-law has come down." After a moment, the candles on the table were spontaneously burned without wind. "Gives a faint light." The little bird still Ting Ting suddenly stood up. He said to the air, "It's dark." The bad guys left. "Grandma, I'm going out to find my sister." Everyone froze in an instant. All his eyes were locked on the air beside Ting Ting. Although nothing can be seen. But they knew clearly. A kind mother-in-law was watching them there. Ting Ting ran out the door while jumping. The figure gradually disappeared. In the darkness of the night, everyone was speechless in this strange scene. Only pray silently. The night can be spent safely. And I also stood up and looked at the air. It's dark for my mother-in-law. My eyes are not very good. If you bump into you, please include it. After saying that, I walked straight to the bedroom where the little girl had been. When I come out again, there is already an extra frame in my hand. It was the photo frame that Ting Ting had been holding tightly before. That was a yellowed black and white photo. Family service. There are 4 people in the photo, one with a head full of silver hair. The old woman with a hunched body. Ting Ting stood beside her. A bright smile. The other 2 in the photo have no heads. It can only be seen from the clothes and body that a man and a woman are holding each other left and right. Ting Ting's hands look younger. "This fan you came over." Frown. "These 2 are Zayading's parents, right? But why there is no head?" My deep eyes are not important. The point is that there is one person missing in the photo. Who? Yi Fanyu was shocked. "My sister." I pushed my glasses. A faint Ting Ting. Just said she was going to find her sister. But there is no sister in the family photo. Who is the sister? Who is the night completely coming at this time? One of them jumped and swayed. Come and make a creaking sound. Just as everyone holds their breath. An old song came from the darkness. Sleep peacefully in the night fog. The devil whispered to him. The moonlight peeks through the crack of the window and chases the dark shadows in the corner. Everyone became nervous in an instant. Subconsciously clenched the weapon in his hand. This is a lullaby. My eyes narrowed slightly. Staring at the rocking chair. listening to the old singing, continued to answer. The wind blows the candlelight and shakes the dark embrace. Quiet. Close your eyes. Don't run around. Fear slowly in my heart, let's sleep, don't wake up, the shadows are silent in the corner. Sleep, don't open your eyes wide. There are hands in the darkness. Dark soul, you cross the bridge. Sleep, sleep, close your eyes. Don't hide from the lost path of your soul and find no relief. Sleeping on this night. Don't ask whether it's fake or true. Until dawn breaks. The nightmare will turn around. The song looks particularly weird in the dark night. Everyone felt their scalp numb. At this moment, no one noticed the corner where the candlelight could not be shown in the house. A shadow slowly rises. Finally turned into a long-lived human form. What does this lyric mean? Yi Fanyu subconsciously asked me. But the moment I turned to look at me, his scalp exploded instantly. The face turned violent and fierce, pointing at the dark shadow behind me, screaming. Everyone looked at me quickly. Sure enough, I saw a slender arm standing behind me. A black shadow that looks like a mummy. Zhao Chao must rise slowly. He shouted nervously. Su ran in hand. There is a shadow behind you. Yang Dongqing stared at the shadow and shouted. The atmosphere is extremely depressing. But I was not panicked at all. Instead, he said with a chuckle. Behind me? Yi Fanyu shouted. Mr. Su. Let's take your place soon. But I turned around calmly. The black shadow was stretching out his dry arms towards me. Almost touched my face. I chuckled. Are you going to invite me? The black shadow silently approached the sharp fingertips and almost touched my eyes. I smiled slightly. Extend your hand toward the black shadow. I accept your invitation the next moment. A white and slender palm, holding the shadow's hand tightly. Everyone was shocked. Leader Su ran. You and I turned around and smiled at everyone. The faint candlelight flashed slightly on my face. Don't worry about the answer being hidden in that lullaby. After saying that, I closed my eyes. Join hands with the shadows. Walk into the dark house. Sinking into a dead silence. After a long time, Yang Dongqing spoke. Although he is a lunatic. But I really don't think he will take the initiative to die. He just said the answer is in the lullaby. Maybe something was discovered. A trace of thought flashed in Yi Fanyu's eyes. The lyrics of the lullaby say, there are hands in the darkness that want to invite you across the bridge. Then close your eyes and don't hide. The soul cannot find relief when it is lost. What you should say about having hands in the dark is the shadow. Then close your eyes. Don't hide. Could it be the way to deal with the shadows? It is also possible that Su Ran did close his eyes just now. Mr. Su actually tried his best to make the lyrics. This was simply because Yi Fanyu hesitated for a moment. Not finished speaking. Yang Dongqing answered his words. Madman. That's right. He's just a lunatic. Nothing is surprising to do. Bastard. How dare you insult the leader? What free arrangements do the leader want to make? It's your turn to talk nonsense here. Zhao Chao wants to angrily. Instead, he spoke angrily. Yang Dongqing glanced at him coldly. I don't bother to pay attention to it at all. This has been brainwashed long ago. Wash the stupid person. Now is not the time to argue. Let's go separately to find candles and food. Since the shadow has appeared, this means that it is no longer safe. Yi Fanyu suggested. Everyone looked at each other. In the end, he agreed to Yi Fanyu's proposal. At this time, my eyes closed. Being led by the black shadow, walking slowly forward. Like a big hand made of shadows. Cold and hard. It's like some kind of monster died. The corpse's hands were silent. I can't hear the dark shadows in my footsteps. I was not panicked at all. Instead, I look forward to it. Before in the silhouette of time. Seeing Tingting holding hands with the black shadow. I guessed that the shadows pulled people into the darkness. It may not be killing people directly. Because Ting in the silhouette of time obviously knows black shadows. He even talked to the black shadow. Are you the nightmare that Grandma mentioned? This sentence shows that Ting learned about the existence of the black shadow from her grandmother a long time ago. The lullaby my grandmother just sang. I guess I sang it to her every night. As for why Ting was not turned into a monster by the black shadow? It must be just following Grandma's words. Close your eyes in the shadows and walked hand in hand. And I can't live for a few days. That's why I chose to follow the shadow. Even if you can't become an extraordinary person, become a monster like a villager. It seems to be good. After all, those guys are very strong. And it's hard to be killed. I followed the shadows all the way. I found that the ground was tilted a little. It's like walking on a bridge. Then I recalled the mention in the song. There are hands in the darkness. Want to pull you across the bridge? Keep going forward. The slope of the bridge gradually decreases. It seems that I have crossed the bridge. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in my ears. Leader. I heard that this was the younger brother who had been taken away by the black shadow. His voice was filled with excitement. I didn't expect to meet your leader here. Are you here to save me? With the sound of fast footsteps, my brother ran to me anxiously. I still closed my eyes and the corners of my mouth, showing a playful smile. I was too lazy to respond. My brother's voice is closer, almost in my ears and hands. Why don't you speak? Open your eyes and look at me. I frowned. Still rolling with your eyes closed. Stay away, my steps are paused. The voice became resentful. Leader, are you going to abandon me? I've been following you all the time. I snorted disdainfully. The lyrics have already given me the answer. Close your eyes. Don't be fooled by the black movies. Otherwise you will be lost in the darkness. As for when? Open your eyes. Of course I'm waiting until dawn. Breathing becomes rapid. There was chill in his tone. Since you want to abandon me, then you don't want to die alive. Did he rush over crazy? But I was unmoved at all. Move on. Really? When the sound of my brother charging reached my ears, it ended suddenly in an instant. Everything returned to silence. Not long after, the sounds of Chow Yao and Yifan Yu and others came from his ears. There are many talks about it, flowing into my ears. I still keep my eyes closed. There was a sneer on the corner of his mouth. These sounds faded away as they approached. It seemed like it had never existed before and walked for a while. This time I heard some different voices. It's the young child's voice. Hey hey. The big fool is coming. The children's playful sounds followed one after another. Go quickly. Go quickly. We play with fools. Ting's grievance sounded. Ting is not a fool. You're not a fool yet. Your parents are stupid because of you. Don't want you anymore. You are talking nonsense. Grandma said. Mom and Dad are working outside. I don't want it. Ting's mockery sounded in her ears. I keep moving forward. However, the innocent voices of those children have become more mature. It seems like I've grown up. Ting, let's play together. Okay. Ting's voice was expectant, but soon became terrified. This game is not fun at all. You are all bad guys. You bullied Ting and then the old lady roared. You beasts are accompanied by the sounds and screams of wooden sticks. I heard this sound. It's Ting's grandmother Ting. You remember. When my grandmother goes to work in the field during the day, you must lock the door. Don't open the door to anyone. Grandma made your favorite dumplings. Just in the cabinet. Ting responded well when she was hungry. Grandma Ting remembered. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out again. Ting can't open the door for her uncle. Grandma said. Uncle is a bad guy. Uncle Ting? How could it be a bad person? Did you see that uncle brought you your favorite lollipop? Tingting hesitated for a moment. Really? Of course it's true. Open the door quickly. You lied to others and you were a bad person. Hey hey. Tingting is getting more and more watery as she grows. Hey. Look at this fool. I took the dumplings to the cemetery again. A burst of laughter rang in my ears. Yes. She really believed it. Some people say that her grandmother is sleeping underground. She went everywhere to ask for dumplings. Why? I heard that just give her dumplings. Before the words were finished. It's England's abrupt end. Only then did I realize. The hand of the black shadow holding in his hand has long disappeared. I slowly opened my eyes. What caught my eye was a dim and dilapidated house. The sky outside the house was already shining. I lowered my head. I saw the little girl Tingting standing in front of me. He was looking at me with curious expressions on his head. Big brother. You were sleeping while standing. I smiled gently. Gently rubbed Tingting's dry hair. Yes. The eldest brother fell asleep while standing. Tingting covered her mouth and smiled when she heard this. Big brother. Who would sleep standing and sleep when you lied to others? I looked surprised. Are you actually sleeping while standing? Tingting is so smart. Tingting smiled happier. A pair of big eyes bent into a crescent moon. Of course. Grandma said Tingting is the smartest child in the world. I smiled and nodded. Tingting is the smartest child in the world. At this time, Tingting seemed to have thought of something. Run quickly to the cabinet. Open the cabinet door. Serve a plate of dumplings. Big brother. Do you want to eat dumplings? Big brother? Tingting and Grandma like to eat dumplings the most. Just then, the voices of several people came from outside the house. It's so fast. Yang Dongqing frowned. I complained that Feng Xiao smiled in this place. Stay there continuously. It will only cause trouble for the shadows. Listen to me. Let's change the place. Can't change. Need a nest. We must be firmly aware of it. Need the leader to come back. What should I do if I can't find us? Why? You really think Mr. Su's child is looking at his feet? He found that I was still open my eyes and reflected the doors of the thatched huts in the house. Opened one by one. Everyone stopped and stopped. Looking at the door in unison. I saw a figure slowly walking out of me. Wearing a suit holding a snake-patterned cane. Wearing brown glasses on her face. Every move is calm and composed. The leader Zhao Chao was going to wait for the little brother of the Viper Snake Gang. Seeing me, I was very excited in an instant. Don't go over. Yi Fan Yu stopped them. His eyes were fixed on me. Mr. Su. Are you still you? I smiled calmly. Of course I've said it long ago. The leader will have no trouble. Zhao Chao was so excited that he wanted to step forward. But Yi Fan Yu stopped him again. Etc. Do you have any evidence to prove it? Hearing this, the smile on the corner of my mouth became deeper. Mr. Yi seemed to have forgotten that I pushed my eyes lightly again. The smile cooled instantly. Said lightly. Forgot what I think of, let me prove to you that you are worthy? Yi Fan Yu's face turned a little longer. A blue one, the white Zhao Chao had to wait for others to stop hesitating. They walked behind me one after another. Yang Dongqing hesitated for a moment and followed. Mr. Yang looked embarrassed even with your eyes. Yang Dongqing said without looking back. The nightmare monster would not think so. Yi Fan Yu's face became more and more embarrassing. Only a nervous Li Chang was left beside him. I smiled faintly. So? Mr. Yi, do you understand now? It doesn't matter whether I'm a nightmare or not. What matters is the truth. Always stand on my side. Yi Fan Yu snorted coldly. You call people the truth. I smiled slightly. Don't care about the many authentic people. It's just a manifestation of strength. And power and truth. Li Chang hesitated for a moment. Followed in. Only Yi Fan Yu's face was gloomy and bloomy. stand at the door for a long time. Finally, he entered the house with a calm face. Yifanyu's eyes fell on the plate in Tingting's hand. It was a plate of dumplings. You take a few steps. He grabbed the dumplings from Tingting's hand. That was given to me by my grandmother. Tingting's little mouth. I was about to cry. Yifanyu didn't care at all. When I got the dumplings, I started to eat them. Yang Donqing! I shouted. Yang Donqing was upset. Can't hold back any longer? I rushed up and wanted to grab the dumplings. Yifanyu didn't expect him to take action. How come you are being retreated? On the contrary, Tingting waved her hands anxiously and her face turned red. Don't fight. Tingting doesn't like fighting. If you want to eat dumplings, give them to you. Yang Donqing held his footsteps. Some hesitation. Yifanyu said with a sneer. Don't be fooled by his appearance. You really think he is a human being? He is probably the nightmare monster. Don't quarrel. Jiaozi Tingting doesn't want it. Tingting is getting more anxious. He is kind-hearted. Don't want to see people having disputes. Yifanyu looked at Yang Donqing proudly. Did you hear it? He said he didn't want it anymore. Yifanqing had no choice but to let go of his fist. Yifanyu picked up the dumplings. Please come here and be hungry. This time I will nod my head to you too, Li Chang. But after picking up the dumplings, suddenly frowning. Strangeness. Yesterday was 12. Why are there only 11? Yifanyu looking at him carefully today. I found that there was indeed one less than yesterday. He looked at Tingting. Why there was one missing? Did you steal it? Or was it hidden by you? Tingting shook her little head. I didn't eat or hide it. It's Grandma who just packed so much. Yifanyu snorted coldly. No more to say. Continue to lower your head and eat. Yang Donqing turned her eyes to me. What exactly happened after you left? I didn't intend to hide my words. But I thought the same. Just close your eyes and hold the Black Shadow's hand. Through the darkness. Then you can repent safely. Yang Donqing was stunned. It's that simple. I smiled. It's simple for me. But it's not certain for you. In the darkness, all kinds of illusions will tempt you to open your eyes. Just open your eyes. We'll be lost in it. Finally turned into a monster like a villager. Yang Donqing curled his lips disdainfully. Just close your eyes. What's hard? Since I know it's an illusion, I'm not sure I'll open my eyes. I smiled slightly. You're right. Yang Donqing's face sank angry. She always feels like I'm making fun of her. But there is no evidence. At this time, my words change. In the darkness, I also got some information about Tingting. I looked at Tingting. Seeing her running to the bedroom again. He is focusing on combing the little doll's hair. I slowly told me about Tingting that I heard in the darkness. After listening to Yang Donqing, his face suddenly became ferocious. He clenched his fists. The veins bulged. Growing in anger. These beasts. His anger almost spilled out of his body. Even the skin is covered with a metallic luster. Yifanyu's reaction was completely different. Her face was full of joy. Very good. Yang Donqing glared at him. What are you talking about? Yifanyu quickly explained. Don't get me wrong. I mean, if Mr. Su's judgment is correct, that Tingting is most likely the source of the nightmare. That is to say, this is his nightmare. He became more and more excited as he spoke. This is my third time entering a nightmare event. About nightmare. I'm also a little surprised and ill-excited nightmare. Although weird. But there are also traces to follow. For example, if a person watches a zombie movie before going to bed. That night I had nightmares. It is a high probability that you will dream of zombies. In other words, dreams are reality that will open your eyes. I'm just there. Mr. Su tells. Let me understand everything. Why do these villagers' monsters only appear during the day? Because Ting Ting is in reality. Basically, they are bullied by villagers during the day. In Ting Ting's eyes, the villagers are villagers. They appear during the day. I went to rest at night. Think about it carefully. What did Getting say before when she went out to find her sister? She calls the villagers bad people instead of monsters. This is not normal. This is Ting Ting's nightmare. Therefore, the behavior of those villagers will follow Ting Ting's logic. Ting Ting's grandmother asked him to hide at home. The home is safe. Therefore, the villagers cannot enter their homes. It is probably the same in reality. Even if the villagers bully Ting Ting, don't dare to destroy doors and windows by force. Break into a private house. The villagers will change their appearance. Use various means to lure people out. It just so happened that someone used a lollipop to trick Ting Ting into opening the door. This must have happened more than once. So in Ting Ting's eyes, villagers will use all kinds of sweet words to deceive themselves into opening the door. Yi Fanyu became more and more excited as he spoke. But he didn't see Yang Dongqing's face turned even more gloomy. There is also the silhouette of time. The village chief's son is Ting Ting Fool. I thought it was just a casual word. Unexpectedly, Ting Ting was really a fool. The reason why she is now in a little girl state. Because her mind is so big. After all, a fool's IQ is basically enough for a child. Yang Dongqing roared angrily. Unbearable. Yi Fanyu called Ting Ting a fool. The smile on Yi Fanyu's face gradually disappeared. Looking at her coldly. Mr. Yang. I understand your emotions. You sympathize with her experience. But don't forget. We are in a nightmare world. The real Ting Ting had long been dead. Now Ting Ting is strictly speaking just a nightmare monster. Yang Dongqing's chest was undulating violently. He knew Yi Fanyu's words were in there. But the anger in my heart still has nowhere to vent. Yi Fanyu's eyes turned to me. Mr. Su. I know you are calm and sane. I guess I have seen through all this. That's the case. The next thing is simple. As long as we work together to eradicate the source of nightmare. That is to kill Ting Ting. This nightmare can be solved. He paused for a moment. Continue. I have a plan. It is best to trick Ting Ting outside first before taking action. Since Ting Ting trusts you, Mr. Su, it's better you're responsible. Pull him out. I disagree with Yang Dongqing, who suddenly interrupted him and his fists were clenched. He glared at Yi Fanyu. What's wrong with Ting Ting? He is just a victim. There must be other solutions. Yi Fanyu's face turned completely cold. Mr. Yang, please calm down. She is not a human. He was the nightmare monster who killed him. Everyone can survive. What's wrong with this? Yang Dongqing said sternly. I want to kill all the villagers. Avenge Ting Ting? Yi Fanyu's expression became ferocious. You're crazy. You will kill everyone if you do this. What should we use to deal with hundreds of villagers and avenge what kind of revenge? This is just a dream. An extremely hot and bright flame was burning in Yang Dongqing's eyes. The metallic color on her body became stronger and stronger. These scumbags won't even live in their dreams. Why can they live forever after death? Bullying Ting Ting in the dream. You tell me. Why should they be crazy? You're really crazy. Yi Fanyu was also angry. Mr. Su, I told him. Not working. You smart guy. Just follow my plan. We can definitely return to reality. For a moment, Yang Dongqing and Yi Fanyu's eyes were all focused on me. Yi Fanyu knows. I'm a cold-blooded and smart person. You will definitely make the same right choice. Yang Dongqing clenched her fists. Because he knows my cold-bloodedness. So he was ready to fight against both of them at the same time. But deep down he hoped that I would reject Yi Fanyu's proposal. Facing the eyes of the two, I smiled slightly. I refuse. Yang Dongqing was surprised and happy. Yi Fanyu was a villain with an incredible face. You reject Yi Fanyu? I just find it incredible. People like you. Do you still care about the life and death of a nightmare monster? I pushed my brown glasses, still maintaining an elegant smile. Mr. Yi seems to have a deep misunderstanding about me. Actually, I've always been a good person. Ha ha ha. Yi Fanyu smiled strangely and ferociously. Hello? People. You are all good people. I'm the only bad guy. He pointed at himself a little crazy. Never expected it. You can get out of the dream immediately. In the end, this situation came into being. The joy just now has long disappeared. I just want to live. What am I wrong? Mr. Yi. Are you thinking about it? There is nothing right or wrong in this world? All that is strength. I understand your desire to live. But please respect my decision. I can't choose to kill Tingting and return to reality. Before I became extraordinary. Even now. It's also death. At this time, Yi Fanyu's expression completely cooled down. His eyes were filled with horrifying murderous intent. Spread out the 5 fingers of your right hand. The fiery flames lit up one after another. Right. There is nothing right or wrong in this world. Only strength. It's just who said it's weak. It must be me. After the words fell, the atmosphere in the field solidifies instantly. Yang Dongqing took one step forward, standing beside me. Zhao Chaoyao and others even pulled out the machete at their waists. His face was full of murderous aura. I smiled lightly. Mr. Yi. If you are really strong enough, then from the moment you see me, then you should understand. You have no chance of winning from beginning to end. A sarcastic look appeared on Yi Fanyu's mouth. It seems to be my previous tolerance. It made you misunderstand me. Previously, because there was no irreconcilable contradiction between you and me. In addition, it is irrational to us in the nightmare world that we are also in a murderous world. So I tolerate it in every way. But now the key to cracking the nightmare has been found. I have no scruples. He continued. And I've already touched your strength. You think it's just a state of mind. The extraordinary. I am not proficient in controlling my own abilities. As for you, it's nothing more than relying on the ability of the puppet. Manipulated a group of ordinary people. But your body is weaker than that of ordinary people. The most important thing is, in the previous few battles, the bullets in your gun have already been exhausted. Do you think you can pose any other threat to me? My expression remains unchanged. Who said the bullets were exhausted? Yi Fanyu's expression changed slightly. His 5-fingered salt bomb focuses on attacks. You can't defend against bullets by your body alone. If the other party still has a gun, he is indeed a little dangerous. You don't have to bluff. The bullets run out. I saw it with my own eyes. What you said was indeed exhausted from my bullets. But Mr. Li Chang didn't say that. The focus of the appearance. Suddenly he was concentrating on hiding in the corner. Li Chang, who dared not be born. The taciturn middle-aged man slowly took out a black pistol from his waist. The hands couldn't stop trembling. Yi Fanyu's heart sank. Although a gun poses no threat to him. But under the siege of Yang Dongqing and others, he dared not take it lightly. Li Chang. Don't you want to live? Now the opportunity is in front of you. And killed that little girl. We can return to reality. The middle-aged man, crushed by the burden of life, was trembling more and more. I want to live, Mr. Su. I have always been an honest person and I really can't die here. Mr. Su. Please get out of the way. A big man like you has the spare time to be a monster. Uphold justice. But I have exhausted my power just by living. And my family is still in reality. Stop when I go back. I interrupted. No one likes to listen to your bitter scene. If you want, let's join Yi Fanyu. Anyway, there are not many people who have more of you. At this moment, the middle-aged man's face suddenly swelled. He raised his gun and pointed it at me. Then he approached Yi Fanyu. I don't want to kill anyone. Don't force me. You either agree to kill that monster, or you die. No one expected that. Li Chang will suddenly explode at this time. Yang Dongqing, Zhao Chaodiao and others hurriedly protected me behind me. Yi Fanyu sneered on his face. Did Mr. Su see it? Not everyone is on your side. Yeah. I gently pushed my brown glasses. The eyes behind the lenses emit an invisible light. The sudden sound of gunfire shocked everyone. However, what surprised everyone even more was that the shot hit Yi Fanyu. Yi Fanyu is worthy of being an extraordinary person who has experienced 3 nightmare worlds. Facing this cold gun from behind, he twisted his body. Let the bullet that was supposed to hit the key slightly offset. But even so, he was shot anyway. A blood hole appeared on the right back. Blood flows like a rush. Yi Fanyu groaned. Quickly retreat and distance yourself from everyone. At this time, his face had long been covered with pain and anger. Li Chang. It's not my business. My hands are out of control. Li Chang was completely panicked. Li Xing trembled sharply. The face was filled with fear. When the gunshot sounded, the deadly bullet whizzed away. But Yi Fanyu is an extraordinary person after all. Going away from these shootings, he broke through the window and escaped from the house. Brother Yi. I didn't mean it. My hands are out of control. Ha ha ha. Li Chan laughed wildly. He chased out with a gun. I lied to you. You dare to disobey your hands and deserve to die. Can you group of lunatics swallow it? Yi Fanyu was hiding in a mess. Completely lost in anger. Yi Fanyu raised his finger. A blazing salt bomb roared out. A hot line of fire was drawn in the air. Hit Li Chang's body. His crazy laughter came to an abrupt end. In an instant, it was swallowed up by the flames. Several villagers outside the house roared and rushed towards Yi Fanyu. His eyes turned cold. The continuous firing technique quickly solved them. Then he opened his hands suddenly. He said coldly, 10 pieces of salt bullets in index finger. Between your fingers, each condensed a ball of fire. Turned into a huge ball of fire. He rushed straight to the thatched hut. The flames collided violently with the thatched hut. Instantly sparks splashed everywhere. The house was lit. It's like a huge bonfire. The fire snake swallowed every inch of wood. The red light reflects the sky. Thick smoke rolls cover the entire sky. Yi Fanyu was gasping heavily. Keep a close eye on the sea of fire. Are you secretly guessing that you are dead? Before, Yi Fanyu deliberately hid his strength. He always faces the villagers with 5-finger rock bullets. And this time he tried his best. Just when he thought everyone was dead, several figures gradually emerged in the blazing flames. I took Yang Dongqing and others from the sea of fire. He slowly walked out of Yang Dongqing's arms from the side. He was still holding Tingting, who was trembling. I've expected it. Yi Fanyu will burn the house. Arranged people in advance to escape through the back window. Yang Dongqing put down Tingting and whispered, Tingting, go farther away. My brother wants to deal with this bad guy. Tingting nodded. Turn around and run far away. Although his mind is still at the clearness of good and evil in Hai Tong's blood. Now. Yang Dongqing stood and stared at Yi Fanyu like steel. The two looked at each other. He had unshakable determination. The two have completely different ideas. There is no need to say much. Fighting is the only answer. The atmosphere suddenly tensed. Yang Dongqing is like a steel fortress. Stand up. Exudes a metallic luster. Leaf. Fanyu's hands flashed with fire. The heat waves of air around it churned. Suddenly, Yang Dongqing rushed over like a cheetah. He knows. The only chance of winning is close. Yi Fanyu is not vague. Both hands are gun-shaped. Bang bang bang, several flame bullets. Come out him and move quickly. Bring the distance to the flame bomb. The air is burned to twist. But Yang Dongqing does not dodge or avoid it. carry down the tree and gets a flaming bomb. But he still didn't stop and continued to approach. Yi Fanyu's index finger is tightly bounced. Yi Fanyu's eyes turned cold. The index finger sprayed out the flame again. Condensed into a huge salt bomb. The flame bursts hard at Yang Dongqing. Swallowed Yang Dongqing into the field. It turned into a sea of burning fire in an instant. But just as the flames raged, with a roar of pain mixed with anger, Yang Dongqing, who was charred all over her body, tore open the flames and rushed out again. Although his figure looks embarrassed, but the battle in my eyes is deeper. Yang Dongqing jumped up violently. It's like a tiger going down the mountain. Go straight to Yi Fanyu. Yi Fanyu was shocked. Hurry up and dodge. However, Yang Dongqing's fists were approaching her, and she was already close to her. Each hit is filled with a deafening sound. The flesh is unstoppable. Yi Dongqing retreated quickly. Lightly avoided the attack. He has rich combat experience after all. Taking advantage of the fact that Yang Dongqing was not fully empty, he fired a salt bullet with his backhand. Hit Yang Dongqing directly in the face. Yang Dongqing hurriedly blocked his hands in front of his face. Unexpectedly, Yi Fanyu was in the right position. After all, I'm young. Yi Fanyu smiled with his right hand. 5 fingers form claws. The fiery lights lit up at the fingertips. 5 rock bombs quietly condensed. He didn't launch this time. Instead, he clenched his fists hard with his 5 fingers. The flame of the salt bomb instantly wrapped around his fist. The whole body burned into a deep fire. This is his trump card killing move. Rock Dog. He punched Yang Dongqing's abdomen and fired. With a loud bang, the terrifying fire completely engulfed the two of them. Yang Dongqing screamed and flew backwards. A charred figure hit the big tree like a cannonball. Several big trees fell to the ground. He slammed heavily on the ground. The huge impact force left a deep mark. Gravel dust scattered everywhere. He gasped. The belly is charred. It smells pungent and grilled. Yang Dongqing's consciousness gradually dissipated. The world in front of you is gradually blurring. Until now, he realized that. It turns out that I have always been a weak person. Even if you become an extraordinary person, this is consciousness. He fell down himself. He didn't think Su Ran could defeat Yi Fanyu. Maybe this is the burial place for me and others. But he can't fall yet. There is still an unfinished obsession in my heart. Tingting sorrow is not full. Jasmine was still waiting for him, and he gritted his teeth and supported himself. Strong will. A force emerged in his body again. However, just as he stood up staggeringly, a salt bomb slashed the air. Hit his chest straight. Yang Dongqing fell completely powerlessly. Eyes are white. Stumbled into a coma. Yi Fanyu didn't give him a chance to stand up at all. At this time, the flames around him gradually dissipated. Pale face. The chest is undulating. Even the right hand is charred. Hang down weakly. His flame resistance is strong. I couldn't resist the close-range explosion of my 5 compressed salt bombs. Although it blocks most of the damage. But he also sacked his hand because of this. Despite this, Yi Fanyu still walked towards me with a grim smile. Mr. Su is all you left. Zhao Chaoyao and others are strong. They all stood in front of me nervously because of the machete. Staring at Yi Fanyu with caution. Yi Fanyu glanced at him contemptuously. Sneered. Do you think these ordinary people can stop me? He smiled even more ferociously. Ha ha. Haven't you Su Ran always been arrogant? I want to see how ugly you will look before you die. Hearing the words, I smiled calmly. He waved his hand to signal Zhao Chaoyao and others to move away from the orders. Zhao Chaoyao and others naturally dispersed as ordered. Yi Fanyu saw this. My heart tightened. Staring at me cautiously. Mr. Su is in front of absolute strength. Your tricks are useless. I smiled slightly. Take off the brown glasses on your face and fold them slowly and put them in your pocket. The confidence to control everything. Make Yi Fanyu more alert. Don't dare to take it lightly. Mr. Yi. You really think my ability is to control the puppet? My smile is even stronger. Leaf. Fan Yu's face changed. What do you mean? How could your ability not be a puppet? Not a puppet. Why can you lead so many subordinates? Enter the nightmare world piece together. I shook my head gently. My ability is a substitute messenger. I care what your ability is. Go and die. Yi Fanyu suddenly launched an attack. A hot salt. The bullet whizzed out. I died instantly when I hit my body. Turned into a charred corpse. Pretend to be a ghost. Yi Fanyu sneered. Mr. Yi, be careful. My voice suddenly came from behind Yi Fanyu. Yi Fanyu was shocked. Looking back, I was rushing towards him quickly. The running speed burst out at that moment. Not like a weak person at all. It's even more rapid than ordinary people. How is this possible? I don't believe it. Yi Fanyu was frightened and angry. Roaring in his mouth. Five-fingered salt egg. A hot salt bomb cut through the air. It falls on me accurately. A fiery light burst out on me. However, the next moment, I rushed out of the fire. Although most of it was burnt. But he still kept rushing towards Yi Fanyu. Fanyu was more shocked. Not a body of steel. Why can you welcome yourself with a salt bomb? And if the one I just killed was not Su Ran? The irrepressible strange feeling of who was the person in front of me lingered in my heart. He fired again. Bang bang, 2 more salt bombs. This will kill me completely. Another word, the burnt corpse fell off. However, Yi Fanyu's heart was not relaxed at all. He looked around with a nervous expression. Sure enough, the thing that scared him the most happened. Su Ran is full of Su Ran from all directions. At this moment, he only felt that it was extremely absurd. I was actually surrounded by a group of Su Rans. This is impossible. What the hell is going on? Yi Fanyu was completely panicked. He had never seen such a strange scene before. He shot like crazy. The salt bomb sprayed out like flowing water. In that sea of fire, the body was twisted by the flames. Su Ran, whose skin was charred, rushed towards him without fear. Yi Fanyu roared to the sky. The eyes are covered with blood. Completely insane. I don't care what strange abilities you have. How many of you have come? How many I kill? He waved his hands. Crazy rushing towards Su Ran around him. Kill people around you. Looks exactly the same. I made a sound at the same time. Kill me. Then I die and die. Yi Fanyu roared with the burning flames of his hands. Gather index finger salt again. Salted spring. The sound of explosions and burning sounds are endless. Flames devour everything. The bodies fell to the ground one after another. Turned into charred remains. 5 minutes later. Only Yi Fanyu was left on the battlefield. A man stood shakingly. He bent down and gasped. Inhaling the hot air in large mouths. But he laughed. A hysterical laugh like venting. Ha ha ha. I won. After all, I won. He coughed violently. I can't straighten my back pain. Just as he calmed down. When you are ready to support your body. The whole person suddenly froze. As if he was fixed in place and motionless. His expression was instantly distorted. It seems like I have seen something creepy. The pupils contract into needle-like shape. What he saw was a small puddle on the ground. It was a small puddle made by summer rain and soil before. Some rainwater is stored inside. Very turbid. But there was a face reflected in the turbid puddle. A face that made Yi Fanyu extremely frightened. Su Ran's face. The pale and handsome face was still smiling and polite. And the next moment, Yi Fanyu trembled and touched his face. His expression was radical and crazy. Su Ran and the water frog also touched his face. The action is exactly the same as Yi Fanyu. No 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 no. This is not true. Yi Fanyu ripped his face wildly. It seemed like I wanted to pull that skin off. He suddenly thought of what I had said before and killed me. Then become me. I am Su Ran. Yi Fan Yu. It's right to have a mental breakdown. I am Yi Fan Yu. Su Ran. Get out. I'm going to kill you. I always think of me in my gentle voice in Yi Fan Yu's ears. It's you. You're not going to kill me, are you? Yi Fan Yu is getting more and more collapsed. Don't lie to me. Get out quickly. In the puddle. My face smiled silently. I said before. My ability is a stand-in messenger. From then on, I will live on your behalf. Your power. Your brother's wealth. Even relatives. Friend. Your wife will belong to me. Yi Fan Yu yelled wildly. 5 fingers are about to break. I'm just dead. It won't let you succeed either. You want to live on my behalf. Ha ha ha. Then die together. Yi Fan Yu raised his feet suddenly, holding the right hand in a gun shape. Then stuff your index finger into your mouth. His red eyes flashed with crazy look. Finally hesitated. Choose to shoot 5-fingered salt bullet. He shot the last 5-fingered salt bomb in his life. And the target of this salt bomb is himself. Bang. Yi Fan Yu fell to the ground in response. See? He committed suicide. It's nothing to do with my business. The woods stretch out my way. Shrugged helplessly. Yang Dongqing, who was woken up by me, was already stunned. As the audience of this battle, he has the most say. But he had never seen such a strange battle. The other party is like crazy. While massacring the villagers, he shouted Su Ran's name. In the end, he even shot his head. What's going on? Yang Dongqing didn't understand at all. But he understood. I woke him up for purpose. It was because the villagers appeared and they attacked anyone indiscriminately. Soon, Yang Dongqing, Zhao Chaoyao and others cooperated to kill a wave of villagers. But several parties also suffered heavy casualties. Let's go. Keep staying here. Those who are besieged by villagers will also go to find Tingting. I said lightly that Yang Dongqing was seriously injured. Dragging the broken body. Follow me. Follow me to the venomous snake. There were only 5 people left in the gang. At this time, in a low house. Outside the house is filled with dense villagers. Yang Dongqing stared at me and said, I didn't expect that people like you would choose to help. Ting Ting. I smiled slightly. Who do you think I am? You're a lunatic. A person who doesn't care about human life at all. He said every day that he wanted to witness the wonderful and graceful gentleman. Yang Dongqing gave his objective evaluation. Thank you for the compliment. Yang Dongqing was furious. I'm not praising you when I pushed my glasses. Looking at him and said lightly. Yang Dongqing. What do you think is the excitement in my mouth? Yang Dongqing snorted coldly. I remembered the previous encounter with Jasmine. You like to play with human nature. Look at the struggle of human nature. To satisfy your inner evil taste. Isn't this what you want? I shook my head slowly. You are wrong. The struggle of human nature is wonderful. But people's unyielding resistance to fate. Reckless in the pursuit of ideals. Unswerving love to death. Even the simplest. The true feelings revealed in the most ordinary life. Isn't it a kind of excitement? It is these that make a person's wonderful life. Yang Dongqing was a little lost. For some reason, he actually heard the fiery sincerity from my calm voice. He was silent for a long time. It's like the first time I understand me. What you said seriously to Yang Dongqing. He believed it. He believed it. He actually believed it. Ha ha ha. I should smile happily at Zhao Chao next to me. Like a successful kid with a prank. Are you special? Yang Dongqing broke the defense instantly. If it weren't for the serious injury. But I just want to jump over and beat my head leader now. What should we do next? Are you going to kill all these villagers? Zhao Chao must worry. He is not worried about his life. But I'm worried about my safety. With his current state, it's already difficult to protect the leader. I shook my head. If what I expected was not bad, even if all these villagers are killed, the nightmare won't be relieved. Zhao Chaoyao was shocked. Even Yang Dongqing, who turned around. Before, Yi Fanyu didn't say that he would break the nightmare. There are two ways. One is to kill the source of nightmare. The other is to save the source of nightmare. One killed all the villagers. Isn't it equivalent to saving Tingting? Yang Dongqing didn't care about the trouble. He was in a hurry tone. Knowing that Jasmine has been waiting for her. She doesn't want to die here. I watched her never abandon her. Don't let it go. Does he really think that killing the villagers can save Tingting? She is the source of the nightmare. Everything here is born because of her. In other words, those villagers can't actually hurt them at all. He never trapped her. But his own obsession. Her own obsession. A hint of doubt appeared on Yang Dongqing's face. Isn't her nightmare the villagers who have been bullying her? Just kill these villagers in a nightmare. How could it not be cracked? I recall the innocent little girl. A gentle smile was drawn to the corner of his mouth. I don't want you to have a conflict with Yi Fanyu. Would rather be hungry? I also want to give up the little girl who likes to eat the most to take revenge. Is it really his obsession? Maybe she never had hatred in her heart. He knew an innocent little girl. A little girl who longs to find her family. Does he remember that photo? Even if Tingting hides. Hold the photos, too. So in Tingting's heart, what matters is never hatred, but family. Yang Dongqing suddenly felt for some reason. He felt very sour in his heart. He was silent for a long time. He said hoarsely, "This shouldn't be the case in this world." I looked at him deeply. Calm words. Frozen. Maybe this is the world. Then I will change the world. Yang Dongqing suddenly held both hands tightly. The veins on the face swelled up. My tone is still calm. Do you know? Many young people's initial dreams are to change the world. In the end, they were all changed by the world. I'm different from them. Yang Dongqing growled. Like taking an oath. It also seems to be strengthening one's own beliefs. Since God has given me this power, I'm going to use it to change this fucking world. Yang Dongqing, have you ever thought about it? Maybe you can't change anything. Behind every nightmare, there may be a Tingting. You can't even save the bullet now. Now, you are just blinded by the passion. But a few days later, when you are about to starve and die of thirst, will you agree with Yi Fanyu's idea? Impossible. Yang Dongqing, die. It is impossible to cause harm. Tingting's affairs. Yang Dongqing's eyes were red. I pushed my glasses elegantly, right? What about Jasmine? You'd rather die here. I don't plan to go back to see Jasmine. Jasmine loves you so much for you. Even drew a sword to me. What if Jasmine died? Her face paled in an instant. Jasmine. She whispered in a low voice. Wake up. Yang Dongqing. This is the cruelty of reality. I said lightly. Yang Dongqing raised his head and said firmly. I will help Tingting find her family. Then return to the real world. I smiled. Yang Dongqing is really surprised to be greedy with you. This is not something you can do just by saying it. So far. Even the sister Tingting has been looking for doesn't know who it is. Yang Dongqing was stunned. An unspeakable sense of frustration emerges in my heart. She hated her incompetence. It can be the next second. What did she think of privately? He actually grinned. I really don't know anything. But I still believe it. I can. I asked curiously. Who gives you the confidence? Yang Dongqing looked at me with bright eyes and said firmly. I was stunned. Pointing to yourself. Yang Dongqing, grinned. Even if the wound hurts. But she was still smiling. That's right. It's the confidence you give me. Since you can get rid of Yifanyu without hesitation, this means you must be helpful. Tingting's method. I stared at Yang Dongqing. It was like getting to know her again. Yang Dongqing did not avoid it. Those sure eyes. Looking straight at me, Morty. I laughed silently. Yang Dongqing, I really look at you with some admiration. Good. I do have a way. But it's not sure if it will succeed. You have to know. Once failed, we may all die. I don't care about the smile on my lips. By chance. I'm very good too. I stood up from the seat with my tongue-marked wooden cane. Issue an order. The first step is to find Tingting. Wait a moment. You haven't said who Tingting's sister is yet? Yang Dongqing asked curiously. She is really curious about the sister who does not exist in the photo. I glanced at her. Are you sure you want to know? Certainly. Yang Dongqing was a little confused. I don't know why I asked this. That's the case. Then I will tell you my speculation. I paused. Continue. First of all, you need to understand one thing. The real Tingting is not as big as it is now. Not a little girl. But a girl. Yang Dongqing nodded. I know why Tingting looks like a little girl. It is because her mind stays at the child stage. So you think the one in the mouth of a girl who is often bullied. Who is the sister who does not exist in the family portrait? Where did I know my sister? Yang Dongqing was stunned. The next moment, her face became extremely embarrassed. The seriously injured body could not stop trembling. She gritted her teeth. Almost shattering the teeth. At this moment, she understood everything. There is no sister in the family photo. In the dark shadow, Tingting didn't have any sister in her life. Even Tingting's family has only traces of life. Grandma always leaves only a plate of dumplings. It seems you have figured it out. Tingting may have never had it. Brothers and sisters are called sisters. It's because there isn't enough in her concept. Don't say it again. Yang Dongqing yelled in anger. She vented. Bump the tables and chairs in the house in a mess. Until the house is in a mess. Just stopped. To this end, the wound on her body cracked again. The red blood of swallowing wet the clothes. But the next moment a metallic luster emerged from her body. Her injuries continued to recover. Even the surface of the skin was covered with a golden color. Before a golden light flashed in my eyes. I have proven that emotional willpower can enhance the interest of steel. But I didn't expect that when Yang Dongqing was in extreme mood. This kind of blessing can actually achieve this level. I even doubt that. If the extraordinary person has a level. Before that, Yang Dongqing's level might be 1. Now it becomes 2. Your abilities have been enhanced. I asked. Yang Dongqing's chest was undulating violently. It took a long time for the rich and poor to whistle heavily. Very good. Then you will be more confident next. Actually, my plan is very simple. That is hypnotic Tingting. Yang Dongqing suddenly turned her head. Obviously, he is very sensitive to the word hypnosis. I ignored her true expression. It is impossible to continue to find Tingting's family. Because they had died long ago. Even Tingting herself only exists in nightmare. And even if you find it, it will not be a happy ending. After all, Tingting's parents deliberately abandoned Tingting. So the only way is to hypnosis. Through hypnosis, let Tingting have hallucinations. Then the family reunited. What's your solution? Even if Yang Dongqing roared. What's the point? All this is fake. All are illusions. I pushed my brown glasses. Hide your eyes behind it. Come. You are wrong. This is the true meaning of illusion. People you can't see in reality. You can see it in illusion. What you can't do in reality. It can be done in illusion. Remember the last sentence of the lullaby? Sleeping on this night. Don't ask whether it's fake or true. Until dawn breaks. The nightmare will turn around. Yang Dongqing fell into silence. Her heart was very confused. So messy that my brain can't think. Do you think the nightmare in front of you is fake or real? Since the boundary between dreams and reality has been broken, that means the true meaning is false. The fake is also the real Ting. Since you can give up such a nightmare, then why can't I use illusion to construct her? The beauty in my heart. Then he got rid of the nightmare and gave it to him. Can dreams really be achieved? Yang Dongqing is hoarse. I nodded. In theory, it is absolutely possible. First, Ting is the source of nightmare. That is to say, everything was born because of her. As long as she changes her concept, nightmare will naturally change accordingly. But one thing is more troublesome. I guess in the process of hypnotizing Ting, the rules of nightmare will change accordingly. Because hypnosis is equivalent to modifying her cognition. And the nightmare is born based on her cognition. So the villagers will definitely stop me. After all, they are born with nightmares. Change the dream. It's like killing them completely. So I left it to me. Yang Dongqing and growled. At this moment, the metallic luster on her body becomes brighter and brighter. These damn beasts. Even if you live in a dream, I will never allow it, either. Then wait for night to fall. After saying that, I sat back on the stool. The high-spirited Yang Dongqing was unanimous and wanted to find Ting. Let's go. I shook my head. This is Ting's nightmare. If she doesn't want to come out, no one can find her. She won't come out during the day. After all, we have to avoid hypnosis. If Ting's home was not destroyed, you can go there to find her. But now I can only wait. But can you guarantee that you can find Ting at night? I smiled mysteriously. Of course, before that, I still need a night's sleep. After saying that, I was in Yang Dongqing's surprised gaze. Relaxed on the chair and fell asleep. Actually, the reason why I sleep. Not because of being tired. But the mental power is exhausted. For hypnosis, Yi Fanyu, I have spent a lot of mental energy. In fact, from the beginning, we met Yi Fanyu. I'm already laying the foundation for hypnosis. Many times, I watched the pocket watch and chatted. It's all for hypnosis. And the battle with Yi Fanyu? It is based on several days of preparation. In addition to a lot of mental power. Modify Yi Fanyu's cognition. There is a disease in this world. It is called face blindness. The sick person usually cannot distinguish his face. In the eyes of patients with facial blindness, everyone looks almost the same. I used this principle. Modified Yi Fanyu's cognition. It is a very mentally consuming thing to make him think that I am hypnotizing the extraordinary. Fortunately, Yi Fanyu's mental resistance is obviously not as good as Yang Dongqing. This should be caused by the difference in abilities of the two. Each extraordinary ability will bring all-round enhancement to the extraordinary. But this strengthening has its focus. For example, Yi Fanyu's five-fingered salt bullet. Although it has enhanced his physical and mental strength, but it focuses more on the affinity to flames and flame resistance. Yang Dongqing's steel ambitions have further strengthened his physical fitness and mental resistance. You finally woke up. Yang Dongqing whispered. I slowly opened my eyes. The severe headache made me frown. Warm blood gushed out of his nose and eyes instantly from his hands. Yang Dongqing and others shouted in surprise and surrounded him. Looking at me with blood on my face. Different expressions. I took the handkerchief handed by Zhao Chaoyao. Clean and wipe off the blood. Take off your brown glasses. Smiling. Nothing bad. Just asleep. Much better spirits. Yang Dongqing is cold. Humph. You don't look better. It seems like he's about to hang up. I put on my glasses again. Whispered. It is precisely because I am on the verge of death that I am more awake. Yang Dongqing was stunned for a moment. Silence for a moment. Didn't you say that you could find Ting after dark? Let's go. No need to set out. I'm still sitting upright on the chair. Just hear and wait. Did Ting appear by herself? Yang Dongqing asked in confusion, shook her head. Not waiting for the dark shadows. Yang Dongqing's face changed slightly. You're crazy. What are you waiting for the shadows? Could it be that you want to be taken away once? I pushed my glasses. His eyes were cold. Think about it carefully. Did Black Shadow and Tingting appear at the same time? Yang Dongqing recalled the scene at that time. That day, after Tingting said at home that she wanted to go out to find her sister. The dark shadow appears. I tried to refute. Perhaps it's just a coincidence. Tingting went out and the dark shadow appeared. The two of them staggered the time. She tried to refute the slightly raised corners of my mouth. I think so. But you know, after I walked out of the darkness, who is the first person to see? Yang Dongqing widened his eyes. Could it be Tingting? I nodded. So you guess Tingting is the black shadow Fishwood head. I helped. Do I remember the picture of the silhouette of time? That was the only time Tingting and Black Shadow appeared in the same frame. This is enough to prove that Tingting is not a black shadow. Yang Dongqing said with annoyance with a difficult face. Then what exactly do you want to say? The black shadows were parasitic on Tingting that time. I whispered. When I walked out of the darkness, I could see a faint connection. She chose Tingting as. Remember. That's why there is such a connection. Then where do you think the black shadow is hiding during the day? The dark shadow is afraid of the light. She could only hide in a dark corner. Or she is hiding in me. Before the words were finished, Zhao Chao wanted to suddenly shout out in the shadow of people. I clapped and clapped. Sigh lightly. Yang Dongqing's guys with muscles in his mind are smarter than you. I'm not good at studying. It's not without a reason. Yang Dongqing's face turned red. The fists are hard. Zhao Chao was about to scratch his bald head. Obviously, my praise was very clear. Yang Dongqing said stubbornly. But this is just your speculation. What if the shadows are hidden in other dark corners? I sneered. Sometimes doubting does not mean being smart. Instead, he looks stupid. The creature like Black Shadow will seek benefits and avoid harm. Hiding in the shadow is his safest choice. Yang Dongqing was stunned. Suddenly I understand. Only Tingting's shadow. It is the most secret place in the nightmare. You finally understand, right? This is when I walked out of the darkness. The reason for seeing Tingting is the first one. Because I am the leader who came out of his shadow. Look. Zhao Chao must point to the corner suddenly. Staring at the shadows. Don't dare to move away. Everyone turned their heads over. I saw in that dark corner. A shadow is surging. Gradually transformed into a human form. His body is tall and slender. It seems like a giant more than 2 meters tall is at the position of his head. A pair of scarlet eyes slowly opened. I smiled slightly. Good friend. You're finally here. I'm leaning on a snake-patterned wooden cane. He walked slowly to the dark shadow. Before the other party could reach out. I've reached out first. I don't know if it's an illusion. The black shadow faced the white and slender palms in front of him. He seemed to be stunned for a moment. After a moment, the black shadow slowly lifted his slender palms. Then he passed by me and reached for Yang Dongqing and others. The smile on my face gradually faded away. He pushed his brown glasses expressionlessly. This is a bit rude. After saying that, I directly grabbed the black shadow's hand. Determined. You can only invite me today. It would be too risky to let the black shadow invite others. After Yang Dongqing's stunning head green entered the dark fantasy. As soon as Jasmine's voice came out. This fool must have opened his eyes. Zhao Chaoyao and others can't hypnotize themselves, either. Let them never open their eyes. But there is one disadvantage to this. That is, once my voice appears in the illusion. These people will definitely obey the shadow. Those scarlet eyes looked at the hand that was being held. Silence for a moment. In the end, I chose to hold me back. Slowly into the darkness. You guys go outside and wait to find Tingting. I'll light the nearest house. I said calmly. The sound gradually disappeared. Close your eyes in the darkness. I was led by my good friend in the darkness. Just like a blind man being signed by a guide dog. Gradually, various sounds began to appear in my ears. Yang Dongqing, Zhao Chaoyao, and Tingting's voices intertwined. The mentally retarded illusion as always has already made me unable to complain. But my attention was not focused on the illusion. Instead, focus on yourself. For hypnosis. Ting-ting. This time I did not use my satisfactory mental power. A huge physical burden. Let me hear the overwhelmed creaking sound of my bones every step I take. The laughter can't stop bleeding. But my pace is still firm. Sometimes I think I'm not dead. In the hands of the nightmare monster, it did not die in Yi Fanyu's hands. In the end, he will die because of walking. But these thoughts are fleeting. But now I will be able to go back alive. In reality, I can't escape death. Because I have never been able to become the extraordinary Su Ran. Do you want to be a supernatural person? A strange voice came from the darkness. I smiled sarcastically. Knowing this is an illusion. When my inner thoughts begin to change my methods. Su Ran, I am the only one who can help you. In this darkness. Hidden the source of the black shadow power. As long as you take her. You can become an extraordinary person. And I can get out of trouble. Your physical condition. You know it yourself. Anyway. You're all going to die. Why not take a gamble? Win the bet. You still have a glimmer of hope. There is no loss if you lose the bet. Hearing these words. I chuckled softly. Very attractive proposal. A hint of joy was revealed in the sound in the darkness. You are a smart person. Don't make the right choice again. My smile is stronger. It's just that you can't even get out of the illusion of shadows. What qualifications do you have to help me? Are you worthy? The voice in the darkness fell silent. It took a long time to tell. I just didn't notice her for a while. There is always a reason for waste. And successful people don't need explanation. Standing there is the truth. Get out. Whatever you are. Don't show off again. The sound in the darkness was completely silent. I don't know how long it took. I felt the traction of the dark shadow hand dissipate. Open your eyes slowly. As expected. What caught my eye was Tingting's figure. I took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood from my face. Walked towards Tingting step by step. This is a piece of chalk. Many tombstones stand in a crooked manner. Tingting's small body was squatting in front of a tombstone crying. Grandmother. Do you want Tingting anymore? Tingting brought you your favorite dumplings. The young childlike voice brings adults. An unbearable smile. Tingting suddenly felt a big hand stroking her head. He turned around and looked. Then I saw a gentle smile. Tingting, whose big brother's eyes were red, said in surprise. Be good to Tingting. Grandma didn't want you and I said gently. Big brother. Do you know where Grandma went? Tingting's big black and white eyes. Looking at me with anticipation. I smiled gently. Of course I know. The older brother not only knows where Grandma has gone. And your parents and sister. Big brother knows where he is. Really? Big brother is so nice. Tingting jumped happily. The smile on his face was very pure and clean. This is the first time I have seen Tingting laugh so happily. Of course it is true. Big brother is not unfamiliar. I touched Tingting's cerebral head. Big brother, please tell Tingting. Where are they? They are playing hide and seek with Tingting. I will appear when the whole room arrives later. How long will it take to wait? Tingting asked with her little head tilted. I smiled slightly. Take out a dark golden pocket watch from your arms. The secret stringtail talisman imprinted into Tingting's eyes. Have you seen this pointer? Wait for the pointer to point to 12. They will all appear. Suiting Tingting clapped her hands vigorously. Very good. Very good. Tingting wants to meet her parents. Grandma and sister. Tingting. You hold this bag watch. The older brother was still using cerebellar medicine to do it, and the older brother smiled with sweet time. Then I came to a tree not far away. Take out the lighter and light it. Throw it onto the dead leaves. My tiny flames will eventually burn the whole tree. Fire and black smoke rose into the sky. Ting ting. Let's play a game. Hearing the game, two ting 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 were obviously scared. I won't feel that my body is warm. Xiao Xiao took the pocket watch from Ting Ting. This game is called Time Acceleration. Time Acceleration. Ting Ting is a child after all. The stars were unconsciously attracted. Yes. Actually, the big brother is a magician. Can speed up time. Really? Big brother. After that time accelerates? Can Ting Ting meet her parents soon? Of course they are real. You forgot that your elder brother never lies. Alright. Now the older brother is about to start performing. I let go of the pocket watch in my hand. Let it fall naturally. As I pressed my pocket watch slightly hard, started a pendulum movement. Ting ting. Please take a closer look at whether the pointer on the pocket watch moves faster. Ting Ting opened her eyes quickly. The pupils are constantly. The crisp sound of the pocket watch moving, the second hand moving, came into her ears. It seems to be getting faster. Very good. Big brother. Then Ting Ting needs to look carefully. Be careful of being lazy in time. Ting Ting nodded vigorously. Ting Ting must stare carefully. Don't let time be lazy. Time passes by minute. I don't know when. I've taken off my brown glasses. Those deep eyes exudes a faint light. Invisible spiritual power surged out. This is the biggest difficulty of this plan. Even I don't know if hypnosis can succeed. After all, Ting Ting is not a human being, but a nightmare creature. Hypnosis before finishing. The villagers and the shadows all ended in failure. But I still feel like there is a chance. Because the villagers are obviously manipulated. The hypnosis of the walking dead is ineffective on the corpse. And the nightmare monster, Black Shadow, is not simple. Have the ability to build a dark fantasy? This is not possible, nor my current mental power. I closed my eyes and felt my mental power slowly invade Ting Ting's body. Ting Ting's mental power is far away. Stronger than me. After all, she is the main body of this dream world. But her spirit is as peaceful as a sea without wind. Clear and pure. This is my opportunity. The essence of hypnosis. Never crush the other person's spirit. Instead, guide the other person's spirit into his own rhythm. This is a big gamble. If you win, you will return to reality. If you lose, you will die in this nightmare world. Fortunately, I won the bet. Just as I worked hard a little bit, Yang Dongqing and others finally arrived. They saw the fire I lit. Yang Dongqing and others did not disturb Ting Ting and me. They already knew my plan. Just guarding in the distance quietly. However, slowly, Yang Dongqing and others were surprised to find that these worlds seemed to be undergoing some indescribable changes. Tiantianqing Zhao Chaoyao looked at Tianqin's mouth in shock. Zhang's boss couldn't speak for a long time. The originally blue sky. At this moment, there were cracks like spider webs. Just as the trees around the broken mirror began to twist. It was as blurred as if it was mosaicked. The house in the distance seemed to be rubbed and destroyed by invisible giant hands. The collapsed ground began to tremble one by one. The farmland cracks. The bottomless gullies are exposed. Yang Dongqing said ecstatically. Although he is going to succeed, this should be a sign that the nightmare is about to break. However, just then, countless roars of flying men interrupted Yang Dongqing's ecstasy. Everyone's faces changed suddenly. Looking back, I saw in the woods not far away. One after another, the villagers were getting these villagers out of it. The skin on the terrifying face melted like a candle and fell to the ground. Yang Dongqing, who had been suppressing this group of beasts for a long time, saw the villagers appear. The anger in his heart completely gushed away like a volcano. Bloodshot appeared in his eyes. He roared and rushed over with hundreds of villagers. Zhao Chaoyao and others are guarding me. To prevent the leak from disturbing me with the blessing of steel ambitions, Yan Dongqing burst out with an unprecedented metallic luster. Every muscle of his. It's like casting steel. It contains terrifying power. A roar. Like thunder blew up Yang Dongqing. Step on the ground hard. The land under my feet instantly cracked. He uses the reaction force. Crashing into the crowd like a shell. Wave the iron fist. The fist wind falls like a meteor. The fist fell from the villagers' heads. Breathe like a watermelon. Even so, the huge number of villagers can still hold him back. Some villagers who were beaten to the upper body were entangled with Yang Dongqing's legs. Caught off guard, Yang Dongqing was tripped. Then the surrounding villagers rushed forward. Press him tightly. Countless bloody mouths began to bite. He struggled hard. The body of steel began to be injured. At the same time, Zhao Chaoyao and others were also entangled with several monsters that had missed the net. Even if you try your best, but as an ordinary person, they simply cannot compete with these monsters. He was knocked down in just a few strokes. The villagers directly ignored them. Come straight to me. Protect the leader. Zhao Chaoyao roared. At this time, a little brother is fearless. Dragging the wounded body. Welcome the villagers. Scream. The leader's mouth. Then he threw himself on the villagers without hesitation. With it, it disappeared without a trace in the huge gap that fell into the ground. Seeing this, the rest of the younger brothers followed suit. Although they are just ordinary people, can't fight against the nightmare monster head-on. But you can choose to die with the monster. Countless life instants finally angered him. They strive to be strong. Pushing at the villagers, drag them into the abyss of cracks. You group of beasts are about to break up by Yang Dongqing Muzi, who is pressed to the ground. Let the villagers bite wildly. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and his metal-like teeth slashed at a villager's throat. And at this moment of life and death, my hypnosis has finally reached a critical moment. The big brother's pointer has already pointed to 12. Where are mom and dad? Tingting's eyes are empty and unconscious. Apparently he has completely entered a hypnotic state. I put my eye watch away. Get up slowly. Behind are countless broken limbs and broken sky and earth. In this doomsday scene, I smiled gently. Extend your hand. Rubbed Tingting's little head. Tingting. You close your eyes. Listen carefully. Mom and dad are calling you. Tingting closed her eyes obediently. Tingting. Mom and dad are here to pick you up. The doting boys and gentle girls ring one after another. Then there was my grandmother's old voice. Tingting is hungry. Come home with us quickly. Grandma makes dumplings for you. Sister, come and play with me. A warm voice poured into Tingting's ears. The crystal clear body trembled slightly. Even with your eyes closed, crystal tears still flowed out. Tingting, please open your eyes. They're here to pick you up home. My gentle voice sounded again. Tingting slowly opened her eyes. Turn around and look ahead of nothingness. In that nothingness, Mom and Dad, Grandma and Sister stood quietly. A gentle and pampered smile on her face. Waving to him. Mom and Dad. Grandmother. My sister Tingting was already crying. Tingting. Miss you little guy very much. Finally, he devoted himself to the arms of his family without hesitation. At this moment, Tingting is happy. She finally found her family. I stood quietly in place. In my sight, I only saw Tingting crying alone. In fact, even the sound just now was imitated by me using the ventriloquy I learned from my dreams. I don't know I've succeeded. Still failed. I did successfully hypnotize Tingting. But nightmare seems to never be transformed into a beautiful dream. Tingting and her parents go home. The strange man and the woman. He caressed Tingting's hair lovingly. Tingting nodded vigorously. A smile appeared again on that innocent face. Like the flowers that fight in spring are pure and gorgeous. She follows her family. Step by step toward nothingness. Slowly, Her little body began to blur. Illusory? It seems that we must also integrate into nothingness. But at this moment, Tingting suddenly stopped. Mom and Dad. Grandmother. Younger sister. You guys wait for Tingting. After saying that, the little man turned around and ran back. She ran straight to me, smiling sweetly. Thank you. Big brother. Thank you. Find them for me. You're welcome. Go home quickly. Tingting. I smiled gently. Tingting nodded vigorously. Then a little hesitation appeared on his face. He came to me. Whispered. Big brother tells you a secret. Actually, Tingting lied before. Tingting secretly hid a dumpling. She stretched out her dirty little hand. Pull out a wrinkled bad dumpling from your pocket. Tingting knew that the eldest brother hadn't eaten either. So I want to leave this dumpling for my elder brother. Tingting's voice became more and more blurry. Like a child who was guilty of doing something wrong. Is the eldest brother Tingting a lying bad boy? I took the dumplings. Bent down. Gently wiped Tingting with her hands. The tears on the face are not dry. Open your mouth slowly. The tone is gentle and firm. It seems to be repeating some facts. Tingting is the best child in the world. Really? Tingting raised her head. The big eyes were shining with surprise. A gentle smile appeared on my face. Of course, it was true that Tingting's little head. Because my elder brother never lies. Very good. Tingting is the best kid in the world, come back. Don't let Mom and Dad wait. Goodbye, brother. Goodbye, Tingting. Tingting is gone. I watched her go further and further. The figure is becoming more and more illusory. But even so, Tingting was still waving her hand hard. A happy smile hangs on his face that is about to disappear. When I came back, I seemed to see the blurry phantoms around Tingting. It's exactly the same as in that family photo. The world collapsed completely. Everything is swallowed by darkness. Viper Gang headquarters. I opened my eyes. Looking around, I found myself lying on the soft bed. It seems that everything before was a dream. But it is indeed a scent of blood when you enter the nose. Dreams imitate. Dongqin exploded violently. Anger erupted. Then it bounced from the ground. Wait until she sees the surrounding environment clearly. Eyes flashed. One smile comes back. No injuries in hand. A foggy ray of blood and blood. Zhao Chao wanted to limp and run to the bedside. I slowly got up. Look around. Discover the people in the room before. In the end, only Yang Dongqing and Zhao Chaoyao were left. This is a man in a white coat. He ran into his hands in panic. You're back. You've disappeared for 3 days. Take the previous video. I ordered. The man in a white coat quickly brought the video over. I'll look closely. Then I saw the scene after everyone fell asleep. After falling asleep. About 2 minutes. Everyone seemed to have been wiped out by something. Usually they all disappeared out of thin air. This also shows that the nightmare apostle enters. The nightmare world is not the soul entering, but the body. Actually, I've known this a long time ago. If the soul really enters, I'm never so weak. With my soul strength, I am definitely the strongest among the nightmare. Okay. Let's go all out. Su ran. You're seriously injured. Young Dongqing wanted to speak but stopped talking. I said. All down. I drove everyone away. Lying alone in bed. Looking at the ceiling calmly. Yes. I'm going to die. Did it fail after all? I murmured to myself. There is no fear of death in my eyes. There is only endless emptiness and boredom. I originally thought that entering the nightmare world would become a transcendent. But I didn't expect fate to mess with people. Even though this nightmare was successfully solved. But there is still no hope of extraordinariness. My body has reached its limit. I'm extremely sure. Just sleep again. After waking up, Surely you will be overwhelmed by your satisfied mental power. I'm so bored. I sighed lightly. If I have never seen the wonderful world of nightmare. Maybe it doesn't matter if you die. Like a person who already lives in the darkness. No longer desire for light. However, now the door to the new world has just opened to me. But I've come to an end. What a boring life. I turned over helplessly. Then I took out a wrinkled dumpling from my pocket. The skin of the dumplings has long been dry and hard. It exudes a bad smell. This was when Yi Fan Yu snatched Ting Ting's dumplings. I put the dumplings in my mouth. Chew gently. Savor it carefully. It seems like this is the most delicious food in the world. It's really delicious. I slowly closed my eyes. Going to sleep with a smile. Wait quietly for the arrival of death. It can be the next second. I suddenly opened my eyes. In the dark eyes. Suddenly, a terrifying light was emitted. Even the brown glasses can't be blocked. Ha ha ha, an irrepressible laughter burst out from my mouth. I was so happy that I was like a child with a new toy. I liked this surprise. I lifted my palm. Watching the changes above. A slender and fair palm is emitting a white light. Always relying on tongue-grained wooden cane. I'm walking. The right hand rubs against the palm every day. So some faint calluses inevitably left on the palms. But now, those cocoons are disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. I suddenly got up from the bed. The body is indescribably light. A gentle and pure force is bursting out of the body. Like a silent spring rain. Moisturize the dry earth. I came to the mirror. I found that even my appearance had changed silently. My skin used to be pale. Pure and bloodless. Give people a sense of meanness and coldness. But now my cheeks are slightly filled. The complexion has become a healthy and clean. White like mutton fat. The lips became rosy. At the same time, my mental power began to shrink. To be precise, it is to purify a magical power. Remove all impurities in mental power. Reduced the total amount. But it greatly improves purity. Morty. I looked up at the sky. It seems to have crossed endless dimensions. Finally I saw a net. A big net that is invisible and qualitative but ubiquitous. Every note on it is flashing with a star. Mysterious rules like the starry sky in the universe. The moment I saw the net, I naturally learned my name. The bronze law is above the bronze law. There is a jade-like star in a node. The white light fell on me under her head. An invisible connection was established between the two for a moment. I finally knew the reasons for my own changes. I became a Superman. And gained extraordinary power. And my extraordinary power. Named the heart of the unscrupulous. A gift from Ting Ting? I laughed silently. This very simple little girl. Share your own power selflessly. Perhaps only such a person can have a pure and respectful heart. I carefully sensed the power brought by the unsullied star. The moment I got the star of innocence. Then I clearly know its function. The heart of impure. Turn the body of the owner into a pure body. Smallly enhance physical fitness and mental strength. Significantly improve the purity of the body and spirit. It has a strong immune effect on all filth. Dirt refers to toxins. Curse abnormal state. Negative emotions, etc. Strictly speaking, the heart of Woody is not strong at all. Not proactive. The interpretation is a passive effect. Perhaps it is more suitable for some beautiful connections. She has neither the powerful lethality of the five-stop salt bomb. There is no super defensive power of steel ambition. But it doesn't matter. What I want is that I survive. The pure heart has enhanced my physical fitness. The total amount of mental power has evolved. It is equivalent to extending my lifespan in 2 aspects. According to my estimate, I can live for at least another year. Is this what it feels like to be alive? Not bad. I lay back on the bed. There is a smile on the corner of the mouth. Sleep slowly. I haven't had a good night's sleep for a long time. Because every time I sleep, I consume my life. One step closer to death. This time I finally could fall asleep peacefully. Leader. Welcome to the imperial capital. A meticulous middle-aged housekeeper in a tuxedo and combed his hair respectfully. I nodded. Under the leadership of the butler. Enter the most luxurious hotel in the imperial capital. Your room is on the 118th floor. It is currently the highest suite in the imperial capital. The hotel just now asked me to tell you about your visit. It was a historic, glorious moment in their hotel. New? Go back. I entered the room. Lying alone in the luxurious bed. Then close your eyes and prepare to go to bed. A very magical experience. Sleeping in a dream. There is nothing we can do about this. Because as long as I fall asleep, it will appear in a dream and dream. I'm tired of playing again. Just want to have a good rest. So you can only sleep in your dreams. The next morning, I woke up from my dream. I stretched my waist comfortably. Just about to get up. But his face changed slightly. I was surprised to find my originally concentrated mental power. It actually filled it again after a night of sleep. And strengthened by 1%. This means that compressing mental power is useless. Fortunately, the physical fitness increase brought by the wuxiao heart has been effective. So that I won't be on the verge of death again. But if you re-estimate now, it's probably only a month old. I laughed silently. Destiny is really capricious. Fun and interesting. I walked out of bed. Didn't go to wash. Because it's not necessary at all. Whole body. Keep it clean and filth-free. I plan to meet my subordinates. Start working. The next plan has just taken one step. A sudden sensation of dizziness came from the brain. The mental power is inexplicably surging. Even his eyes turned crystal clear. It seems to reflect the sunlight. At this time, I was surprised to find. Just now, another bronze law appeared in my body. But the strange thing is that I have no connection to the bronze law at all. This big net seems to have it itself. It's just that mental power has reached some limit. So it arises naturally. Those who know little about extraordinary things. I don't know what's going on. I don't know where this extra bronze law comes from. The only thing I know is, this bronze law is called full of all things. The mental power tumbling lasted for a moment. It slowly fell silent. Sumu, who had calmed down, began to sort out his thoughts. First of all, the world of all things was obtained by one's own sleep. Like a power independent of the law of bronze. Because it is not on the bronze law at all, this is outrageous. As far as he knows, all the powers of the extraordinary come from the bronze law. How can powers outside the independent bronze law appear? Could it be that Sumu had vague guesses about his dream? Or this mysterious dream itself is a completely independent law? This law is only related to fine copper. Too little known information. He could only speculate on these thoughts for a moment and then forget it. Let's live first. This kind of unexpected feeling is also good. Sumu smiled. She won't bother herself. The secret of dreams. Maybe it will be unlocked after being strong. Now all he can do is accept it safely. And he was also very satisfied with the ability of all things. Jasmine. You sang so well. In a cafe. Yang Dongqing looked at Jasmine beside her with pampering eyes. Jasmine's performance has just ended. The performance costumes on my body have not had time to fantasize about. It was a light blue dress. The slim tailoring perfectly outlines her graceful curves. The hem of the skirt hangs like a waterfall. The upper body adopts a shoulder design. The fair shoulders and charming collarbone. Let Yang Dongqing unconsciously peek at Jasmine Qing with her aftertaste and take a sip of coffee. The beautiful big eyes shine in their luster. That is a vision of the future. She felt like a dream. It seems like I have escaped from the quagmire of life overnight. Stand out of it. Transformed into a shining pearl. She realized her dream. I also gained love. Really? Don't lie to me. This is my first time performing on stage. Because I'm too nervous. I sang several wrong words. Jasmine sticks out her tongue playfully. There was a circle of coffee on his delicate lips. It looks particularly playful. Yang Dongqing subconsciously swallowed her saliva. I feel the urge to lick it in my heart. Of course it's true. Even if you sing it wrong, it will be nice. Jasmine smiled happily. Thank you, Yang Dongqing. Since meeting you, my destiny began to change. To be precise, after meeting Sumu. But Jasmine could not say the other man's name in front of her boyfriend. Don't say that. Jasmine should be Mr. Your coffee. A waiter came over. Put the coffee in front of Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing frowned slightly. Look at the waiter. I didn't order coffee. The waiter smiled, pointing to the cafe. The lady over there ordered it for you. Yang Dongqing turned around and looked. I couldn't help but be stunned. I saw a woman sitting quietly in the corner of the cafe. She is like a quiet orchid. The corners of the lips are elegant but exuding a silent charm. She was wearing a simple white silk shirt. The neckline is slightly long. Exposed the slender and fair neckstock. The delicate collarbone is looming. The cuffs of the shirt are slightly rolled up. On the slender wrist, wearing a delicate lady. Simple and low-key watch style. The lower body is paired with black straight wide leg pants. Leg shape is difficult to judge. But the only thing that can be confirmed is those legs are very long. The long and conspicuous thing that is longer than Jasmine is the long flax hair. Under the caress of the sun, exudes a warm and soft luster. The ends of the hair are slightly curled. Add a little bit of intellectual beauty. For some reason, Yang Dongqing's first glance at the woman. In my mind. Then I remembered Sumu's elegant and gentle feeling very similar. At this time, the woman seemed to have noticed it. A delicate side face was slightly tilted. Smiling with a smile on the corner of your lips. A white coffee cup in your hand. Simple and comfortable. No drinks are allowed. Jasmine pouted. Like a kitten protecting himself. He said resentful to Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing smiled a lot. Retract your eyes. I don't know her coffee. You can help me pay it back. The waiter showed up. A hint of embarrassment. Gentlemen. I just sent coffee. If you want to, please tell the lady yourself. Oh. By the way. The lady seemed to have written on the napkin. After saying that, the waiter then pulled away. Jasmine picked up the napkin in one hand. He said angrily, I want to see what she wrote. Yang Dongqing became more and more embarrassed. I didn't expect that I was so popular with girls. As a result, Jasmine opened the napkin but couldn't help but be stunned. The little face was a little panicked. Jasmine. Yang Dongqing realized something was wrong. Take the napkin and look at it. I found that there are only 4 words on the above nightmare. Apostle. Her face suddenly changed. Looking tightly at the intellectual beauty in the corner. The other party's delicate face had an elegant and implicit smile. It's like saying hello to a new friend. Jasmine. You're here to wait for me to come and take a look. Yang Dongqing stood up and walked towards the woman. Jasmine was a little nervous. She had been in contact with Yang Dongqing for a while. He already knew about the nightmare. What does the apostle mean? I can't help but worry. But she is a sensible woman. Will not cause trouble to your men. So he didn't stop it. Just hold your phone tightly and open the address book. Click on Sumu's phone number. If the situation is not good, she will call Sumu as soon as possible. In her understanding, only Sumu can help Yang Dongqing. Although Sumu is cool and ruthless. But Yang Dongqing promised to work for her for 3 years. I think Sumu doesn't want to lose a subordinate for nothing. Who are you? Yang Dongqing sat in front of the woman. With voice channel. When she saw the woman's face, only then did I realize that I underestimated the beauty of the woman. Her delicate face is more beautiful than her face test. Even the stars on TV are not as good as her. Woman put down the coffee in her hands. He gently straightened his hair on his side. He smiled with a delicate white earlobe. Mr. Yang. Please forgive my presumptuousness. First time meeting. This is my business card. He handed out a business card. Yang Dongqing took over the business card. I saw the words Morong Mangli, chairman of Bronze Pasco, Ltd., said Morong Mangli. His pupils suddenly contracted. Said in horror. You are a nobleman. Morong Mangli is used to this expression. There was no change in expression. Just polite. Smile and nodded. Yang Dongqing couldn't help but suck. One mouthful of a common surname. At this time, the nobleman finally knew why. As soon as I saw Morong Meng, I thought of Su Mu. This damn aristocratic temperament is really the same. This is the first time he has seen a nobleman. The reason why we can confirm that the other party is a nobleman. It is mainly because the names in nobles all have a pair of surnames. He doesn't know about other countries. But for the nobles of the Red Rock Empire, he still heard about it. According to legend, the nobles at the beginning were unwilling to share the same surname as the common people. I feel that this is insulting the identity of the noble. Therefore, the name is changed to the father's surname. This is different from civilians. In the Red Rock Empire, why did only the nobles with a combined surname come to Xiaoqing district? Morong smiled in his dream. Of course it's for running a company. Yang Dongqing's eyes became more and more alert. He had no good impression of the nobles. These nobles were very poor in the entire Red Rock Empire. They are arrogant and extravagant. Beyond the law. Indifference to civilians. Pretending to be extraordinary. His empire casts insects. Of course, this is all reported by civilians in private. They hate the nobles. At the same time, I hate myself even more. Not a nobleman. I don't remember any interaction with the nobles. What is your purpose? Mr. Yang, from your eyes, I see your dislike for the nobles. I won't proclaim that I'm different from them. The reason I came to you was to invite you to join my company. I don't rush to refuse Bronze Pass. I know you have just become a nightmare apostle. Be alert to everything. But in fact, it is common for the nobles to form a company to invite the nightmare apostle to join this. Most nightmare apostles choose to join the company. Why did Yang Dongqing frown? Mutual benefit. Morong Mangli made a crisp sound with a spoon of coffee and a porcelain cup. Mr. Yang's nightmare. I should not say much about the dangers of the apostles. Shuttle through the nightmare world again and again. No one is sure how long they can live. Therefore, most nightmare apostles will accumulate enough wealth while they are still alive. Leave it to your family. Friend. This is the meaning of the existence of a company. Even though the nightmare world is dangerous. But crises always coexist with opportunities. In addition to the nightmare monster, there are also treasures, extraordinary materials, etc. These things are what the company needs. Yang Dongqing sneered. You mean something we nightmare apostle exchanged for with our lives? Sell it to you. Morong Meng didn't care. Yang Dongqing's hostility. He always acted very politely. It's like a female president is talking about business normally. You always want to sell it. Isn't it? You think except the nobles. Who else in this world can afford enough price? Mr. Yang. I understand your concerns. Rest assured. I've been talking about stealing and buying and selling. After all, these things are nightmare. The apostle exchanged his life. All I want is something you don't need. Like your bronze. Green mage. The treasures and extraordinary materials that apply to steal ambitions. It can only be a power type. If you obtain a spiritual treasure or material that you cannot use, then you can sell it to the company. Certainly. Joining a company is not just a benefit. There are also corresponding employee benefits. In addition to the expensive monthly basic salary, there will also be intelligence sharing, employee mutual assistance, rental treasures and other benefits. Morong Mangli's conditions are very good. But Yang Dongqing heard one thing. You investigate my Yang Dongqing's fists tightly clenched, and a faint metallic color appeared between the fists. I'll give you some advice. Don't show your fangs in front of the strong at will. A faint boy rang behind Yang Dongqing. He was shocked in an instant. Because he didn't notice when there was another person behind him. Just as he was about to react, a big hand with clear joints was placed on his shoulder. At that moment, Yang Dongqing felt like a mountain was pressing on her shoulders. I was afraid that he could not shake it even if he tried his best. He turned his head in disbelief. I saw one wearing a black windbreaker. The man wearing sunglasses was standing there with a look of indifference. He called his steel body. There is no toy in this big hand. A light pinch will break. Hanyu Morong Mangli's eyebrows lightly clumped. It seems a little dissatisfied. Sunglasses named Hanyu. The man shrugged. Release your hand. Boss. I just simply warn him. No orders from me in the future. Don't do it casually. Morong Mangli's voice was not loud. But it is full of unquestionable bottlenecks. Hanyu nodded casually. You are the boss. You have the final say. He walked aside casually. Sit down. No more words. Yang Dongqing looked at Han Yunai in a little frightened. There had been a tremendous wave in my heart. He could not imagine the power he would become stronger. It's so vulnerable. Feel sorry. Mr. Yang, I want to speak out. Please forgive me. Morong Mangli showed a hint of apology. He continued. Actually, I'm not investigating you specifically. But for the company's growth. I have been sending people to search for the traces of the Nightmare Apostle among the people. You've done a robbery. 50,000 yuan was robbed. The victim reported the case and fired a shot while fighting the criminal. But the gangster was unscathed. It happened that I had some friendship with the director of the Public Security Bureau of the 13th District. Knowing this, that's why there was a follow-up investigation. By the way, your robbery. I helped to suppress it. Although you have gained extraordinary power. But the method of committing the crime is still too rough. Yang Dongqing's robbery of wealth to help the poor was exposed. He was a little embarrassed, too. I didn't expect that Morong Mangli had helped him secretly. Morong Mangli continued to say. Mr. Yang. Actually, I'll come to you. There is another reason. What's the reason? Yang Dongqing let go of his hostility a little. After all, I am favored. Because you are kind to Morong Mangli smiled. After many ordinary people become extraordinary people, there are often some inhumane crimes. But you are different. The object of your robber is a bad boss who often deducts workers' wages. And no killing. Although I don't advocate doing this. But in comparison, your level is relatively high. Yang Dongqing smiled awkwardly. Fourth, I feel a little embarrassed. I don't want the company's employees to be evil bad guys. Even if the other party is very capable. Having said so much, Mr. Yang, what you are considering is how to add the Bronze Gate to you without any harm. Our understanding of the nightmare world and the extraordinary ones. It must be better than you alone. What you need to do is to sell treasures or extraordinary materials that you cannot use to the company first. Of course, price. The company will not let you suffer any losses. Morong Mang sincerely invited. In his opinion, Yang Dongqing had no reason to refuse. However, Yang Dongqing was silent for a moment. Finally, he shook his head. Excuse me, Miss Morong. Although your conditions are attractive, but I refuse. A look of surprise flashed in Morong Meng's eyes. He was rejected without anger. No disappointment, either. Just asked with interest. Can I know the reason? Yang Dongqing was a little hesitant. Sumu kept popping up in his mind. Rejected the scene of Yi Fanyu and waving goodbye to Tingting. It's this guy who looks selfish. The cold-blooded and ruthless gang leader. Stand out at a critical moment. Helped myself. Even saved his life. Mr. Su. I can't understand him. You are a smart person. Just follow my plan. We can definitely return to reality. At that time, Sumu smiled as usual and refused. It was this time. Yang Dongqing has made some changes to Sumu. Yang Dongqing dispersed. The picture in my mind took a deep breath. Because I promised someone. The year to be shaken for him. Morong Meng was a little surprised. That man is also a nobleman. Yang Dongqing shook her head. Not he is a gentleman with grace. Morong Mengli smiled slightly. I admire handsome men very much. I wonder if Mr. Yang can recommend it to me. A strange look appeared on Yang Dongqing's face. I think you may have misunderstood. The demeanor I mean is crazy. Morong Mengli was stunned. Sumu, the headquarters of the Viper Gang, hung up the call with Jasmine. An unidentified woman came to Yang Dongqing. And the temperament is not as interesting as that of ordinary people. A trace of confusion appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yang Dongqing removes the identity of the extraordinary person. Just a poor student. Social relations are about zero. Can be found by such a woman. The intention is obvious. He has never forgotten what Yang Dongqing said. That was Yang Dongqing's first time experiencing a nightmare world. A person from uptown said that the real world extraordinary person. They are all cowards who get nothing. They all grew up by sucking the blood of Mengyan's apostle. It seems like a vampire is coming to the door now. Who can prepare it? A guest came to the door later and was the leader. Zhao Chao said respectfully. About an hour later. A low-key and luxurious black sedan was parked in front of the headquarters of the Viper Gang. The driving is in Korean. He looked at the venomous snake a few times. Help the headquarters show disdain. A gangster's extraordinary man was actually hired by the gangster. Yang Dongqing looked a little embarrassed. He heard the other party's disdain. But he didn't say anything. Obviously. The man's strength just now shocked him. At this time, Morong Mengli's calm voice sounded. Korean. I know you were sent by my father to help me. But that doesn't mean you can belittle my guests at will. Hanyu looked at the other person's beautiful face. Perfunctory. Good boss. Soon everyone got out of the car. Two venomous snakes came forward. Welcome the guest leader to wait for you. Yang Dongqing was stunned. Unexpectedly, Sumu actually found out in advance. He didn't know it was the letter from Jasmine. And he had already asked Jasmine to go back early. A young man from the middle gang let him down. Arrived at a hall deep in the headquarters. The hall is brightly lit. A dome that is more than 10 meters high. There is a dazzling giant crystal chandelier hanging. Tens of thousands of crystals reflect brilliant light. The ground is paved with expensive marble. Warm and smooth. The texture of each stone is unique. The walls are also decorated with exquisite murals. The color is delicate and bright. A luxurious sofa sat in the center of the hall. Arranged in an orderly manner. In the middle is a wooden tea table. The surface is carved with complicated patterns. As soon as Morong Mengmeng enters the hall, I couldn't help but reveal a faint sense of joy. What he admires is not luxury in luxury places. He has seen it, too. What he appreciates is the other person's taste. The entire hall is in terms of spatial layout or decorative details. They all exudes a delicate palace of art. It's like a solidified art hall. All the matching is just right. In addition to the abrupt wall of the trunk snake behind the sofa, Korean curled his lips. The expression of disdain is also an imitation of the nobles. Several Perseid leaders will arrive at Zhao Chao immediately to lead a few people to the sofa. After sucking the tea, he left. After taking the seat, Morong asked in Meng Meng, Mr. Yang. Mr. Su in your mouth is also an extraordinary person. Yang Dongqing thought about it. The magical manifestation of Sumu. Why do you feel that he is not an ordinary person? Although I don't know what his bronze law is. But it is still certain that Morong Mengli's eyes flashed slightly. Obviously, he also thought about Sumu. Not long after, the door on the side of the hall was opened. Everyone looked at the sound. I saw a black suit. Wearing brown glasses. The man holding a tongue-lined cane slowly approached. His appearance. It seems that the air around it is dyed with an elegant atmosphere. Slim and tall. Every step is calm and calm. The high-nose bridge and slightly raised corners of the mouth outline a confident and charming smile. It makes people feel like spring breeze. A strange look flashed in Morong Mengli's beautiful eyes. He is rarely moved by other people's appearance. But today, he made an exception. Looking at the gentleman walking towards him, only 4 words appeared in his mind. Young Master Ryu didn't say how flawless the other person looked. But the other person's temperament. It's as clean as jade. Warm temperament. It's really hard to ignore. In addition to temperament, what attracted his most attention was his skin. It was hard for him to imagine that a man's skin could be so good. There is no flaw at all. An extreme look flashed in Han Yu's eyes. He thinks he looks pretty good. Compared with the visitor. But it seems that Buddha is a hierarchical angle. He is handsome, no longer beautiful. It's the kind of confident temperament that comes from the bones. The person who came was Su Mu. He had a smile like spring breeze on his face. Nodded politely with the guests. Yang Donqing was stunned. He doesn't understand. Why did I become handsome again after not seeing Su Mu for a day? He looked carefully. I found that my appearance has not changed. But even if I feel more handsome, I can't tell where I am. Introduce yourself. I am Su Mu. Very happy to meet you. Morong Mengli took back Mugwang, reciting the gift calmly. Hello, Mr. Su. I am Morong Mengli. Su Mu smiled and nodded. It has not changed because of the other party's noble identity. This gave Morong Meng an illusion. It seems like I'm back to the upper city. And talks for a real nobleman. After a few people exchanged greetings, Morong Mengli expressed her purpose. Originally, I just wanted to invite Mr. Yang to join my company. But now after seeing Mr. Su, I changed my mind. Oh. I hope to hear the details. Su Mukingman looked at Morong Mengli with a sip of tea and light. This is probably the most beautiful connection he has ever seen in reality. Such a woman. Even in dreams, he is qualified to enter his harem. I would like to invite you and Mr. Yang to join the Bronze Pass. Morong Mengli said sincerely. She doesn't have the arrogance of a noble man. Some of them are just sincerely invited. Su Mu to smile. And there is a direct rejection. Morong Mengli, instead, asked. Can Miss Morong give me a reason to join? Im ho. Mr. Su is not short of money. And he is also an extraordinary person. There are no basic conditions for establishing a company. But as far as the system of the Red Rock Empire is concerned, it is difficult to complete the procedures for connections without nobles. The official management of private extraordinary companies is very strict. As far as I know, extraordinary companies of all sizes on the market have more or less noble backgrounds. Although I don't think the status of a nobleman is worth showing off. But in the Red Rock Empire, he can indeed receive some degree of preferential treatment and convenience. Moreover, the bronze official has just been established. The two are considered veterans now. Don't worry about welfare benefits. Miss Morong, I can feel your sincere invitation. Don't have Su Mu dialect. The wind turns. I have a better offer. What proposed to invest in Morong Mengli's face showed surprise. He didn't expect that Su Mu actually wanted to invest well. Otherwise I'm not short of money. Su Mu shook his head. I'm not talking about using money to invest. Instead, invest in intelligence. Miss Morong, your company should be weak in terms of creation information. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to find it now. Yang Donqing is not talented. Very good at intelligence work. Say something unmodest. As long as I think there is no secret in the entire 13th district. Ha ha ha. Korean suddenly couldn't hold back and laughed. Morong Mengli glanced at him. But he didn't seem to see it. The four virtues still smiled. Excuse me. I can't help it anymore. It was mainly because I saw the country bumpkins in the lower city. A serious bragging. I really can't help it. Once this statement is spoken, Morong Mengli changed his face. Sumu's face raised an interesting smile. The eyes behind those brown glasses are faintly visible. This does not seem to match the master and servant. Boy. You are just in control of a gangster who is not good at it. I dare to speak so arrogantly. There is no secret in the entire 13th district. You think with a small gangster's intelligence network. Can you invest in an imperial noble company? Korean. Quickly apologize to Mr. Su. Morong Mengli's tone became so stern that he apologized. Boss. You are an ordinary person. You don't know the extraordinary. A young boy like this who has just gained extraordinary power. I've seen a lot of sudden power. Let them lose their minds. I think I am so powerful. Little do you know. Just stand at the bottom of the extraordinary. The head of the Morong family sent me to assist you. Then I naturally have an obligation to ensure that you are not deceived. Morong Mengli's face became even more ugly. He took a deep breath. Mr. Su. Excuse me. It makes you embarrassed. Sumu waved his hand casually. Smiling. Miss Morong is serious. I haven't measured yet. As small as a dog on the roadside. I was so angry that I was crazy. The Korean ridicule came to an abrupt end. He looked straight at the murderous intent in Sumu's eyes. There is no concealment of the boy's kindness. You say it again. Faced with Han Yu's threat, Sumu didn't even look at him. Instead, he said to Morong Mengli, Do Miss Morong need me to teach you a lesson? For some reason. The man in front of him smiles calmly. He was convinced inexplicably. Court deaf. Korean language is furious. As a retainer of the imperial nobles, he is a powerful extraordinary person from the Shangqing district. People in the lower city are naturally in a downward state of mind. But I didn't expect that today I was despised by the country bumpkins I looked down upon. He suddenly burst out. So fast. The fists came almost instantly. Pointed at Sumu's head. Stop. Sumu Murong Mengli and Yang Dongqing shouted at the same time. But it's too late. Han Yu's fist hit Sumu's head hard. But Sumu almost didn't react today. Sadeo still sat on the sofa without moving. Just when Han Yu thought he would succeed, something unexpected happened to everyone. The expected head burst sounded without sounding. Han Yu's fist is like passing through the air. The next moment was passed through Sumu. Sumu's figure was shattered in an instant like a dream bubble. Han Yu was shocked. At this time, a man in black, like a tide, surged out from the doors on all sides of the hall. It surrounded everyone in just an instant. Everyone has no expression on their faces. Like a cold machine. Facing the siege. Han Yu was not panicked. Just as heavy as water. A pair of eyes kept scanning. Trying to find traces of Sumu. For him, there is no threat to these ordinary people. What really made him feel weird is that Sumu's method sounded like a snake-patterned wooden cane hit the ground. Everyone looked at the sound. Sumu walked out of the man in black with a smile on his face. Today's knowledge may not be good. But, for your sake, as long as this Mr. Han Yu is willing to apologize, the enemy can consider forgiving his offense. Sumu smiled. Morong Meng hasn't spoken yet. Han Yu let out a naive laugh. Do you think these ordinary people can do anything to me? Sumu smiled even more. He said word by word. Who said they are ordinary people? Tap the wooden stick on the ground with a snake pattern. Like some kind of signal. A strange scene appeared and roared. Hundreds of men in black burst into violent roars at the same time. The sound seemed to come from the abyss of hell. Full of endless pain and violence. With this creepy roar, their bodies began to undergo strange changes. The dark and ink-like scales grew out from under the skin at a speed visible to the naked eye. Spread rapidly. The whole body is arranged closely together. form an indestructible spiritual armor. It looks like a sharp bone spur. Break out of the skin. The polite stretched out. Like the devil's claws. Their figures have become taller and more distorted. Muscle bulge. The lines are hideous. The outline of the Korean part is also covered with black scales. Only a pair of scarlet eyeballs exuding a murderous aura were revealed. A terrifying atmosphere filled the audience. They are like Shiraz crawling out of hell. It seems that a bloody massacre will be launched at any time. This sudden terrifying change. Morong Mangli and Yang Dongqing's faces changed slightly. Not to mention Han Yu, who was targeted. At this time, Han Yu was stared at by countless pairs of scarlet eyeballs. I just feel creepy. What kind of monster is this? The nobles and servants who thought they were well informed were also frightened. He had never encountered such a strange thing. I even suspected that I had fallen into the nightmare world. Mr. Han doesn't know if they can make you apologize? Sumu, surrounded by monsters, had an unchanging smile on his face. Asked politely. Han Yu's face suddenly became very ugly. He glanced nervously. Silently estimate whether he can defeat so many monsters. The key is that he doesn't know the strength of these monsters at all. But judging from the momentum and the terrifying black scales, these seem to be terrible at any time. I saw that Korean language was not clear and continued to steal. It seems that I didn't prepare enough. It was so fucking. He clapped his hands. I saw countless dark squares appearing on the walls of the hall. As the dark grid opens, a machine gun. The black muzzle slowly stretched out from the wall. Under the light, it emits a terrifying light. More than that, the marble floor at the upper edge of the hall floor is also opened accordingly. Exposed inside the dark grid. Suddenly, time bombs were placed. The shell of the bomb is cast from cold metal. Looking at the heart-pounding cold light, the body of the bomb is cylindrical. A small electronic display is embedded at the top. The red numbers that were beating above were like the countdown of the demon. Around the display, there are dense lines and interfaces distributed. Seeing this scene, the cold sweat on Han Yu's face was gone. He suddenly regretted it very much. Offend this country bumpkin in the lower city. This man looked gentle and bloody. But in fact he is clearly an extremely dangerous person. Whose good guy buried so many bombs in his home? Originally, he was thinking about whether he could break through the siege. Capture the king first. Grab Sumu directly. But when he saw the bomb, his heart was completely cold. Don't dare to act rashly. I was afraid that I would accidentally realize the bomb during the action. Once these hundreds of bombs are detonated, the entire headquarters of the Viper Gang will be razed to the ground. Even if he thinks he is not weak. But I didn't dare to be confident enough to withstand so many bombs. Yang Dongqing saw this scene. The cold sweat has come down. He never thought of Sumu. There are so many means hidden. I lost it was not unfairly. Even if I won at that time, I'm afraid I can't live either. Walk out of the Viper Gang. Only Morong Mangli, still able to remain calm. Although this noble lady's pupils contracted, but he still maintains the most basic decency. He finally understood. Why did Yang Dongqing have such an evaluation of Sumu? A gentleman with grace. What does this really mean, Mr. Han think? Sumu courteous inquiry. It seems like a gentleman is showing his collection to the guests. A drop of cold sweat slides off the Korean face. His muscles are tight. The eyes kept flashing. He wasn't bluffing there. I don't believe you dare to detonate the bomb. Here is an imperial nobleman who was charged with killing the imperial nobleman. Once implemented, the entire Red Flame Empire cannot tolerate you. Sumu smiled slightly. You are wrong. Miss Morong will not die. She carried some kind of defensive treasure on her body. I won't die, either. Because this is just my clone. My men won't die, either. Their spiritual armor has enough defense. Only you will die. Morong Mangli's face changed slightly. He didn't expect that he had a defensive treasure on him. Sumu saw it all. Hearing this, Han Yu's face froze. He asked unwillingly, pointing at Yang Dongqing. What about him? He is your choice, too. Fine. He died if he died. Although Yang Dongqing had long been used to Su Mu's 37-degree mouth. So cold words often. But every time I listen, I feel very dry. Mr. Han. He also chose to apologize or die. Han Yu's face became increasingly ugly. His pride does not allow him to apologize to the people in the lower town. But he didn't want to die. At this time, Morong Meng left and apologized in Korean. His tone was cold, with an unquestionable meaning. I am wrong. Han Yu finally lowered his noble head. I kept comforting myself in my heart because I followed the orders from Morong Meng. Besides, I don't have to fight with the country bumpkins in the lower city. But Sumu shook his head and it was not enough. Han Yu looked angry. What else do you want to do? Could it be that I should kneel down? A good offer. Han Yu's chest was undulating violently. His eyes were almost on fire. This extreme humiliation brewed in his chest. Ding Sumi took out the remote control from his pocket and pressed the button. The next moment, those time bombs. The bright red numbers on the display began to flash wildly. At the same time, the spirit-armored monster also quietly blocked all exits. Damn! Yang Dongqing panicked. Get up and run out. I've said it long ago. He is a lunatic. Don't you believe it yet? Get out of here quickly. Let me go out first. I'm not embarrassed by my own spiritual armor monster. Yang Dongqing gave up a gap. Let it go. Han Yu's heart beat wildly. No. I can't die here. I have a great future. I can't fight with the country bumpkins in the downtown area. He kept comforting himself. Little do you know. The arrogance in my heart has long been broken by the fear of death. Thump. He fell heavily to the ground. Mr. Su said. I was wrong. Ding Sumu pressed the remote control again. The time bomb stops flashing. Then all the hidden blocks in the hall are closed. Those spirit-armored monsters also retreated like a tide. Sumu returned to the sofa, drinking tea with Morong Meng. Everything seemed to have never happened. Miss Morong tasted singing Anshan black tea. I don't know if it suits your taste. Morong Mengli gently pinned one side of her hair behind her ear. Gracefully pick up the teacup and take a sip. Savor it smoothly. Soft. Good tea for a long and sweet tea. Speaking of this, he paused and added. I like Sumu very much. Smile. I understood Morong Mengli's subtext. Miss Morong is indeed very tasteful. From this point of view, if we can reach a cooperation with Ms. Morong, it is also a blessing. This elegant pair of men and women, talking and laughing. No one paid any attention. Korean speaking like a broken dog kneeling on the ground. Korean clenched his fists tightly. The eyes are covered with bloodshot like spider webs. But I didn't dare to stand up. Because Sumu did not let him stand up. For such an enemy who always smiles, he didn't dare to hide at all. Maybe once you stand up, we'll continue again. For clones who have suffered more humiliation, like a nightmare monster, there are bombs covering the entire hall. No matter which one it is, all of them are extremely admired by Korean. Mr. Su, I admire your methods. I can't seem to find a reason to reject you. Morong Mengli smiled. This time my smile seems to be less polite. It's more like a smile between friends. Happy cooperation. Sumu looked smiling. Extend your hand. Happy cooperation. Morong Mengli smiled sweetly. Also stretched out your hand. The hands are like carefully carved works of art. Slim and slender. Every finger is as uniform as green onions. The joints of the fingers are small and exquisite. The skin is as white jade. Hold two hands politely to the extreme. Then, Morong Mengli left his address and passed to the upper city area. So he took Han Yu away from Sumu. sitting alone on the sofa and drinking tea. 2 fingers clamped the business card. The bronze official is interesting. With his eyesight, it is not difficult to see. Hanyu and Morong Minely. It's completely different from appearance. Hanyu seemed to be fucking Morong Minely intentionally or unintentionally. I don't want the bronze official to grow stronger. But because of fear of aristocratic status? So I dare not show it too obviously. The nobles of the empire were not as supreme as they imagined. In Red Rock, the privileges of the imperial nobles were almost above the law. Even said that the nobles were executed at will. None of the civilians hurt. But Hanyu refused to listen to Morong Mangley's orders several times. This is a bit intriguing. Just as Sumas thought. Dong 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 dong. Yang Dongqing trotted back again. Why didn't it explode? He came to the sofa. Pick up the teacup and drink it in. I always feel that with your crazy level, it will definitely explode. Yang Dongqing seems to have a deep misunderstanding of me. I have always advocated resolving disputes with peaceful means. I have no misunderstanding of you. Yang Dongqing curled her lips. Whoever loves peace is filled with bombs in their homes. Ah. By the way. Why did the people from the Viper Gang suddenly turn into monsters just now? How many abilities do you have? Sumu smiled without saying a word. The real reason was not explained. Only he knows it. There are actually no monsters at all. No machine guns. There are no bombs, either. Everything is Sanluo. Vientiane Sanluo said. Many of the meanings listed. Everything refers to various things and scenes in the universe. Together. It is all the phenomena and forms that are listed in the universe. It means to include everything. This is the ability of all things. Change to human words. It is the illusion that controls vision. The world of forest can control the visual consumption of mental power. Transform into all the scenes in the world. So just now, the viper snakes have turned into monsters, bombs, etc. All fake. All are illusions. As for why I knew that Morong Mangley had a defensive treasure on her body. Very simple. Because he tried hypnosis before. As a result, the mental power was blocked by some invisible barrier. The next night, Sumo and Yang Dongqing in Shanqing District finally arrived at the outer 13th district of Shanqing District. It's very far from the upper city area. It took them several hours to get to the two of them standing under the huge walls. Looking at the endless flow of people at the gate of the city. The tall and majestic city wall. Like a sleeping dragon. Snake on the edge of the city. Just like the Chu River drought realm. It clearly separates the upper and lower cities from the world. Huge gateway. There is a pair of soldiers carrying guns and ammunition. Checking the pedestrians. Here. People in the lower town do not have a pass. It is inaccessible. Sumo and Yang Dongqing followed the crowd and walked to the soldiers. He calmly took out the pass left by Morong Mangley. When the soldier sees the seal representing the nobles on the pass. Suddenly, my whole body was shocked. He quickly stood attentively to salute. Sumu smiled and nodded at him. Then he entered the upper city area. The moment he entered the upper city. In a trance, it seemed like I had come to another world. Look at it, there are towering skyscrapers. Standing like a jungle of steel. A colorful but cold light reflected on the glass curtain wall. Countless neon signs flashed freely. Cut the dark night sky into countless broken color blocks. The huge display is scrolling with exaggerated advertisements. The pedestrians coming and going. Gorgeously dressed. Gorgeously dressed. The light emitted by neon street lights on both sides of the road. Like the ocean. Flooded every street. Red. Blue. The purple light intertwined. Formed a dreamlike color. Swirl. Luxurious and exaggerated. This is Suma's first feeling about Shanqing District. However, for this scenario, he was already accustomed to him in his dreams. He even created a fairyland in his dreams. It's far from comparable to the upper town. Compare with his calmness. Yang Dongqing is like a local bun process. The whole person is in a state of shock. His eyes were blinking at every landscape. He had long heard that the upper city is prosperous. But I didn't expect that it was so prosperous. This reminded him that the sky was always gray. The 13th district is full of factories. Gangsters are rampant. Even the streets are dilapidated. Mo couldn't help but clench his fists. Because he knew that the Shanqing district was so prosperous. All were sucked out of the blood from the Zixiaching district. As a person from the lower city, he could feel the injustice the most intuitively. The two strolled on the streets of the upper town. Soon Yang Dongqing noticed something wrong. That is, most pedestrians on the roadside will focus their attention on themselves and Sumu. Passers-by looked at Sumu with stunning in awe. It's like looking at the nobles. But it comes to myself. But he even despised. Yang Dongqing turned her head and looked at Sumu. I found that the other party was wearing a well-tailored expensive black suit. Holding a snake-print wooden cane with incense gold, leisurely steps. Every move reveals the elegance of the noble. In contrast, I have a little yellow-white t-shirt. The lower body is ripped jeans. A pair of bloated sneakers on your feet. When walking, he was out of place with the upper city. Yang Dongqing made up her mind. Buy a new outfit in the upper city area. When he went back, the passers-by's eyes made him unhappy. But there is no way to attack. I can only walk with my head down. Sudden. He found it around the corner of a street. A beggar with a very sloppy hair is begging. This upper city is not very good either. There are no beggars as well. Yang Dongqing pretended to be disdainful. Sighing his lips. Sumu. He looked at him with a smile. Obviously, he saw through his heart and didn't feel sensible. Yang Dongqing was a little angry by Sumu's eyes. But he is not good at speaking. He had to turn around and walk towards the beggar. Take out $1 of change from your pocket. The people in the upper city are obviously so rich. But he is still so cold. He muttered. He pointed his finger at the quality of the people in Shanqing district. I plan to give alms to the beggar. When he walked to the beggar, just throw $1 into the other party's bowl. Then he turned around and left. The beggar was stunned. Suddenly, wait a moment. Yang Dongqing turned around and said coldly, "You're welcome." The beggar looked him up and down. A hint of contempt appeared in his eyes. What's wrong with Yang Dongqing from Shanqing district frowning? The beggar took out $1 from the bowl. I threw it over with disgust. Those who go to the lower city are not qualified to give me a gift. No matter how bad I'm doing. Even if you beg for food in the upper city, you won't be able to use the alms of people from the downtown area. Who do you look down on? Yang Dongqing was furious. Being despised by beggars. He has not suffered such a great humiliation. The beggars in the upper city of Mad are nobler than the people in the lower city of Mad. Just when he was planning to find the beggar Li Luan, a snake-patterned wooden walking stick in front of him. Sumu walked over slowly. He said only to the beggar, I asked him to give alms. Beggars are the best at judging people. When he saw Sumu for the first time, suddenly my face changed drastically. The expression became extremely flattering and kowtowed. Thank you for your rewards, Mr. Xie, for your rewards. Look at his harem. It's almost gone. Don't make troubles. Sumu said lightly. Then he took Yang Dongqing away. 2. A taxi was stopped. According to the address given by Morong Mengli, I came to an office building. This office building is relatively short. The location is also relatively remote. There is also a sign of Bronze Pasco, Limited at the door. The two entered the company. It was soon received by the etiquette lady. Who are you looking for? Chairman Sumu smiled. When the etiquette lady heard it, more respectful attitude. Is it Mr. Su and Mr. Yang? It is the chairman on the top floor. Please follow me. As the elevator starts, the two soon met Morong Mengli in the top-level chairman's office. But this time there was no cold speech around him. Mr. Su. Mr. Yang. I've been waiting for a long time. Morong Mengli stood up from the office chair and greeted him. Meeting again. Miss Morong Sumu politely shouted. Yang Dongqing also whispered from the side. Hello? He seemed a little uncomfortable. When I first arrived in Shangshangcheng district, I met the chairman in a large company. This is his first experience in this scene. Especially this chairman is extremely beautiful and charming. Today, Morong Mengli is wearing a white women's suit. A delicate scarf is tied to the neckline. A simple and elegant face with light makeup. There is a faint blush in the whiteness. A long flax hair was casually spread on her shoulders. Add a bit of charm and maturity. Yang Dongqing only saw Mike Sumu. But I saw other differences. Morong Mengli is not very old. In his early 20s, he is obviously making himself more mature and steady by dressing up. Enhance prestige. In theory. As a nobleman, he doesn't need to do this. Because the status of a noble is enough to support everything. Add to the previous Korean attitude. He tested Morong Mengli, the nobleman. I'm afraid it's not a high status in the family. After a few people greeted each other, Morong Mengli entered the topic. He took out a document and handed it to Mr. Sumusu. This is a shareholding agreement. Wake up. Sumufan seemed to have taught himself the law of the empire in his dream. He doesn't need a lawyer to check the contract after confirming that there is no problem with the contract. He signed the letter readily. Mr. Su. You are a smart person. I guess that I had guessed through my Korean attitude yesterday. I don't have a high status in the family. Morong Muli was so calm that he faced his partners. He did not take the noble's tiger skin to make profits for himself. Instead, choose to go straight to the point. Sumu nodded. I admire Miss Morong's honesty. I think treating each other with sincerity is the basis of cooperation. Morong Mengli's eyes are firm and confident. Besides, I don't think it's successful. It is true that you can only rely on the family. Sumu has to admit that. This woman is very smart. Because the Korean incident has already exposed the problem of his low status. This woman has no choice to hide it. Instead, he is open and honest. This will certainly lose the authority of some nobles. But at least it makes people feel sincere thanks and understanding. Then I will briefly talk about the current top tasks of Bronze Quarter Company. Looking for the Eye of Gold. Eye of Gold. Yang Dongqing is a little unfamiliar with this term. Eye of Gold is the main material for making gold-grade extraordinary potions. To be honest, the original intention of the establishment of the Bronze Pass was the Eye of Gold. In fact, this is no longer a secret in the new city Super League circle. The two are from the lower town. Maybe I don't know my father very much. That is, the Morong family. I've been looking for the Golden Eye for many years. Not only did he offer a reward, it also encourages its children to start a company. Recruiting nightmare apostles. Going to find Yang Dongqing was stunned. Could it be that the Eye of Gold only exists in the nightmare world? Morong Mengli nodded. That's exactly that. In fact, not only is the Eyes of Gold. All extraordinary materials exist in the nightmare world. This is also the original intention of establishing Chaofan Company. In order to collect extraordinary materials through the Nightmare Apostle. What's the use of collecting extraordinary materials? Morong Mengli, making extraordinary potion, said happily. Mr. Yang. Do you know how those extraordinary people who are not the apostles of nightmare come from? Yang Dongqing is not a fool either. This obvious prompt immediately responded to it. Is it a use of extraordinary potions? Good. Actually. At first. There is no extraordinary person in the real world. Only nightmare. These nightmares of the apostles. The extraordinary talents of the apostles can connect to the bronze law. Awakening extraordinary power. This type of person is called the chosen one. Yang Dongqing's eyebrows slightly raised. Maybe the words choose touched his stronghold. Later, the chosen ones continued to explore the nightmare world. Extraordinary materials were discovered. These materials have been refined in special configurations. Only practice extraordinary potions. And in the real world, ordinary people drink it. A super potion can become a Superman. This is the origin of the extraordinary people in the real world. It turned out to be a nightmare. The apostle created the extraordinary in reality. Yang Dongqing suddenly realized. Good. Morong nodded. People cannot connect independently in the real world. There are some precepts of the Bronze Law. The advanced extraordinary person said. What barriers should be blocking humans in the real world? If you want to connect, you can only rely on external forces such as extraordinary potions to break the barrier. The materials needed to obtain extraordinary potions. Only rely on the apostle of the nightmare. Of course, sometimes nightmare monsters will invade reality. You can also take the opportunity to collect extraordinary materials from the nightmare monster. But this efficiency is definitely not as good as that of Super Nightmare. The apostle said something bad. In the eyes of the nobles, the nightmare apostle is a precious resource. Can help them obtain extraordinary materials. Yang Dongqing's face looked a little ugly. No wonder the nightmare of the upper zone. The apostle would say that kind of words. People like Nightmare Apostle are really prone to danger in any world. He can almost imagine some nobles who can do anything to do for the benefit of kidnapping the family of the Nightmare Apostle. Then threaten the Nightmare Apostle to help them obtain extraordinary materials. Until death in the nightmare world. Although the original extraordinary was the Nightmare Apostle. But because of the dangers of the Nightmare Apostle, it is difficult for them to live long. As far as I know, there is no nightmare at the moment. The apostle can completely get rid of the nightmare world. The real world extraordinary people do not have this threat. So to the end. Reality is extraordinary and more powerful. The nightmare apostle kept going up and down. Morong Mengli paused. Continue. I can understand the concerns of the two nightmare apostles. But please rest assured. What you worry about will not happen at the Bronze Pass. In fact, the cooperation between the real world's extraordinary and the nightmare apostle has developed over the years. A stable model has been formed. It was indeed quite chaotic at the beginning. It often happens that the real world transcendents threaten the nightmare apostles. But people misjudged the dangers of the nightmare apostle. A person who will die in the nightmare world at any time. When facing threats, the ruthlessness that can burst out is far beyond the reach of people. There have even been nightmares. The apostle used suicide attacks to kill the nobles of the empire. So gradually the two parties changed into cooperative relations. Perhaps it has produced extraordinary companies. Sumu smiled unanimously. He knows human nature very well. In the eyes of the nobles, the nightmare apostle will die at any time. Often with extremely high-value employees. Maybe today I will pay the nightmare apostle to the full salary. Tomorrow, people will die in the nightmare realm. Then the nobles will inevitably think. If I only make a verbal promise. Then wait for the nightmare apostle to die. This saves a lot of money. A nobler who is a little more unscrupulous can use nightmare directly. The family of the apostles took it as a threat. It's even more that you don't have to spend a penny on your nightmare. So what if the apostle is crazy? After all, this world speaks by strength. Just like an extraordinary person like Han Yu. Will you be afraid of Yang Dongqing's threat? Miss Morong. I just became a superb one. I want to know what position my strength lies among the extraordinary. Or the level division between extraordinary people? Yang Dongqing asked his most concerned question. Last time I faced Korean without any resistance. It cast a haze in his heart. If all the extraordinary people in the real world are like this, then he has to consider being a human being with his tail between his legs in the future. Morong nodded. Mr. Yang. You should only have the bronze law of steel ambition at the moment. Yang Dongqing was stunned. I really only have steel ambitions. Miss Morong. Listen to what you mean. Can we still have multiple bronze laws? Yes. The abilities that extraordinary people have are not single. Didn't Mr. Yang think about why the bronze law was called bronze? Yang Dongqing? I seem to think of something and my eyes opened wide unconsciously. Is there any silver law and gold law above? A few strands of hair scattered in Morong's dream. Put it behind your ears. Smiling faintly, Mr. Yang is really clear at a glance. There are 3 laws in this world: bronze and silver. Gold. Have a bronze law. It is considered to have officially entered the ranks of extraordinary people. Not all bronze disasters. And have 2 bronze laws. It is the second level of bronze. Yang Dongqing couldn't help but open his mouth wide. If there were 10 bronze laws, isn't it the bronze stone steps? Morone Lily smiles like spring. The flowers blooming in spring are gorgeous and blurry, only at this time, it seems that they are missing a little. Strong women have more disguises. There is not so much gold romance. The highest level is only bronze 3rd level, and then it is silver online. And to silver. 3rd level. Of course, it's a golden powerhouse. My father is an extraordinary person of the 3rd level of silver. He found that this level has accumulated a little superpower for a long time. At present, the eye of gold is missing. Then you can get gold. Yang Dongqing is singular. One breath is bad. I almost thought that the extraordinary people in my world were far behind. It turns out that each episode only has 3 levels. Then Han Yu is the 2nd level. Yang Dongqing's expression shook white. It turned out that Dong Dongqing shook his head. What is the bronze stairs? Yang Dongqing's green color moves. He thought that Han Ju was only higher than him when he met. I can't move by suppressing myself with the world bracelet alone. Han Yu's 2 abilities are the giant punch and the endless recovery. The former provided him with unimaginable power. The other brings him 100,000 times more complex than others. It can be said that, as long as it is not broken into pieces, it's hard to be killed. A sense of frustration surged in his heart. He found that the other Fong Fong's ability was not his own strength. The latter is better in some aspects. Almost never became a super, always inferior and withdrawn before. Later, extraordinary power gave him unparalleled confidence. But now, after contacting the extraordinary world, he suddenly found that he was still at the bottom of the house. For a moment, my self-confidence was severely frustrated. Morong Meng seemed to see that Yang Dongqing was in a depressed mood. Consoling. Mr. Yang, don't be discouraged. The chosen one has a talent advantage that ordinary extraordinary ones cannot match. What are the advantages? Yang Dongqing showed expectation on his face. The talent of the chosen one is unparalleled. Normally, after the next ordinary person swallows the extraordinary potion and becomes the 1st level bronze extraordinary person, through constant training and fighting, about a year, it can develop its own capabilities to the top. At this time, you can swallow the 2nd bottle of extraordinary potion. Advanced bronze 2nd level. The chosen one does not need to swallow extraordinary potions. And it only takes 3 months to bronze 1 to bronze 2. Some talented chosen ones even use shorter time. This is not the biggest advantage of the super selector. Its biggest advantage is that all advancements do not require extraordinary potions. Just connect independently in the nightmare world. Bronze law can be advanced. Of course, if you swallow extraordinary potion, it definitely saves more time. Yang Dongqing's eyebrows slightly recovered his confidence. What is the manifestation of developing one's own abilities to the peak? Only the extraordinary can experience this. He seemed to have broken some boundaries. Suddenly, I became more skillful in using my abilities. The strength soared. Once this statement is spoken, Yang Dongqing's mouth suddenly became harder to press than AK. He is now extremely sure that he is a genius in all directions. Because in the last nightmare world, his steel ambitions grew. Obviously it has reached its peak. You will be able to advance to bronze too soon. Sumu saw all Yang Dongqing's psychological changes. I couldn't help but shake my head slightly. Still too young. Everything is written on your face. Morong Mengli suddenly turned his head and looked at Sumu and asked, I wonder if Mr. Su can tell his own level. If it is inconvenient. Inconvenient. Sumu smiled politely. He didn't know whether he counted as bronze level 1 or 2. No filthy heart. Garson's all round. It looks like 2. But these 2 abilities. He hasn't developed any of them to the top. It is completely incompatible with advanced logic. In Morong's dream, he was stunned for a moment. Then it returned to normal. Mr. Su is indeed quick to speak. It's me who was abrupt. I don't know. Mr. Su knows a lot about Chao Fan. But there is a piece of advice that needs to be listened to. Morong Mangli said seriously. Only by having 3 different bronze laws can you advance to silver. But if these 3 bronze laws are not systematic, even conflicting with each other, it is never possible to advance to silver. Take Mr. Yang as an example. Steel ambition is a common bronze law. The subsequent advancement path has long been clear. But it is just to focus on the boxing and the restoration of no cultivation. There is no order of the 3. Just after getting it all together, then there is a chance to be promoted to the follower of the silver law. But if Mr. Yang swallowed other extraordinary potency in the middle of the process, for example, 5-fingered salt bomb, that will lead to the never advancement to silver. Because the path is wrong. Yang Dongqing's face suddenly showed a strange look. 3 centuries passionate blood. Fine gangs him. It is always easy to associate thoughts in that direction. Steel ambitions add to the strength. The one who is following the boxing in endless recovery is equal to the benefit. Isn't this a 3-piece suit for real men? Hardly counted 19. So how do you advance to gold in the future? Yang Dongqing couldn't wait to ask. Who would have thought that? But Morong Mangli shook her head. Every extraordinary path is a secret. About the golden law is even more secret. Although I am a nobleman. But he is still an ordinary person. I don't know about the subsequent advancement. Most extraordinary ways are in the hands of the top nobles. The only way to disclose is the silver law and the law. Because the nobles think this path is the most common. And they need some extraordinary people to deal with the endless nightmare invasions among ordinary people. Yang Dongqing's self-confidence that had finally aroused became weak again. What is the most ordinary? To put it bluntly, isn't it the weakest? Sky. At this time, Morong Mangli got up and took out 2 paper documents from the safe. They handed it to Su Mu and Yang Dongqing respectively. There is a lot of information about the extraordinary. I won't go into details one by one. Most of the information is on this. You can watch it yourself. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask me. It's getting late now. I arranged guest rooms for both of them in the company. Later, staff will take 2 people to the guest room of Bronze Pasco, Limited. Sumu sat alone by the bed. Look at extraordinary information. There is the origin of the extraordinary. The origin of the nightmare world. Extraordinary level division. Introduction to extraordinary potions and bronze path methods. Silver law ranking superior origin and grade division. He had learned from Morong Meng. So I simply look at a few pages. So I skipped. He really pays attention to the origin of the eye world. A thrilling playground. How could he not pay attention? After opening it. But I found only 1 page. There are a lot of time nodes written on it. Some historical events were recorded. There are also many speculations about the origin of the nightmare world. The truth is, there are many different opinions. There is no accurate statement. The only thing you can know is the nightmare. The world has existed since ancient times. Unexpectedly, the world has no way to prove it. Later, it once threatened the safety of human life. Until the golden powerful appear among humans. This changed the decline. And the descendants of these powerful golden men. Also known as a nobleman. The origin of the nobles is the golden strong. That is to say, the nobles of today's empire are descendants of the powerful golden men. Sumu murmured to himself. It doesn't feel strange about this. Such extraordinary people. The top-level golden powerhouse is also human. Since they have saved the world. Controlling power and power. I will definitely treat my descendants with me preferential treatment. Then, the nobleman appeared and Sumu looked through a few pages. Finally, my eyes remain on the ranking of the law. The ranking of the currently known laws of mankind is recorded. Only the bronze law and the silver law. The gold and gold law is obviously hidden. He guessed. These golds are definitely incomplete. The nobles were willing to release one extraordinary way. It can be imagined that. How strict is it to keep the secret of extraordinary consciousness? If all forces are released, there are no smart people who can find extraordinary ways from above. This is not conducive to maintaining the rule of the nobles. As he expected, many vacancies in the data are confirmed. He first glanced through the whole thing. Not only did I find everything from above, even the heart of impure was not found. I saw Yang Dongqing's iron ambition sequence. 9. The endless recovery sequence of the 8 focused force punch sequence. 10. It seems to be very tall. All are in the top 10. But it's actually the countdown. Because the ranking is arranged in reverse, the larger the number of the sequence, the higher the ranking. This is also normal. After all, humans discover more laws little by little. If a strong law is found, it will be ranked first. Then another stronger meaning will appear tomorrow. This has led to a flatter ranking. Therefore, the rankings are marked on prename information not only based on the strength of the ability. There is also the degree of cherishing. Ability. Value. Range of impact, etc. Comprehensive ranking. Sumu's eyes moved downward. Look directly at the strongest known bronze sequence, bronze law sequence. 240 predicts the future. Be able to predict the events related to one's own strength to a certain extent in the future. Theoretically, it can kill the golden strongman. See the notes in brackets. Sumu smiled slightly. He naturally understood the meaning of this sentence. Predicting the future seems to have no combat power. But if it is actually done properly, it can play a role far beyond any bronze strength method. For example, a prophet with the ability to predict the future predicted in advance that he would be killed by a powerful golden man in 10 years. But now this golden strong man is still an ordinary person. Then he just needs to kill this ordinary man. It can resolve the crisis. It also means killing a powerful golden man. His eyes continued to move downwards. It was found that it was all blank. There is no text until sequence 2-3. Bronze Law sequence 233, Rebirth of Death. Rewind time in one's own range. Able to reverse the timeline of one's own death. Back to death. The magic light of Sumu is moving slightly again. Although there is still no intuitive combat power, but its cherishment and value are definitely far beyond ordinary combat capabilities. I just don't know if it can be started continuously. If so, this is definitely an immortal body in the true sense. The bronze law sequence is shining without shadow. Continuous spatial displacement can be performed. He looked through it carefully and found that the most high-ranking ones are basically time and space. Really powerful. It can even open up the silver law again. Ranking silver law sequence. The flowers bloom and treat you. At the cost of lifespan. Change your own timeline. Let yourself be in a state of time acceleration. Time is fine again. But this time is different from before. It obviously has terrifying combat power. Although the introduction is simple. But just think about it carefully. Then you can understand the horror of the flowers blooming and treating guests. If you speed up your time to 100 times, isn't it equivalent to 100 times faster? This is no longer a fast thing. But any action will become faster. For example, before eating. Drink water. Go to the toilet. Bath. This set of actions takes 1 hour. But it may be completed in 1 second after the time accelerates. If the user is very fast, that's invincible. It can even achieve a relatively static effect similar to the effect of time. Seeing this, Sumu couldn't help but think. Such a powerful ability. It's just silver. How terrifying is that golden powerhouse? The sound of paper turning sounded. His eyes also came to the last page. Extraordinary Taboo 1. It is prohibited to disclose all information about the nightmare world to ordinary people. Violators will be hunted by the Empire. Remark. Nightmare has the ability to spread cognitively. That is, the more people who know the information about nightmare, the more likely they are to cause nightmare invasion. Similarly, ordinary people who learn that the existence of the nightmare world are more likely to enter the nightmare world than those who do not know. This is easy to understand. After all, I think about it every day. Have dreams at night. It is difficult for people to dream of something they have never touched. Once there is a nightmare in my mind. Information about the world. This increases the possibility of dreaming. 2. The law accommodates the spiritual limit of 3. Exceeding the upper limit will lead to extraordinary conflicts. Causes mental breakdown. 3. The wrong extraordinary path will lead to the inability to advance. Forced advancement. It will cause mental breakdown. Mental breakdown. For some reason, Sumu saw this word. There is always a desire to try. He even wondered whether he could curb his infinite growth of mental power in this way. This world is becoming more and more interesting. He closed the information. There is a deep effect hidden behind the brown glasses. It's worthwhile to survive. Then, he took off his brown glasses, put it on the bedside table, and took off the coat. Ready to fall asleep. A sound of the door opening came from the room next to it. The heavy footsteps. It sounds like Yang Dongqing. Dong 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 dong. Yang Dongqing quietly went downstairs. Maybe I went to experience the bright lights and wines of the Shanqing district. Sumu ignored him. Instead, fall asleep calmly. Time passes by minute by second. The room is quiet, only hanging on the wall. The sound of the clock hand turning. The moonlight shines through the curtains. A hazy luster sprinkled on Sumu. He lay on the bed. And his shadow is his shadow that shines on the cold ground. Move the shadow's arm. Slowly stretch. Continuously extending. Turned into 2. Big hand like a dead tree. Gradually, the shadow kept surging. Finally, he stood up from the ground. Turned into a tall human-shaped black shadow. His head was almost touching the ceiling. Brush in the head position of the shadow. A pair of scarlet eyes opened with cold eyes. Staring straight at Sumu's face sleeping on the bed. It's simply awesome. The black shadow couldn't accept that after he fell asleep. The shadow suddenly stood up. Turns into a tall monster. Watching my good friends meet again by the bed. Sumu opened his eyes at some point. The deep eyes emitted azure light. It's like reflecting the sky in it. It looks beautiful under the moonlight. He looked at the shadow with a smile on his face. Hearing. The shadow is indifferent. Still looking at him straight. Sumu was thinking about a question before. The black shadow is obviously not the monster in Tingting's nightmare. It just parasitized on Tingting. But when the nightmare was destroyed, the black shadow is not like urging the people. Prevent. Let the nightmare be broken. This does not conform to the shadow behavior pattern. But finally solved the case. Turn out to be. The black shadow has long been hidden in his own shadow. But I came to the real world. This is normal. After all, I am the only one who survived from the black shadow. Tingting disappeared. The black shadow will naturally choose itself. Hungry Somu suddenly asked. Just now he felt the mental fluctuations coming from the black shadow. It's like a pet asking his owner for food. He smiled slightly. No wonder I can't help but come out now. It turns out that I'm hungry. But I'm very curious. Who do you eat? The dark shadows are again filled with mental fluctuations. Sumu is in a trance. You feed on human spirit. Ha ha ha. Then you follow me, right? The dark shadow dragged all the villagers of Zhaozhia village into darkness. Turned them into monsters like Walking Dead. Obviously. He doesn't eat people. Just spirit. And what Sumu doesn't lack the least is spirit. Then, a stream of pure and extremely spiritual power surged into the shadows. The dark shadows in the body chewed silently, feeling the constant consumption of mental power. The eyes of the wood became brighter and brighter. after he became a transcendent. I am worried about how to consume the mental power I am satisfied with every day. Unexpectedly, after falling asleep, I immediately sent a hypnotic photo of the pillow. Ordinary people such as the Nest Medicine can no longer consume much mental power. The Black Shadow is a nightmare monster that can devour a village. Its strength is of course not to be said. Sumu constantly instills mental power. I want to see where his shadow is. It turned out to be half filled. I won't eat the shadows. This is full. Friend. Your appetite is no longer good. He sighed and shook his head. Resentful of it? Want to come now? The Black Shadow shouldn't be eaten up at one time. The mental power of hundreds of people in Jiaojia village. But it is eroded a little bit. Never mind. It's better than nothing. At least it consumes more mental power than a venomous snake. The shadows melt like water after eating and drinking. It turned into a shadow and disappeared again. Everything is like an illusion. No. Sumu found that the connection between himself and the Black Shadow was closer. Maybe it was because of my own mental power. Not only that. He always felt that the Black Shadow seemed to have grown a little taller just now. Since you chose to follow me, then give you a name. Let me think about it. He touched his chin and thought carefully about the characteristics of the shadow. The biggest feature is black. That's the case. Then give a name without black. But let's know the name of black at first glance. It's just you who can't be called out. The next day, Sumo took office as the director of the intelligence department of Bronze Pass Company. And he also met the official employee of Bronze Pass. A total of 10 people except himself and Yang Dongqing. It is worth mentioning that, although these 10 people are nightmare apostles, but they are all ordinary people. Bronze Pass. The third floor of the underground is a spacious underground base. Above is the office building with Bronze Pass, used to accommodate ordinary employees who handle daily affairs. And the underground is the core. All the nightmare apostles gathered here. Minister Su, these 10 are all the nightmare apostles in Bronze Pass, before. But it has been lost in the nightmare event. Morong Mengli introduced. Mr. Sumu is the newly appointed Minister of Intelligence Department of Bronze Pass. At the same time, he is also a powerful extraordinary person. Mr. Yang Dongqing beside him. Also an extraordinary Sumu. With a snake-patterned wooden cane. He calmly looked at the 10 nightmares in front of him. The costumes of the Apostle Seven-Faced Sunu are different. Some are bright and beautiful. Some are ordinary. The only thing that is the anxiety and panic between the eyebrows. This is the reaction that a normal person should have when experiencing the nightmare world. 10 people introduced their names one by one. When introducing, their eyes were involuntarily looking at Sumu. Obviously, there was a little curiosity about the airborne minister. Then, Morong Mengli said the purpose of summoning everyone. This time we gather everyone to come. Not only is it an important thing to introduce Minister Su and Mr. Yang, I decided to form a team. 2 days later, explore Philadelphia district as soon as this is said. Everyone was a little restless. Someone frowned. Someone showed panic on his face. The eyes of Sumu in Philadelphia are slightly moved. Intelligence from the Philadelphia area flashed in my mind. His control over the Viper Snake Gang news network is naturally far beyond ordinary people. There is information about the Philadelphia area. The new city has a total of 20 districts. 1 to the 10-faced city area, 11 to 20-faced city area. Actually, a long time ago, Star City is not 20 districts, but 21 rumors. More than 10 years ago, because of a plague outbreak. This led to the fact that people in the entire 21st district were almost dead. In order to prevent the spread of the plague, then he ordered the blockade of District 21. Over time, District 21 disappeared from people's sight and became the Philadelphia area. The Philadelphia area is full of plague. Explore this kind of ghost place. Didn't we go to die? A woman with heavy makeup on her face. It's right to look a little excited. What's the best place to explore? We joined the Bronze Pass. It is to find the way to deal with the nightmare world. It's not just for nothing to die. Everyone agreed. Obviously, he is not optimistic about Morong Mangli's decision. Sumu also noticed Morong Mangli. It seems that the majesty among these people is not high. Soon, he thought of the time when Korean language invited him in Yangdongqing. Han Yu. It was obvious that it was deliberately interfered with. These people might have been secretly encouraged by Han Yu. Faced with everyone's doubts, the noble lady was not angry at all. Still calmly said, "Plague is the empire's external saying. The real situation is a nightmare invasion. It led to the 21 destiny becoming ruins. The nightmare that caused chaos back then has been killed by the top leaders of the empire. But because it has been polluted by nightmare, become unsuitable for human habitation. That's why it gradually became abandoned. In fact, there are not entirely no one there who still have fugitives or escape from enemies. That's very dangerous, too. Who knows if there are any remaining nightmare monsters inside?" A strong man smelling the flower arms shouted. Speaking of nightmare monsters, everyone's faces turned pale involuntarily. Xianxue recalled the terrifying memories that were once. A slender and fair finger was raised in a million Morong Meng. This word seems to have some magic. The scene was silent in an instant. Each of them participated in this exploration mission was 1 million. If it hurts, the company will provide double pensions to your family. Everyone looks different. Someone's eyes flashed with a hint of heat. Someone showed hesitation. It has been touching people's hearts since ancient times, when they became nightmare apostles. I know I won't live long, so it's better to make more money. Or to spend time. Or leave it to your family. This is also one of their purpose of joining the company. Sumu sighed slightly. Nobles are rich. 1 million per person. These 10 people are 10 million. The appearance fees of himself and Yang Dongqing are not included. Don't look at him controlling a gang of poisonous snakes under his command. But the actual available funds are only about 10 million. If someone issues a task, it will exceed 10 million. Even Yang Dongqing was moved by this number. Today, Yang Dongqing has already changed into a fashionable new dress. Loose graffiti printed t-shirt with a black leather jacket. The lower body is covered with a white hole. Leggings. Exposed on both knees. Wearing a pair of white high-top sneakers. Shoelaces are still fluorescent green. It looks particularly blinking. He bought this outfit last night. Spend 1/10 of his savings. Then he bought Jasmine a backpack his skirt for the remaining 9 out of 10. At this time, he was short of money and heard that 1 million hearts were beating wildly. How much clothes can Jasmine buy? However, from the lower city, obviously underestimating the greed of human nature, the man with flower arms suddenly made a sound to the Philadelphia area. I understand that the people inside are all cruel characters who kill without blinking. And there are many remaining nightmare monsters. The danger is no worse than the nightmare world. Wanting us to explore is equivalent to sending death. Morong Mangli frowned slightly. I'm not forcing everyone to do this mission voluntarily. If you don't want to go, you cannot go to the flower arm. The man shook his head. It's not that I won't go. I mean, you have to add money. For extra money. I have now felt the next call of the nightmare world. You can enter the nightmare world at any time. I need enough money to buy a treasure trotter and have to pay extra. The person who spoke was wearing a white shirt. Wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Some bald middle-aged man. He was the most excited among the people present. The fear between the eyebrows was lingering. How much morong do you want? The dream is so cold that it is 2 million. Give money first and then work. I want 3 million flower arms. The man said with a big mouth. I've been to the Philadelphia area. I'm more experienced than them. So the price is higher. Someone doesn't want to. Everyone is a nightmare apostle. Why are your price high? Or everyone is 3 million. I saw Su Chang getting out of control. Morong Mangli couldn't help but feel a headache. The status of the noble cannot suppress these dying people at all. I saw that they were going to die. I just saw that I didn't care about anything. The sound of the wooden stick hitting the floor sounded. Not loud. But it was like throwing a stone into the calm lake. The scene of ripples and chaos arises. Quietly quiet. At that time, a nightmare apostle involuntarily looked at Sumu. Sumu's hands were crossed, placed on a snake-print wooden cane. The brown glasses slowly swept across everyone's eyes and showed a look of disappointment. Dear colleagues, you guys disappointed me. A faint disappointment in his plain tone. It's like a respected teacher who is taming a naughty student. A look of guilt appeared in everyone's hearts. Suddenly I felt that I had let down Minister Su's expectations. The company does not dislike you as a group of dying people. Also provide you with jobs. Now to improve you. The chance of survival of entering the nightmare world next time. Even more thoughtful. Send you to Philadelphia to experience such a good opportunity. It makes it impossible for others to buy it. But what about you? Not only do you not cherish it. Instead, he asked for money and. Do you think this is right? Once this statement is spoken. Morong Meng's beautiful eyes irresistible to make a big profit. He thought Sumu wanted to use his extraordinary identity to oppress everyone. But I didn't expect to say such a thing. Isn't this going to arouse public anger? But what shocked him even more was still behind. I saw nightmares yelling at the price before. The apostles all lowered their heads in shame at this moment. A young and light girl. Even sobbing. Minister Su. I was wrong. Morong's dream. Minister Su. What you taught me is not a good thing. The company works for me. Give me a chance to experience. How can we still make the company spend money? I personally am willing to pay 50,000 yuan to subsidize the company. The man with flower arms said ashamed. A pair of guilty eyes. Zhongmu shook his head with a heavy expression. The company doesn't want your money. As long as you can understand the company's good intentions. When everyone heard this, the company should not be even more ashamed of money. Look at the expression in Rong Meng. Management has also failed. The rosy little mouth is slightly opened. The eyes also consciously competed for a big fight. At this time, although it is less cold as a female president, but it is becoming more and more real and moving. He looked at the people who were ashamed to find the crack in the ground. Even absurdly thinking about these people when they go to bed at night. Will not wake up suddenly. Twitch yourself in the mouth. Then another sentence. I deserve to die. All right. Let's go down and reflect. Sumu gave the order. Everyone was ashamed and left. Then, he walked towards Morong Meng. In Morong's dream, a complex emotion appeared in his eyes. Just want to thank you. But I heard a low and magnetic sound in my ears. Remember to transfer all their money to me. Morong Mengli will stick the letter Xie to his lips in place. I couldn't say it for a while. Sumu ignored the dazed Morong Meng. Instead, I wandered around this extraordinary base. After all, it is the place where I work in the future. You must get familiar with it in advance. Not long after, his eyes were attracted by a closed square. The walls inside are all silver white. Looks very hard. There are also some dummies made of steel and fitness equipment. There are many traces on the walls and on the dummy. There are all seals and sword marks. This is the training room for the training texture for the Super League. Morong Mengli's voice is behind Sumu. Sumu turned around and looked at it. I saw that the noble lady returned to her previous steady and peaceful appearance. He pointed to the traces on the dummy. Who left these traces? Hanyu sometimes comes here to exercise. Sumu raised his eyebrows. The sword of cold words. Morong Mengli looked at the sword marks on the dummy. A blank look flashed in his eyes. Maybe. Sumu nodded thoughtfully. No further inquiry. By the way, Minister Su didn't know if he had time to have a meal at noon. He thought. Mr. Mo and the other two arrived in Shanqing district for the first time. Why do I want to get in the landlord? Morong Mengli is polite. Yang Dongqing was invited to show hesitation. He missed Jasmine. Young man just met his partner. It's the hot time. I will set out to Philadelphia in 2 days. I have to separate from Jasmine again. The most important thing is that he still wants to see Jasmine. Wearing that road backpack hip skirt. If Mr. Yang has. If it is deep. There are many opportunities to deal with it first. Morong Mengli saw Yang Dongqing's hesitation. Yang Dongqing nodded. I do have something very important to deal with. You guys go and eat. In the end, only Sumu and Morong Mengli went to have a meal. In a private room in a high-end restaurant. Miss Morong seems to have something to say to me. Sumo asked with elegant manners, cutting the best wine steak. What does Mr. Su like on weekdays? Morong Mengli smiled. Just this time smile. Less distant. Smoke and drink. Morong Mengli smiled slightly. I thought a gentleman like Mr. Su. Maybe there are some unique hobbies. Mumu smiled slightly. Pushed the chopped steak into Morong Meng. Then he brought the other party's Weidong steak over. Then I'll say it another way. I like the clouds in cigarette boxes and the sea in wine glasses. Morong Mengli, who was eating steak, couldn't help but smile. But I still chewed the steak politely. Use a tissue to gently wipe the corners of your mouth and then fall down. Mr. Su is indeed different. Speak with lifting the wine glass. What I will ask is not this Ding and the other two who gently touch the cups. Drink all the red wine leaves in the glass in one go. What I asked is, does Mr. Su prefer money or Baojun? What does Miss Morong mean? Sumu's eyes moved slightly. I vaguely guessed the other party's thoughts. Mr. Su. We are already partners. I call Miss Morong too unfamiliar. And on some occasions, this surname will directly reveal my noble identity. You can call me directly. For the dream, Morong Suli's red lips slightly curled up. It clearly does not have the slightest charm or seduction. But it is enough to make any man's heart beat faster and run. Miss Pear. You can also call my name directly. The wine that Morong Mengli drank before his lips were slightly sensitive is continuing to play a role. A hint of blush appeared on his fair and charming face. He glanced at Sumu inexplicably. Okay. Sumu raised his eyebrows. He doesn't like women without a sense of boundaries. But Morong seemed to have not noticed the desusu in his dream. You haven't answered my question yet. I don't like money or treasures. So Susu, what do you like? Morong Mengli clinked glasses again. The two of them drank the wine in their glasses in one go. Sumu frowned slightly. Looking at the rosy woman in front of her, I found that there seemed to be a layer of mist in the other person's eyes. It has a sense of hazy feeling. That kind of sticky and brushed look. It reminded him of a holy body of the charity and innate heaven. This physique. In his dream, he had a strong face and a poor alcohol tolerance. Otherwise, why did the noble lady who has always been dignified and steady call herself Susu? Morong Mengli saw Sumu staring at him. I don't know if it's an illusion. My face seems to be redder. You wouldn't like it. That's right. I like extraordinary potions. It's better to be steal ambitions or something. Extraordinary potion that enhances physical fitness. Morong Mengli's extraordinary potion is very popular. It's hard to buy. I originally planned to use Baoju to pay for this action. If Susu you insist, I can send someone to find out about the extraordinary potion. Sumu has worked hard. Although I am quite interested in Baoju. But he knew that the most suitable potion was the most suitable potion. Because he only has 1 month's lifespan. Get extraordinary potions for strengthening the body. Gain abilities similar to Yang Dongqing. This will better extend lifespan. Susu. I see your bronze law should be related to the spirit. Extraordinary physical agents may not be suitable for you. She turned her head slightly and looked at Sumu's slender fingers. Gently brush a few strands of hair on the forehead. Put them behind your ears. A faint curve was raised at the corner of his mouth. Simple movements are full of endless charm. Ho. Miss Munley. Your beauty is a bit clumsy. Morong Mengli's craftsmanship of flirting with hair is stiff. Letting go for a while is not going to continue. It's not the eyes hidden behind the brown eyes. It seems to have some kind of power to see the human heart. Looking stiff, Morong Mengli said lightly. It seems that Miss Mengli encountered even greater difficulties than I thought. Otherwise, I really can't find a reason to explain your behavior. At this time, Morong Mengli had already withdrawn her hand. The smile on his face slowly converges. Maybe he is unwilling to be stubborn. Asked. I really don't have feminine taste. Miss Bu Mengli is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in reality. I'm not the type you like. I like young women with a girlish feel. A girl with a young woman's feeling? You happen to be the latter. Then you're just a woman. I prefer extraordinary potions. Sumu said bluntly. Morong Mengli was stunned for a long time. She looked at Sumu with a serious look. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. This time my smile seemed to have taken off all the defenses. But there is a kind of romance unique to girls. Su. You're really interesting. Thanks to Morong Mengli for putting away his smile. Very serious. You are a smart person. I can't control someone like you. But I do need an ally like you. Now all I can give you is sincerity and bad promises. Now I am willing to continue listening to Sumu's smile. I believe you can see it too. Besides having a noble title and a little money. Nothing else? Even the bronze officer was instigated by the Korean language. I don't respect me, the nobleman. Sumu nodded. Didn't interrupt. I am an illegitimate daughter. The expression on Morong Meng's face became less and less. Telling his own story like an outsider. My mother was a slave. Bought by my father. Later I came to me. Actually, I shouldn't have been born. Because my identity will allow the entire Morong to join the show. But it happened that the day I was born was my father's birthday. He added his mother to beg him hard. So I was born and became an adult. I have not received support from my family like my siblings. Have your own industry. On the contrary, I was imprisoned in the manor and not allowed to go out. This time I got support. Established a bronze official. It's because my father is dying. He is a superman of the 3rd level of silver. When he was young, he took too many extraordinary potions to promote himself. Many taboo methods have been used. This overdrawed her life. Now, her only way to live is to find the golden eye. Refined into a golden awakening potion. Then he advanced to the imperial scriptures. This is also his always dream. Become a strong golden man. Reappearing the glory of ancestors. Then return to the capital. Back to the center of power. To survive and dream. He was already confused. Unwilling to let go of any hope. Let all children look for the golden eye. I also got the opportunity at this time. Inmu frowned slightly. It's not because of the other party's miserable life experience. But he realized something was wrong. Where is Korean? He was sent by your father to help you. But why are you going against you everywhere? This seems to go against your father's purpose. The smile in Korean Morong Meng brought a hint of coldness. Although he belongs to the Morong family. But in fact, I have been bribed by my fiancé. Fiancé. Maybe you have heard his name. Qian Zihao is sincere and the richest man. A rich fat man. Although he is rich. But not aristocrats. I have always longed for the identity of a nobleman. Often wandering in the aristocratic circles. I hope to get married to a noble lady. But the nobles look down on him at all. Such a nouveau riche. It is impossible for a nobleman to marry him. Except for me. In Morong's dream. A trace of extreme disgust was revealed in his eyes. It seems that Qian Zihao, who is struggling around, recognizes his status. Knowing that in the eyes of aristocrats, one is synonymous with stupid people and a lot of money. So he settled for the second best. I found my father. Spend a lot of money. I asked my father to agree to the marriage. Sumu nodded. Express understanding. An unpopular illegitimate daughter can still be sold for a big price. This head of the family is definitely willing. I probably understand. Miss in the dream. But why did Xian Zihao buy Korean and go against you? In Morong Meng's eyes, the hatred becomes stronger and stronger. Because my father promised to find the children of the Golden Eye will be made the heir of the family. If I become the heir of the family, it is naturally impossible to marry money. The Zihao family also does not allow future heirs to marry a civilian, even if the other party is rich. In fact, among the many children, my strength is undoubtedly the weakest. Neither the talent in awakening the golden bloodline. There are not many assets and personnel. Relatively speaking, I also have the least hope of finding the golden eye. But Xian Zihao is very cautious. He is unwilling to take any risks. Even if there is a slight chance, it must be killed. In the cradle, Sumu glanced at Morong Meng with hatred. At this moment, I fully understand why the other party easily lets himself into the bones. He even directly broke up a showdown. Because he has no choice. A life that has been suppressed for 20 years. Finally saw hope to build your own company. But he was secretly blocked by his fiancée. He has been forced into a dead end. Want to survive under the two mountains of family and fiancé. Only seek external forces to break the deadlock. And he is the external force he has found. Thinking of this, a strange look appeared in his heart. Perhaps it was the scene when Han Yu knelt down before. It caused some misunderstanding to Morong Mengli. Let the other party think that his power is very powerful. He has the ability to deal with the imperial nobles and the richest man in Star City. This made Sumu sigh. It's really accurate to see people at one stroke. Ah. Su. I've told you the truth. And I promise again. As long as you are willing to help me, everything I have can be given to you. If you can really find the Eye of Gold. In the future, the Morong family will be your greatest help. Morong Mengli looked directly into Sumu's eyes. The eyes are filled with firmness and sincerity. I don't know if Morong Mengli is in some kind of evil taste. The name has not changed until now. What if it can't be found? Morong Mengli smiled. But there was a little more coldness in that smile. Even if it can't be found, I won't let you give in vain. All assets under my name. There is also a bronze pass. Even my body was given to me. Maybe you think it's a shame for me to say such words. But I have never had a man. The reason I do this. More revenge. The Eye of Gold is not found. I could only marry Qian Zihao according to the family's arrangements. But before that, I must find a man. And that man is you who picked up the wine glass on the table and drank it all again. For a moment, her face turned redder. Sumu raised his eyebrows. She found that this woman was really persistent. You have to give yourself out. He understood the other party. Don't want to be cheap. Money. Zihao. But why are you eyeing yourself? He thought about it. Tone. Opening. Miss Munley. I always thought we were friends. Morong Mengli suddenly blinked. It seems like I'm drunk. He held his cheeks with his hands and looked straight at Sumu's handsome face reflected into his pupils. His red lips are clear. Friendship. Is it such an inconvenient thing? What are the problems with having a bed and sleeping with good friends? You're right. You get it. Due to childhood experiences, I actually really hate men. But now after seeing you, I realized that what I hate is a stinky man. You are different from them. Morong Mengli's eyes became more and more confused. The delicate little nose was wrinkled. You smell so good. You give me a feeling that your saliva can be eaten. Sumu pushed the brown glasses silently. Miss Munley, you're drunk. Then, Sumu sent Morong Mengli back to the company. Help him take off his high heels. And the gentleman covered the quilt. Although the other party said something slutty. But he was very quiet when drunk. Already fell asleep. Just frowned from time to time. The eyebrows were filled with helpless hatred of a mother. It looks a bit pitiful. After Sumu left, Morong Meng on the bed opened her eyes quietly. He looked at the ceiling angrily. Could it be that the damn Susu can't take you? The scenes of dining are constantly emerging in his mind. And Sumu's reaction. A rebirth of no origin. The shameful and angry silver teeth relieve itching. Finally, I bited on the quilt. Like a cute puppy, shaking his head and tearing it up. His life experience makes it difficult for him to believe in others. Although Sumu agreed to help him. But he instinctively wanted to put another solid chain between the two. What else can a woman rely on to tie a man? But obviously, he failed. Sumu walked back to District 13. Actually, he has always known it. Morong Meng is pretending to be asleep. But he didn't point it out. He even agreed to the other party's request. He has his own plans. Before, he thought he could rely on his hypnosis ability. Open a passage in the upper city area. Then look for extraordinary potions. But now he has changed his mind. A noble illegitimate daughter like Morong Meng has a defensive treasure that can resist hypnosis. Not to mention other nobles. This means that he cannot control a noble in a short time. But extraordinary potion, treasures and other things. They are basically controlled by nobles. So cooperation is the best choice. Because there is no noble who interprets the power. Relatively better control. 3 days later. It's time to agree on. Sumu called Yang Dongqing and set off together. This time he didn't bring Xian Yan from the Viper Snake Gang. Because he is already a transcendent. Ordinary people help him less and less. And there are still many explorations in Philadelphia this time. Nightmare. The apostle can use it. There is no shortage of people. When he saw Yang Dongqing again. But I found that this passionate young man was hanging his head. The whole person's face was full of dismay. There is no hope of life in my eyes. It feels like being dumped. Yang Dongqing's face was full of tumultuous breakup. No words. Sumu didn't say anything more. He took Yang Dongqing directly to set off. The silence atmosphere on the road in Shangqing district lasted for a long time. Yang Dongqing said, "Is there any love in this world?" Sumu frowned slightly. He is not interested in being an emotional mediation room. So I didn't talk to you. Just a little bit emotional. The impermanence of love. A man and a woman who had been seeking death before. After only a few days of getting along, we got apart. Although there are few such examples. But it's not rare. An impulsive man and woman love each other desperately. But when the enthusiasm cools down. During the ordinary days of getting along, I found that the two of them were not suitable. At this time, she was even wondering whether to help Yang Dongqing find a woman. Otherwise it will be difficult to control. Yang Dongqing didn't know Sumu's idea. Said on his own. Jasmine cheated on her. Cheating? Sumu's eyes moved slightly. This is different from the quarrel she had fought before. Why did Jasmine cheat? He knew that Jasmine was a stubborn and kind woman. It is also very realistic. After such a woman caught Yang Dongqing, it is impossible to choose to cheat. Otherwise, where will I go to find a superb boyfriend? He felt that there might be something else in this. Why did Jasmine cheat? Who is the cheating partner? Yang Dongqing raised her head. Look at Sumu. The eyes were filled with grief. Sumu looked a little strange in his face. I was afraid that the other party's next sentence would come. You don't know that he will not say it. Then how do you know he cheated? Yang Dongqing was excited. Yesterday, I saw a red mark on Jasmine's neck. And she is wearing valuable new clothes. He must have performed and sang everywhere these days. Meet rich people. I asked him. Where did Hong Yin come from? He completely sucked for half a day. I can't tell this bitch. I'm wrong. I love him so much. But he buried his head between his hands. Wait. No movement. I judged in my heart that it should be crying. Sumu faintly noticed in his heart. for this thing that Mo Meng can do. He has no reason to cheat. Could it be that someone is forcing him? Result: she didn't say what was uncomfortable in her heart. He was forced to explore the Philadelphia area. The difficulty is that there is no room for expenses. Mr. Su Su Yang. You come to the green. Guanzhou. Mumu Meng Meng has returned to her cold appearance. Every move perfectly conformed to the noble's elegant and steady personality. Apart from this unchanging title, Yang Dongqing, who was originally uncomfortable, heard the word Su 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 Su. His eyes swept across the two of them. Then it became even more uncomfortable. This feeling is like when you are in love, you plan to talk to a friend. But I found out that my friend had just found a big beauty. When both girlfriends hate critically. She is not in a bad life, but she is very uncomfortable. But what is even more uncomfortable is that I found that my friend was doing very well. What's wrong with Mr. Yang? Morong Mengli noticed Yang Qingqing's weakness. I couldn't help asking. It's just a little bit of love. There was a strange look in Morong's dream. But there is no further topic. Go straight to the topic. I have never mentioned the purpose of exploring the Philadelphia area before. Mainly because of fear of leaking the news. Now the action is imminent. I just said it. 2. Please see him take out a golden leaf from his lady's bag. The texture on this leaf is vivid and lifelike. It's not like it's handmade, but naturally growing golden leaves. This golden leaf was purchased from a Philadelphia picker. I have carefully compared it with the classics in the family. This should be the leaves falling from the golden tree. And the eye of gold is the fruit of the golden tree. So I guess there is a very likely clue of the golden eye in the Philadelphia area. Su Mu nodded. He had long guessed that Morong Mengli's purpose was not for the eye of gold. Why bother to explore the Philadelphia area? He took the golden leaves from Morong Meng. I found it felt very strange. It looks like gold. But it feels like the leaves. Are those nightmare apostles coming? All 7 people are here. No one retreated at the last minute. Susuri's words. It should have hit their souls. After they went back. I did have some reflections. Morong Mengli rarely jokes. Everyone is here. It was not beyond Su Mu's expectations. His mental power is increasing day by day. Especially for the sake of the pure heart in the forest, it has skyrocketed even more. Hypnosis of the 7 people is still a nightmare for ordinary people. The apostle is naturally no problem. I'm very curious. Why do you have to bring these 7 ordinary people with you? Even if they are nightmare apostles. But the actual combat effectiveness is probably not as good as that of mercenaries who have received professional training. Really? Their combat power is very weak. But this time the purpose is not a battle. Instead, look for clues. The biggest difference between Nightmare Apostle and ordinary people. It's the monsters they will face in the nightmare world. Morong has a special induction. A bit like a woman's intuition. This will make it easier for you to find. Soon. Under the leadership of Morong Mengli, they went to the underground base. He was before him. When Morong Meng's mission is assigned in the history of 7 dreams. Sumu pulled his glasses down. A blue light flashed in my eyes. Invisible mental power poured into the 7 people's bodies. Strengthened the hypnosis of Susu. This is the roadmap orally told by the scavengers. The area with red circles above is where the golden leaves are found. It is also your primary goal of this exploration. Sumu has settled the roadmap. No single skill. We took everyone out before dawn. 2 business cars headed straight to Philadelphia District and came to Philadelphia District. Everyone seemed to have come to another world. It was a gray fog that caught my eyes. Under haze, there are countless broken walls. Human buildings have become extremely destructive. The skeleton of steel and cement is shaking. On the streets looming, broken glass slags and abandoned vehicles are everywhere. The trees on both sides of the road grow wildly. It seems to have undergone some kind of mutation. Looks crooked. It was covered with sarcoma. The general raised vehicles keep moving forward. Covered by fog. until the ruins on the street blocked the way. The vehicle stopped slowly. Everyone got off the bus. Sumu gave the order. All 5 nightmare apostles got off the car. What a big smog. I didn't do that when I came last year. The man in the nightmare apostle slapped his arm hard. I want to fan the dirty air away. Sumu glanced at it. Everyone found that one person was missing. Shouted with a frown. Yang Dongqing was a moment later. Yang Dongqing, who looked reluctant, walked out of the car. Obviously. He was heartbroken and wanted to do nothing at this time. Let's go. Yang Dongqing opened the way ahead. Sumu took out a white handkerchief to cover the ruins. Although this pungent haze will not cause harm to his sluggish body. But the smell is really bad. Everyone began to move forward in the smog. Out of fear of the Philadelphia area. These 5 nightmare apostles were very nervous. He couldn't help but hold the gun in his hand tightly. Sumu carefully observed the surroundings. As an extraordinary person, even in the smog, visibility is also higher than that of ordinary people. He saw that the signs of the roadside shop had faded. The handwriting is blurred. There are signs of pried open on the door. The windows are covered with thick dust and spider webs. Some abandoned factories also had moss and vines. This is a forgotten city. Quietly, almost dead silent. Yang Dongqing, who was driving the road in front of him, suddenly stopped. Everyone looked at the sound. I saw a baby's body lying not far ahead of Yang Dongqing. The baby looks very cute, white and fat. But there is a blood hole in that little head. It was pierced by a bullet. A female nightmare. The apostle's face suddenly turned pale. Too miserable. Why shoot a baby? This is not the baby. Sumu pushes the brown color. The glasses took everyone to approach the baby and finally understood. Why Sumu said he was not a baby. That white baby. The lower body was filled with 8 spider legs that were extremely dark and fluffy. Sumu used a handkerchief to touch the strange baby's wound and immediately stained with yellow-green blood. He looked at the dryness of the blood. It didn't take long until the strange baby died. It should be within 1 or 2 days. Maybe someone came first. Then, he was about to throw the handkerchief away. But at this moment, he couldn't help but look at a corner of the handkerchief with his eyes tightly on his face. There was a word written on that corner, or a pen. Sumu frowned, watching the words on the handkerchief. He had no idea why there was a word on his handkerchief. You know, he has always carried this handkerchief with him. Because I used to have frequent nosebleeds. So he would carry a handkerchief every day. But now I have written a handkerchief I carry with me now. Being able to do this is not noticed by your strong mental power. How powerful would the person who wrote would be? Wrong. Sumu looked at the words carefully. Although it looks a bit crooked. It seems to be writing it in a hurry. But why is this handwriting so similar to my own handwriting? Or a fountain pen? He touched the knife. He quickly took out a pen. This is the pen he has always carried with him. It's a special pen tip. Sharp. Tough. It is a powerful weapon for killing people. He wrote exactly the same dosage on the handkerchief with a pen. Compare carefully. As a result, I suddenly realized that the previous memorization was written with this pen. Someone still used my pen to imitate my handwriting. If it is the latter, what is the purpose? Sumu fell into deep thought. There are many corpses of strange sound here. Yang Dongqing shouted in front of him. Sumu took back the blood. No more thinking. On a fair and handsome face, I couldn't help but a smile of interest. Interesting. No matter who wrote the words. He was already excited. It seems that this trip to Philadelphia will not be boring. Everyone continued to move forward. Although it continues to deepen, there are more and more corpses of strange babies on the road. Basically, they were shot by guns. Some of them were directly blown out by some distance. Wow! A woman who was crying and complaining. The cry suddenly floated from afar. Someone is crying. Could it be that the scavenger Yang Dongqing stopped and looked at the sound? I saw the depths of the fog. A woman in white was squatting on the ground and crying. The woman turned her back to everyone. Long black hair hangs to the ground. Everyone's hearts tightened. There are no fools among them. I don't think that in such a strange place, there will be a human woman crying. Sumu smiled. I sign. Yang Dongqing went to ask Yang Dongqing and nodded. Step by step toward you. It's okay. Have you seen my child? A woman hears life. He quickly got up and turned his head. The imaginary horror scene did not appear. The woman did have a human face. Not only is it not scary. On the contrary, it is extremely beautiful. The pears look pitiful with rain. Did your child lose it? Yang Dongqing was not confused by the other party's beauty. Because she is in a state of breaking up love. For women. Especially beautiful women. Very hostile. The woman stared at Yang Dongqing. The ultimate hatred suddenly appeared on her face. It was you who killed my child. Yang Dongqing's expression changed. What nonsense are you talking about? What should I do to kill your child? It's you. And you women screamed shrilly. His resentful eyes stared at everyone. I don't know when. The pupils of the humans began to deform. It seems to be strong from both sides. The strange scene that made the ape's eyes turn into a tree tongue next moment appeared. I saw the woman standing there. Not moving. But her fair and slender neck kept stretching. It suddenly extends 3 meters away. Like a white silk. The beautiful head of the python is hung on it. He bit Yang Dongqing fiercely. I'll go, your mother, Yang Dongqing, who is already angry. Now he is slandered by monsters again. More furious. A pair of metallic fists blasted hard at the beauty's head. The huge force directly knocked the beauty's head away. Several meters away. But soon. Driven by the neck that is several meters long. The beauty's head stopped flying backwards. The roar of a flying man burst out from his mouth. Da-did-day-day-day. The dense sound of metal hitting the ground sounded. The densely packed monster eagle walked out of the depths of the thick fog with its spider legs. On the cute little face, the 8 hideous legs are written together to exert force. He rushed towards everyone quickly. Yang Dongqing's face changed suddenly. I didn't expect that there were so many monsters. He can escape with his body of steel. But Sumu and others behind him are bound to die. All things in the world. I don't know when. Sumu has taken off his brown glasses. Her eyes turned blue. It seems to reflect the sky. There was a thick fog coming out of thin air around the silent. Wrap everyone's figures. And the next second. A fictional figure from Shudao. Running out of the thick fog. It rushed towards the distance at a rapid speed. The woman in white and the strange babies were directly taken to the shadow. Chased towards the distance. When the fog dissipates. Sumu and others were revealed. Yang Dongqing looked at Sumu with lingering fear. You can even hypnotize the nightmare monster. Sumu smiled without saying a word. This is not hypnosis. It's a visual illusion. The illusion constructed with mental power. The advantage of being in a vast world is that it does not require the spirit of invading the enemy. Instead, it directly constructs illusions in the outside world. This means that he is not as limited as hypnosis. For example, such as Morong Meng, a defensive treasure or other extraordinary person with strong spirits. Hypnosis has little effect on them. Because mental power is difficult to invade. But everything is different. You can see as long as you have eyes. The ability to eliminate the reality of the world is extremely difficult to operate. It is hundreds of times harder than steel ambitions. Steel ambition is to strengthen the body. As long as it is not a vegetative person. But everything needs extremely high illusion construction capabilities. The whole process is like using mental power to paint. This is not something you can draw good works by giving you pen and ink. It takes a lot of practice to draw the real thing. Draw fast enough. An illusion is formed in an instant. Sounds hard. But for Sumu, who has been dreaming for hundreds of years. Too simple. He created countless things in his dreams. Even the world has been created. Not to mention a mere illusion. In other words, even if there are others, he also possesses the ability of the Senshenluo elephant. Unless you have practiced for hundreds of years. Otherwise, it would be impossible to match Mengshi's good people to move forward. After this monster incident, they are obviously more nervous. No. The people living in the world have pretty good luck. In addition to the strange sound and the snake girl's mistake just now. Except for no other nightmare monsters, they arrived at the area marked in the route map without any danger. This is a shabby 3-story mall. Not too strong. It's already worn out. Hanged with moss and vines. Obviously it has been abandoned for a long time. This is probably the place where the golden leaves are found. Sumo is looking forward to entering the mall. He first used his mental power to perceive it. Didn't notice any monsters. So he looked for clues separately from everyone. Yang Dongqing and I searched for the third level in a group. You four are in a group of 2 people. Responsible for the first and second floors respectively. Afterwards, they met on the 3rd floor. The 4 nightmare apostles nodded. Then they were divided into 2 groups to explore. Sumu went to the 3rd floor with Yang Dongqing. It seems to be a place to sell clothes. There are many white dummies in the shark shops. But the clothes on these dummies have long disappeared. It seemed like someone had stripped naked. Yang Dongqing looked at the dummy. Swallowed nervously. You said these dummies would not come alive suddenly. Sumu smiled faintly. Come alive. Isn't it fun? I really ask you extra. Yang Dongqing rolled his eyes. Move on. Sumu followed behind and let Yang Dongqing open the way. But the strangeness in his heart became stronger and stronger. I always feel like I have forgotten something. What did you forget immediately? Damn. What the hell is this? Yang Dongqing suddenly screamed. Interrupted Sumu's Yen Road. He walked towards Yang Dongqing. I found that the other party was parked in a shop. Looking nervously at the store. When he moves his eyes to the store, I couldn't help but frown slightly. That's a door. An old wooden door was painted with red paint. The 40s are relatively old. A lot of red paint has fallen. Exposed the color of the log inside. This door doesn't look special. What's really special is the door. Standing alone in the middle of the store. There is nothing behind you. And the door is still open. There was thick mist inside. It's like a gate to another world. There is nothing behind this door. But there is thick fog inside. Could this lead to hell? Yang Dongqing's eyes revealed a look of fear. Don't dare to approach the gate easily. Simu will naturally not take risks with his body. He called the nightmare apostle downstairs directly up. Soon the man with a flower-armed man and a bald middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses trot up. Have you found any of the following? The 2 shook their heads. The flower-armed man said. The 1st floor I am responsible for. Not to mention the golden leaves. Even the stores selling gold and jewelry are empty. There are still many traces of fighting inside. It was probably snatched by the former scavengers. Sumu nodded. Just as he was about to direct the flower-armed man to enter the door. But suddenly, he turned to Yang Dongqing and asked. How many people did we bring this time? Yang Dongqing is a little confused. It seems that the question Sumo asked is very idiotic. The 2 of them were just 2 of them, and the eyes behind the brown glasses were faintly visible. He really brought 2 people in his memory. But why does it feel like this? Why are there only 2 Bronze Gate companies in the entirety? Staff? Wrong. Not 2. Instead, a faint blue light flashed in the eyes of the 7 Sumu. Holly's face showed a strange look. You don't have a fever. Where did it come from? Although I didn't say 7 people. But before I left, I consumed 7 parts of my mental power. I remember hypnotizing them before leaving. Although I remember hypnotizing 2 people. But the mental power consumed cannot be done. Fake Sumu is determined to say. He finally realized something was wrong. My memories have been tampered with. Yang Dongqing also changed her complexion slightly. You mean at this moment? No one noticed it. The thick fog in the wooden door kept surging. Wisps of mist began to invade. Have you found any of the following? Sumu asked. The two shook their heads. The first floor villa I am responsible for. Golden leaves. Even the stores selling gold and jewelry are empty. It was probably snatched by the former scavengers. Sumu nodded. Right. The man with flower arms said. Go inside to see the situation. He couldn't let young Dongqing enter the adventure. No one knows what's going on inside. He didn't want to lose a general in vain. The man with flower arms showed hesitation. But under Sumu's gaze, soon he regained his spirits. Unruly. Thanks to the minister for giving me the opportunity. I will definitely live up to the minister's expectations. Then, he strode towards the foggy wooden door, gradually swallowed by the fog. Damn! What the hell is this? Yang Dongqing screamed in surprise, pointing unbelievably at the door in the shop. Sumu looked at the sound of the sound. Suddenly frowned slightly. A door with thick fog. There is nothing behind this door. Could this lead to hell? Yang Dongqing said fearfully. You go inside to see the situation. Sumu said to the bald man beside him. The bald man looked at the bottomless fog. My heart was so scared that it almost jumped out. Retreat. No, 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 no. I'm scared. Sumu's eyes flashed. The bald man suddenly became a human. The four virtues are hidden. The minister will give me all the opportunity to do for the minister. Then, the man on the roof strode into the door. The figure was swallowed by thick fog. Damn! What the hell? Yang Dongqing screamed in surprise, pointing unbelievably at the door in the shop. Sumu looked at the sound of the sound. Suddenly frowned slightly. A wall-less on all sides. There was a door with thick fog inside. There is nothing behind this door. But there is thick fog inside. Could this lead to hell? Yang Dongqing said fearfully. Sumu thought instinctively. Send Yang Dongqing into it. I was stunned when I was inquiring about the situation. Because this does not conform to his behavioral logic. According to his logic, faced with such a place where there is no danger, the best solution should be to send ordinary people in first. Yang Dongqing is the only extraordinary person under his command. If the loss is inside, that would be a big loss. But here is only two people, myself and Yang Dongqing. This made a strange feeling in his heart. Go out by yourself. Why did he only bring Yang Dongqing? A person's memory and logic conflict at this moment. This is completely unreasonable. Because he has very few. Go out by yourself. Even after becoming a transcendent. He also has the habit of taking care of his younger brother. The extraordinary people are not invincible. After all, it's great power. This time, the only one is the exploration mission of Bronze Pass. The two-men's Bronze Gate is not an employee of Airbus. Morong Meng is so useless. Even people can't be recruited. More and more logical loopholes appear in Sumu's mind. But memory tells him everything is reasonable. This sense of incongruity is becoming stronger and stronger. No. He asked suddenly. How did we come from? Yang Dongqing in Philadelphia was very puzzled. It's like watching an idiot. Looking at Sumu. Of course I came here by car. A few vehicles have been driven. Dongqing said without thinking. But after saying this, he was stunned. 2 cars? Why do we two drive 2 cars? He suddenly widened his eyes. Obviously, I realized something and looked at Sumu very hard. It must be because you don't want to make a car with me. So I drove 2 cars. Although he had known for a long time that young Dongqing's Elmhead could not count on. But I didn't expect that the other party would be so abstracted. Sumu dug the handkerchief from his pocket square. The bloodstains like yellow-green face have long dried up. But he didn't see the blood. But that word. Looking at the words. Sumu finally understood the meaning of this word. He hasn't finished writing. If finished writing, it should be two-word memory. He was basically sure that his memories in Yang Dongqing had been tampered with. Whether it is two cars or the mental power consumed is evidence. And at this moment he also knew who wrote this note. Have you ever thought about it? Maybe it's not the first time we've been here. Yang Dongqing was stunned. No. He just started talking nonsense. Is it too much smog? After replacing Sumu, he smiled slightly. Remember the snake girl said before? Did you kill his child? If you haven't been here. How to kill his child? Yang Dongqing curled her lips. That's what a psychopathic nightmare monster said. Do you also believe that you want to know who the kiss mark on Jasmine's neck belongs to? Once this statement is spoken. Yang Dongqing suddenly changed her color. A cold look appeared in his eyes. I just knew it was you, Sumu. Why? I really explain it to you redundantly. But what I can tell you is that the kiss mark should have been left by you. You fart, I kissed myself. I have no idea. Take out your phone and check the date. Think back. Do you still have the memories of yesterday? Although Yang Dongqing is angry. But he still obediently took out his cell phone and looked at the date. Then his body stiffened. He finally realized something was wrong. Because he really can't remember. What did you do yesterday? What the hell is going on? Sumu pushed the brown glasses and analyzed that. If what I expected. This should be our second time in Philadelphia. And the first time, it should be that he brought 10 nightmare apostles and 10 Yang Dongqing, a little unbelievable. Take out your cell phone to Sumu. Before opening the transfer record, I asked Morong Mengli to transfer their money to me. That night, he forgot. I received a total of 10 million per person. There are exactly 10 people. But Rong Meng said that it would disappear in 2 days. But today it is the third thousand. But it should have been before I brought 7 people at one time. I let Mu consume 7 parts of his mental power. That is to say, the first time 3 people disappeared in the Philadelphia area. I probably found something wrong at this time when I came here for the first time. Realized that there is something wrong with the fog. So I went back. With my knowledge of myself. The first time I should have gone back to get a gas mask. But halfway through the road I found that the memory was still disappearing. So I wrote a reminder on the handkerchief. Unfortunately, my memory disappeared too quickly. I forgot halfway through it. Later, I even forgot about the handkerchief. And the corpse of the strange baby I encountered before. It should be the first time I came here. We killed. As soon as the snake girl sees you, she will take revenge. As for what you said about Jasmine cheating, it is also easy to explain. Because you've been back once. It probably was left behind when you were intimate. But the impact of mischievous anger makes you forget. There was something wrong with Jillian Molly's memory. You bought the new clothes too. If you don't believe it, you can check your balance. Yang Dongqing took out his hand and started to check. It was found that the balance was indeed 0. He raised his head in disbelief. I am green. My own Sumu ignored Yang Dongqing's strange concerns. Instead, we are thinking about countermeasures. Obviously. The fog here has the ability to lightly erode memory. What to do now? When he went back, he first rejected the idea. It's useless to go back. Have tried it for the first time. Even if it leaves the fog range, memories will still disappear. In the end, I even forgot to come to the Philadelphia area. Actually, it's not scary to forget this kind of thing. What is really terrible is that even forgetting itself is forgotten. This is different from amnesia. And amnesia knows that he has amnesia. You can clearly detect a large gap in your mind. But after diluting the fog, people will forget that they have no abnormalities in their memory. If there is no logical loophole. Sumu also finds it difficult to detect his memory loss. Damn. What the hell is this? Yang Dongqing screamed in surprise. He pointed at Men Sumu in the shop in disbelief and looked at him. Obviously. Yang Dongqing lost the memory she just now. It's like the first time I saw this door strange. At the same time, he also felt that the memories in his mind began to blur again. But this time the blur is very slow. Because he is using his mental power to resist the erosion of mental power. It still has a certain effect on this memory erosion. The premise is that he realizes the abnormality. And take the initiative to use mental power to resist. Go in and take a look. Final. Sumu decided to enter the door. It's rare to encounter such an interesting place. Don't go in. Look at it. Damn. Shut up. Open the way ahead. Sumu knocked Yang Dongqing on the head with a snake-patterned wooden cane. Drive him into the door. Soon. Both of them were swallowed by the fog. And just after the two of them entered, bang, the worn wooden door closed violently. In a luxurious manner in Shangcheng district. The two extraordinary people Morong Mengli recruited have already gone to the Philadelphia area. One weighs more than 300 kilograms. Wearing a fat and enlarged white suit. The man wearing a red tie asked. The man of 300 pounds was sitting on a wide leather seat. The whole person is embedded in it like a ball of rotten meat. In front of him was the respectful Han Yu. President Qian. Don't worry. All are arranged properly. Morong Mengli has been here. I thought that the golden leaf fell from a golden tree in Philadelphia. Little do you know. The leaves are real. But it wasn't in Philadelphia. It's what you bought from the imperial capital at a high price. Hey. So far, he has sent several groups of people to the Philadelphia area. Every time that group of people dies inside, his memories will also be tampered with. Forgot to send someone into the Philadelphia area. This cycle is repeated. His Bronze Quarter Company will be finished sooner or later. Han Yu smiled proudly. A fat chief wearing a silver ring slapped him in the face. The terrifying Julie flew Han Yu out and took the initiative. Mengli is the president's fiancé. It's also money that you can joke about. A chill appeared in Ziheo's little eyes, squeezed by fat meat. Han Yu, who fell to the ground quickly got up from the ground. Kneeling on the ground with fear, I was sweating profusely. I was wrong. The president is me who speaks without saying anything. Please punish the president. I don't know if it's an illusion. Shen Ziheo, who had just pulled Han Yu, seemed to be feeling a little frightened Korean. Shen Ziheo's face calmed down slightly. You said before that little whiteface named Sumu is not weak. Yes, Sumu's method is indeed strange. But please rest assured. Even if he is strong, it's not worth the incalculable ones you get for a lot of money. As far as I know, this is his second time entering the Philadelphia area. To ensure that everything is foolproof, the subordinates took a memory potion. Infiltrate into the Philadelphia area in advance. And threw a lot of scavengers into the thick fog. Now the unmemorable people are stronger. This time, he absolutely can't come out alive. Xian Ziheo nodded with satisfaction. No. The reporter is very special. This president also hired a silver strong man who had the ability to restrain him to deal with it. Unless there is a supernatural person who predicts the future. Otherwise, whoever goes, whoever dies. After saying that, he grabbed the exquisite pastries beside him. Put it into your mouth and chew it in large mouth. The day when the Morong family had announced the engagement was getting closer. As long as you get this group of extraordinary people, I will definitely not be able to attract people in my dreams in a short period of time. Not to mention finding the golden eye. By the end, he can only marry me obediently. Hey. A lewd smile appeared on Xian Ziheo's face. I seem to have imagined the scene of myself pressing that beautiful body under me. Originally, he just wanted to marry a female nobleman. Let yourself become a noble. But unexpectedly, the unexpected scene of this illegitimate daughter growing in Morong Meng. Of course, the best of both worlds. President Xian's subordinates heard that the second young master and fourth lady from the Morong family seemed to have also gone to Philadelphia. Xian Ziheo smiled sarcastically. It took a lot of money to get an unmemorable person. Of course, I have to find someone to reimburse this money. Han Yu's face suddenly tightened. You mean the eldest master also participated? Snort. Not too stupid. This president has a good relationship with the eldest son of the Morong family. Of course, I want to help him become the heir of the family. Since I can use the golden leaves to deceive my dreams. Of course, I can also send the news to his other brothers and sisters for clues about the golden eye. You will definitely send extraordinary people into the Philadelphia area like a moth to a fire. The young master who really knows the inside story is sitting firmly on Dioyutai, watching them consume their own strength. By then, even if the eldest young master can't find the golden eye, and how can other people whose strength is damaged? How to compete with the eldest young master in Korean is more shocked. I felt deeply awe of the fat man in front of me. It's not a fault for being the sincere richest man as an ordinary person. This method is really clever. Don't spend it separately. He played with a group of nobles in his palm. The only person who spent money to get reimbursement is the eldest young master. Maybe he made an extra profit and his subordinates admired him. But I can't find the golden eye. The Morong family leader. That old dang should have died long ago. I spent a lot of money to buy his daughter. He even spoke loudly. Want Mitsunian to half of the mining rights. You really think his children really want to find the golden eye? Resist his life. All are just pretending. He is not dead. So what if you make an heir? The Morong family still has the final say. I only feel the younger generation is feeling cold in Korean. The darkness among the nobles made him, the extraordinary man, frightened. The fog dissipated. Yang Dongqing looked at this barren land in a daze. There is no fog around. It is said that breaking into the misty door, there should be a foggy world behind it. But the result is exactly the opposite. The door is gone. The two of them had no doors before. All that is there is the air. Sumi carefully looking at this barren land. The ground is bare and red soil. There is no one. The ground is uneven and bulging like a sand dune. Some are like sunken underground. Sudden. His eyes were slightly sunken. Locked in a half-meter deep depression. There was a man lying there. Yang Dongqing went over and took a look. Faced with abnormal situations, Sumu sent Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing curled her lips in dissatisfaction. But still walked towards there. There is no fog interference this time. The two of them have not been eroded for the time being. I saw Yang Dongqing kicking the man first. Seeing that the insider did not respond. Then he carefully explored. The other party's breath was a dead person. Sumu walked over with a snake-patterned wooden cane. The deceased is a male. Very strange face. But the death was very peaceful. It seemed like he suddenly died without any awareness. It seems that there are no wounds on the body. He should be the nightmare of the bronze official. The apostle Sumu said firmly. Yang Dongqing was stunned. What nonsense are you talking about? Aren't the only two of us in the bronze officer? Sumu did not explain again. The reason why he is so sure. It is because he sensed the remaining mental fluctuations from the dead. It seems that I have hypnotized him once. The two continued to move forward. Along the way, they found more and more bodies. The number has exceeded 30. All the dead have peaceful faces. No wounds. Judging by the residual mental fluctuations, 8 of the dead belong to the Bronze Pass. Don't know where the rest come from? It seems that we are not the first to arrive here. Someone has been to Sumu before. I pushed the glasses thoughtfully. There are basically no one coming in places like this where birds do not poop. And judged by the clothes of the deceased, several of them are from the upper town. People from the upper city. Why come here? Is it also for the Eye of Gold? Just as he was thinking, suddenly I heard a small hill not far away. There are 2 footsteps behind. It's like someone is walking. He jumped. The body strengthened by the slutty heart. It flew lightly and quickly like a bird. He looked closely. Suddenly, his brows frowned. At this time, Yang Dongqing also followed. When he saw the two people, the face changed suddenly. Those are two men. A white shirt. Some bald. A big flower arm tattooed. Looks like a normal person. But what really made young Dongqing look like? A white skin was squatting on the shoulders of the flower-armed man. A little monster with a pair of flesh wings behind it. The little monster has no face. Only one big mouth grows on the head. His bare arms reached into the man's head of the flower-armed man, constantly groping. Then I took out a ball of silk like cotton candy and stuffed it into my mouth. What's weird is, there were no wounds on the head of the flower-armed man. And the man with flower arms and bald man didn't notice anything. It seems like you can't see the little monster. Still walking. Beware of monsters. Yang Dongqing yelled. The man with flower arms and the bald man were startled. Turning his head to look at Sumu, there was a look of surprise in their eyes. Are you trapped here too? We are looking for an exit to leave this ghost place. Yang Dongqing is very anxious. He doesn't understand. Why can't the two of them see? That little monster. He waved his arms. That big flower arm. On your shoulders? You have monster arms on your shoulders. The man was stunned. He subconsciously looked towards his shoulders. Suddenly, his expression became extremely frightened. Just as he was about to shout. But I turned my head in a daze. Asked Yang Dongqing. Where are the monsters? You're so blind. Yang Dongqing, who was impatient on your shoulder, rushed directly over. Sumu did not stop it. Instead, he was observing that he could confirm that the man with the flower arm and the bald man were both from the Bronze Kun Company. Because there are still my own mental fluctuations on my body. Yang Dongqing waved her fists. Kill the little monster. But just when he entered the little monster within 10 meters of the radius, a hint of confusion appeared on his face. Stopped directly. As if you see a fool. Tickled his head. Hey! What am I rushing over? He forgot. And the little monster was still eating bit by bit. What was taken out of the man with flower arms headbang? The man with flower arms fell straight to the ground. He died peacefully. No wounds. Yang Dongqing and the bald man were startled. What's going on? Why did he lie on the ground? Could it be that it is hypoglycemia and help him up? The two of them quickly helped the man with flower arms up. But just bent down. A daze flashed across the faces of both of them at the same time. I completely forgot what I was going to do. The little monster jumped onto the bald head again. The man's shoulders. The bare arms were pulled towards the bald man's head. Sumu saw the scene. I understood instantly. This little monster should be the culprit for the lack of memory for himself and others. It is very likely that the fog was made by him. Yang Dongqing is back. Sumu waved to Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing took steps back. But after one step, he paused again. Asked Sumu in a daze. What did you just say? When he saw Sumu, he took out his gun. Shoot at the little monster. He did not use Sun Luo Wanxiang. Because this monster has no eyes and hypnosis, it is too far away. Bang bang bang, bullets accurately hit small monsters. Knock him off his shoulders. He grinned in pain. But the bullet did not pierce his body. Just a few channels left. After the white shadow landed, the little monster quickly got up from the ground. The whole flesh wings flashed. Flee to the distance. What did you do when you suddenly shoot? Yang Dongqing wondered. Just now there was a monster next to you that could devour memories. If what I expected. Entering within 10 meters of his memory will be affected. So you keep your distance from me. Don't get close. Yang Dongqing's face changed. The monster that devours memory. Why didn't I see him disappear? Sumu shook his head. He won't be invisible. But the moment you see him, you will forget what happened to him just now. That is to say, only 10 meters away from him. Only by ensuring that you will not forget when you see him. Yang Dongqing zhang. Haven't spoken yet. But his face suddenly changed. He looked at Sumu's shoulder in shock. Your grind has been polished. Not waiting at all. Yang Dongqing reminds. The gun in his hand has already pointed at his shoulder. His aftermath swept across. I happened to see the little monster stretching out his hand to his head. Without any hesitation, my fingers were sternly towards the trigger. But at this critical moment, a faint look flashed by. Sumu stopped. Wait for me secretly to the flight. What gun will be done next? What do I want to shoot with a gun? Why did I shoot? Never mind. Unimportant. I never do meaningless things. I must have my reason. But a hot bullet fled. The small monster's wide mouth opened, knocking him out. This time it may have hit the vital point and hurt. He kept rolling on the ground. A pair of small flesh wings flew towards the distance. Sumu instantly returned to Qingming. The hands are as stable as accurate machines. Attitude to the little monster. The direction of escape kept firing. Although all the bullets hit. But it cannot be fatal to it. In the blink of an eye, the little monster flew out of everyone's eyes. He gave the order. Lead Yang Dongqing and the others to run in the opposite direction. That monster is so weird. What to do now? Racing? Yang Dongqing asked Sumu, who was 10 meters away. He is very weak. The defense is not as good as your steel ambitions. But the state that cannot be remembered is currently unsolvable. If you want to deal with him, you can only rely on long-range attack methods such as fingerless salt bombs. Or non-living bodies without memory. The pistol can be repelled. But he couldn't kill. So the Viking plan can only go first. Otherwise, wait for the bullets to run out. We will definitely die. Sumu's eyes were shining with excitement. Like a game testicle. Encountered a very challenging level. He almost died just now. If that shot doesn't come out, then there will be no doubt death. It is simply unrealistic to just count Yang Dongqing. Even if Yang Dongqing rushed over and entered the 10-meter range, memory will also be lost. Forgot to rush over to do something? Fortunately, he still shot. With absolute confidence in yourself. Even if memory is lost. Still fired the gun. The three of them galloped all the way. Not many little monsters. He actually caught up again. A pair of bare flesh wings suddenly flapped and rushed towards the three of them. Sumu stepped back while shooting. Although relying on the power of guns cannot kill the little monster. But at least it can delay the opponent's speed of travel. After they climbed a tall hill, I immediately saw different scenery. The first thing that catches your eye is a place of sacrifice surrounded by huge stone walls. A semicircular stone wall. According to some mysterious law, the stone wall is made of huge stones. The surface of the stone is rough and uneven. The traces and moss of the moss are covered with the view from the hills. Like a huge eye composed of stone walls. The center of the eye is a clearing space. Contrary to the situation. It's like a human pupil. Go in and look at Sumu ordered. This time, he didn't wait for him to order Yang Dongqing. The other party was already very consciously walking in front and opening the way. The bald man followed Sumu closely. The expression was filled with fear. Cold sweat was covered with cold sweat on his face. He completely forgot. Sumu and the others even forgot why they appeared here. He only knew there were monsters behind him. Now you have to run away. What's amazing is, after the three of them stepped into this land, the little monster stopped. It seems to be afraid of something. Don't dare to get close. Sumu's eyes narrowed slightly, realizing that there might be some danger hidden here. But no matter what dangers are hidden, we also need to find out. Because with his current means, once the bullets are exhausted, facing a little monster, you will definitely die. The three of them shuttled through the huge gaps flowing out of the stone wall. Go straight to the center. Along the way, I saw many bronze utensils used for ancient sacrificial rituals, scattered randomly on the ground. Those bronze utensils are very broken, rust-stained. But Sumu did not let it go. Instead, check it carefully. Although he had never seen a treasure, But the bronzeware that appeared in such a strange place. Maybe it's a treasure. However, it's really not that easy to use the treasure. Encountering these bronzes. At most, antiques have nothing to do with treasures. There is no power of the law in it. Even it breaks when touched. Yang Dongqing, who had the corpse, suddenly stopped, looking at a black humanoid object in the corner of the wall. Sumu stepped forward and poked it with a snake-patterned wooden cane. It was discovered that this was indeed a human being. The reason why the body is charred black. It's because the other party is scorched by flames. They keep moving forward. The closer you are to the center, the more corpses there are. It's just strange that the causes of death of these corpses are divided into two types. One is burned into a charred corpse. The other is that there is no flesh and blood on the body. Only bones remain. And there are traces of decay on the bones. This is not a place for sacrifices. Yang Dongqing looked solemn and fearful. Two kinds of miserable situations. The different corpses gave him a bad premonition. I heard that some people who believe in evil gods like to burn themselves to prove the bones in front of them. Could it be that I have dedicated all my flesh and blood to the evil god? The bald man trembled. Someone Sumi suddenly stopped in front of a stone wall in the middle of the parking square. Behind the stone wall is the central square. He just heard the subtle voice. And there are more than one person. Yang Dongqing and his two expressions became tense. Be careful to approach the edge of the stone wall. I plan to see what's going on in the square first. 3 more unlucky guys. No need to hide. You 3 come out. Several sounds came from behind the stone wall. Sumu saw that it was discovered. Not hiding anymore. He walked out from behind the stone wall with the 2 openly. The empty square is in sight. There is a circle around the square. Huge stone pillars. The surface has been weathered. But you can vaguely see the traces of the carefully carved things. In the center, surrounded by stone pillars, there is an altar that is as white as jade. On the altar, there is a half-man tall statue. The person who happened before was leaning against the stone pillar. There are 8 people in total, 1 in the west. Everyone's face has a more or less a faint murderous aura. Well equipped. Someone carries cold weapons. 1. Someone is holding a gun. The most striking thing is, all of these 8 people were injured. The 3 men had large burns. The remaining 5 people had their limbs rotten. In severe cases, even the bones were exposed. Which company do you 3 belong to? A burly figure. A tough man wearing a tight black vest, camouflage pants. He asked with his eyes on Sumu and the other 2. The strong man's left hand had rotted, and most of the white hand bones could be seen in the bronze coffin, Sumu said lightly. Strong? The man frowned slightly. Another bronze official. Unexpectedly. Can a newly established small company recruit so many extraordinary people? Right, Yang Dongqing was stunned. You have also seen other bronze officials who are extraordinary yet to be strong. The man answered. In the corner. A young Taoist priest who was trembling quickly raised his hands and waited for a while. Even the position is a green bronze official. Your Yang Dong was looked at by the top of it. I found that I didn't know anything. Sumu's eyes moved slightly. Look at the young Taoist priest carefully. Pretty and beautiful eyes. Wearing a blue Taoist robe. Hair is combed with props. Behind him is a simple long sword. When he saw the sword, I immediately confirmed that the other party's identity was good. He is from the Bronze Pass. Sumu's sudden birth. Let the Taoist priests be happy. This fellow Taoist. Did we know each other before? I didn't expect you to come from the unmemorable one. I can still recognize me. Unfortunately, I don't remember you at all. Is this the name of that little monster? The Taoist shook his head. I don't know you. The Taoist priest paused. Then how do you make sure I am the bronze official? Because among the people present, only you carry a long sword. I have seen sword marks on dummies in the Bronze Pass training room. But Morong Mengli had no impression of sword scars. So I guess there must be a bronze gate before. The others entered the Philadelphia area first. It's just because of the unrememberable ones. Morong mainly forgot what you were so shocked. The boss actually forgot me. After I joined the company. Give him flowers every day. Although he confiscated it. But I can't forget me. Then my flowers are not for nothing. It was like a heavy blow for a moment. Become dejected. For example. Shut up when Yang Dongqing broke up in love before. Strong. The man shouted angrily. When no one wants to hear your failed relationship. I can't think of a way to break the curse. All of us are going to die. The Taoist priest turned pale. Don't dare to speak out again. He seemed to be very afraid of the tough man. At this time, the fierce man said to Sumu and the other three. My name is Typhon Bronze 3rd level supernatural one. It is affiliated with Uncle Ling Company founded by the second young master of the Morong family. In the presence, I have the strongest strength. Temporarily command this temporary piece of team. How strong are you? Don't think about hiding it. Now everyone is a grasshopper on the same rope. The moment you enter this sacrificial land. He was already targeted by the statue of God. Now only if we all think of ways together can we survive. The statue of the god Sumu looked at the altar quietly. The human figures placed on it. That statue is very strange. One black and half white. Like two completely different pieces of material. Patched together. The black part is as hideous as a demon. The white part is as holy as God. Both of them had 4 wings behind them. The same black and white combination is made up of 800 million gods and demons, and they are put together to form a whole. Much like an angel in mythology. With the fallen angel Yang Dongqing's 1st level bronze rank. Yang Dongqing took the lead in revealing his name and level. After everyone heard of the bronze one, he suddenly showed disappointment. Obviously. They hoped to have some powerful allies. The bald man trembled. My name is Zhao Yongxiang. He is an ordinary person. The ordinary person is not dead. Under the unreported person. You have treasures, the tough man Typhon stares at Zhao Yongxiang. Asked. That kind of substantial oppression. It made Zhao Yongxiang tremble more and more. He waved his hand quickly. No. He saved me. Typhon followed Zhao Yongxiang's gaze and looked at Sumu. Showing a look of scrutiny. Sumu smiled slightly. The 3rd level of Sumu bronze is great. Another bronze 3. Maybe he can find a way to crack it. The only woman in the team is full of surprises. He looked at Sumu with his eyesight. You said you were the bronze 3 Iron Peak showing doubt. It's not the time for lies now. I don't think the bronze official can recruit extraordinary people from the 3 bronze realms. What is your bronze law? Sumu pushed the brown glasses. Said lightly. Why do you want to try it? The plain tone was filled with unquestionable strong confidence. It looks like a high-ranking person. He snorted coldly in the descent. Boy. I'm not afraid of you. Now the most urgent task is to lift the curse. There is no need to create extraneous things. Snort. Even though he said that. But the fear in my eyes could not be hidden at all. I wonder who would like to explain the curse. Sumu politely asked the woman in the crowd about to speak. But he was taken first by the Taoist priest. He was so scared by Typhon that he dared not speak. At this time, it seems that the backbone has been found. My waistlines have been straightened a lot. I'm asking you to hurt your own people. We all entered to avoid the inconsiderate things. All those who enter the sacrificial land here will be stared at by this statue of God. No one can leave. Here, this angel and demon statue will curse according to good and evil. The kind will see the statue completely turning into an angel. Then burned by the flames. The evil will see the statue turning into a demon. Then before the body rots. Someone tried to attack the statue. But it's useless at all. Even Mr. Typhon of Bronze 3 cannot leave any trace on it. We can only watch ourselves slowly burn to death and see rot. And the dead will not be hurt. He also opened his Taoist robe. Exposed most of the rotten body. How to distinguish between good and evil in Sumu's slightly inverted berry statue. The curse is brought down according to good and evil. He felt a little confused. Because the standards of good and evil are difficult to judge. In the eyes of ants, people are bad people. Every day, I trampled on my compatriots for no reason. The statue will ask questions. Then, based on your answer, you will definitely say evil. Lies say that people will be killed by gods. When will he ask a question? As long as you get close to the statue, you will come over to ask questions. Yang Dongqing's eyes lit up. Found a way to break the deadlock. I won't go. Wouldn't you be cursed? Taifeng smiled foolishly. You think you are smart. You must be fools. Don't miss him. I've said before. All those who entered the sacrificial land had been hurt by the statue of God. Since the question has been answered by God, the topic is to offend the heavenly saint and to be evil. Then remember the body. Being reborn by God. If he is not alone. I felt a little angry. But I can't beat it myself. Not to mention others. You guys go straight to find the statue of God. Instead, ask a question. You are all companies founded by the Morong family. Zhongfeng pointed directly at the two people around him. However, they are people from the Tomb Sacrificial Company. There are a few girls from Mu Murong's family who are from Lingyao Company who founded you. You guys, needless to say. The third lady in the name of Tang Guanmu. He just gave birth to the three-word sacrifice. Ranran is still somewhat concerned about the strength of the three realms of Sumu bronze. So you are all companies that come to find gold. Fengshen nodded with different expressions. He is for the golden eyes. Leisure. Nothing happens. The city's ghosts are planted in the city and the ghosts are broken. Sumu smiled. It seems that there is no eye of gold here. Everyone was stunned. Taifeng was even more impatient. What do you mean? How do you know there isn't here? Where did you learn about the golden eye? Why should I tell you? Taifeng said vigilantly. Sumu smiled slightly. Then I'll guess. Your company should be all golden leaves obtained from the scavengers. Once this statement is spoken, Uncle Lin and Lin Yao's company's people changed their qualities at the same time. The two men looked at each other, obviously realizing something was wrong. So what if Taifeng is still in trouble? The golden tree must have fallen more than one piece. The leaves were picked up by many scavengers. Not very normal. This further shows that there is the eye of gold here. Sumu sighed. The eyes behind the brown eyes seem to be looking at an idiot. As you said. Then more companies should learn about the golden eye. This is not the only Morong family. Haven't you ever thought about why you came here and were all from the Morong family's company? And all the companies are in place. The only company is missing from the Morong family's eldest son. Did some people look at each other? All of them saw the movement on the other person's face? They are not fools. Just a curse in the body. It's hard to think calmly. All my mind is full of curses. Now after Sumu's point, I suddenly realized something was wrong. You mean? This is a situation set up by the eldest son of the Morong family. Taifeng stood up in pain. He suddenly groaned in pain. Covering the rotten resistance tightly. Apparently touched the wound. Maybe. But it doesn't matter. Sumu shrugged indifferently. Actually, he was more inclined to Morong Mengli's fiancé also participate in it. Now Han Yu is right from beginning to end. Who is behind the scenes? It's the same for him. Anyway, he takes revenge. Never pay attention to evidence. Kill all the suspects. There will always be real enemies in it. And he likes the surprises he sent. And decided to give everyone a look in the future. Become very embarrassed. Being designed to fall to this point. No one can help but feel hatred. Next question. After you enter the sacrificial land, have the unremembered persons appeared again? It may be due to affirmation of Sumu's strength and intelligence. This time, even Taifeng was not doing anything. If you don't have any unmemorable people, you should be afraid of the statue of God. He dared not enter the scope of the God statue at all. Sumu nodded thoughtfully. It seems that this statue of God is even more strange than the unremembered one. But why did the mastermind behind the scenes put two mutually restrained things in the Philadelphia area now? The statue of the god is so weird. Can trap all the extraordinary people here? Let them have to wait for death. According to the truth, the master behind the scenes only needs to send out the statue of the god. There is no need to make an unmemorable person. Unless the statue was not created by the Lord behind the scenes. But it's here. Absolutely clarify the causes and consequences. After Sumu signaled to the bald man Zhao Yongxiang. Under the effect of hypnosis, Zhao Yongxiang resolutely stepped into the area covered by the statue. Zhao Yongxiang's actions immediately attracted everyone's attention. They seemed to be extremely afraid of the statue of God. Only until someone stepped into the encirclement of the statue. They endured the pain in their bodies. Get up and keep retreating. When Zhao Yongxiang stepped into the statue about 10 meters, the sound of friction between the rocks sounded. The head of the half-human high statue of God and demon actually turned slowly, facing Zhao Yongxiang's black and white eyes. At this moment, it seems to be alive. Turned slightly, staring straight at the living person in front of him. A terrifying pressure came at this moment. The space around has solidified. That feeling is indescribable. It seems like suddenly being in the deep sea of 10,000 meters. There is a squirming darkness all around. Asphyxia. Cold. Despair plop. At this terrifying pressure, Zhao Yongxiang actually fell to the ground directly. Pale face. The body keeps trembling. Almost exhausted. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly. He had just hypnotized. Let Zhao Yongxiang no longer be afraid. When facing the statue of God, this tide of fear, it actually broke through the role of hypnosis. When a mortal says the extreme evil you have done, depressed and gloomy, a grand voice sounded at the same time. That was his completely different vocal strings. It is the angel and the demon who are speaking. When the statue opens, those extraordinary people all looked frightened. I don't even dare to breathe. Hiding behind the pillar to watch. Zhao Yongxiang trembled more and more. The words in their mouth also became intermittent. I misappropriated the money from the previous company. And framed others. Accompanied by a strange buzzing sound. The statue slowly returned to silence. The terrifying pressure also disappeared. What followed was Zhao Yongxiang's scream. Ah! He screamed and went to lift my trouser legs wildly. I saw that the flesh and blood on his right calves began to rot. He suffered a curse from the demon. Typhon was so low that he felt confused in his tone. Among our sins, he has become a crime of embezzlement of public funds. I thought he would be cursed by angels. I didn't expect it to be a demon. Who knows? In the eyes of angels, it may be believed that embezzlement of public funds is a betrayal. So it's not kind. Suddenly another scream rang out. This time it's Yang Dongqing. I saw Yang Dongqing covering his left hand with a look of pain. The 3 fingers above began to rot slowly. And the other 2 fingers seemed to be burned by invisible flames. The skin keeps burning. Pi to answer the question of the statue. Otherwise, they will be cursed by the angel and the demon at the same time. The army, who are also the official bronze company, is not injured. Hurriedly reminded. Yang Dongqing gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain and rushed towards the statue. Then the statue came alive again. Looking at Yang Dongqing. This young man with a body of steel. I suddenly felt the terrifying pressure like the dark mountain pressing on the top. He tried to grit his teeth and persevere. He was defeated in just a few seconds. Kneel straight in front of the statue. The mortals say the most evil things you have done. Still the same problem. But Yang Dongqing was in trouble. Because he was not sure which one was extremely evil. He wants to say. Killed many people from the Viper Snake Gang. But he didn't think it was evil. Sumu did evil first. Snatched Jasmine. And everyone in the Viper Gang is a scumbag. It's not unfair to die. Think for a moment. Yang Dongqing raised his head with difficulty and said, I robbed 50,000 yuan. The strange Wang Ming remembered that the statue of the god began to change in Yang Dongqing's eyes. I saw that the statue, which was originally half of the gods and demons, began to turn black quickly. He completely turned into a hideous demon. At the same time, the burns on his palm quickly disappeared. Instead, the rot of the whole palm. The demons were unharmed and exclaimed, This is too much. Grab 50,000 yuan is the devil. This woman is for revenge. Destroy the enemy's family. Not even letting go of the kids. But he got the angel curse and was clicked. The woman's face turned cold. Satired. Killing someone to pay for his life. It's natural. What happened to me to take revenge? You don't even look at the extremely evil thing you have done is to do foot massage. No money was given. They are all divided into demons. He also has the face to say that others are not hurt. Suddenly my face turned red. Apparently someone took over the old man. I couldn't hold my face. I forgot to bring the money. Tiefeng's eyes moved on the people and said in a deep voice, Something is indeed wrong. Is the judging criteria really good or evil? Is robbery more than murder? It's not because Jun Wushang is a Taoist priest. His behavior is equivalent to a violation of the way he believes in. So it has nothing to do with the severity of the plot. It is also considered betrayal. A short and thin man thought. Maybe Typhoon couldn't think of that. I can only accept this statement barely. At this time, everyone's eyes were focused on the last person. That is Su Mu's body. Someone was surprised. He hasn't answered the question for so long. Why haven't you been cursed by gods and demons? Everyone also discovered this problem. Zhengmu and Yang Dongqing came at the same time. It is logical that both of them will be cursed by the two gods and demons at the same time. But just now, Yang Dongqing was cursed. Sumu looked unscathed. Has he definitely been good and evil? The difficulty should be covered by the doctor. I guess I have a strong ability to endure pain. That's why it didn't show any strangeness. Hearing the discussions of everyone, Sumu smiled slightly and did not explain. Before he was cursed, he felt two strange forces vaguely. Before invading the whole body, he was blocked by the ghost-free heart. The passive effect of the heart of the purity. It means that it has a strong resistance to all kinds of filthy and negative things. But he still chose to go silent. Because he can feel that he can go with time. Then his strange power became stronger and stronger. How long does it take to be done? Will break through the pure mind. It can withstand obvious effects. 2 curses against weight. Only answer questions about the idol. Crack. With the entry of Sumu, the sudden image starts to reduce terror. The terrifying danger pressure has dropped again. The fear of falling from the deep sea of 10,000 meters. The feeling of despair before it invades the mind and body. The feeling is not too obvious in the distance. The feeling of being annotated by the statue is particularly strong. Now, there is a real god and demon standing in front of you. A majestic body. Break through the sky. Along the planet. That intense feeling of oppression is enough to suffocate. However, just when everyone thought Sumu would be too embarrassed to kneel down like they had before. But he found that he was smiling lightly. Even with a slight contempt for his figure. As tall as pine. The eyes are quiet and peaceful. It seems that I have not felt the pressure from gods and demons. Sumu smiled gently at the statue of the god. Asked silently with lips and teeth moving slightly. You are him. Then what am I? The statue of the god is like a thing. How could this be like a lip shock? As the 3rd level of bronze, he could not withstand the pressure of the statue. Sumu is both bronze 3. Why can it be? Is Sumu's strength far superior to his own? At this moment, he had no doubt about Sumu's strength anymore. Even extremely scared. Actually, what he didn't know was, Sumu is not bronze 3 at all. Even the bronze 2 in the strict sense is not considered a god like you. I'll ask if I see it too much. Sumu pushed the brown glasses. The lips and teeth opened and closed silently urged the statue. He did not lie to this sentence. In dreams, he didn't even have the qualifications to step into the immortal palace to pay homage to him. The statue of the god that had been silent for a long time. In the end, it was a mechanical question. Say what you have done very badly. Sumu said lightly. Brother Su can't answer this way. Many of them have killed anyone. How many have you killed? Why are the soldiers in the distance not injured? Hearing loudly, Sumu thought about it. Let's change the word. I once destroyed a city due to boredom. How many people are out of the blue? Millions are always there. When he said this calmly, the entire sacrificial place fell into a strange dead silence. Taifeng and others looked at him in amazement. A look of disbelief on his face. They even doubt their ears. Destroy a city because of boredom. Millions of people. We haven't killed so many people in the game. Brother Su, don't lie. The statue of the god will kill the lying person. Jun Wu's level of injury shout. Fear of the next moment. The statue comes alive. Slaughtered for Sumu. However, what he was worried about didn't happen. Wang's strange sound of Wang sounded. The statue of the god returns to the statue of the god of the minister. This is this and this is not hurt. Now I've been incoherent. Even his body began to tremble slightly. I'll sort it out later. I can't lie in front of the statue. Otherwise, they will be killed. Brother Su said. He once destroyed a city. Stepping on him until you are unharmed. I can't handle it anymore. He looked into the field. With a smile. Suit and ties. Sumu as elegant as a nobleman. For some reason, I only felt an inexplicable horror. Sweeping the whole body. The scalp is numb. Mo Sumu frowned slightly. He felt a burning stinging pain from his left arm, which was covered by his clothes. At the same time, the statue of God changed in his eyes. It's no longer a god or demon. But it becomes as white as jade. It's totally one statue of holy angel. And he also saw the full picture of the angel. 8 different things are born from the back. Is it actually a silver bronze angel on his forehead? Really? As expected. He had roughly understood the principle of cursing the statue of gods and demons. It's not good or evil. He slowly walked out of the statue and walked towards everyone. But when facing him, everyone was approaching him, he took a step back in unison. Nervous expression. Facing a great enemy. It looked like I was watching a demon king typhoon who was about to destroy the world. Even more nervous. This Sumu is definitely lying. He is a slut of bronze 3. This is silver 3. Destroy a city. He thought he had done some dirty work for the nobles. Kill hundreds of people. It's considered a heinous thing. Now compared with Sumu, he felt that he should be cursed by the angels. Not the demon Sumu. You have really destroyed his city. And the love was ruined and asked in a complicated manner. Su Sumu smiled. Of course it is fake. Destroy a city. Do you know how troublesome it is? If the medium-sized city uses explosives, at least 879.35 tons are needed. The premise is that there cannot be military buildings such as air raid shelters in the city. Otherwise, more calls are needed. Yang Dongqing breathed a sigh of relief. I'll say. How is that possible? Taifeng and others were speechless. I even want to slap Yang Dongqing in the face. Let him be clear. Haven't you heard that people even have the tons of explosives accurate to the decimal point? And you cannot lie in front of the statue of God. At this time, Yang Dongqing seemed to remember something again. Why? No. Isn't it impossible to lie in front of the statue of God? Sumu shrugged. Who knows? Maybe he's broken. After all, the lie detector still fails. Not to mention a bunch of stones. It was also Yang Dongqing nodded in a daze. What a fucking nod. You believe this kind of lie? Typhon looked at Yang Dongqing's eyelids twitching. He finally knew why young Dongqing was a fool who could be with this murderous devil. So don't be afraid. In fact, Sumu did not lie. He was bored in his dreams. It often detonates the entire city. Then, everyone fell into silence. The atmosphere also becomes very subtle. Everyone more or less distanced Sumu. It's like avoiding some horrible monster. Except for the young man. What will young Dongqing do next? Now we are all cursed by young Dongqing. Habitually turn your attention to Sumu. By the way, almost forgot to ask. Are you being cursed by the angel or the demon Sumu? He said without changing his face. He lied again. Because only 3 of the people present were cursed by angels. The rest are demons. Although I don't know what this means. But he habitually puts himself on the crowded side. Anyway, the traces of burns are covered by clothes. No one dared to lift his clothes to verify. Whatever he says. Everyone felt more and more that young Dongqing was an idiot. All destroyed his city. Not a devil. What else can it be? Sumu's eye slowly swept across. Everyone present felt his gaze. Everyone avoided it. No one dared to look at him. Final. His eyes fell on the woman who was cursed by the angel in his body. The woman is in a very bad condition. The face is filled with pain from time to time. The exposed neck stalk. Thigh. All arms were covered with burns. And the burns are still spreading slowly. Almost on his face. Obviously. The woman will be the first dead person. She walked aside. A tall body. Relying on a stone pillar. Think about countermeasures. Too little known information. Even he couldn't find a way to break the curse as soon as possible. But he had a vague guess in his heart. Maybe this is not a curse at all. But it will take time to verify. Time passes slowly. The atmosphere between the crowd became more and more depressing. No one likes this kind of life. Continue to move towards the feeling of being present. I can't stand it anymore. The woman suddenly yelled in pain. Stand up and fall to everyone. I'm going to die soon. You won't live long, either. Instead of sitting there waiting for death. It's better to fight with the statue of God. Typhoon sneered. I'm only half a step away. Then you can connect with the followers of the Silver Law. With my strength. That power. No one blow can hurt the statue at all. What to fight for? Otherwise, what else can I do to wait for death? The woman's tense nerves finally broke down under the pressure of death. She shouted hysterically. His expression became more and more crazy. What did the moored woman think of? Looking at Sumu with excitement. The eyes were full of pleading. Mr. Su can definitely break the statue with your strength. You are a powerful man who destroys a city. He seemed to have grabbed the last straw. The eyes were filled with pleading. Mr. Su. Please. Take action quickly. As long as you can break the curse. I will definitely repay you in the future. As long as I have it. You can do anything. Even if I'm a slave. It's okay to be a maid. The terrifying burn has climbed up to the city's face. This extraordinary person is no different from that of ordinary people when facing death. Some people say, death is the fairest thing in the world. Sumu expressed his approval of the woman's words and also made a glimmer of hope in everyone's hearts. Maybe this powerful man who once destroyed the city. I can really make Typhoon carefully consider the words. Mr. Su. Otherwise, please try it. Faced with the sincere requests from everyone, Sumu naturally would not refuse. He was like a person who had finally agreed to come out of the mountain. The peerless powerful man who saved the people of the world nodded calmly. Everyone stepped back. Avoid accidental injury. Everyone was ecstatic. They all obediently retreated. Quit one after another. Sumu only stopped 100 meters away. For a moment, everyone is looking forward to it. What powerful attack Mr. Su wants to use? We need to retreat 100 meters. Only Yang Dongqing looked puzzled. Could it be that Sumu, a sick man, really hides some powerful attack methods? He obviously caught himself and asked about the extraordinary thing not long ago. In the nightmare world, I rely on my own protection throughout the whole process. Although it was the nightmare world that Sumu broke. But he didn't show any strength from beginning to end. In the expectant eyes of everyone, Sumu slowly stretched out a finger. Everything in a row was discovered instantly. Just as everyone is confused. Why did Mr. Su suddenly turn dark when he pointed with one hand? Everyone looked up in horror. I saw a huge sky suddenly appearing above the sacrificial land. The dark clouds are vast. It stretches for thousands of meters. Cover the entire sacrificial land. The thick dark clouds are like surging black. The waves are rolling. Change the celestial phenomena with your own strength. Tell me that it is the three bronze lords. No pain. Others were also shocked. Even the strongest typhoon is the same. As Bronze 3, he followed the lychee follower route of the civilians. Have 3 bronze green methods. Steel ambitions and strengths are endless. Restore the power of fighting. It's just like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus crushing with his fists and feet. Now, the Sumu, which is also the 3rd bronze. Just one finger changes the celestial phenomena. Not at the same level at all. This makes all the peaks always have a kind of dancer. Facing the illusion of cultivators. Suddenly deep in the dark clouds that were too thick to melt. A dazzling golden light suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards. In the horrified eyes of the earth. The huge golden sky sword that looked like a mountain slowly poked out. It seems like the sword of judgment from the sky. The golden sky sword is surrounded by gorgeous light. In the light, there seem to be countless stars flashing. It also seems that there are mysterious runes flowing. The moment everyone saw the golden sky sword, the brain crashed instantly. Completely shocked to the point of losing voice. What law is this? Why is it so scary? At this time, I saw the white jade-like finger that Sumu stretched out. The sky sword above the eyeball slightly faded as if it had received some signal. Suddenly he fell with a thunderous momentum. Under the terrifying power, everyone fled quickly. Although I know that the heavenly sword is not coming to him. But he still instinctively wanted to escape. Only the dying woman was extremely excited. The golden light of the heavenly sword and the desire for life reflected in the eyes. He clenched Mr. Su with both fists. Such a strong strength is definitely okay. However, things in the world always go against your wishes. Only at the moment when the sky sword fell. Above the statue of gods and demons. A dark and demon-like light burst out suddenly. The black light shot out and fell into the air. It turned into a bottomless black hole in a flash. It's like a big mouth of a giant beast in the abyss. Then he swallowed the sky sword and slowly dissipated the dark clouds in the sky. The black hole disappeared immediately. Everything seemed to have never happened. Sumu shook his head at everyone. My strength is still too weak. Can't deal with the statue of God. The stunned people did not dare to expose the deeds. You call this weak? Do you have any misunderstandings about the definition of weakness? Typhoon barely squeezed out a smile. There was a hint of flattery in the smile. Mr. Su. You've been joking. When our sky sword falls, even the reaction of the statue cannot be triggered. And you will be able to fight back when you take action. I'm not exaggerating. So far, I have never seen a Superman stronger than you. No one thinks there is any problem with Tiefeng's front and rear harem at this time. This is the normal reaction to the strong. Especially before, he had been rude. At this time, I did not kneel down to apologize. It's totally about Sumu. Don't care much about what happened before. Sumu nodded with a smile. There is a hint of smile. Have no choice. It seems to be bothering myself that I cannot destroy the statue. In fact, only he knows the true thoughts. He's all acting. What kind of black hole is seen in any sky? All are illusions that are illusions of all things. He didn't attack the statue at all. The statue never responded. All this is done for everyone to see. Even the Iron Peak of Bronze 3 can't hurt the statue. What's more, Under the pressure of death. It's not surprising to do anything. What's more, a group of extraordinary people. So he must establish an absolute position as a strong man. Not only to ensure your own safety. At the same time, it can better lead everyone to increase the success rate of breaking the deadlock. Say there was no attack. Not complete. He just tried to control the statue with his mental power. But failed. It's like a statue of God is just an ordinary stone. Among the crowd, a short, dark-skinned man had a hint of doubt in his eyes. Just looking at Sumu. Fourth, what did you notice? A shrill scream attracted everyone's attention. The woman who was most seriously injured had collapsed to the ground. He rolled wildly on the ground. The terrifying burns had spread all over the body. What's weird is, everyone could not see the flames on him at all. After a moment, the screams dissipated. The woman also turned into a charred corpse. The woman's death casts a layer of haze in everyone's hearts. Especially after seeing such a terrifying powerful man as Sumu, he could not destroy the statue of God. The haze in my heart is even more serious. Except for women and Sumu. There were also 2 people present with angel curses in their bodies. There were signs of burns on the skin. The 2 of them looked at the woman's miserable death. The face became more and more embarrassing. It seems that I have seen what I look like soon. Oh, my rot seems to be better. But you are not hurt. Suddenly lifting my belly. Expose your long-decayed belly. The originally rotten belly. At this time, many rotten parts were recovered. It shrank a whole circle. Everyone quickly checked their bodies. Mine is also a little bit smaller in the rotten place. Why? My whole leg just now was broken. Their thighs are already well. Only the calf is rotten. What the hell is going on? Jun Wushang asked in surprise. Did Mr. Sus attack just now take effect? No. Why didn't my burns get relieved? Mine didn't ease, either. Instead, it is even more serious. Sumu narrowed his eyes and watched the changes of everyone. The principle of curse has been clear in my heart. He carefully observed the expressions of the people. I found that several people had already reacted. 2 men cursed by angels looked at each other. It seems to realize something suddenly. The face changed drastically. The imitation has been fast. The 2 hid their expressions. Conversation with eyes in obscurely. Not looking at the man who was cursing the demon in his ecstatic body. Their reaction was quick. However, someone reacts faster than them. A pair of iron fists with metallic luster suddenly appeared in it. 1. Behind the human head. The man didn't have time to react. The head exploded instantly. Turned into a headless corpse and fell to the ground. The remaining person's face changed drastically. Typhon and I hasn't finished speaking yet. A bad wind hits the right side. The one who took action was the right hand of the short man with dark skin. I don't know when it turned into a claw covered with red and black hair. The sharp nails flashed with cold light and a tight blow. So he took the man away. Most of the blood gushed in the neck instantly. The man's eyes widened. But I can't even say a word. Finally, he fell heavily. The sudden attack with the short man on the subway peak shocked everyone. They all distanced themselves from the 2 of them. Iron Peak showed a look of shock and anger. Xia Quan. What are you 2 doing? Why kill someone? Someone asked. Everyone stared at the 2 of them. It seems that if you can't give a reasonable answer, they will attack them in groups. Typhon smiled coldly. Before the idiot asked. First look at the rot on your body. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. Someone started checking for rot on his body. I'm less rotten. This time it's half missing. And it is still recovering slowly. What the hell is going on? Why do they heal our curse when they die? Have some smart people realized the problem's bond? Staring at the corpses on the ground? Slap. A burst of applause rang out not far away. Sumu walked over with a look of praise on his face. The 2 of them are really amazing. The moment when the curse was discovered. Without any hesitation, The unexpected killing is wonderful. I'll look at it. What he spoke was the fierce look on Sumu's face. All retreated. It's like a tiger turning into a little cat. The face is full of flattery. Mr. Su is over-reputable. I also want to help everyone break the curse. These two people are not weak. If they were asked to start a sneak attack first, maybe more people will be killed or injured. Sumu. What's going on? Yang Dongqing, with an ugly face, walked over. He couldn't accept it. Just now, my teammate's fate. Suddenly they killed each other. Sumu explained with a smile. Angels and demons are in opposition. This statue is a god and demon. A delicate balance was reached between each other. Can't decide the winner. At this time, external forces are needed. Actually, the so-called curse. It's just a matter of dividing the camp. The person who curses the angel is the believer of the angel. On the contrary, it is a demonic believer. I guess angels and demons should be deciding the outcome in this way. They used curses to force people from both camps to kill each other. A bright look flashed in Yang Dongqing's eyes. But his face still looks ugly. I see. But this angel demon is not a good thing. So cruel and so on. Wrong. The short man named Xiaquan suddenly screamed and lifted his clothes. There was still a piece of rot on his chest. Why didn't it completely disappear before corruption? All the angels have been killed. Believer? Typhon was also shocked. Found that the same is true for myself. The last piece of decay remains has not disappeared. This is impossible. Isn't this a way to break the curse? The people who were originally immersed in joy. The face became gloomy again. Sumu walked to everyone with a curse. The curse should be correct. Since the curse has not completely disappeared. That's only one possibility. What is possible? Someone asked anxiously. There are angel believers among us. Sumu's light swept across everyone like lightning, as if he was looking for the last angel believer. As soon as the words were revealed, everyone was shocked. Everyone was looking at the people around them with suspicious eyes. Some cautious people even quietly retreated. Keep a distance from others. How is this possible? Mr. Su. Those present should be demon believers. Tiefeng's face was stunned. Somewhat can't believe it. Sumu's face became more and more serious. Maybe some of us are lying. As an angel believer. But he deliberately lied that he had been cursed by the demon. Tiefeng's face changed. His murderous eyes stared at everyone except Sumu. Who lied? Come out quickly. I can still keep you a complete body. Everyone exposed their wounds. Typhon, you go to check Sumu and ordered without any doubt. Under the pressure of the strong. Everyone lifted their clothes one after another. The last small piece of rot revealed. Typhon used a sharp gaze like an English falcon. After an inspection, everyone was decayed. This means that they are all demon believers. It's undoubtedly wrong. Mr. Su. They are all the words of the demon Iron Peak. Suddenly stopped. His pupils suddenly contracted. He looked at Sumu in disbelief and subconsciously retreated. Not only did he realize it, even the others realized that they looked at Sumu in horror. The body keeps retreating. Sumu proposed to check them. But no one has checked it from beginning to end. Mr. Sumu, Tiefeng's expression changed wildly. Not even afraid to say the following words. If Sumu was an angel believer, then these demon believers still have the fire of life. Facing everyone's fearful and suspicious eyes, Sumu smiled slightly. If I were an angel believer, will I advocate checking everyone? It also proposes that there is still the possibility of angel believers' survival. After saying that, he gently lifted the sleeve of his left arm. Expose your arm. A small piece of rotten flesh and blood remained on the forearm. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If Sumu was an angel believer, they don't feel they can kill each other. But if it weren't for the angel believer in Sumu, who would be Typhon? You checked it just now. Let everyone see your wound now, Sumu suddenly said. Typhoon point. Nod. Say respectfully. Okay, Mr. Su agreed. But in my heart, I was complaining about Sumu's extravagance. The only clothes he wore among the people were the most exaggerated. He is a tight-fitting person who can't blacken him, his arms and body are basically exposed. When it was rotten before. Clothes are covered up. Everyone saw the residence. But Sumu spoke. He didn't dare to ignore it either. Then, he opened his tight black vest openly. Then he turned around and exposed the wound on his back. Have seen it all. I'm the same as you. They are all demon believers. Typhoon casually put down the black vest. Turning around and saying, it seems that I want to break the curse. In addition to killing the angel believers, there should be other hidden conditions. What expression do you guys have? Typhoon turned around and was stunned. He found that everyone was dead. Staring at yourself. The expression is also very strange. Shocked and angry. Suspecting that he was shocked. A bad premonition arises in my heart. Wait for the chains of Rokyang. A middle-aged man in a leather jacket yelled. A chain of lava suddenly appeared in his hand. It instantly wrapped around Tiefling's body. Typhoon was shocked. What do you want to do? I'm a demon believer. My own people want to cheat. Behind you, it was obviously burning your fucking fart. Mr. Su. You have to believe me. I am a demon believer. When it was rotten before. Everyone saw Typhoon struggle violently. A metallic color appeared on his body. He explained to Sumo anxiously. 2 words were written on her face. Unjustly accused Sumu. Certainly. I know Typhoon is wronged. After all, there are only talents in this world who wrongly accuse you. I know how wronged you are, but Feng is not an angel believer. Because he himself is the burn behind it. It is also an illusion he created using the world of forests. Mr. Tai. Maybe you were really a demonic believer before. But you changed your camp halfway through. Angels represent kindness. Maybe you just stood up to help everyone lift the curse. Make you an angel believer. You don't have to explain. It's useless to say more. After all, the burns behind you can't deceive people. Sumu sighed slightly. It seems to be regretting Typhoon. Typhoon was stunned by this. The camp can still change. But I just killed someone. It's obviously for my own life. Kill him quickly. I can't hold on for too long. The man in leather jacket shouted anxiously. The rest of the people took action one after another. Going towards Typhoon. You are not hurt. He even drew out the long sword in his hand. The sword light of the unparalleled sword. It's like a leather chain slashing through the air. He stabbed Typhoon hard in the eye. He knew that the other party had a body of steel. So you have to attack the eyeball. Facing the siege of everyone. Typhoon roared with a ferocious expression. More and more metallic colors emerge on the body. The muscles in my body also swelled like a balloon. The oxygen chain of the Banyan was directly broken. However, Typhoon, who escaped from trouble, did not fight back. Instead, he looked at Sumu with great fear. Then he quickly fled. He knew clearly. With Sumo in the demon camp, he cannot win, the angel believer. Of course, it is impossible for everyone to let him go. The honeycomb chased Sumo and looked at the fleeing Iron Peak. A curl of interest appeared on the corner of his mouth. He had to admit that Typhoon is really strong. Bang! Yang Donqing is more than 1 level stronger. The traces of the burning of the rock oxygen chain just now have recovered most of the time during his running. This is obviously the ability to recover endlessly is at work. But no matter how strong it is useless. The real battle is not about the fast speed of Typhoon, which relies solely on brute force. After all, his abilities are all related to physical fitness. But the extraordinary who pursued him. Nor is it a servant. One of them suddenly stopped. Standing there and taking a deep breath. Then he opened his mouth and yelled. Humfulous noise. The air around us is emitted from this human mouth. It started to tremble strangely. A strong sound wave hit the iron wind. Typhon screamed and covered his head in pain and fell to the ground. There was a faint red blood flowing out of his ears. As he fell to the ground, several attacks arrived in an instant. Several lava chains will tie up lava to burn skin. A burnt smell came out. Jun Wushang's sword shook with white light. Several deep bone visible sword marks were left on Tiefling's body. But that's all. It is impossible to cut off bones at all. Liang Dongqing also hit twice symbolically. Then he walked away with a look of loss. Because he found himself the weakest among the people. Even if the steel ambition is fully mastered. But it cannot break Tiefling's defense at all. It's like two iron blocks colliding. In contrast, other people's methods. Everyone can cause damage to Typhon. Even if the one who looks the most coward is Jun Wushang. You can also use a sword to cut the wounded Iron Peak. No wonder Iron Ambition is just sequence 9. Ranking is not unreasonable. At this time, the man who had released the sound waves before took out a silver revolver. This pistol is quirky. The gunshots are long. Almost caught up with the baby's arms. It looks extremely dazzling under the sun. Bang, a silver bullet. Shooting towards Tiefling's head. The falling Iron Peak. I immediately felt a creepy sense of crisis. He struggled with all his might. In the end, the bullet did not hit the head. Instead, it hit his chest. A touch of blood. Blooming on his chest. The steel body he was proud of did not block the bullet in silver. Dan Tiefling's expression became more and more panicked. Obviously. I was extremely afraid of Typhon for that gun. For everyone's lives. I can only ask you to die. The man holding a silver gun slowly walked over. Raised the pistol. Positioning at Tiefling's head. The word Typhon is about to break. Fierce resistance. But there are too many lava chains on your body. It is simply difficult to break free in a short period of time. Just a silver gun. When the man was about to pull the trigger, Xiaquan, who had never taken action before, suddenly, wait a moment. I think things are a bit strange. The man with silver gun sneered. Why are you two soft-hearted in the same company? Xiaquan's face was solemn. Don't you find it strange? The silver spear is so powerful. If he wants to kill Typhon, it can be destroyed by a blink of an eye. But he never took action. And what a character Mr. Su is. To deal with such roles. Also, you have to take action yourself. You get out of here immediately. Otherwise, I will kill you together. Let's do it slowly. I want to check Tiefling's wound again. Xiaquan is still trying his best to stop him. However, the man with silver spear has long lost his feathers. Tip the trigger immediately. Xiaquan's eyes turned cold. Countless brown feathers grew on the short body instantly. The palm turned into sharp eagle claws and brushed the silver spear. The man's arm was instantly cut off by the eagle claws. Blood flows like a rush. I'll kill you. The man with one hand was missing and he was about to release Ingwa's attack. But how could Xiaquan give him a chance? The feathers on the body turned into monkey hair. My body is getting drier and cooler. He bent down. Exercise force at the same time. The whole person is like a flexible monkey. Instantly, he came behind the man with silver spear. Then, two hands covered with monkey hair were poked out like lightning. Grab the other person's head. Twist hard. Snap silver spear. The man's neck stalk broke instantly, crashing to the ground. Xiaquan, Typhon was shocked. He didn't expect that his relationship with Xiaquan was so decisive. Let the other party ignore his life. I said. I'm going to check his wounds again. Full of blood. The monkey's face is full of murderous intent. Everyone fell into hesitation for a moment. What else can I check? Seeing is believing. He is the man's egg island where the angel believer casts the chains of the yin-yang. I think you clearly want to save him. Xiaquan said coldly. If I join forces with him, you think it's up to you to stop it. He had only one bronze before. But my bronze-green method mimicry sequence is ranked 1 second. What does that mean? Need not. I'll say more. Once this statement is spoken, everyone suddenly changed their qualities. Even the muscles of the extraordinary little poplar holly. He had read the information given by Morong Meng before. Although the bronze sequence is not fully remembered. But also understand what the sequence Unity 2 means? The sequence 99 is a hurdle. Sequences that can exceed 100 are called high sequences. It is completely qualitative compared to the low sequence. Sometimes a single high sequencer can even kill the lower sequencer of bronze 2. He recalled the introduction of Baijian Jingtai. I can't remember the specific text clearly, but still remember the general ability. That is to be able to simulate the form of hundreds of beasts. Do a bronze law. Although there is not much attack power, but it's very comprehensive. Can fight on 3 fronts of sea, land and air. Enough to deal with most crises. Seeing the shock shot everyone, Xiaquan's palm once again turned into Yin claws. His sharp nails flashed in the sun and brushed him with a cold light. Tiefeng's tight vest suddenly cracked, showing a strong body. And it shines with metallic muscles. Turn around. Taifeng didn't hesitate. Turn around directly. He knew that he could not defeat everyone's joint efforts. If Xiaquan wants to harm himself, there is no need to kill the silver spear. The man's charred wound was exposed to everyone again. Xiaquan, what else do you want to argue about? Iron evidence is like a mountain. The man who controlled the yin-yang chain said dissatisfiedly. However, Xiaquan did not respond. Instead, turn your nose into a dog's nose. Show it hard. Then, a sneer flashed across his face. He bent down and clawed the burn with his hands. Catch it immediately. A piece of rotten flesh. Everyone was shocked. What's going on? Didn't he get burned? Why do rotten flesh and blood appear? Xiaquan smiled coldly, looking into the distance. Sumu, standing on stone pillars. Sumu seemed to sense his gaze. Smile at him, nodding to indicate that we were all deceived. The one with the surname Su is an angel believer. The murderous intent in Xiaquan's eyes became stronger and stronger. He couldn't stand himself like a clown. Being teased. Don't talk nonsense. If Mr. Su is an angel believer, how do you explain the decay on his body? Don't forget, it was also him who suggested that there were angel believers among us, and actively asked everyone to check that they were not injured. Don't believe it at all. Xiaquan retorted. The man in yin-yang chain also looked disbelief. Only Yang Dongqing, who knows Sumu best, felt a sudden slap in his heart. This is something he can do. If what I expected. Sumu's ability should be related to illusion. He used illusion to change the wound. And point the finger at the strongest iron peak. Want to use the power of everyone. Kill Taifeng first. Do you believe it or not? As long as Taifeng dies, there will definitely be one more angel believer among us who has changed the camp. Unfortunately, he underestimated my nose. Although the appearance of the wound changes, but the charred and rotten tastes completely different. Xiaquan explained coldly. The Taoist lord is not unharmed. Or don't believe you, what a joke. Smile with Brother Su's strength. He also used this trick. If he is an angel believer, we're all dead long ago. What else do you play with? At this time, Taifeng also came to his senses. His face became extremely embarrassed. Maybe he doesn't have such strong strength at all. The previous attacks were also good. Before Xiaquan smiled coldly. I was just doubting an attack that could change the astronomical phenomena. Why is there no sound? Because of the mimicry of all beasts. My indifference is beyond my heart. He began to have the eyes of the eagle, the dog's nose, cat's ears. So even though the distance was very far, I can still detect the abnormality. After the dark clouds appeared, the air humidity has not changed. The giant sword should have the airflow that it drives. In other words, everything else that should be seen by the naked eye. This is completely contrary to common sense. This has become a little more obvious. Facewood has a kind of illusion to control visual illusion. Abel. We are all regarded as fools. The chains filled with eyes responded. Maybe injured. The body climbed up from the ground. The eyes are filled with unemotional eye fire. This feeling of being fooled by others is simply more difficult than hurting it. Especially when I think of my previous look of running away with a shovel on my face. It's even more convenient. The heart is about to explode. I should have arrived long ago. If his is really so powerful, he will be as unpredictable as we do. Recalling the power of sacrifice. The sound force of the iron pressure is emitted from the iron mouth. He was almost about to bite his teeth. So at this moment, it completely reversed. The spearhead was pointed directly at Sumu. Yang Dongqing realized something was wrong. He was naturally on Sumu's side. But now, the two were forcibly divided into camps of angels and demons. It is already considered the enemy of life and death. This made him hesitate. Kill the Iron Peak with his face turned pale. Roaring angrily. Then it was like a human-shaped tank. Rushed towards the center of the sacrificial land. Xiaquan transformed into a werewolf. Put on the ground with all legs. Following closely behind. The same is true for the chained man. The three of them were full of angry murderous intent flashing on their faces. Only Yang Dongqing and Jun Wuxing showed hesitation. Brother Yang. What should we do? Brother Su is from the same company as us. I'm going to run quickly. Yang Dongqing suddenly roared. Then he stopped everyone. But Chu Junwushan was stunned. Unexpectedly, Yang Dongqing chose to stand on Sumu's side. You must know that only one of the angels and demons can survive. Boy! You dare to betray us. Tiefeng's murderous intent was boiling. Facing Yang Dongqing, who was rushing toward him, he did not refuse at all. His right arm muscles instantly bulged like a balloon. Become a thicker punch than an adult male's thigh. The bulging muscle lines are firm and clear. Contains terrifying power. His eyes turned cold. Swipe your right fist. Cut the air. A sharp roar sound came out. Don't kill him. Xiaquan was born suddenly. Out of trust in the public power. Tiefeng's fist changed direction in midair. Yang Dongqing's head turned into a chest. Yang Dongqing's arms shone with metallic light. Want to block this punch. However, the difference between Bronze 1 and Bronze 3 is too big. He is proud of his body of steel. It's like paper in front of this punch. The arms of the click defense were instantly interrupted. Terrifying distance. Sink the chest muscles along the broken arm. Yang Dongqing's irresistible figure flew backwards. Blood gushed out of the mouth. This punch caused him to be seriously injured. Why can't you kill him? Typhon was still angry. Kill the demon. Believers will benefit the heavenly master. At present, Sumu's strength is unknown. He can't recover from his burns. Xiaquan looked cold. Kill Sumu first. Don't make troubles. The two looked at each other. Then he rushed towards Sumu. Soon, all three of them came to the sacrificial place. The center position is triangular. Surround Sumu firmly. You, the surname Su, have made us suffer so much. Typhon, who was covered in scars, stared at Sumu tightly. As for the bald man who had been hiding in the corner, no one paid attention to it. Surrounded by three extraordinary people. Not only did Sumu not panic at all. Instead, he smiled slightly. How can the extraordinary thing be called defecation? You're obviously too stupid. No one can blame others. The three of them were furious in an instant. Unexpectedly, after Sumu was discovered. He is still so arrogant. But precisely because of this, they dare not act rashly. No one knows Sumu's true strength. If the bronze third he mentioned before was petrochemical, that means he eliminates vision. Beyond the illusion, there are also two abilities hidden. Sumu, you don't have to bluff. I won't kill you. We will definitely die. So you can't scare us. Xiaquan's little eyes flashed with cold light. My hands turned into a pair of tiger claws at some point. Facing threats, Sumu smiled even more. Is this interesting? Actually, I was really worried before. You're all idiots. I can't find it until I die. I didn't expect that I found out just after a single person died. Let's go together. Several people looked at each other. Although I feel a little afraid. But no one has ever talked about martial ethics in the face of life and death. He went straight to the Iron Peak. He suddenly exerted force with his legs. The ground cracked instantly. The whole person went out in the air. It smashed towards Sumi like a cannonball. At the same time, a face. The chains stopped in an instant. Facing the siege of the two, Sumu did not take any action. However, when the two attacks came one after another, his figure was like a dream bubble. The magic trick of dissipating inch. Typhon was shocked, realizing the strangeness of Sumu's methods. Xiaquan, who had not taken action at this time, sneered. A pair of tiger claws teared the air, attacking behind the stone pillar. I saw a black figure jumping lightly. So he avoided the tiger claws. I saw that your illusion could deceive them. But I can't deceive me. Xiaquan's eyes were shining with a proud light. The sound of footsteps when you move. I have already betrayed you two and obey my command. Don't trust your eyes. I'll point him out for you. After the three of them fell into the surrounding mumu, I sucked it and pushed the brown eyes on my face and said lightly. Three of you don't think I'm only good at illusion. A look of caution flashed across the three of them. But no one was retreated by Sumu. With every step towards the two, continuously narrowing the encirclement, Sumu smiled faintly. If you see through my illusion. Actually, I also know a little bit about fists and feet. Then, he stretched out a finger as before. Points slowly to the sky. In an instant, the storm changed drastically. Huge. The dark clouds are formed out of thin air. Cover the entire sacrificial land. See you when it gets dark. He used his old tricks again. Xiaquan became more and more proud. Ha, the tricks of the donkey are exhausted. The humidity of the air has not changed. The airflow did not flow either. Don't take out this false illusion. It's embarrassing. The corners of the illusion Sumu's mouth slightly hooked. A machine flashed across his face. I don't know it until the beginning of my sarcasm. Shadow summons the demon spirit shadow summons. Everyone was slightly shocked. This is another bronze green hair from Sumu. Why have I never heard of it? Is there any hidden law? Typhon suddenly shouted nervously behind Xiaquan Xiao. Xiaquan turned his head quickly. I saw the darkness behind him. I didn't know when I walked out of 1 or 2 meters high. The human-shaped monster made of shadows is thin. Like a mummy. His hands were scattered to the ground. Parts of the face. Open a pair of scarlet reds. Shuetong Xiaquan was startled. But he sneered in a flash. No footsteps. No taste, either. But it's just an illusion. What he didn't know, however, was. The shadow has no footsteps. No taste, either. Then he ignored the shadow behind him. Instead, he looked at Sumu with a sneer on his face. It seems you really have no other means. Then die. Just as he was about to take action. But suddenly, my eyes went dark. It turned out to be that human figure. The dark shadow stretched out his dry arms. The 5 fingers stretch like branches and forks. The body is curved. It was like a gentleman giving an invitation to dance together. Hum Xiechuan ignored it at all. Just straight through the dark shadow. The result is bang. Xiaquan stood there and looked at the shadow that stopped him. The pain came from his arms and forehead as if he was hit by a tree. His face changed drastically in an instant. An uncontrollable fear. Implement the heavenly spirit. This is not an illusion before the end of the speech. The shadow of losing patience. He grabbed Xiaquan's hand directly. Then drag it into the darkness. Bu Typhon saves me, Xiaquan roars shrilly. The terrified scream made Typhon and the others appear in a cold state. The next second the sound ended. The shadow disappeared. Xiaquan also disappeared. Everything seems like an illusion. A chuckle, breaking the dead silence in the field. Typhon and the other two looked at Sumu with a smile on their faces in horror. That smiling face reflected into the pupils, like a devil's smile. Sumu elegantly pushed the brown glasses. Say something in advance. I do not accept surrender. Shadow summons the luxurious snake-patterned wooden cane. Tap the ground. Darkness surged from the tip of the staff like a tide. It spreads rapidly, turned into countless tiny mysterious runes, then spread out on the earth centered on Sumu. Only a strange and mysterious magic array was built. Then a scene that made Typhon and the others extremely frightened appeared. I saw that huge magic circle. A black shadow of human figures more than 2 meters high emerged from it. 1, 2, 10, hundreds. A full 100 black shadows. The monster walked out of the magic circle. It surrounds Sumu like stars arching the moon. At this time, Sumu seemed like a shadow. Emperor! Wave gently. The shadow monster suddenly emerged. Running iron peaks and wood posture is about to break. He turned his head and ran away in fear. He never expected that. Sumu actually hides this method. This time he doesn't think it's an illusion. Because Xiaquan's screams are still vivid in my mind. Sumu ignored the 2 people who ran away. Instead, he laughed silently. Why? I accidentally lied again today. If you develop a habit after this, what should I do? The Black Shadow Legion is of course an illusion. Only the shadow who killed Xiaquan before. It is really a good friend he brought from the nightmare world. There are 2 restrictions on the use of non-white cloth. First, it's dark. Second, you can only kill 1 person at a time. So he just pointed to the sky with 1 finger and let the dark clouds cover the sky. The purpose is to prepare for a vain appearance. What you have to do now is to wait for Xiaquan to be digested in vain. Then, Typhon and the others killed Gao Ming's illusion one by one. Just like a clever lie. It must be true or false. Little and real. This is Yang Dongqing and Jun Wushang who ran over. They looked at Sumu with a complicated expression. I want to speak but stop. Sumu, you are really an angel believer. After all, Yang Dongqing couldn't hold back. Asked the question in my heart. Sumu nodded. Certainly. I've been emphasizing that I'm a good person. Now there is a statue of God to testify. After. No one can slander me. When has it been? You are still in the mood to joke. Yang Dongqing's face was full of anxiety. You are an angel. We are demons. Only one of us can survive. Sumu patted Yang Dongqing on the shoulder. Rest assured. I will take good care of Jasmine for you. Go with peace of mind. You are so angry that Yang Dongqing was instantly anxious. If his arms were not broken now, he has to punch Sumu. Ha ha ha. Just kidding. Actually, I have already had a way to break some curse of Brother Su. You really have a way to Jun Wushuan's face full of surprise. He really doesn't want to survive by killing his colleagues. There is a way. But you two need to cooperate. By the way. Almost forgot. Another person said. Sumu will always hide in the corner and trembles in the nightmare. The apostle Zhao Yongqiang pulled over. Actually, the statue of God is not based on goodness. Evil comes to separate the camps. What is that based on? Jun Wushang asked hurriedly. Although Yang Dongqing, who was angry, was still angry. But my ears were already on. Sumu didn't keep it in a silence either. Explained. According to the guilt in my heart. Or, it is clear about the thoughts. As long as you think you are right. That is the angel camp. For example, Yang Dongqing killed a lot of people. But he thought the worst thing he had done was to grab 50,000 yuan. That is to say, in his heart, He felt that these people should be killed. But robbing money is a loss. The woman killed the enemy's family before. It can be seen from his tone. He believes that killing someone is natural and natural. I'm not wrong. So he is the angel passage. You are not hurt. Suddenly realize. I see. Even if I do evil. But as long as I don't think I'm doing evil, then I am the angel camp. Right and wrong. Who can tell? Not from the ant's perspective. All human beings are evil. And from God's perspective, what humans do, even among the evil concubines, I just think it's a group of ants fighting. So God doesn't care whether people are kind or not. You are the only one who really cares about. Then Brother Sue, how should we break the curse? Of course, they have killed all the people in the enemy camp. You are not hurt. The face changed slightly. Brother Sue. Don't joke. Sumu shook his head. I'm not kidding. There is only one way to crack the curse. Because this is the rule set by gods and demons. Unless you have enough strength to defeat the gods and demons. Otherwise, we can only follow the rules of the game set by the concubines. Rest assured. Since it's the rules of the game, there will naturally be loopholes. We don't need to kill each other. Just transform the camp into the same camp. How to change? You are not hurt. He looked embarrassed. But to be honest, I didn't pay for foot massage last time. It didn't make me feel guilty. After I made money, I've been given back to No, 8 long ago. What I really feel guilty about letting down my master's teachings. The master kept me away from the worldly women. A dedicated guide. But I went against the simplicity of the Tao. You can let go of your heart. Accept my hypnosis. Sumu lightly Taoist Lord is not hurt. The face changed drastically. Hypnosis. You won't do anything strange to me. I found that you must have violated your master's order more than once. Not unique on weekdays. I've watched a lot of movies today. Once this statement is spoken, Jun Wushan's ears were red. The eyes flashed. I just took a look. Okay. If you believe me, just let go of your mind. Don't resist. If you don't believe it, go and join Typhoon. They choose for themselves. Jun Wushan's face changed. Change right. Finally, he nodded hard. We are all bronze officials. I believe that Miss Moron will not call bad people into the company. I believe you, Sumu, frowned slightly. He doesn't understand. Why are my colleagues all in love? Wrong. Yang Dongqing can be considered a love brain without any harm. Currently, it can only be considered a dog licking. Looking at this pocket watch. A dark golden pocket watch with a trunk pattern. It came into Jun Wu's eyes. After a moment, Jun Wushan opened his eyes excitedly. Looking at Sumo Su-ge excitedly. I realized the truth. It is also everywhere. As big as the sky is thick. As small as every flower and every tree hides the moon of Tao. He can be the first ray of sunshine in the morning. It could also be the bed prepared for me by No. 6. A bowl of clear soup delivered to my mouth on the 8th. Yang Dongqing beside him was stunned. It turns out that you have also found 2 Jun Wushan. The more I talk, the more excited I am. It seems to touch the way I have been pursuing. Brother Yang. You've thought about it. Finding a few is not the point. The point is not to be a member of the world. What's wrong? Don't understand the troubles of the world. How to understand? The people who do the great way take off their skin. There are no 206 valleys. Put on clothes. But there are 18,000 beautiful women like white bones. It makes me feel free to see the bones. Like a beauty treats me without fear or desire. No fear of the great way can be bullied. Also looking at the noble and polite Jun Wushang. Yang Dongqing held it in for a long time. Finally, I found a word. So this is the reason why you don't pay for foot massage. Okay. You are not hurt. You go to the statue to answer the question again. transformed the camp. Sumo really doesn't want to listen. These two are slutty. Directly urged. Okay. Brother Su saw Jun Wushang, who was on the road, walked briskly before the statue of the god. Re-answered the question of the idol. Sure enough. This time I think that football is also Tao. He rotted into his body and turned into a burn. Yang Dongqing, is your turn. Sumu glanced at Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing took a deep breath. His eyes were full of distrust. Don't take the opportunity to instill any strange ideas in me. Sumu didn't bother with him. This kind of young man is in existence that needs hypnosis and can control it. If not necessary, he doesn't want to waste his mental power on Yang Dongqing. It's better to have a head position than to be white. After a moment, Yang Dongqing's eyes returned to clearness. Now I figured it out. It is a one-stop effort to help the poor. And no one stipulates it. You cannot intercept others' belly and discard your own bottle. Ran, he also went to the statue of God. Replaced the camp. In the end, there has always been no sense of existence. Zhao Yongqiang is also a member of the bronze official. It's considered hypnosis of your own men. He was also hypnotized for his change camp. At this point, angel believers became 4. There are only 2 demon believers left. Due to the change in quantity, Sumu and others found that the burns on their bodies began to become lighter. On the contrary, the decay on Taifeng and his 2 men began to worsen. Since Brother Su can transform the subtraction by this method, then you don't have to seal them with him. From the beginning to kill. Let's just hypnotize them too. Jun Wushang made suggestions. Su Wushang shook his head. Do you think Taifeng and the others will agree? Their Jun Wushan was stunned. The following words were stuck. Yes, Taifeng. How could they agree to hypnosis? This is equivalent to giving your life completely to others. If Sumu is ill-minded and thinks about hypnosis, he once added a hypnotic fire. Then the 2 of them may become slaves forever in the future. Or I'll persuade them. Jun Wushan thought about it, thinking that they don't accept hypnosis. It's nothing more than worrying about being manipulated. But I've accepted sleep. No. Be kind to persuade. I may be able to smile slightly. You advise them to guess. Do you think you have been replaced? Deliberately lying to them. This guy is not hurt. I had no idea for a moment. Who else tells you that I will not manipulate them while hypnotizing? Why should I reject 2 powerful thugs? Brother Su? Don't joke. You are a good person. If you really want to do this, I must be the first one to be brainwashed by you. How do you make sure you have not been brainwashed by me? Sumu's mouth showed a mysterious smile. Jun Wushu burst into laughter. Brother Su. Have I been brainwashed when you say this? I don't know yet. Sumu smiled without saying a word. Yang Dongqing, who was beside him, felt a strange feeling in his heart. What a bad thing is wrong with Junwoo's injury. People tell you the truth. As a result, you can still think that Sumu is a good person. Dad isn't already brainwashed. Thinking of this, Yang Dongqing was a little panicked. He even thought, did Sumu take the opportunity to brainwash himself just now? But then I thought about it. Probably not. After all, I have agreed to work for him for 3 years. There is no need to brainwash yourself. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but put his heart back in his stomach. My hands are running wildly on the iron peak. Suddenly screamed. He raised his arm. But I found the decay that had recovered before. This happened again. And it is still spreading faster. The same is true for the man with yin yang chain. The face was filled with panic. What's going on? Why is the speed of rotten faster? Could it be that Junwoo is injured? Several of them were killed by Sumu. The angel side strengthened Mo's iron peak. Looking at the eyes of the Black Shadow army that was constantly chasing behind him, a look of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Like a deeply injured beast. Prepare to fight to the death. This can't continue. If you say this, you can still admit that you were killed by the Black Shadow group. He will also die from the curse of the demon. Fight with them. Typhon roared angrily. In fact, it was changed. He rushed towards the Black Shadow Legion. Seeing this, keep chains strictly. The man also looked crazy. Mada fought hard. The two launched a desperate charge against hundreds of Black Shadow Legion. However, when the two sides collided, the two of them were stunned on the spot. Because their attack actually penetrated the Black Shadow Legion. It seemed like it hit a ball of air. The two looked at each other in disbelief. Everyone saw the shock and anger in the other person's eyes. This is also an illusion. We immediately became Typhon. Roaring angry. I felt that my IQ was rubbing against the ground by Sumu. Being cheated is not scary. What's scary is that I was deceived twice in succession by the same routine. No. If it's an illusion, then how did Xiaquan die? Tiefeng's eyes were full of evil light. You ask me who I ask. I don't care how Xiaquan died. I just know that I won't kill Sumu anymore. You and I will die. Come back with me. Not long after, Typhon and the others killed each other again. When they found Sumu. But he found that the other party was standing among the pile of corpses. The white palms are covered with blood. And his feet were lying dead. The miserable army was not injured. Yang Dongqing and others. Tiefeng's pupils shrank. As expected, Sumu really won the army without any harm. All of them were killed. That's why the curse on both of them became stronger and stronger. Sumu, you are really cruel and ruthless. I really didn't expect you to be the only one left in the angel camp. But it makes you turn the tables against the wind. Kill our demon camp here. Typhon with half of his face rotten. Looking at Sumu with bloody hands and smiling face. I just feel a chill in my heart. This is definitely the most dangerous opponent he has ever encountered in his first half of his life. Danger does not mean how strong the opponent is. It is the other party's scheming and strange means. Why your own strength? The demon who will have the advantage. The believers almost caught them all. Don't talk nonsense to him. He started a red chain of lava attack Sumu. The next moment, Sumu's figure burst like a bubble. Damn it. Another illusion. No more Xiechuan. It's hard for us to crack his illusion. Don't panic. Even if our ears are not as good as Xiaquan. But it is far beyond ordinary people. Focus on listening carefully. He must have heard his footsteps. The iron wind rushes. So the two of them immediately held their breath. Mobilize your ears with all your might. Try to hear some turbulence. As a result, they really heard the sound of breathing. There is a breathing sound around, etc. Why are there 4 people breathing? The man who was controlling the chain suddenly burst out with a scream. Typhon was shocked. Take a look quickly. He was shocked immediately. I saw a bitch with half a blood volume on the man's chest. And behind him was Jun Wushang, who had long been dead. Not only the army is not injured. Even Yang Dongqing and that ordinary man are alive. No matter you, Typhon is shocked and angry. At this moment, how could he not see that these people were pretending to die before? Why cooperate with Sumu? It's just the only thing he can't understand. These people are obviously demon believers. Isn't this a dead end? Don't know at this time. The spotless Sumumu slowly walked out from behind a stone wall. The snake-print wooden walking stick gently touches the ground. Steps are gentle. And elegant iron peaks. I can give you a chance to survive. Ups and downs or death. Sumu said lightly. You don't have to worry about the curse. If you choose ups and downs, I will help you transform into an angel. After saying that, he looked at Yang Dongqing and others and showed the burns on his body. He did not intend to conquer both of them. This creature is not forced into a desperate situation. Surely won't be honest. I have all kinds of thoughts in my heart. And compared with Yin Yang Chain, the Iron Peak of Bronze 3 is obviously more valuable to subdue. The Iron Peak is as deep as water. The eyes kept flashing. What is the way to change the camp? Hypnosis. As long as you accept my sleep, I can help you change your camp. When I heard these two words, a heart completely sinks into the bottom of the valley. You forced me to this point. Now I still want me to be impressed by Sumu shrugging indifferently. Anyway, you have to kneel down. I'm used to being a dog. After all, who is a dog for whom is not a horse? I'll kill you. Typhon went completely rampage. Like a human-shaped tank. Fight towards Sumu. Step on the ground every step. They are all on the ground. Leave a dense cracked road like a spider web. TSK. Sumu shook his head helplessly. Why do people who live well have to seek death? The next moment, he took off his brown glasses. Deep eyes. Suddenly, azure blue light burst out. Dye the entire eye into gold. Blue forest. Black is to brush iron peaks. It's dark before my eyes. It was like an invisible black cloth covering her eyes. Completely turned into a blind man. This is one of the uses of all kinds of things. Since it is an illusion that controls vision, that can naturally deprive the vision. I want you to see the iron peak that cannot be seen. Like a crazy beast. Crazy wave of fists. Wherever you go. Wall. The stone pillars were all crushed. But I can't fight Sumu. Sumu's true body had already been hiding from afar and looked at Typhon crazy. He did not use the dark shadow. Because it has not been digested yet. Xiaquan may be the first time he devours the extraordinary. The digestion process is extremely slow. Of course. He was not worried that Xiaquan could come out alive and was in vain. Unless you know in advance how to crack the dark illusion. Otherwise, who would keep closing his eyes? What should I do next if I let Sumu be pulled away for nothing? Yang Dongqing stared at the crazy Typhon. Somewhat worried. He knew the true background of Sumu. Pure sick people rely entirely on hypnosis and illusions. Although Typhon is blinded now. But want to kill the other person. By no offensive illusion alone. Somewhat he wanted to help. But his hands were interrupted by Typhon before. The combat power has basically been lost. It's also a blessing to send money to you. Holding the long sword in your hand tightly is to step forward. But Sumu stopped him. Look forward to it. He smiled faintly. Then, take out a silver-white revolver from your waist. The barrel is thick and long. Like a baby's arm. Yang Dongqing was stunned. This is not the gun that Ingwa boy used before. At that time, Typhon said something about the shadow bullet. When did you get it? Sumu did not answer. Instead, he took out a white handkerchief. I guess he is a silver pistol. He doesn't like using things that others have used. So you need to wipe the sweat on it first. The fingerprint is wiped quickly. He gently raised his silver pistol. Facing the crazy iron wind in the field. A huge gunshot sounded. A ball of blood exploded from Tiefeng's heart. He fell heavily to the ground. He was blind and screamed. Survival instinct. Let him hold his head tightly. Protect the key points. Get up with difficulty in getting up. Another shot hit his right chest. This shot seemed to break his backbone. Let him fall to the ground again. The hands were weak in the bang. The last shot hits the head. A blood flower appeared instantly. All movements came to an abrupt end. No more sound. Iron Wind Clan. At this point, Demon Camp destroyed. Seeing that Typhon died tragically was not hurt. He looked unbearable. Shaking your head repeatedly. 2 shots. A shot of the body. The gods were worried even after seeing it. Fighting is so simple. Sumu only paid a little insignificant mental power. Plus 3 bullets. He killed the digital extraordinary people directly or indirectly. There is even one of them, Bronze 3. With the death of the Iron Wind, the burns on their bodies also disappeared completely. Sumu blew the muzzle of white smoke. A satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Not a treasure. but it has the power comparable to a treasure. Is this the secret silver bullet? It's my return from now on. Just call you Silver Rose. He turned a gunflower. Then the silver rose was inserted into the waist. What is a secret silver bullet? Bang? Yang Dongqing looked at Inbai Rose with a little jealousy. This gun can actually ignore Tiefeng's steel body. It's extremely powerful. Su Mu glanced at him. The bronze official's extraordinary information is written on it and you can read it yourself. A poor student is a poor student. If you have a little more words, you won't be patient to read it. Yang Dongqing was furious. He knew that he was despised by Su Mu again. But he was furious. I can only be angry. What is a secret silver bullet? He asked in a low voice that was not injured. Explain to him patiently. Secret camp is the hardest metal in the world. And it has a certain effect on extraordinary things. Ordinary bullets cannot break the steel ambitions. But the secret silver bullets are okay. I heard that some powerful extraordinary people will also use secret silver to build weapons. When Yang Dongqing heard this, suddenly my heart was in a state of irritation. There is such a good thing in the world. If I had a secret silver knife today. As for the fact that Typhon broke his arms. But Jun Wushang's next sentence. He poured a basin of cold water directly. I really want to have a secret silver sword. Unfortunately, secret silver is too expensive. A gram costs at least 10,000 yuan. The bullet that Brother Su just fired. It's estimated that one is about 10 grams. That's 100,000. One shot is 100,000. 3 shots are 300,000. This is still the case where Typhon cannot see it. It would be difficult to hit him if he could see the bullet. Maybe 1 million will be wasted. This is something the nobles play. Ordinary extraordinary people can't touch Yang Dongqing's passionate heart at all. It was cool in an instant. He was so poor that he could not imagine. There is actually metal in this world that can kneel to this point. 1 minute 10,000. He suddenly stared at Tiefeng's body. Run over? I wanted to pick out the secret silver bullets from the other party's corpse. Unfortunately, both hands had to call Jun Wushang for help. It took 2 people a long time. He actually picked out 3 scrapped secret silver bullets. I'm 2, you and 1, Jun Wushang first assigned to Yang Dongqing, no longer willing. Why do you 2? Because I dug these bullets with my sword. Yang Dongqing is just about to argue. But suddenly I remembered that Typhon was shot by the Soundwave Boy before. So he hurriedly asked Jun Wu to dig. In the end, they each had 2 secret silver bullets. I smiled very happily. 40,000. I won 400,000 yuan, and I will definitely not get it. This is a used shadow bullet after all. There must be losses. In addition, the recycling price is not as good as the sale price. I guess it would be good if I could get 200,000. One person is worth it. At least I can buy Jasmine some clothes. Last time I misunderstood him. I have to buy a piece of clothing. It's okay for Jasmine to apologize to be your girlfriend. Brother Yang, you don't even have hair. But there is. Girlfriends don't look like them. I can only use this 100,000 yuan to understand the truth. I'm not bald and have no hair. It was burned twice before. It hasn't grown yet. When the 2 dug up the shadow bullet, Su Mu came to the statue. Looking carefully at the angel statue in front of you. Because he is an angel believer. So all you see is an angel. At this time, the angel statue was emitting a holy white light. Slightly face. Full of sympathy for the heavens and the world. However, Sumi knew that all this was an illusion. God never pitted. People themselves and others are just victims of the struggle between angels and demons. Now all the demon camps are dead. The angel in the statue should be able to suppress the demon. He estimated that he could get the change of things in his hands. As he expected. The holy light on the statue became softer and brighter. And he seemed to have come alive. The eyes full of divineness were staring at Su Mu for the next moment. The angel is really alive. The statue stretches out. The holy trembling behind the limbs. He walked straight down from the altar. Sumu's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't know what the angel was going to do. Out of caution, he left an illusion in place. The clone body quietly retreated behind the clone. However, the past, all things that were unfavorable seemed to be ineffective at this moment. Generally, angels completely ignore their clones. Walking straight towards the body. And open your arms. It seems like you want a hug. Silver rose bullet loaded. Position the angel's skull. If you want to thank you. Just give some extraordinary potion. There is no need to hug. Devout believers. Return to God's arms. The grand ethereal pan-English sent out from the mouth of the angel. It makes people want to obey God's command. Bang! Sumu did not hesitate at all. He shot directly at the angel's head. However, the shadow bullet that can break the steel ambitions. But it doesn't hurt the angel at all. Even traces cannot be left behind. Not far away. Yang Dongqing and his 2 men were wiping the shadow bullets were startled by the gunshots. Why are you firing again and there is no shoreline? The 2 of them looked in the voice. Instantly shocked. I saw the angel statue pressing against Sumu step by step. The 2 of them were about to come over. But the angel turned into a holy light. Crawling straight into the darkness of Sumu's body. It's like being in the darkness of the starry sky in the universe. Sumu seemed to fall into the cold and dark seawater. His body is sinking continuously. The sinking seems to have no end. At this moment, suddenly above endless dimensions, an invisible giant net appeared as bright as the starry sky. That is the bronze law. Above every node of the bronze law, they are all inlaid with a brilliant star. The green magic that emits a little starlight. In the view of the Swimu, a star appeared like a sun. He is completely different from other stars. The size is dozens of times larger. The holy light emits the warmth of the holy light. Dispel the darkness around it. Sumu also saw the scenes around him clearly. The endless sea of blood. He is in the sea of blood. There are countless people who have lost consciousness around them. Maintain a falling posture. Soon, the holy light fell on him. A fog rose from my mind. The bronze-green method rounds out the angel. Bang! The surrounding environment shattered instantly. When Sumo regains vision again. It was a dim and dilapidated house. There is a rocking chair in the house. There is a bright sky outside. The little girl Tingting is standing quietly in front of him. Twist your head. Looking at him with curiosity. Big brother. Are you sleeping while standing? Sumu narrowed his eyes and carefully looked at Tingting in front of him. What's going on? Time back. Why am I back in the nightmare world? Countless questions surged into his heart. He has no fear of the unknown. Only the desire for surprises. The sudden surprise kept stimulating his nerves. This feeling seemed like a birthday to him. But during the holidays, my girlfriend gave me a mysterious gift. Wait for him to open the gift. He recalled carefully. Memories stay in the angel statue. Incarnate the holy light and crash into yourself. Then he fainted. After waking up, I returned to the nightmare world illusion. This was his first reaction. Just as he continued to think, Yang Dongqing's voice sounded outside the door. This damn dawn is so fast. This house is too small. Let's continue to stay here. It will definitely attract shadows. Listen to my change of one. Yi Fanyu's voice rang out immediately. Sumu was slightly in a trance. He looked down at his shadow under his feet. There is no dark shadow inside. I will also perceive the stars of impure in all things. As a result, I didn't feel the only bronze-green method in his body now. It is the original angel who has just dispelled darkness for him. A stream of memory floated out of my mind. That is the memory of entering the illusion of the shadow before. He remembered. I remembered it all. There is no star of perfection at all. There is no romance. Everything is an illusion. He has been immersed in the shadow illusion. What bronze view? What can't be remembered? and Typhoon. They are all fake. The truth is, he has never walked out of the illusion of shadows. At that time, he thought he had succeeded. The hand that felt the shadow disappeared. So I opened my eyes. This led to him breaking the rules, falling into boundless illusions. Deep in the false illusion. Everything in memory after walking out of the black shadow fantasy is fake. He never walked out of the illusion of shadows. Now it's really coming out. In desperate situation, he became the chosen one. Connected with the bronze law. The original angel is the holy light of the angels. Dispel darkness for him. Take him out of the illusion. It turns out that before I failed. In a illusion. Can't extricate yourself. But at a critical moment, the explosion of the small universe was favored by the gods. Awakened. The primordial angel walked out of the illusion. Angels I met in the illusion before. Actually, I am about to awaken. Sumu murmured to himself. He gradually understood everything. My choice was also God. He cursed unconsciously. He spared no effort to feel this feeling. He longs for excitement. Desire for stimulation. But when this kind of danger occurs, there will be a help from the gods. All victory depends on the feeling of luck. It's really boring. Soon, Yang Dongqing, Yi Fanyu and others came in. Sumu told me about Tingting in the Black Shadow fantasy. Yi Fanyu was very happy to analyze how to crack the nightmare. That is to kill Tingting. Yang Dongqing did not agree with this method. Yi Fanyu was finally moved by Yang Dongqing's kindness. I decided to help Tingting with everyone to help things go smoothly. The original angel worked. Sumu received guidance from the gods. Found Tingting's family. Finally returned to reality. After returning to reality, Sumu was recruited by major companies. From them, the original angel is the strongest bronze law in legend. Better than predicting the future. Not only can you use the power of the gods, you will also receive divine help in the dark. So they all want Sumu to join their company. Even to grab the National People's Congress. Help! Just when Sumu made a decision, the princess of the Oath Empire appeared. He is holy, beautiful, and flawless. Drive away all competitors. Recruited Sumu. Later, Sumu started the life of the cool male protagonist. He relies on the help of gods in his adventures in the nightmare world. Keep getting stronger. Soon he became a powerful golden man. And he is invincible at the same level, who can display his divine power. He is known as the most powerful person in the empire. The princess has a secret love for him. Swear he won't marry. The emperor of the empire is very optimistic. He promised to give the throne. Years later, the greatest emperor of the Red Rock Empire, the world's most powerful angel, is transformed into a god. Sumu, the only nightmare apostle in the history of the Ming dynasty, who broke the curse of nightmare, successfully stood at the peak of the world. But the princess lived a happy life. On the huge throne, Sumu looked at the empire nobles who were kneeling down at the feet and looked at the beautiful princess with love on the side. He pushed his glasses. There is no happiness on your face. All there is endless emptiness and boredom. He sighed for life. Why? This is not a good time either. He turned his eyes to the 100-meter angel in the center of the palace square, shining brightly like the silver tongue tree in the center of his forehead. I know you want me to believe in you. And prepared a smooth life for me. But please, can you use snacks? These are the angel statues that I played with at least 100 meters high. Like a dead thing. Sumu frowned slightly without answering. He waved his hand. The person who came to tear down the statue for me. The ministers kneeling below were deposed. Keep saying to stop it. Your Majesty cannot be demolished. That is a blasphemy against the gods. It will bring down the law of heaven. The entire Red Rock Empire will suffer. Your Majesty, angel is the faith of the Red Rock Empire. If you insist on doing this, Sumu, the people will definitely rebel. I just feel more bored. He slowly raised his palm. A ray of dazzling holy light. Then, a huge holy light palm appeared out of thin air and directly covered the entire palace. The palace turned into ruins. The world is quiet. The ministers are dead. The princess was dead, too. Sumu walked out of the ruins. I was about to take action before strolling to the angel statue. At this time, the angel statue was alive. Just like a true angel descending to the mortal world, he is 100 meters tall. The face is filled with the divine glory of compassion. Looking down at Sumu. However, there is only endless coldness among the silver trees. All the glory and wealth that ordinary people have no gift to you in the world. You actually want the only god Sumu to smile. He raised his head. A pair of golden blue eyes. Against the angel. The cold eyes that do not contain any human emotions. I remember you entered my body. Then I fainted, right? The angel's voice became colder. The sound is loud. It's like the sound of heaven. Mortals answer questions that are not. Sumu's expression remains unchanged. A tall and straight figure. A golden robe swings slightly in the wind. That's high under the bridge of the nose. Thin lips pursed into a straight line. Suddenly, a sneer appeared slightly on the corner of his mouth. Bloom on the lips. Although the arc is shallow, but with endless chill in eyes. You call me a mortal outside. I don't pick on you. But in my dream, what do you think you should call a shaking? The world changes greatly. Everything in the entire Red Rock Empire was broken for it. Instead, a vast fairy palace rose slowly. The stars shine on the 9 heavens. Void. Inspire thousands of laws. The trembling Sumu took the endless laws in one step. A road to heaven was formed under his feet, carrying him on the supreme mount of the immortal palace. His figure became extremely majestic. It looks like the wonders of heaven and earth. High School wears a heaven and earth robe, gently draped on him. Just sitting there. It is enough to make the world lose its color. Everything trembles. He exuded a dazzling divine light as bright as the sun. Turning over your hands. Holding the cycle of life and death in heaven and earth. The deputy dominates time and space. Change of fate. It is like the end of thousands of ways in the center of the universe. And the angel who seemed like a god before. Against his backdrop, he looks like an ant angel. The compassionate face turned expressionless. All the changes around this were beyond Faye's expectations. Faye doesn't seem to understand. Why can a mortal be above all else? The 4 flying elephants of the one god are robots with disordered programs. The face is as cold as ice. The whole person turned into a holy light. He rushed straight towards Sumu on the top of heaven and earth. Sumu sneered disdainfully. He had already guessed the angel's intentions. It's just that I want to be addicted to the illusion forever and believe in angels. Then take control of your body. It's just a pity that God's imagination is too scarce. To him, these illusions not only isn't beautiful, instead, it's extremely boring. If it is outside, he is a fantasy of this level. There may be no good idea. But this is his dream. If you want to blame, you can only blame the angels. He shouldn't have been put into a coma. Because he just falls asleep. Then you will enter that omnipotent dream. He waved his hand gently. The billions of stars hanging in the universe. Like rain falling. Crazily hitting the dazzling holy light. However, let the stars break. The heaven and earth are overturned. The only thing that the holy light does not change cannot shake Sumu's plan to move slightly. As expected. Everything in the dream is fake. And the angel belongs to the truth from the outside world. Illusion cannot shake the reality. He expected this scene. Because the blood-colored meaning that we used to deal with the nightmare world was so illusory. Can't shake the truth. Even if his dream is even more real than reality. The holy light hit his majestic body hard. Like the ancient body. It spread wildly in him. For a moment, Sumu Jinlan's eyes were stained with a layer of holy light. With all my love, I brought some piety. An impulse arose in my heart. An urge to praise the angel. He knew it was an angel. Forced change of your thoughts? Make yourself an angel believer. But Sumu was not panicked at all. Instead, he laughed silently. In my dreams. Although I can't change the external truth. But I can change myself. Just finished speaking. His majestic body collapsed in an instant. Disappeared between heaven and earth out of thin air. And that holy light is like a headless fly. Flying around. Outside the endless dimensions. Sumu watched quietly. That holy light looked at God with interest, but that. Although he cannot destroy the holy light. But the holy light could not find him in his dreams. In one thought. Then you can divide the dream into endless dimensions. He himself hides himself outside the dimension at will. What should I do next? He touched his chin. Thinking about a lot. His eyes lit up. Although illusion cannot affect the reality. But the greatest function of illusion is always deception. Why not try it? Then, exactly the same Sumu appeared in front of the holy realm. This is the clone he created. A completely identical clone. The angel was indeed fooled and didn't seem to have much intelligence to penetrate into the clone. Then the clone was flooded by the holy light. Sumu could feel that the angel was blending with the clone. Isn't this a dead end? Sumu murmured to himself. He cannot control the external truth. But if you have to integrate it, then he had to accept it funny. He did not let his clone resist. Let the angel fusion film guests be completely. 02 is a clone. Silver-tongued trees grew on their foreheads. Behind it, there is also an angel-like holiness. Baipasomo snapped his fingers. The clone was instantly destroyed. Returned to nothingness? It disappeared with it. And angels all integrated into the stream. He thought it was solved. Before the entire dream suddenly changed. Everything that was transformed was broken. All things returned to nothingness. In this nothingness, only Sumu stood alone. He frowned slightly. Looking at the nothingness around. There is a feeling in the dark. Tell him. The dream seems different. But what's different? He can't say it. He tried to transform out of the top again. The dream of the immortal palace quickly changed according to his wishes. The dream soon appeared. Everything is as usual. But the feeling in the dark became stronger and stronger. A faint look flashed in his eyes. I understand what this feeling is. After the dream merges with the angels, there is a little more truth. That magical feeling. It cannot be described in words. But Sumu felt it tangibly. Being closer to reality is to dreams. At the same time, his forehead suddenly stings. It seemed like a huge full-length mirror was burned by fire and appeared in front of him. A slender and tall figure reflected. Sumu looked into the mirror. I was surprised to find that there was an extra silver tree on my forehead. The copper eyes are cold and indifferent. It is like a god who is lofty looking down at all living beings. With the emergence of the tree boy, some memories that do not belong to him. The picture poured into my mind. In a trance, he saw two gods standing tall and upright. In the battle, a demon with dark wings was born. One is a goose sound screen. Angel with white wings. In the battle, the blood left by the two fell into a dark piece. Above the stone is stained with blood. Finally it became a statue of the previous two statues of gods and demons. Later, the earth started to break. Eventually the statue fell into the abyss and disappeared. The second picture is a group of men in black and white robes. Kneel to the statue on the altar. Then fight each other. Blood stained the sacrificial place red. In the third and last picture, a bare body appeared. With wings. No eyes. The little monster on the nose. He kept releasing thick fog like haze. It seems to have broken some balance. A small monster appeared in an old wooden door in thick fog. Found the wooden door. And turn it on. The picture came to an abrupt end. Are there really gods and demons in this world? Or gods and demons are just products of the nightmare world? Sumu's eyes were shining with excitement. It's so wonderful. The more dangerous the world is, the weirder it is, the more excited he was. Just like a Hyalius playing games. Never fear that the game is too difficult. I'm afraid the game is too boring. His eyes were filled with excitement. Analyze the information just now in your mind. The blood of gods and demons gives the statue divinity. Later, the statue must have been picked up by some cult. A special place for sacrifice was created. The place of sacrifice is not in the abandoned city area. It is the unremembered person. After the Philadelphia area, unintentionally breaking a certain balance. The entrance to the sacrificial land appears in the Philadelphia area. All this met before. He guessed. The person behind the scenes clearly only needs those who cannot be remembered. You can achieve your goals. Why do you still have to make a statue of God? So they probably didn't make the statue of God. Now it seems that. Sure enough, it is an image released by the unremembered one. As a result, he was trapped in the sacrificial place by the statue of the god. The thick fog he created that erodes memory was driven away by the statue of God. All lined up from the wooden door. My dream is also very special. It can actually devour the divinity of the statue. Added a hint of truth. If you make a logical guess, doesn't that mean that as long as you devour more divine dreams, you can become a reality? Become a real world? What is this dream? Is it really a dream that I, a mortal, can have? More and more mysteries are shrouding Sumu. Constantly stimulate his excited nerves. He likes to know a certain balance. Just when he was so excited that he couldn't extricate himself, suddenly a swaying feeling came. Then the whole dream began to shake Sumu violently. Are you still alive? Brother Su. Don't die. The bronze officer hasn't paid me a salary this month. I really can't afford to follow. Component. Sumu opened his eyes. Looking at the two people in front of you. Stop shaking. Yang Dongqing and June were not injured. Suddenly, my face was full of joy. Very good. Brother Su. You finally woke up. What happened just now? Why is that statue missing? Sumu slowly stood up from the ground. He fell to the ground. But there was no dust on your body and even your clothes. This is the pure heart at work. Now isn't the time to chat, let's leave quickly. It won't take long. The place of sacrifice will collapse. Sumu didn't talk too much nonsense. He took the three of them directly to the outside of the sacrificial place. But just took 2 steps. But he suddenly stopped. Extend your hand to Yang Dongqing. He brought Yang Dongqing's face changed. Hesitate. What are you taking? The next moment, his eyes went dark. Totally lost sight. Then I felt my waist blue. When he regained his vision. Then he found that Sumu had an extra silver pistol in his hand. He smiled a little. He scratched his head awkwardly. I have no other meaning. I just wanted to carry you to the hospital. Afraid of bumpy roads. Causes the gun to fall. Sumu didn't bother with him. Turning his head and saying to Jun Wushan. He didn't say you, right? The army is not injured. Face collapsed. Take out 5 shadow bullets from the Taoist robe and handed them over. Sumu glanced at the two of them. I'm not dead yet. Then we started to divide the inheritance. The two were very embarrassed. Scratching his head. I'll look at the stone under your feet. Besides, you are not my children. It seems that there is no right to inherit the estate. I'm okay. No need to quibble. In view of the bad behavior of you two. As a bronze officer, Minister of Intelligence, I decided to confiscate the action bonus for your outing mission this time. Ah. Didn't you return the stuff? What, Brother Su? You are the minister. This place is about to collapse. While a few people were talking, spider web-like cracks have appeared above the sacrificial land. The sky was broken like a mirror. Running. Sumu looked up at the sky. He had a very strange feeling. He always feels that this place is very similar to the nightmare in the nightmare world. Remind that the nightmare world will invade the real world. He guessed. What are the black-robed men and white-robed men who came from the nightmare world who would kneel down to worship the statue of the god before? He is a person like Tingting in the nightmare world. Brother Su, where are we going? The door I came in before was not found at all. Sun Wushu said anxiously. Sumu did not answer. Instead, focus your thoughts on the middle of your eyebrows. The next moment, a crack appeared on his eyebrows. The silver tree pupil suddenly emerged from the crack. His eyes were cold and indifferent. Through the observation of the silver tree child, he soon discovered the wooden door hidden in the void. In the eyes, the holy light swept through the wooden door and suddenly appeared. Sumu. On your forehead. Yang Dongqing looked at Sumu's forehead in shock and was shocked. I found that this eye was exactly the same as the one on the previous angel statue. Sumu has no explanation. Instead, he led the three of them toward the wooden door. They are very fast. In addition to Zhao Yongxiang, the bald man at the end of the team. But some people are faster than them. To be precise, it's not human, but the unremembered person who has been trapped in the sacrificial place. I saw the wooden door flapping its wings. I instantly arrived at the wooden door and wanted to open the door and leave. Because the huge distance between everyone and him was more than 10 meters. So they didn't forget this time. Reporter. Yang Dongqing urgently called Sumu to use a secret silver bullet, and a helpless look flashed across Sumu's face. Sometimes the pig teammates are really speechless. If the shadow bullet can really kill it. Reporter. Then do you think the Soundwave Man didn't kill him before? Because he does good deeds? Yang Dongqing was stunned. Just now I realized. At this moment, the unmemorable person has already pushed open the door with his hands. He just stepped into half his foot. A dazzling holy light suddenly shot out of Sumu's third eye for the next moment. The unremembered one was hit by the holy light. Almost instantly, his body was directly destroyed in the holy light. Completely dissipated. As Sumu said before, it's actually very simple to deal with people who cannot remember. What a ranged attack. Either use a non-living body like a puppet before. He has no remote attack methods. Can't deal with the unmemorable ones. But now it's different. After the dream swallowed the angel's divinity, he also gained some of the angel powers himself. That is, the silver tongue tree that appears on the forehead. Although he could not exert the true power of this eyesless. But it is a god's thing after all. Even if it can only exert some of its power, it's also horrifying enough. The invincible person who can't even kill the shadow bullet. In an instant, it was wiped out from the eyes. But the cost is also very serious. Mental power and physical strength are instantly drained. More than. In this way, Sumu can even feel the large-scale death of its own cells. All the organs of the body seem to have been forced to extract vitality. Just this blow. Although it killed the unstoppable. But it also directly put him in a state of dying. Sumu's body was uncontrollably thrown to the ground without any injury. He quickly grabbed his arm. Carry it on your shoulders. He ran out the door quickly. After a long time, 2 business cars drove away from the back seat of the Philadelphia business car. Sumu's weak reliance on the seat. He didn't expect that he had been unharmed after experiencing so many dangers. In the end, he was almost killed by the silver bushes. If the lifespan is valued, he even felt that he could live less immediately. For several years, it is still too difficult to use divine things with the body of a mortal. Since becoming a transcendent, he hasn't been so weak for a while. After that, now it's fine. You can take a wheelchair again. Yang Dongqing, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, was still chatting endlessly. Can you stop deducting money? I have to buy clothes for Jasmine to apologize. I was so angry that I cried last time. Or you can deduct less. Shut up. Didn't you pick up a few bullets of life? You can exchange money if you go to sell it. Sumu was too lazy to pay attention to Yang Dongqing. Since the moment when the unremembered person died, all their lost memories come back. Yang Dongqing also remembered the kiss marks on Jasmine's neck. Keep it myself. I bought the new clothes myself. That's all right now. Sumu's memory was naturally restored. But it doesn't matter whether it is restored or not. Because before recovery, he guessed the lost memory through reasoning. Morong Mingli, who was processing documents in Bronze Pass Company, suddenly stopped writing. A hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. Then countless memory fragments surged out. The next moment, his face changed drastically and he stood up and grabbed the door and walked out. He remembered. I remembered them all. Bronze Valve Company once had more than 20 employees. There is also an extraordinary man named Jun Wushan. He is from the Changxing Gymnasium. Not a nightmare. The Apostle's Bronze Law is the unparalleled sword in the sequence of 98. Wu Jun is a dog-licking dog without injury. When he was recruiting him, almost effortless. Even if there is Korean, I can't drive it away. He himself sent troops without any injuries. With some ordinary people's nightmare, the Apostle went to the Philadelphia area to find clues to the Golden Eye. Then there was nothing. His memory begins here. Lost mistakenly think that there is no extraordinary person in the company. So I began to search hard. Found Yang Dongqing in Sumu. With Sumu, they reached the Philadelphia area. The memory of them is lost. He didn't remember until now. It turns out that I have sent people many times. Philadelphia area. I will forget every time. Then I sent people to die repeatedly. Damn it. Why are there unmemorable people in Philadelphia? Sumu Morong Mengli's beautiful face is full of worry. Not just worry. I worry about the actual damage of copper and copper. Another part is worrying. That was the only man he didn't hate since he was a child. He is also the only man who has no desire in his eyes. He remembered the conversation at the dinner table that day. Miss Mungli, did I always think we are friends? Morong Mengli has never had his identity as a person. Destined to be looked down upon by the nobles. The armed forces were told to gather to prepare the car by civilians. Go to the basement safe in Philadelphia. Take out the black box inside. Besides, if I haven't come back before 12 o'clock tonight. Now the Morong family asks me for help. Morong Mengli looked cold. Orders were issued in an orderly manner. Although he knew that the unremembered person was dead. That's why memory will be restored. But he still did the worst man. After all, Philadelphia is not the only one who cannot remember. A nightmare monster. Besides, he did not think Sumu could kill the unremembered ones. That is the nightmare monster that even the strong silver men fear. He guessed. It should be the other powerful nightmare that can be killed. Reporter. Sumu and others may have died. But you have to meet people. Death to see the corpse. Sumu is his last hope. He had no time to recruit extraordinary people and it was difficult to recruit people stronger than Sumu. Soon, the large force has been assembled. More than a dozen armored vehicles were parked in front of the Bronze Pass Company. Morong Mengli took off the president's clothing. Put on a specially made black leather jacket. A flax color. Long hair flew away. Just as he was about to get on the car, the sound of cars suddenly came from afar. Morong Mengli looked stunned. He recognized the car. It was the car that Sumo and the others drove away before. The vehicle brakes suddenly. Adrift. Stopped at the gate of Bronze Pass Company. A black tire trace was left on the ground. Bang. The door to the cab was opened. Jun Wushan exposed half of his body. Looking at the heroic and handsome boss Morong Mengli with a look of surprise. Are you here to greet me? What about the others? Morong Mengli said quickly. In the car. He stepped forward quickly. opened the car door with one hand. Then he saw that his face was pale. Paper like Sumu. Lying weakly on the seat. Susu. Are you okay? A look of worry appeared on Morong Mengli's face. Sumu smiled gently. Thank you for your concern. No serious problems yet. The visitor brought my medicine box and handed it to Morong Meng. He opened the box. Exposed the colorful potions inside. Each potion has a label. He hurriedly took out a bottle of potion filled with green liquid. Opened the lid. Then he took Sumu's mouth. This is the vitality that Federal Pharmaceuticals has created. The potion is a kind of extraordinary potion. It is miraculous for recovery of injuries. After saying that, he drank a bottle of vitality for Sumu directly. After the medicine, Sumu immediately felt warm all over his body. It seems like returning to the mother's embrace. At the same time, his body is recovering rapidly. Re-energized. Is this medicine still there? There were 2 bottles of Sumu slowly getting up. Please exchange the bonus for this action for vitality potion. Aha! Let's talk about these vitality potions later. There is a professional medical team in the company. You go to treatment with me first. Miss Morong. In fact, Yang Dongqing, who was beside me, raised his broken hands. Looking at the vitality potion, I am very envious of Mr. Yang's 2 bottles of vitality potion. I've promised Susu. I think your injury is not very serious. And he is still a body of steel. Normal medical methods should be enough. Morong Mengli finished speaking. I ignored Yang Dongqing. Then he followed Sumu upstairs. Yang Dongqing. He suddenly missed Jasmine. Are Brother Yang's boss and Brother Su relatives? You are not hurt and your mind is enlightened. Why do you ask this? Yang Dongqing looked at the other party in surprise. I see the boss calls him Susu. They seem to be very familiar. If you are familiar with it, you must be your in-laws. You see, you are a single boy. Yang Dongqing regained her sense of superiority. He looked at Jun Wushan with contempt. Then he went upstairs with his arms hanging down. Only leave you without any harm. One person was messy in the wind. He was in a state of dismay. A long time. Recovered suddenly. His face was full of fleshy pain. Why? All the flowers I had given away were for nothing. I knew this would be the case. It would be better to waste it on number 8. Now Morong Mengli is pretty in the room. The face is covered with coldness. A pair of fair little hands clasped Susu. What you doubt makes sense. Behind this incident, it definitely has nothing to do with the eldest master of the Morong family. Even Xianziheo may also be involved. This is obviously a game. I have wanted Hanyu to go to the Waste City area many times before. But he kept ruling that the order his father gave him was to protect me or something. Think about it now. He may have known the inside story long ago. Morong Yun Xianziheo's exquisite and slender fingers. Because he tried too hard to penetrate into his white palm. Sumu looked at Morong Meng with hatred on his face. Li Li knew very well what the other person was thinking. Finally got the chance to start a company. Before I could show my strength. He was plotted by his elder brother. The company suffered heavy losses. This is the battle between nobles. No brotherhood. Even they attacked their siblings. More ruthless than outsiders. It seems that the golden eye is really hard to find. The eldest master of the Morong family seems to have given up. Instead, I plan to find another way. Take out other competitors directly. Morong Mengli shook her head. Although Morong Yun is very poisonous. But at most he would only dare to attack the people in our company. He dared not kill the nobles. Even if they are both nobles. The rights of life of every imperial nobleman are supreme. This is a rule set by all nobles. The civilians killed the nobles. No matter what the reason, they will be ruled by the entire Red Rock Empire. And the nobles attack the nobles. Unless there is a legitimate reason. Otherwise, it will also cost a huge price. Sumu's mouth curled up with an interesting smile. It sounds like killing a nobleman is a very interesting thing. Morong Mengli immediately looked at him seriously. Su. Never have this idea. I'm not kidding. It is the Red Yen Empire established by the Golden Nobles. They will never allow anyone to offend the majesty of the nobles. This unspoken rule is the same in other empires. Even during the war. Unless otherwise specified. Otherwise, the enemy army would not kill the nobles. At most prisoners. Then ask for the ransom. No matter the red lines that cannot be touched by all empires. There was once a strong golden man. He is the nightmare apostle. Because of dissatisfaction with the oppression of the nobles. After becoming gold, he assassinated a nobleman. Later, everything about him was erased. Relatives, the forces where friends are located, etc. Everything was forcibly erased by the empire. It sounds more interesting. Sumu's smile even more. For the first time, he felt that killing someone could be so interesting. And this kind of person is called aristocrat. Your eyes flash in Morong Meng. I want to say something more. But suddenly I found out. This man who cares about the nobles. It seems that there is a dangerous charm on its body. By the way, there is news about the extraordinary potion you want. Sumu suddenly felt spirited. He has longed for extraordinary potions. What kind of it is it? It is usually the bronze law. Focus on punching. Such a law that can directly help ordinary people become extraordinary people. The potion is very precious. Even if it is the most common way to gather strength and punch. It is also difficult to encounter when restoring steel ambitions. This time I'm lucky. Just happened to meet it. As for the higher sequence of agents. Basically no need to think about it. These things cannot flow out. They are basically monopolized by the great nobles. Ordinary people can only become the chosen one if they want to get it. In the nightmare world, do you understand the power to blow the fist? Sumu is very satisfied. He doesn't dislike his low sequence. What he wants is the simple and crude. An extraordinary potion that can intuitively increase physical fitness. When will you get it? I've arranged for someone to stare. As long as it appears at the auction. They will notify me immediately. Oh. By the way. Morong Mengli suddenly had a slightly red lips. Although your bonus is quite large. But I want to auction it and make a big fist. I'm afraid it's almost done. But don't worry about the difference. I will make it up for you. Even if you owe me. Sumu raised eyebrows. Just about to open your mouth. But he was interrupted by Morong Mengli. I know you don't like to owe others. But you don't have to treat me as someone else. Miss Mengli. You probably misunderstood. I didn't want to refuse. What I want to say is. Can you owe more? Morong Mengli is evil. In addition to gathering force to punch. I see there are many other medicines in your medicine box. Do you think this is good? It's better not to be good. Morong Mengli turned around and left by the bedside. The long flax hair flashed before Sumu's eyes. There was a faint fragrance remaining in the air. He walked to the door. Steps stopped. Looking back. You can recover from your injuries in the company these days. Can you kill this time? The reporter destroyed the plans of Morong Yun and Xian Zihao. They may attack you. I'm in the company. They will remember blood. There is also a good mark on the eyebrows. Very good looking. Then, Morong Mengli left in a drift. Sumu looked at the single room of the empty ward. I couldn't help but touch the middle of my eyebrows with my hands. since he used silver bronze. A faint silver mark was left on the eyebrows. It's a bit like lightning. But it's not as sharp as lightning. On the contrary, it seems that someone uses the tip of the brush to gently outline the traces very lightly. Don't look carefully. Almost impossible to see. But it exists tangible. There is no divine seal on the surface. But only he knows. Behind the silver mark is a silver bronze. That is the eyes of the 8-day emissary. Has terrifying power. With his current power. Just barely urged. Then he fell into a state of dying. This kind of power is not absolutely necessary. Can't be used easily. Otherwise, if the enemy is not hit, then I will be ruined first. No golden eye was found. But it's a lot of rewards. From the eyes of the gods. Even if it is not a true god. Just a statue of a god. The power is also very good. There was also Sumu pause. He waved his hand. Hospital bed. The shadow below stood like a human. Then the shadow kept squirming. The next moment, Xiaquan walked out of the shadow. Xiaquan had no expression on his face at this time. Firm expression. There is no gloss in the eyes. Like a zombie. Obviously. Xiechuanru, the villagers in Jiajia village are controlled by black shadows. It is about the same as being controlled by Sumu. Before, Tingting was the owner of the black shadow. Therefore, the controlled democratic people acted completely according to Tingting's cognition. Now the shadow has changed its master. Xiaquan was naturally controlled by Sumu. He issued an order to Xiaquan. Immediately afterwards, something magic happened. Xiaquan, who was originally a human form, suddenly, on all fours, wild dog-like hair grows. Protruding face. The nose turns black. The teeth have become canine teeth. It's very similar to the legendary dog demon Sumu. Sex controls again. Xiaquan transformed. Eagle. Tiger. Lion. Bat. Snake. He found that Xiaquan could open a zoo alone. And the animals that are transformed. Its strength is far greater than that of ordinary animals. It can be said to combine the advantages of extraordinary people and animals. It is worthy of being a sequence of 100 and 200 beasts. If it wasn't for reliance at that time, directly solved the crab rights. That battle was really hard to win. Because crab rights are so comprehensive. It was the first time he noticed the illusion. When fighting, you can see through your true body. Everything is basically useless to him. All things are ultimately visual illusions. Very limited. It is very passive to face enemies who do not rely on their eyes. 3 days in a row. Morong Mengli basically sees how Sumo recovers every day. He was so enthusiastic that he was speechless. Sumu asked him what he wanted to do. But Morong Mengli said that she was cultivating feelings. Because the clues of the golden eye were broken. I'll be coming to my father's birthday party soon. At that time, the engagement between him and Qian Zihao will be announced. He knew that he could no longer change his destiny. So I'm going to find a man before this. And this man is Sumu. Facing his honesty. Sumu has nothing to say. After all, they didn't have sexual harassment. Just come here to visit. This day, Morong Mengli is here again. But this time he brought a silver white metal box. There are several bottles of extraordinary potion in it. In addition to the agreed focal spring and 2 bottles of vitality potion, there are 3 more bottles of antidote. A bottle of awakening potion. There is also a bottle of violent potion. You probably didn't take this medicine yourself. His and your abilities are obviously not systematic. Morong Mengli reminded. Sumu nodded. I know that's fine. If you were taking it to Yang Dongqing, remember to wait until he completely digests the steel ambition before taking it. The human spirit is like the stomach. I haven't digested the food I've eaten before. If you eat again, it will make Sumu's face bursting with stomach. A strange look was given to Yang Dongqing. How did you see that our relationship is so good? You have a good rest. I'll leave in advance. After saying that, Morong Mengli hurriedly left. It seems that there is something important to be busy no matter how busy it is. Sumu carefully looked at the medicine in front of him. Although the colors vary, but there are labels on it. Don't worry. After all, the aristocrats have the strength when taking the wrong medicine. He felt a little emotional. I spent a long time trying to get extraordinary things, being deceived by Yang Dongqing. Finally, I went to the nightmare world for a while. This is how you gain extraordinary power. But this noble lady in Morong Meng only took a few days to do it. He easily took out a bottle of extraordinary potion that gathered strength and punched his fist. This is just the energy of an aristocratic illegitimate daughter. It seems that Sha Murangian and Shen Zihao cannot forget to harvest their property in the future. Sumu said casually. Then he opened the force-focused punch. The extraordinary potion was sipped in one go. As for the mental outburst, spicy hot wax that does not exist. It seems to guide butter. Hot pot base. A hot stream of heat rose in Sumu's body. It spreads rapidly throughout the body. In an instant, his fair skin became extremely hot. A hint of redness. It seemed like there was a blazing fire. Burn in the body. At the same time, his consciousness is infinitely elevated. It seems to have broken through some kind of barrier. I saw hidden again. In endless dimensions. The ubiquitous bronze-green method. In a certain node in this big network, a star descends light. He connected the bronze law. Focus on punching. A powerful force surged like a tide. Sumu could clearly feel his muscles surging. The momentum is soaring. The limbs and bones contain violent energy. His muscles are swelling more and more. There is a faint trend towards the Tiefeng's mass. It's like going from a weak scholar to a fitness coach instantly. But then the unscrupulous heart played a role. A flawless light surged through the swelling muscles of the body. It seems like it was kicked out of impurities. Shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a moment, Sumu has returned to its original state. He is still tall and thin. But if you take off your clothes and look at them, you will find that the once thin body has streamlined muscles. Every inch contains violent power. Sumu breathed a sigh of relief. The eyes behind the brown eyes were faintly flashing with golden blue light. Is this the feeling of power? It's still an improvement of different forces. The most intuitive. But now I have already collected 3 bronze laws. Could it be that we can start preparing to be promoted to the bronze law of 3 different systems of Luin, which seems to be unable to be promoted, right? It will cause mental breakdown. Interesting. Try it then. With the physical rhythm of the joint force, he finally doesn't have to worry about the unlimited increase in his mental power in a short period of time. You can live for a while. At least we can celebrate the new year. He slowly got up from the hospital bed. Simply stretched my body. The body that was seriously injured has recovered. Part of it is the efficacy of vitality agents. The other part is the gathering of strength to bombard the spring. He shook his head. Suddenly I felt my head swelling. As if it was filled with something. The spirit was filled with. Sumu frowned slightly. It seems that, with my current mental power, only 3 incompletely digested bronze laws can be accommodated at the same time. He didn't care too much about the war. It's just today's thing. When the mental power increases again tomorrow, it will not grow. I haven't seen you in my dream for a long time. Your beauty. It's really more moving. Try it quickly. This is the inspiration fish I specially bought from the extremely frozen sea for a lot of money. The meat is delicious. It melts at the entrance. The value of every moment is comparable to that of a secret camp. Only this kind of deliciousness. Only worthy of your beauty. Xian Ziheo's face, who had more than 300 kilograms, was filled with a flattering smile. A pair of small eyes that were almost squeezed by fat meat. Staring straight at it, Morong Mengli, who was sitting opposite Morong Mengli, was like cold ice. He said bluntly without moving his chopsticks. Xian Ziheo immediately evacuated your man from the Bronze Pass. Xian Ziheo's smile remains unabated. That won't work. You are my fiancé. What if there is a blind eye collision? This is necessary protection. And Morong Mengli smiled coldly. No one dared to attack the nobles in the Red Rock Empire. There is no need for you to pretend. You did the Philadelphia area. Xian Ziheo was slightly stunned. What are the Philadelphia area? Why can't I understand what you are talking about? Did Mengli encounter any troubles recently? Tell me that this acre of 3-point land in Xinjiang is not as unfair as my Xian Ziheo. He said as he, while stretching out a big hand full of fat. Just hold Morong Mengli's hand. An unconcealed disgust flashed in Morong Mengli's eyes. He got up and avoided it. Xian Ziheo. With your relationship with Morong Yun. Even if it wasn't what you did. It has nothing to do with you. Get your people away immediately. And if you dare to take action against the people in our company again, don't blame me for being polite. Xian Ziheo's smile slowly restrained. People from your company. You're talking about the untouchables from the lower town. It seems to be Sumu's name. Not only Sumu Bronze Pass. Anyone. You can't move. Dream Li. You really misunderstood me. Who doesn't know that Xian Ziheo, the whole new city, has always been open and upright in my work? Bronze Pass is your company. That's equivalent to what I did to this company? If I really do it. So what can it be? Morong Mengli's expression became colder and colder. There was even a hint of murderous intent. His cold voice was filled with a hint of determination. Then you can wait for a corpse to be obtained on the wedding day. After saying that, he turned around and left. The exquisite high heels collided with the ground in a cold way. It's getting farther and farther away. Xian Ziheo squinted his eyes, staring at Morong Mengli's slim and sexy back. Half of the snow-white calves exposed under the coat. It's constantly involved his mind. Tear him up his neck. Take a deep breath at Morong Mengli's seat just now. The fragrance of a woman, accompanied by the aroma of the scent of the scented fish. Swine is constantly secreted. He stretched out his big hand directly. Grabbed the whole sensual fish in the plate. The soup drips down the thick fingers. He didn't care at all, either. Swallow all the fish in one bite and chew it in large mouthfuls for a while. Han Yu appeared behind him. Say respectfully, President Qian. Are our people withdrawing? Xian Ziheo sucked his finger greedily. Don't care. Of course, you need to withdraw. Haven't you heard my fiancé say anything? A look of hesitation flashed across Han Yu's face. Before? You didn't mean that as long as Sumu left the gate of Bronze Pass. Will you send someone to kill him immediately? With a slap, Han Yu was thrust hard and Xian Ziheo was angry and hugged him. To scavenge people and kill Sumu. Is there any conflict between the two? That little face killed the unhelpful person I had spent a lot of money to get. It also ruined my dream and me. There is emotion between separation. He must die. Han Yu, who was intimidated and terrified, knelt on the ground with his face covered. The lower part of the face becomes more and more angry. But his face was already full of resentment. Damn fat man. Do you have any feelings for Morong Mengli? Ma De and I will gain power one day. The first one is killed. You are not President Qian. Miss Morong's words just now. You heard it, too. My subordinates are afraid that he will do anything extreme. Xian Ziheo laughed at him. You've seen someone who really wants to commit suicide. Will you notify in advance? If he doesn't have any bargaining chips, you can only threaten me with your life. But it's a pity. I know very well that this woman won't commit suicide. Before the Morong family leader died, he will never die first. Han Yu was shocked all over. The expression on his face became more and more frightened. He felt as if he had heard something amazing. Qian Ziheo's mother stopped the silver ring in her hand. I recalled the information I had received accidentally. The sneer on his face became stronger and stronger. You go to the Bronze Gate Company to find an opportunity to deal with that little white face. But Han Yu, pointed at the scene when I was intimidated by Su Mu, was still vivid in my mind. He didn't think he could deal with Su Mu. Qian Ziheo's face was full of disdain. I didn't let you kill him. Your task is to find out the details of the little white face. Can it be killed? Reporter. He must have some unknown trump card. Didn't you say that he had an inhuman monster under him? I guess his ability should be related to the puppet. I guess it can be killed by relying on puppets at a distance. Reporter. You go figure out how many puppets he has. By the way, there is also a way to trick him out of the Bronze Pass. Doesn't he have a gang in the lower town? Starting from this aspect, be sure to let him leave the Bronze Pass. After he leaves, Mr. Mu will naturally deal with him. Hearing the 3 words Mr. Mu, it also trembled with the instinctive body. It's my subordinates understand. But his subordinates are very weak. Now Morong Meng is already suspicious of us. If I'm going to inquire, I'm afraid why I've just found such a waste of you. Dong. A thick thigh kicked Han Yu hard. Han Yu cried bitterly. Take advantage of the power quickly. Rolling from the ground several times. Make yourself look embarrassed. He just suspected that there was no conclusive evidence in Morong Meng. Does he dare to attack you? A mere noble illegitimate daughter. I didn't look at it with 100 courage. Did he just come here to warn today? Even he dared not take action. Do you think Su Mu, the untouchables in the lower city area, dare? Besides, even if you want to check it, I also found out what the relationship between Morong Yun's head and Qian Ziheo. There are only people from his company in Philadelphia. Han Zi would also suspect Morong Yun, and Han Yu kept nodding. He thought about it carefully. The same is true for old people. Su Mu would definitely doubt Morong Yun first. At most, I think Qian Ziheo is an accomplice. There is no evidence here in the upper city. The next untouchable dares to have some doubts. I will take advantage of Tongwan training for the richest man in Xincheng. The violent blows in the room kept ringing. The dummy in the training room had completely deformed under the violent bombardment. At this time, a bronze official in a work uniform ran in small steps. The leader Han Yu appeared. Su Mu slowly stopped the movements in his hand. Take the towel handed over by the other party and wipe your hands. Wait for him to see me. He threw the towel to the employee and walked to the table beside him. It caused tea for a while. Han Yu appeared. There was a little nervousness on his face, but it was well concealed. Mr. Su, I went back to Morong's house to do something. I didn't expect that such a big thing happened in just a few days. I heard you were injured. It's okay. Su Mu smiled slightly. Gently put down the teacup in your hand. Of course I'm fine. But someone is going to have something to do. Once this statement is spoken, Han Yu immediately tightened his whole body. Facing Su Mu's smile, he always feels like he is being targeted by a poisonous snake. Mr. Su felt it was not possible. The reporter's appearance is full of energy. Su Mu nodded. The news about the golden leaf was only learned by the children of the Morong family except Morong Yun. This is naturally strange. And as far as I know, uncountable. It is also Han Yu who suddenly appeared in Philadelphia recently. The face changed. It is clear that Morong Yun is not only Morong Yun and Qian Zihao. Qian Zihao and Han Yu were shocked. Although he has a good relationship with Morong Yun. But there is no need to attack the company that has not yet been married. Do you doubt he has any evidence? Sumu laughed and shook his head. No. I have no evidence. Han Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It's good if there is no evidence. After all, if this happens, it means that Qian Zihao offended all the children of the Morong family except Morong Yun to death. He still has to rely on Qian Zihao to climb up now. I don't want to get into the big tree. However, Sumu's next sentence changed his face. However, it is only important to solve the case and the evidence is to be found. Just killing someone. What evidence is needed? Han Yu looked up suddenly. But suddenly, my eyes went dark. I found myself unable to see anything. The sudden blindness made him feel confused. At the same time, a bad wind came from behind his head. The blind Han Yu instinctively wanted to avoid it. But suddenly the evil wind changed his tricks. He shot Han Yu straight into the abdomen. If this kind of attack is normal, it's natural for him to avoid it. But the premise is that you can see the senses that people rely most on are the eyes. Unless you have special training. Otherwise, after blindness, there is no way to quickly identify external information with your ears. It sounds like piercing the intestine and tummy. A sharp eagle claw pierced Han Yu's abdomen. Han Yu screamed shrilly. Continuously. Struggle. Escape backwards. The blood and intestines were flowing out. The fatal wounds placed on ordinary people did not kill him. On the contrary, the just torn belly tends to heal. This is the Bronze Law. Recovery without repair will work again. Unless you use the shadow bullet of life. Otherwise, it will be difficult to suppress this recovery ability. But he recovered quickly. It's not as fast as Xiaquan attacks. In an instant, Xiaquan took action again with a blank expression. The eagle claws on the side have turned into bear's paw. Thick bear's paw. With 1,000 pounds of force, he hit Han Yu's legs hard. Just 2 clicks. His legs broke. Then, Xiachuanfei. The right foot becomes an elephant leg. Dongdong stomped Han Yu's bones with both feet into the other party's shrill screams. The last step was on the waist. Broken his spine. Now Han Yu is completely useless. Can't even stand up. Even the screams were a little less. Sumo on the side is still tasting tea. I didn't look at Han Yu from beginning to end. It seems that the other party doesn't have this cup of tea yet and will have a life. Han Yu screamed so hard that he recovered the powerful vitality he brought to him. At this moment it becomes a curse for prolonging torture. You can't kill me. This has nothing to do with me. I am Sumu, a retainer of the Morong family. Put down the teacup slowly. A little surprised. Taoist people say this has something to do with you. Then why are you getting more and more different with me? Abnormal killing. If you don't listen, I'll make one first. You will regret it. I admire the Morong family's home. The family of the ministers. My boss. You attack me. It is equivalent to offending the Morong family and the richest man in Xinjiang at the same time. They won't let your last words go. After speaking, his expression became more and more frightened. Twist like a deworming. Want to escape? No, 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 no. You can't kill me. If you doubt me, then you can't abuse lynching. Only the Morong family and Qian Zihao can judge me. Sumu bent down and looked at the frightened Korean. Suddenly he laughed out loud. You're right. Only they can judge the man and bring him to the detention city. I want to have a good chat with Mr. Han. The next day, Han Yu left the Bronze Pass Company with gratitude. He wrapped his windbreaker hard. The scars left before are still aching. But most of the injuries have recovered. No love on the surface. Only the bones have not grown completely. But he couldn't wait for his bones to grow. He must act immediately. Only by living up to the trust of the leader. Damn Chen Zihao. Han Yu's face suddenly became ferocious. The eyes are filled with endless hatred of you. He felt that he must have been confused before. I will choose to pay. Zihao works diligently as a dog. But the other party tramples on his dignity without mercy. Why rely on money? Is Zihao rich and the richest man in Xinsheng? I have the ability. I'm willing to endure hardships. I dare to fight. Because I came from the downtown area. So I have to endure this injustice. This is not fair and not fair at all. The leader is right. I want to seek justice for myself. I want to be upright. Live like a person. In this excitement, Han Yu soon arrived at Qian Zihao's manor. At this time, Qian Zihao was sitting at the dining table and eating wildly. Looking at most of the phosphorescent fish that the other party threw away casually. There are more blood in Han Yu's eyes. He can't afford this fish for a month's salary. Now Qian Zihao only took one bite. Just throw it on the ground. Qian Zihao, who was eating, also bought the bottom of Sumu. Have you found out? Han Yu's face became more and more ferocious. He stepped forward step by step and replied. Sighed. Oh. I didn't expect that you are a bit useful. Tell me. How many puppets does he have? He has no puppets. Qian Zihao gnawed the pig's trotter's hand. A short, thick eyebrows frowned. Turning around, Han Yu bowed to Zhang Gongjin. No puppets. You can't see your brain, right? No puppets. Then what are the monster gang members you met before? It's a follower. Qian Zihao knew his followers. He was furious. What bullshit followers, downtown untouchables? Where did so many monster followers come from? Mod Han Yu raised his head. His expression was as calm as stagnant. He stared at Qian Zihao seriously. The origin of a Taoist cannot determine everything. Some people are born worthy of being followed. Qian Zihao blinked in disbelief. It's like I met Han Yu for the first time. But soon he became furious. He slapped directly. You fucking took the wrong medicine today. Yeah? Bang. Han Yu grabbed the fat big hand tightly. It's against you. Dare to fight back. Please let go of money for me. Zihao was shocked and angry. He noticed something was wrong. People like you don't understand the greatness of the leader. I don't blame you. But you shouldn't insult the leader. Go and die. The fat pig Han Yu's face suddenly became ferocious. His right fist swelled violently. The muscles are bulging like balloons. He blasted at Qian Zihao. Coax a white light flashed out from the bone necklace on Qian Zihao's neck. A ray of light formed instantly. Cover yourself firmly. Han Yu was bounced away by the light and slapped hard on the wall. He actually betrayed me. How much benefit did he give you? Qian Zihao's face completely pulled down. Han Yu wiped away the cowardice at the corner of his mouth. Stand up again. There is no more cowardice in my eyes. There is only the determination to move forward. The leader did not give me any benefits. He just told me to live like a person. Han Yu rushed up again. He punched without fear of death. The force-focused punch was urged to the extreme. Punched on the light one by one. It caused a violent tremor in the light. His fists were soon covered in blood. But he didn't stop. It seems that I want to vent all the grievances and anger over the years. Qian Zihao sneered. This treasure. But I spend a lot of money. People like you. You will always be able to make money. If you have money, you can live up to your life. Can you trample on other people's dignity at will? Qian Zihao laughed furiously. I don't know what kind of wind I want to live. Han Yu. Don't forget. Who gave you the job when you came to Shangqing District? Help you break through bronze too. You will also join the Morong family. You have forgotten everything you eat inside and outside. Yeah? I haven't forgotten. Han Yu became more and more ferocious. The white bones appeared on the fist. You gave me these things. But do you think I don't know? Because I relied on my own ability to get into the law enforcement bureau. It's you who secretly let me exclude you. Framed me. Ask the supervisor to ask me to exclude. It's because the butler of the Morong family and I are distant relatives. You want to arrange staff at Morong's house. That's why I came to me. Xian Ziheo's face suddenly became gloomy. The person who came to arrest him for me. However, there were dense footsteps outside the door. However, Han Yu still ignores it. It seems that life and death have been put aside. He is still attacking the light. The light trembled even harder. Finally, a slight crack appeared. Xian Ziheo suddenly changed his sarcasm. You guys, don't come here quickly. Hurry up and catch him for me. Han Yu smiled grimly at the corner of his mouth. Deep or Xian Ziheo's fear. It made him feel a hint of pleasure. You're afraid of you. I am afraid that you have always looked down on the city to see the people. The next moment There were dense gunshots behind Han Yu. A series of silver bullets puzzled through his body hard. Bang! He fell down powerlessly. But his head was still raised and stared at Xian Ziheo with a thunderous laugh. Ha ha ha! It turns out that the richest man in sincerity will be afraid. Fuck Xian Ziheo from the light. A pair of big feet kicked Han Yu hard. The face kicked him in blood. Tooth loss. A foolish untouchable. Damn untouchables. You're a dog that can't be fed. Everything you have given to me. You dared to attack me and discover Howie Hui. Until Han Yu was already bloody. He stopped. Are you awake now? Unexpectedly, Sumu actually controlled the bloody Han Yu even you. The lips trembled. His voice became extremely weak. But still firm. The leader has no control. It was him who made me understand. Why should people live? He. Xian Ziheo laughed angrily. Why live? You listen to him. Now to death. Still alive. Han Yu's consciousness began to be blurred. The sound became more and more erratic. Come to the upper city area. The memories of the past few years have been flashing through my mind. From the beginning full of hope to hitting walls everywhere. Then to being plotted against. Let go of dignity completely and be a dog. The final picture is frozen on the leader's gentle and encouraging smile. That was the first time he felt like a human being. I used to think that gold would shine anywhere. But even at night, the upper city is brightly lit. I didn't give up. I worked harder. I asked myself again and again. How bad is I compared to the people in the upper city? Why do I have to wander at the bottom? Even if you pass the law enforcement bureau? Want to be bullied? So what if people want to become extraordinary but become extraordinary? Ordinary people have differentiation between noble and low. The same is true for the extraordinary. I'm not willing to give up. Every humiliation. I told myself. One day. I want to subvert all this. Unfortunately, I forgot it later. It was the leader who reminded me of my past vows. Long live the leader. In his broken body. A final roar suddenly erupted. The whole person is like a rebirth. He rushed towards Qian Ziheo. Even if the limbs are broken. He still didn't give up. He used all his last strength. Open your mouth. It's a fat meat on Qian Ziheo's belly. Screaming like a pig. He sent out from Qian Ziheo to kill him. Kill him for me. Bang bang bang, dense silver bullets are sprinkled like money is not needed. Han Yu's body was sieve. Finally, he fell to the ground with no power. No more voice. Rush out from the side. Several people were holding medical boxes. Hurry up and bandage Xian Zihao's wound pain. It made the veins on his face swell. Sumu called Mr. Mu. I want Sumu to die. Death now. Xian Zihao had already lost his mind in a chi. He never expected that. Sumu's methods are so strange. And so bold. I haven't taken action against him yet. He actually attacked himself first. The untouchables in the lower city. He dares, how dare he dare. Dusk. Morong Mengli suddenly came to the door. At this time, Sumu had left the ward. Reading in his own office. Reading is a habit he developed in his dreams. He reads all kinds of books. I especially like books I haven't dabbled in. Because I haven't dabbled in it. Represents unknown. Morong Mengli pushed open the door. Just as I opened my mouth to see Sumu, who was reading quietly, suddenly paused. The quiet moonlight hit him. It seems to be covered with a mysterious glory. It's unbearable to disturb. Modi Sumu raised his head, looking at Morong Mengli with a hurried look in front of her. He smiled gently. Miss Li. So late. Don't get off work yet? Morong Mengli took a deep breath. Stop the thoughts that are in your mind. Solemnly. Did you do the Korean thing? Sumu nodded. Not denied. It's my Morong Mengli's face. You're too impulsive. As the richest man in New City, Xian Zihao. There are many experts around you. Countless treasures. Han Yu alone cannot kill him. My inner person tells me. Now Xian Zihao reports to the scene. And I have decided to take revenge on you. Sumu's mouth showed an interesting smile. Is it finally coming? To be honest, I never expected Han Yu to kill money. Zihao. Then you are still bored. In Morong Mengli's incomprehensible eyes, Sumu said lightly. I came out of Philadelphia. It's been 3 days since the money. Zihao made me wait for too long. I really can't wait. Morong Mengli was stunned. Not expected at all. This is Sumu's reason. This is because life is too dull. Do you have to find some excitement? Susu, do you know what you are doing? These days, I first revealed the news that I cannot report to other children of the Morong family. Let them fight Morong Yun inward. He can't free his hands. I went to find Xian Zihao again. Don't let him act rashly. But you shrew Sumu gently put your fingers on your lips. Sighingly. Miss in the dream. I'm grateful for everything you do. But please don't interfere in my decision. Sometimes, blindly compromise cannot bring peace. Some are just getting worse. And I've learned from Korean. Xian Zihao is the real mastermind behind the scenes. Since he chose to attack me, then I had to return the gift. The gentle voice was filled with unquestionable domineeringness. For some reason, Morong Meng's heart beat faster. Words that have already come to your mouth. In the end, I swallowed it. Morong Mengli smiled. What you said to my mother once said. When a man makes a decision, whether this decision is right or wrong, it means that this man has made all preparations. And you can pay any price for it. And the people around him can do only support. Instead of questioning that you have a good mother. Yes. I always think so. Morong Mengli slowly walked to the desk, sitting down next to Sumu. Now that you have decided, then I will naturally support you. You are from the Bronze Pass. Xian Zihao was afraid of my aristocratic identity. I definitely don't dare to do anything on the surface. He could only send a killer in secret. As far as I know, there are 3 silver powerhouses around him. But at present, only one other two can be used in the Guardian mine. Don't leave easily. The other person cooperated with Qian Ziheo's Chamber of Commerce in other cities to carry out business. So he can use only Muchang. This wooden city is very mysterious. He doesn't seem to be a superb person. But a transformed man. Sumu raised his eyebrows. This term reminded him of many things. Transform people. And it is also the mean alloy transformation technology in Shangqing district is not a secret. But ordinary small companies can't afford it. The money needed to create a qualified transformer is a huge amount of rumor. The surface of Mucheng's body is completely covered with dense silver alloy. The strength of the dense silver alloy is very high. Have a defensive power comparable to those of the silver law. And it is equipped with many weapons of destruction. Amazingly destructive. Is the power of technology? Sumu has begun to look forward to it. The extraordinary. He has seen many transformers. I have never seen many hopeless things. Extraordinary ordinary person. Or the extraordinary person who has no hope of promotion. They will choose to take the transformation route to improve their strength. As long as you are willing to spend money. Strength. It can improve rapidly in a very short time. Full body transformation or partial transformation. Partially remodeled. The current level of technology is not enough to support the whole body transformation. That's just an idea. Upload human consciousness to the computer. Then install the computer on the modified body. Realizing the eternal life of consciousness or the ascension of machinery. This is not realistic. Generally, people who transform are just changing their arms or legs are more powerful. It is to bring the skin all over the body. Muscle. All bones are replaced with machines. Only the internal organs and brain are preserved. Muchang is the latter. Morong Mengli paused. Su. I've told you all the information I know. What are you going to do next? Sumu smiled slightly. Of course, it was leaving the bronze coffin. Leading out of Muchang. The enemy is dark. My name won't lead it out. How to start? Are you sure? A look of worry appeared on Morong Mengli's face. This dense silver alloy transformer has almost perfect defense. Unless the silver strong man takes action. Otherwise it would be difficult to break his defense. If everything must be fully confident before doing it, that will accomplish nothing. Don't you want to find the golden eye? Then we must first solve Qian Ziheo's people. Otherwise he can make a trip. Of course, I can also hear the 4 words eye of gold for the second time. Morong Mengli's eyes were slightly dim. Actually, I didn't have hope before. It's too late to go. 1 more week. It is the birthday party of the head of Morong family. It was also the day when he announced his engagement. If the news about Philadelphia is true, perhaps it is possible. But now, relative to his pessimism, Sumu is not like this. I wonder if he smiles gently, wouldn't he smell it? There is no way out for heaven. Not until the last moment. Who is right? Fourth, Sumu's gentle smile infected Morong Meng. A little luster was restored from his eyes that were as beautiful as autumn water. You're right. Not until the last moment. The outcome is unknown. His body leaned forward slightly. The beautiful face keeps dimming. His eyes were staring at Sumi Susu without blinking. What are you thinking about? Sumu frowned slightly. What's up? Morong Mengli bit her red lips and felt a smoky red look on her face. That's what I told you before to find a man. Why are you obsessed with this? Don't ask. You just say it's okay or not. No. Why not? Because it's boring. Morong Mengli was stunned. There was a little weirdness in his eyes. You won't be Miss Mengli. I can feel that you have something to hide from me. This is not your style of doing things. Sumu's eyes narrowed his deep eyes. It seems to be deeply rooted in people's hearts. Morong Mengli seemed to be deflated. Rely on the back of the seat. A bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I do have reasons that I can't say. You are the only man I like. So I think it would be your best if you have to do this. And you have been targeted by Qianzi Heo. He may die at any time. I'm worried that it's not easy for me to die. Find the next one. A man who likes you. Morong Mengli nodded very straightforwardly. Sumu doesn't understand a little. What exactly made Morong Mengli persist in making a comeback? Unimportant. Compared to Morong Mengli's little secret, he still looks forward to muching, rest assured. I won't die. Sumu's tone is still gentle. But there is an unquestionable confidence in the words. After Morong Mengli fell into silence for a long time, he stretched out his hands as delicate as a work of art. Through long flax hair. Come to the back of your neck. He took off a silver necklace made of secret silver. There is a small and delicate pendant on the necklace. It was a ruby. A strange luster flashed under the moonlight. This necklace is loaned to you first. Sumu glanced at the ruby necklace. A little move in my heart. This is a treasure. Morong Mengli nodded. The eyes that looked at the necklace seemed to have a little nostalgic silver treasure. The heart of Fei Hong can withstand any attack under gold. It can be reused for one day. You don't have to worry about me. Morong Mengli smiled. The status of a nobleman is easier to use than silver treasures. Are there any other treasures? The smile that Morong Mengli just showed instantly cooled down. He threw Fei Hong's heart away. Then he got up coldly and walked towards the door. Wait for half of your body to step into the doorframe. He paused again. Leave a cold word and don't die. Then he left completely. Sumu didn't care. Morong Mengli was unhappy. Anyway, he felt very happy when he saw Bain Bao. He picked up the scarlet star. The exquisite necklace also has a faint aftertaste. Fight against any attacks under gold once a day. Then, he put the scarlet star on his neck. The ruby pendant slowly disappeared under the collar. Wearing a black-coated knight, Sumu, holding a snake-patterned wooden cane, left the company's gate under the sight of everyone in the bronze coffin. A low-key and luxurious black sedan parked there and saw Sumu come out. A man in black opened the car door quickly. He invited him up. Soon. After the car gradually drove away for half an hour, Sumu quietly left the bronze coffin through the side door. The body slowly merged into the night. The previous Sumu was just a clone he made with the forest and everything. This time, we have to face a transformed person who is comparable to a silver strongman. He must make complete preparations. He is pursuing excitement. But it's not seeking death. Soon, Sumu got into a black car. The driver was the one he arranged in advance to help me drive the car. Not long after, the vehicle left the upper city area. Go straight to District 13. Sumu enjoyed the scenery outside the window, looking at the brightly lit uptown area. Gradually away from yourself. In the 3 chapters, I kept thinking about the next plan. There are 3 things he wants to do. First, return to the 13th district to develop forces. Set a small goal first. Become the underground emperor of the entire lower city area. Not for the enjoyment of power. Second, for money. This trip to the upper city made him realize the importance of money. With his current assets, it's hard to buy a bottle of extraordinary potion. In the end, Morong Mengli contributed the investment. The second is to go back and arrange it. Try to kill Mu Cheng Sands with the advantage of geography. It is to help Morong Mengli find the golden eye as much as possible. The status of a noble is very useful. The energy of an illegitimate daughter is like this. Once the other party controls the Morong family, that will provide yourself with unimaginable help. Just as he was thinking, suddenly the ringing rings came back. He answered the phone. Leader. I'm not in danger here. The caller was my younger brother who had left with his clone before. I know the power of Sumu hanging up. Shang Wei frowned. Haven't you targeted the clone? Jianzihao will also let Muching take action. Or maybe the other party has some way of seeing through the illusion. The clone did not lure Muching out. Things got even more interesting. Sumu's mouth curled up with an interest smile. Moonland. He found that the view outside the window is wrong. This is not the way back to District 13 at all. It is a road leading to a deserted mine. His eyes narrowed slightly. Take out the pistol from your waist calmly. At the little brother who was driving. The head banged the gunshot. But the sound is wrong. It's not the sound of bullets piercing through the skull. But metal. The sound of Jiao Ming is like two pieces of metal. The hair that was hit by a bullet on the back of the brother's head fell off. The silver metal skull inside was exposed. The sound of gear rotation sounded. My little neck stalks are unnaturally rotated. Turning 180 degrees. Looked directly at Sumu on the back seat. The human face had already disappeared completely. Instead, it was a silver-white metal face similar to a skeleton. The original position of human eyeballs. Then there are two red metals that are shining with red light that you can't escape. Finally, let me wait for you. Mucheng Sumu smiled slightly. He put away his gun. Relaxed gently on the seat and looked leisurely. Mucheng looked at Sumu with a smile on the seat. A little surprised. You can laugh until you die. It's a character. It's just a pity. Jianzihao said. To torture you to death. I can't give you a good time. Get off the car. Dead. The vehicle stopped suddenly in the dark wilderness. Sumu on the car did not take action. There was a strange red light flashing in Muching's eyes. It seems you still can't recognize the situation. Said. He stretched out his hand to Sumu. At this time, Sumu smiled and shook his head. You're wrong. It is you who can't recognize the situation. The sound of the lead burning sounded. The air was filled with a pungent smell of gunpowder. Muching noticed something was wrong. Just as he was about to withdraw from the huge fire that soared into the sky, the black car in Sumuching was instantly split. Muching was also engulfed by the flames. After a moment, a robot with a cold metallic luster all over his body came out of the flames. There are still flames burning on him. The artificial skin was burned inch by inch. More and more silver metal bones are exposed. Sumumaking muttered to himself. Why can't a tyrannical scumbag from the lower city of a prestigious university appear on the corner of the cold mechanical mouth? He took steps. Disappeared in the darkness. The real Sumu, the headquarters of the Viper Snake Gang, is shaking leisurely. Red wine glass in hand. A scent of the mouth is revealed. Not deceived by the clone. Instead, he came to see my subordinate. Interesting. In fact, Sumu, who was just bombed, is also fake. It's a little brother of the Viper Snake Gang with Sumu's face, not a disguise technique. Instead, he used the face to pinch everything. He knew that Mucheng was a transformer. Naturally, I thought of the possible technological means. For example, infrared imager. This instrument can detect human vital signs. Under this high-tech means, the effect of all things is greatly attenuated. Because he cannot transform into the temperature of the human body. To prevent this from happening, the real Sumo actually made a comeback early. The bronze officers who were mixed up with the off-get-off work quietly left the Shangqing district leader and arranged it. Zhao Chao was about to trot over and said, Very good. Get ready to welcome the guests. Muching did not let Sumu wait too long. He just drank half of his red wine. A loud bang came from outside. A modified man covered with silver alloy in the headquarters of the Viper Gang fell from the sky. Break a deep pit on the ground. A group of strange red metals glanced at the silver alloy shell in the scene at one glance. Exudes a sci-fi texture. It's like a cold and ruthless murder machine. A group of men in black who were holding red weapons rushed out like a tide. Nothing nonsense. Pull the trigger hard. Their movements are neat and uniform. Proficient and quick. It seems that after countless drills, the intensive gunfire sounded. The fire snake slid out of the muzzle. Bullets passed through the air like a meteor. It made a sharp whistling sound. However, Muching didn't even look at these people. Walking straight towards the depths of the Viper gang. The firepower net formed by bullets burst out on him. A ball of fire could not shake his footsteps at all. It is impossible to even leave traces on the silver and golden branches. Is this your clothes? It's ridiculous to have a bunch of downtown Paris. Muching sneered. He stretched out the machine very casually. The right hand movement is steady and powerful. As the arms stretch, a cold light suddenly appears. He saw his right hand bent downwards. Expose your wrist. Like Gatlin's barrel. In a flash, the barrel began to rotate at high speed. It made a terrifying buzz. The tongue of flame spit out bullets like a violent dragon, and it poured out like a storm. Sweep under. A group of the little brothers of the Viper Snake Gang were instantly torn apart. In just less than a minute. The scene was full of broken limbs and wreckage. Blood flows. It's like a purgatory on earth. The venomous snake stepped into the pastoral city. Helped the headquarters meet in the hall. Sumu sat steadily on the seat with a red wine glass. You are not Sumu. Where is Sumu? The wooden city with metallic luster all over its body. Silently said. Sumu on the seat smiled slightly. Kill me. You will naturally see the boss's boring tricks. Even if you have many substitutes. After all, they are also a group of ants. Muching slowly raised his right hand. The slightly red barrel pointed at Sumu. Sumu was not at all panicked when he saw this. Gently raise the urn in your hand. Muching's mouth emitted a cold mechanical sound. Down. The untouchables in the city are indeed ignorant. Do you think explosives can destroy the dense silver alloy? Sumu's fingers slowly rubbed the button of the detonator. Said lightly. Miin is the hardest metal explosive in the world. Naturally undestroyable. But the premise is that your whole body is dense. A strange red light flashed in Yin Muching's eyes. He nodded in agreement. You said it right. I have some precision electronic components in my body. In order to ensure flexible joints, even contact cannot be used. But don't think you are the only smart person in this world. You can think of transforming people's weaknesses. As a transformer, I naturally know more. And I have already strengthened these weaknesses. When I enter the defense state, all weaknesses will be covered by secret camps. Said. He walked straight to Sumu's substitute. The palm covered by silver metal. Take the detonator over. Sumu's substitute did not refuse. Let the other party take the explosive device away. Do you know? Your smile is really annoying. After the untouchables in the lower town met me, there can only be fear and awe on your face. Instead of showing a smile like you are in control. Ignorance. Make you fearless. So what I have to do now is to destroy your ignorance. Pada Muching sneered. He actively pressed the detonator in his hand. The bomb arranged in advance was instantly detonated. The world was shrouded in dazzling light. The deafening explosion sounded. The huge shock wave spreads around with a rush of seas. The violent flames flooded the Muchang. But his crazy laughter. But he couldn't hide Sumu's role in darkness. Twitch. I'll be something soon. How much explosive did you put? Muching's voice suddenly became horrified. He found something was wrong. There seemed to be a lot of bombs. The explosion almost ran through the entire 13th district. And it becomes more intense. It seems like it will never end. Fires soar into the sky. A small mushroom cloud, rising above the headquarters of the Viper Gang. In an instant, the entire venomous snake gang was razed to the ground. Tonight's 13 district is destined to be sleepless. Everyone was awakened by the explosion today. In the distance, Sumi looked at it with a telescope. Looking at the destroyed venomous snake gang headquarters, she smiled slightly. The explosives in the entire 13th district are here. He naturally knew that explosives were difficult to kill secret alloy transformers. But putting aside the power of the dose bomb, it is all a hooligan. It's like a grenade and a ton of grenades. Both are explosions. Can the power be the same? District 13 is his territory. The reason why he insisted on returning to District 13. Deal with Machung? Of course, it has great geographical advantages. In District 13, just give him a command. In less than half a day, you can collect all explosives in the entire area. You must know, he is not only in charge of the Viper Snake Gang. There are many other hypnotized people. They are factory owners, or a senior official in the district. There are more passers-by everywhere. In other words, Muching is not an enemy of Sumu. Instead, it is an enemy of the entire 13th district. He said to Morong Mangli, there is no secret to him in the entire 13th district. This sentence is true. When the explosives in the whole area are concentrated in one place to detonate, the power it causes is terrifying. Although it is still impossible to destroy the secret camp, but it can rely on impact. It damaged the exquisite electronic components and his internal organs in Muching's body. The current level of technology is not enough to create a completely transformed person. So Muching should still have his brain in his body. Organs such as internal organs. The terrifying explosion lasted for 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, the headquarters of the Viper Gang has long disappeared. Instead, there is a ruin. Fires were scattered everywhere. Above the ruins, Muching half kneeled on the ground. The silver-white metal shell has long been charred. Even severe deformation occurred. So there are faint sparks flashing from time to time at the joints. There is faint exposure of wires. Eyes that were flashing strange red light before, covered with cracks. The dim infrared light inside is revealed. In the darkness illuminated by the fire, a slender figure walk out of the darkness calmly. He was wearing a straight black suit. Every fold is just right. It seems like a carefully crafted work of art. The collar of the white shirt is slightly open. A small piece of delicate collarbone was exposed. The black hair is meticulously combed. Deep eyes. There was a golden blue light in the darkness. Under the bridge of the nose, thin lips slightly raised. With a faint smile, he leaned on a luxurious snake-patterned wooden cane in his right hand. The gold on the head of the rod is shining with a cold light in the faint light. Sumu looked at the embarrassed Muching, frowned slightly. If you're so simple, you're dead. That was so boring. Muching didn't move. It seems to be really dead. Bang. A secret silver bullet shot out from the silver rose in Sumu's hand. The target pointed directly at Muching's head. Almost at the moment the gunshots. The dim red light flashed in Muching's eyes instantly. He turned his head strangely. Dodged that shot. He slowly stood up. The whole body made a crackling sound of electric current bursting. Sumu raised his eyebrows, seeing that Muching was not dead. While excited, he was keenly aware that Muching is probably the legendary completely transformed person. Otherwise, if the other party really has internal organs, the explosion just now can definitely shatter the internal organs. But Morong Mengli said, the current technology is not enough to support the complete transformation of people. Is his intelligence too behind in the interview? Sumu, you really deserve to die. The wood that has stood up is dead. Staring at Sumu's cold mechanical voice revealed a strong murderous intent. If he had just done the task assigned by Qian Zihao before. But now it has nothing to do with the mission. Do you know how much it cost to build this body? That's a number you've never seen in your life. But now you actually hurt him. The bonus for this mission is not enough for repairs. Do you think you should die? Sumu shrugged. As long as you die. Repair costs are saved. Go and die. The wooden city with severely deformed body. He rushed towards Sumu in anger. The body made of silver and gold. Even if damaged. Still bursting out with terrifying power. Like a human-shaped tank. Crush all the ruins along the way. Sumu's eyes flashed with excitement. The physical improvement brought by distance punch is fully demonstrated at this moment. His legs exerted force. The body suddenly retreated. Set a distance from Muchang. The silver rose in his hand burst into tears. The silver bullets flashed with cold light. And come out. The angles at every moment are extremely tricky. The targets are all joints of the wood city. And the city was shorter. Effortlessly avoiding the silver bullets. In the blink of an eye, he came to Sumu. He did not use the gun line. Instead, choose hand-to-hand combat. Because of the explosion just now. The electronic circuits in his body have already become messy. Some built-in precision weapons also failed. The metal arm flashing with fluorescent light did not blast towards Sumu. Instead, it hit a broken wall on the right side of Sumu. Bang! The wall exploded instantly. A dark shadow lights the toes. Just like a bat bursting several meters in the darkness. Dodged the deadly punch. Exploding. Sumu's eyes narrowed slightly. Scan the Muchang. Metal with red light. I knew it was an infrared night vision device at a glance. Through the temperature imaging of the body. With this kind of instrument, it is impossible to play a role in Senlua Wangxiang. But he was not panicked at all. There is only excitement in my heart. He is worthy of being a strong man comparable to Silver. To withstand such tons of bombs without dying. You can see through everything. It's simply amazing. Maybe this time it may be killed. The next moment. The wooden city arrived in an instant. The metal flashing with a strange red light came into Sumu's eyes at a glance. A fancy punch hit Sumi without resisting. Instead, it shows amazing fighting skills. This is the murderous skill he has practiced in his dream for many years. But limited to reality. The body is too weak. Never used it once. Now he finally had a chance to play him. A short metal fist rubbed over his hair. The uppercut on the ruins containing huge power. It hits Muching's chin like a scalpel. The huge force fist explodes. Just make the head of Muching slightly change. It will not cause any damage at all. Sumu seems to have expected it. In this case, one hit will succeed. The body shape changes immediately. First, he seemed to avoid the impact of Muchang. Then he supported the ground with his hands. The strength of the arms and waist and abdomen burst out in one breath. The body rotates legs like a top. The legs swept across the knees of Muchang. Now that I have been injured by a bomb. The dense lines were exposed and they were heavy. Kicked down. Muching suddenly lost his balance. The body fell uncontrollably. But strangely, just when his body was rolling over, there seemed to be an invisible force to smooth his body. He stood up again completely against the principles of mechanics. Sumu's eyes moved slightly. Taking advantage of this gap. Stepping on the wooden city. The chest is red and the distance is widened. You are the extraordinary Sumu and ask questions. But there was a lot of affirmation in his tone. Not only did the other party stand up against the principles of mechanics. He also tried to hypnotize during the war. But I encountered strong mental obstacles. If Muchang was just a transformer, it is impossible to have such strong mental power. Muchang, who stood firmly, smiled coldly. Do you feel desperate? But the real despair is still behind. Sumu smiled slightly. Not despair, but excited. The figure suddenly disappeared. Integrate into the darkness around you. In Muqing's eyes, a red light flashes. Chase quickly. But when he just stepped into the darkness, a violent tiger roar sounded in my ears. The crab fist covered with yellow and black hair was so strong that it was slashing towards Muqing's head. Facing the sneak attack on Muqing. Not even defense. Let the other party hit his head and stab him. The tiger claw collided with the secret camp's head. It makes a tooth-acid friction sound. After this blow, the tiger claws of the crab fist were broken 3 times. And Muqing was unharmed. On top of the head, only a few white marks were left. Comparable to Liqi's. From the complete defense, it is perfectly reflected at this moment. Or he is more powerful than Lizzie Qingtong's defense. Because the former has at least internal organs. You can also be injured if you suffer shocks. But Muqing didn't bang. A gunshot rang out in the darkness. Sumu's last secret silver bullet shot out. A trace of heat left in the air. Shooting into Muqing's eyes. Just destroy the other person's eyes. He has a chance. However, the eyelids made of the dense shadow, which looked like metal plates, quickly fell down. Blocked the bullet directly. The secret silver bullets were shot in. Half an inch embedded on the eyelids. But as the eyelids open and close, the bullet dropped quickly. At this time, Muqing had already caught the crab. All metal arms exerted a little force. He broke the hands of Crab Fist directly. The magic light of Sumu moved slightly. Immediately control the crab to transform and instantly the bones of the crab to be completely removed. Become weak and boneless. The whole person's body lengthens. A pair of eyes also turned into a dark yellow cold tree. A dense snake transformed into a snake-like form appeared on the tongue skin. Wrapped around Muqing's body. Want to bind the other party. But with Muqing's efforts, countless snake spirits collapsed. The skin teared up. Exposed the filamentous muscles. It's like tearing off a muscle with your hands when eating fried chicken. The feeling of being connected with shredded meat on it is not white. Sumu shouted softly and the shadow under his feet instantly stretched out to Muqing. Immediately the shadows surging like fountains. A thin black shadow more than 2 meters high quickly formed. A black hand stretched out toward the Muqing, which was split like a dead branch. A feeling of difficulty never came from his body. Sumu found it was not white. It is impossible to force the other party into the shadow space. Both sides are working hard. It is obviously better to Muqing. But Sumu never expected it to be in vain. Can directly kill strong men of silver level? All he wants is to restrain the other party for a period of time. Sumu. I have to admit that. As a pariah in the lower city, you do have some tricks. You should be the nightmare apostle. I got some weird methods from the nightmare world. Unfortunately, that's all. Muqing sneered. Then suddenly exerted force. Xiaquan's body torn apart inch. The body was also violently shocked. It seems to be about to collapse. Just then, the silver mark on Sumu's eyebrows burst into mysterious fluorescence. The next moment, the silver marks tear up. The silver tongue tree inside is cold and indifferent. Like the eyes of a god. When silver eyes appear, Maki, who was sneering in the cold, was suddenly shocked. Because he actually felt a pressure of death from above. He quickly stepped up his efforts. Want to break free. However, it was too late. The bright fluorescent light shot out like lightning. Cut through the void in an instant. Hit the Madonna with a heart-pounding force. The dense silver alloy that was once as hard as dragon scales. It's like paper in front of this fluorescent light. It will instantly freeze the wood city. The whole upper body seemed to have completely disappeared. There was also a torn crab fist and a white arm. I saw the broken mouth of Mucheng's lower body. Exposed dense lines. The tiny blue arc kept flashing. Become the only voice in this world. Sumu walked out of the darkness with a pale face. Most of his body's weight was almost pressed on the snake-patterned wooden cane. Obviously. The blow just now made him almost exhausted. If the bronze law was not obtained. Focus on punching. Physical fitness has improved a lot. Now he is passed out long ago. Is this the strength comparable to silver? This battle made him realize the terribleness of the silver strongman. Even though I won in the end. But the price paid is not small. All explosives were consumed in the 13th zone. The headquarters of the Viper gang was razed to the ground. Xia Quan is dead. Mu Bai also broke his arm. I am also almost exhausted. But Sumu always has a premonition. The battle seems to be not over. But it just started. Because Mucheng is not a simple transformer. He is also an extraordinary person. The extraordinary power that never showed until death. What exactly is it? It underestimated the power of silver bronze. So I didn't have time to use it. Still having sex. A sudden sound in the darkness. A burst of applause? A shocking scene appeared. I saw that the six were exactly the same. The modified man covered with dense silver alloy. Walk out of the darkness slowly. Steps in a uniform manner. Silver white metal shell. Under the moonlight. Exudes a terrifying cold light. One of them praised. I didn't expect you to hide such a terrifying power. But depending on your appearance, it will be difficult to use it again for a second time in a short period of time. And I have 6 Sumu. I just said. Even more desperate is still behind. Now I can't help but want to ask. Despair? Seeing such a desperate scene, Sumu smiled happily. Why am I desperate? Such an interesting development. Shouldn't you be happy? Mucheng's expression became cold. Sure enough. The Nightmare Apostles are all disgusting madmen who kill you people, and it is impossible to bring me any pleasure. Especially you also destroyed one of my transformed people. You short-lived guys. Why can't you wait to die in a dark corner? Do you have to come out to show your sense of existence? Oh. Sumu smiled slightly. You hate the Nightmare Apostle. Then how did you obtain your extraordinary power? Don't tell me that I grew it myself. Humachang snorted coldly. My extraordinary power was obtained through the Nightmare Apostle. But so what? Did I make them the Nightmare Apostles? If you want to blame them, they will be unlucky. Since it is destined. Then accept the arrangements of fate honestly. Instead of not enjoying the rest of your life like you, I have to come out and seek death. Sumu has suffered a lot of losses because of you and me. Fortunately, your illusion ability is still rare. Wait for me to make you a puppet. It can barely make up for the puppet. Sumu's plan to light up slightly. The 24th submission master Mucheng smiled coldly. I have some insight. Wasn't you very surprised? The servant master who obviously has a low sequence. But it has such a strong combat power. He didn't wait for Sumu to answer. Still said since ancient times. This is the power of money. The world only knows that the sequence of servant masters is very low. And the extraordinary path is unknown. Unable to advance to gold. He can even control servants who are weaker than himself. But they didn't know that they were wrong. Controlling completely transforming talents is the most correct way to use the master of the ministry. Completely transforming people are not like the extraordinary person who is controlled. Generally, I know how to resist. And as long as you have money, it can be mass-made. Where can I find such a perfect servant in this world? As long as I have enough money, I can even build a large army of transformers. You can't advance to gold at that time. So what? Thousands of transformed people are in hand. I am the Golden Wood City. The situation is obviously a little excited at this time. It's like having the advantage when playing games. Then block the enemy's spring. Crazy typing and mocking is to not demolish the base sumo is not difficult to guess some of Muching's previous experiences from his words. Under the silver law, obeying the master sequence, there is no hope of promotion. It is inevitable that it is looked down upon by the extraordinary silver in the same level. I guess I encountered money from a silver mine later. Zaheo discovered the new road of transforming people. Then he started a life of saving money to transform people by giving Chin Zaheo to his dog. Now he fully understood. Why can't the previous bombs kill Mucheng? Because he is a completely transformed person. Give up all internal organs. It means there is no weakness inside and outside. The information in Morong Meng is not wrong. The level of technology really cannot create a completely transformed person. After all, the word transformation is controlled by people. Those without internal organs are dead. Naturally, it cannot be controlled. But Mucheng combines the power of the servant master with technology. Use extraordinary power to control and completely transform people. Then he was at the forefront of technology and could not match the golden extraordinary man. Then there is no need to force the transformation of the army. Just implement the decapitation plan. Just kill you as the controller. Sumo friendlily pointed out loopholes for him. Mucheng doesn't appreciate it. Instead, he was sneering. Do you think I wouldn't have thought of it? To this point, I've long abandoned my body. Parasitize the soul in the transformation of man. As long as there is one person who transforms, I will never die. Flesh and blood are bitter and weak. Mechanical ascension. Sumu was not surprised. He had long guessed Mucheng's operation. So respectful to transformers. I will definitely try to transform myself. He has read the introduction of the abilities of the master of the ministry. Knowing that the servant master can parasitize his soul in his servant. Even transfers wonderful things among servants. Really? Everyone has their own highlights. They all yearn for an extraordinary life. Even if it is the first order of silver in the low sequence. There is still a heart that yearns for gold. Sumu applauded and praised. He admires Mucheng's ambition for his own sake. The courage to even abandon the body. A true strong man is never stingy. Praise to the enemy. Sometimes the enemy is the best mirror that reflects oneself. What kind of talent are you? It determines what kind of enemies you will encounter. Facing Sumu's admiration, Mucheng showed disdainful look on his face. I know you're delaying time. But I don't care. In the face of absolute power, all tricks are useless. True despair. After you make all your preparations, the failure ending is still impossible. I'll prepare time for you. And you just need to despair. Sumu smiled helplessly. He found that the other party misunderstood. Actually, I don't need preparation time. It's just the first time I've met someone like you who gave up your body. Just a little curious. Oh. What you mean is to be prepared for death. Mucheng Ji laughs at 6 transformed people who are flashing fluorescently. Slowly surround the Suma. Sumu shook his head lightly. His tone was extremely calm and calm. It seems to be repeating an unquestionable fact. I can't kill me with rice. Mucheng suddenly became angry. Let me see when you can still be confident. The next moment, 6 secret silver alloy modifications tightened the encirclement. He surrounded Sumu step by step. They walked very slowly. It seems like I was deliberately putting pressure on Sumu. Trying to see the desperate fear in his face. In this way, satisfy Mucheng's twisted heart. However, they are doomed to be disappointed. Sumu smiled slightly. Elegantly stretch out your palm. Holding the invitation that did not come with gray hair. 1 black and 1 white. 2 hands in the air. Hold each other tightly. Mr. Mu. Your means and your story. They all please me. To this end, I'll give you a surprise. Please do not refuse. Muching felt a little uneasy. Hurry up and catch 6 of his secret camps. Transforming people rush forward. Then I lost a blank. In front of them. Where is Sumu? Only a dark shadow remained. Yes. Sumu has escaped into the unwhite shadow space. The unwhite shadow space is not only a killer. It can also be used to avoid powerful enemies. In the ruins of Suamo, Muching let out a roar of rage. He was so angry that he was so angry. I thought I was sure to win. As a result, he was run away by the other party under his nose. This feeling is like playing a game. Deliberately not pushing the base to type and mock it. Then it was turned over. If not, he had already transformed himself into a transformer. No face. I'm afraid the face is so painful now. If you have a genital, you won't come out for the rest of your life. I'm here to guard you. Muching felt cruel in his heart. 6 people gathered in a circle, staring at the figure on the ground. That is Sumu's shadow. He guessed that Sumu should be hiding in this shadow. Otherwise, why are people missing? The shadow remains in place? Actually, Muching guessed it right. Although Mubai can help Sumu escape into the shadow space. But don't forget where the shadow space exits. It's in Sumu's shadow. But what Muching didn't know was that Sumu did not enter the shadow space to avoid it. Instead, he was preparing a big surprise shadow space for him. Sumu took out a bottle of vitality from his arms. The medicine was gone in one go. The physical energy consumed before recovered quickly. He didn't take drugs to use the silver tree boy again, and it was useless. Muching's soul can be transferred back and forth among the 6 transformed people. This means that, unless all the transformers are destroyed at once, otherwise, he would not be able to kill him at all. With the current power of silver bronze, he can only destroy one of him. The real magic trick is never this group of tree boys. It's a dream. Since devouring the divine nature of the angel statue, his dream has a little more real stone. These days of rest, he has never been idle. Continuously explore the changes this true stone brings to dreams. Hard work pays off. He finally experimented with this real effect. Feeling that my body has recovered almost, Sumu began the next move. He slowly walked towards the depths of the darkness. He didn't hold Booby's hand. He is now considered a master of Vane. Feeding every day. Of course, there is no need to worry about breaking the rules. Being attacked for nothing. Soon, Sumu stopped. A man appeared in front of him. One eye is closed. Looks dull. Like a zombie. The person standing there looked at the other party's slightly trembling body. Apparently I've been standing for a long time. This man is wearing a white shirt. Wearing gold-rimmed glasses. A little bald. It's the nightmare of Bronze Pass Company. Trying to Zhao Yongqiang. Zhao Yongqiang is the only ordinary person who survived in the Philadelphia area. And he is also a person who is about to enter the nightmare world. When I first met Zhao Yongqiang at Bronze Pass, the middle-aged man looked nervous. Said that I have already felt the next call of the nightmare world. Need enough money to buy jewels. Then he asked Morong Meng to leave home. It was also at that time that Sumu noticed Zhao Yongqiang. He likes the nightmare world very much. Under normal circumstances, it takes at least 1 month for the nightmare apostle to sense the next call of the nightmare world. This time is too long. He can't wait that long. So at that time, I thought about finding an opportunity to follow Zhao Yongqiang into the nightmare world. This is also why Sumu deliberately protected Zhao Yongqiang in the Waste City area. Because Zhao Yongqiang is equal to the ticket to the nightmare world. Later, after learning that Mucheng was coming to kill him, he hypnotized Zhao Yongqiang early. Don't let him fall asleep. And pull into the shadow space. For now, the wooden city is guarding the entrance to the shadow space. This was already within Sumu's expectations. It is impossible for him to not keep a backup plan. Zhao Yongqiang is his backup plan. He can enter the nightmare through Zhao Yongqiang in the shadow space. World Sumu began to hypnotize himself. After a moment, he fell into a deep sleep. Slowly enter the dream. This time, there is nothing in Mucheng. All there is nothingness. This is the most common state of dreams. As long as he doesn't control it, dreams will present nothingness. Sumu stood in nothingness. He waved his hand. Suddenly the nothingness in front of me dispersed. The scene of real world appears. Above the ruins, the angry Mucheng was squatting around 6 secret alloy transformers. Moving, staring at the shadows on the dream. This is after the fusion of divinity. One of the extra abilities of dreams. It seems that the connection with the real world has strengthened. There is also a second ability to see the dream after reality is enhanced through dreams. That is to force others' consciousness into the dream. When he was recuperating from Bronze Temple, so he tried to pull the ordinary staff of the Bronze Gate into a dream. Although it has encountered great obstacles, but it was successful in the end. Obstacles come from the body. The body is the barrier of consciousness. Want to pull the other person's consciousness into the dream? First, you need to control your dreams. Break through the other party's physical barrier. Wrap the other person's consciousness. Only then can the body of ordinary people be weak. So after consuming a lot of mental power, he successfully broke through the physical barrier. Pulled the other person's consciousness into the dream. Follow up. He tried to hurt Yang Dongqing. These two extraordinary people were pulled into dreams. I found that the physical barrier could not be too strong. He thought this ability had no effect. After all, he has nothing to do to pull ordinary people into dreams. Just to have another real person to bow to me, the Emperor of Heaven? But now after seeing Mucheng, he discovered the effect of this ability. Because Mucheng has no physical body. All are just some dense silver alloys and electronic components. Originally, his plan was that he could not defeat Mucheng. Just escape into the shadow space. Then use Zhao Yongqiang to jump to the nightmare world. Looking for some opportunities to become stronger from the nightmare world. After returning, he will fight back to Mucheng. Who would have thought of the result? This kid actually wiped out his body. What else is it that flesh and blood are bitter and weak? Mechanical flight on. This made Sumu change his mind instantly. Be prepared to surprise Mucheng. He quit his dream. The mental power that was originally exhausted by the silver bushes, instantly replenished and enhanced by 1%. He beat Zhao Yongqiang to stop him. Loss of consciousness instantly. Stumbled to the ground directly. Sleeping into a deep sleep. A smile of interest appeared on the corner of Sumu's mouth. Things are getting more and more interesting. Rely on the nightmare apostle to become a transcendent. But look down on nightmare. Once you, the apostle, become a nightmare. How wonderful the apostle's expression is. It's really exciting. Then he entered the dream again. And control your own dreams to connect with Zhao Yongqiang's dreams. Gradually, a bloody color appeared in Zhao Yongqiang's dream. When the dream is gradually swallowed up, the dream of blood spreading to Sumu like warmth. Mucheng is still waiting hard. Over time, his original anger calmed down a little. Restore the calmness of the silver strong man again. Sneered in my heart. I'm a completely transformed person. You cannot eat or drink. Here. Waiting for Sumu. What do you compare with me? Just as he was thinking, suddenly a blood-red look appeared in his sight. It's like a layer of blood is pasted on the retina. Although he has no retina. But this bloody red is like this. The strange pastoral city was shocked. But before he could react, the blood suddenly disappeared again. After he regained his sight, the whole person was stunned. Yes, yes, yes. He watched in surprise as the ruins around him disappeared completely. Instead, it is a lush forest. The sun hangs high in the sky. The trees tower into the clouds. However, the forest that seems full of vitality. But there was no sound. The sound of the wind and the sound of the birds. There is nothing sound of falling leaves. There is only a dead silence. This kind of primeval forest-like scene made Muching panic for a moment. But when he saw Sumu not far away, the panic suddenly turned into a sneer. Under a big tree not far away, Sumu smiled with a snake-patterned wooden cane, and the eyes behind the brown eyes contain an unpredictable effect. It seems that I underestimated your illusion ability. He could actually fool my metal. This kind of illusion should be directly used in the soul, right? Muching sneered. But illusion is just illusion after all. In the face of absolute strength, everything is a joke. Seeing Muching so confident, Sumu is relieved. He smiled and said, "Welcome Mr. Mu to the Nightmare World. Muching was slightly surprised. But I quickly realized. Snort. Pretend to be a ghost. You think I am not a nightmare apostle? So I don't know." Nightmare Sumu gently put his finger in front of his lips. But laughed. "Are you pretending to be a ghost? You just need to perceive the law. There are barriers in the real world. Even if you become an extraordinary person, you can only feel the law in a vague way. But the nightmare world is different. As long as you perceive it carefully, you will find that the law is clearly visible." I saw Sumu telling me the truth. My heart suddenly became tight. Although instinctively unfortunate, but he still subconsciously perceives the nightmare law. The result is a picture that spans endless dimensions. The silver law above the bronze law appeared clearly in his perception. This is impossible. Muching lost his body and roared wildly. Illusions are all illusions. Don't lie to me. How could I suddenly appear in the nightmare world? I've been awake all the time. After becoming a transformer? No need to sleep. I can't be a nightmare apostle. You are so happy to see Mr. Mu. Then I'll feel relieved. It's not in vain for me to spend a long time. Invite you into the nightmare world. I don't believe it. Muching became more and more frightened. As a silver extraordinary person, I have a lot of dealing with the nightmare apostle on weekdays. He knew very well how terrifying the nightmare world was. That is a mortal curse. Whoever gets involved will die. These are all illusions. As long as you kill you, the illusion will be eliminated. Muching controls 6 transformers. He was about to rush towards Sumu. It can be the next second. But he suddenly stopped. The body made of dense silver alloy began to tremble slightly. Just because he suddenly found countless red dots appearing in his metal at first sight. Tight red dots. His metal has the function of infrared imaging at a glance. You can see the body temperature emitted by the living organisms. These red dots represent countless living things hidden in the forest. And the red dots are constantly amplifying in proof. These living creatures are rushing towards here like a tide. Sumu's eyes moved slightly. He glanced at the depths of the forest with his eyes. These red dots are blocked by lush trees. But the powerful perception brought to him by his mental power let him notice something is approaching quickly. Modi suddenly rushed out of the forest alone. It lies in the middle of Sumu and Muching. Muching suddenly changed his expression when he saw this person. This cannot be called a human at all. Although he has a human form. But the neck stalk is smooth. There is no head on the section. The weirdest thing is, the headless man was embedded with countless dense ears. They have different shapes. It's like being embedded in flesh and blood. Some are small and exquisite. Some headless men with big, fat, long ears stood quietly between the two of them. It was motionless as if it was immobilized. Only his ears were trembling slightly. As if he was searching for something, Sumu narrowed his eyes and he keenly noticed a trace of strangeness. That's the headless man. It was clearly rushing out of the woods. But the body breaks through the flowers and plants. When blocking, no sound was made. Even the headless man had no footsteps. The appearance of the headless man is like the last straw that defeats the camel. It directly caused Muching to collapse. He realized, this is not an illusion. Because the illusion could not fool the metal into the flashing red light in the metal's eyes. It clearly shows that the headless man in front of him is a living creature. Why did Muching knock down and yell wildly? He can no longer deceive himself? Whether it is clearly visible green method, or is the headless man in front of him who is a living creature telling him clearly, this is no longer a reality. It's a nightmare event. Why did I come to the nightmare world? Why am I apostle of nightmare? What did you do to me? Sumumuking roared furiously. There was even a slight collapse in the sound. He collapsed. Not because of fear of the monster in front of you. In the real world, he has also killed some nightmare monsters. Not even memorable. He caught them all in person. What he really fears is the nightmare world. Once this is contaminated, it will never be able to get rid of the nightmare. At this moment, the headless man who had been standing between the two suddenly moved his ears and swung his eyes gently. It seems like it has locked the target. The body suddenly turned. Rushed straight towards Mu Chang. Stories into the crazy wooden city. How could you spoil the headless person to see the other person coming? Without saying a word. Then he raised his right wrist and broke instantly. The silvered Gatling barrel was exposed. Get out of here. Da-did-day-day-day. A huge gunshot broke out. The headless man who has not yet rushed to the front of him. In an instant, the bullets were ruthlessly torn apart. After solving the headless man, he aimed at Sumu again. Sumu, was you who brought me into the nightmare world. You must have a way to get out. Right? Say it quickly. Sumu pushed the brown glasses. Fair-looking person. An excited smile on his face. That's the expression. Ha ha. I have always looked down on nightmare. You, the apostle, come to the nightmare. The world is so wonderful. It's so wonderful. I'm really curious. Suddenly becoming the person I once despised. What kind of body is it? I'll kill you. Muching roared furiously. Reason is almost burned out by anger. But before he could do it, headless men rushed out from deep in the forest. At a rough look, there were no less than 100 people. There were even a constant stream of headless people gushing out from behind. Their ears are excited. Shake. Even slightly red. He rushed towards Muchang without hesitation. Roll out. You monsters, 6 transformers, shoot together. For a moment, gunfire sounded loudly. The headless man kept falling down. However, what's weird is, not only has the number of opponents not decreased, as the gunshot sounded. Are there more and more sounds? Sumu roughly figured out the behavior patterns of the headless man. In his sight, some headless men were greedily devouring the sounds made by Muchang. There are vortexes formed by obvious vibrations in their ears. And with the emergence of the vortex, the gunshots that should have been denser are getting weaker and weaker. Even when it was spread to Sumu's ears, the sound of bullets is not as loud as the sound of stomping feet. It seems that these makeups feed on their voices. So everything here is silent. There is a sound. It will lead to their rule. Not difficult to find out. Unfortunately, Muchang, who has been in and out of the nightmare world, has long lost his mind. Muching shot wildly. But there are too many headless people. And his vitality is always tenacious. They have no heads. It seems that there is no fatal weakness. Unless it is torn to pieces. Otherwise, a few bullets would be difficult to kill. Soon, many headless people pounced on the transformed people. They were excitedly pounding the metal skins that transformed people. Made a huge sound. Then it seemed like the sound was quickly swallowed. The difference is that the headless men who devoured a lot of sounds, the body began to grow bigger. The relative headless man is stronger. The sound of the beat-changing people is also louder. The two seem to form some kind of positive cycle. Compared to muching people, Sumu seems a little calm. Watch the show quietly. He didn't make any sound. Naturally, it cannot attract the attention of the headless. Actually, originally, he planned to escape into the shadow space directly. Then use the nightmare world to weaken the power of Muchang. It seems now that it seems to be no longer needed. Except for Sumu not being attacked. Zhao Yongxiang, who entered with him, was also not attacked. Because Zhao Yongxiang is still in a hypnotic state. When Sumu did not issue an order, he stood there motionlessly. Muchang is very strong. Even if there are many headless people, it is also difficult to break through his secret alloy. But as the headless man swallowed more and more, the outcome is not certain. Looking at the besieged Muchang, Sumu feels a little bored. He walked quietly into the depths of the forest. Sumu, don't want to run away. Muchang suddenly burst out behind the scenes. 6 transformers are fully powered. He rushed towards Sumu regardless of it. Even if there are a bunch of headless people hanging on them. He raised the barrel. Want to shoot and stop Sumu? As a result, the sound of air guns came from the arm. No bullets anymore. He was so angry that he could only rely on his legs to chase him. 5 of the transformers worked together to stop the headless army. The remaining transformer broke through the siege. After all, it's a silver strongman. Even if it is used to transform a person's body, the speed of its explosion is not comparable to that of Sumu. The distance between the two was drastically shortened. But at this moment, Sumi suddenly stopped. The whole person is like wood. Moving. Even breathing was held. Although Muchang was confused. But he couldn't control so much. The secret silver alloy still running wildly. There were constant heavy noises. Suddenly, his eyes went dark. The whole person was covered in huge shadows. When he looked up, suddenly, a headless man more than 10 meters tall was excitedly listening to his huge palm covered with ears falling from the sky. He grabbed Muchang fiercely. Muchang was shocked. A rolling dodged the attack. But he was terrified all over. The sound caused by a scroll is too loud. The 10-meter-high headless man almost stopped. He grabbed him again. He rolled and crawled and hid wildly. Secret silver belt. Climbing crazy hard. It's hard to be impressed. But once you suffer distance, it will also deform. The more he hides, the more he causes. Not long after, many small headless men appeared in the forest. He sieges towards him. The pastoral city is very lucky. What the hell is going on? From the corner of his eyes, he swept to the safe and sound Sumu on the side. At this time, Sumu waved to him kindly. Speak to come on. Why is this bastard okay? Wait, I must have overlooked something. Think about it carefully. Those lowly nightmares. How did the apostles survive nightmares again and again? These headless men have no heads. But his body was covered with ears. Ear? I understand it's the sound. As long as I don't make a sound, it will not cause attacks from these monsters. Muchang thought so. He stopped suddenly. However, things went against my expectations. The headless men who were chasing him. I have heard the sound long ago. Stopped in Muchang is equivalent to throwing himself into his own skull. The headless people running wildly hit the metal shell one after another, making a loud noise. They were so excited that they were hammering. Continuously create sound. Muching saw this scene. It's almost furious. Get out of you damn monsters. He is not afraid of these little headless people. The main reason is that the 10-meter-high headless man also came by the sound. The wide palm fell from the sky. He grabbed Mu Cheng in his hand in one hand. Some small headless people were pinched to death on the spot. Muching breathed a sigh of relief. At least there is no little headless person hammering it. As long as you don't make a sound. It should be nothing. He can think so. Obviously, he regarded the headless man as a fool. 10 meters in the next second. The headless man suddenly pinched one of Mu Cheng's legs with two thick fingers. Then he began to smash the trees around him frantically. Bang 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 bang. Several big trees were knocked down by the wooden city. It made a loud noise of 10 meters. The headless man is excited. Begins to fall wildly. Until all the trees around were knocked down by Mucheng. He is still not satisfied. Start smashing on the ground. But it looks like a child throwing a card. Use all your strength to throw it hard. Then pick it up and throw it away. I never tire of enjoying it. Boom City was once again smashed into a deep pit. The ground where he is located has long been cracked. The indestructible secret camp body has also undergone serious deformation. Even the connection between the legs and the body is unhooked. Exposed dense lines. You damn monsters. I've had enough of it. The roar full of anger erupted completely. He could no longer hold it back. He felt he was targeted. It's obviously no sound. Why don't you let yourself go? Damn it. You deserve to die. The vulgar wood deserves to die. It should be damned until the surroundings. Mucheng crawled out of the deep pit. The red light in my eyes flashed wildly. Don't you like sounds? I'll let you listen enough this time. Start the self-destruct program. Sumu, who was walking in the distance, heard it. Speed up immediately. Even if there is a sound under your feet. It attracted some headless people and didn't care about yelling. Mucheng exploded. A huge explosion. Almost resounds throughout the forest. The first thing to be hit is 10 meters. The headless giant was in a dazzling white light. This giant turned into flesh and blood flying all over the sky. Scattered all over the world. The same is true for some of the little headless people nearby. Being bombed to death without a complete body. The radius of 100 meters was almost razed to the ground. Even Sumu, 1,000 meters away, was hit hard. Such a huge voice attracted everyone present. They put down everything in their hands. Crazy towards the explosion center. Sumu sorted out the impact caused by the explosion. Blowing hairstyle. Silently laughed. A dense firefly alloy with 5 fluorescent flashes. The transformer rushed over at an extremely fast speed. Sumu raised his eyes slightly. I looked at the distance between myself and the transformed person. Not at all panic in my heart. I even sorted out the suits that were wrinkled due to running. Then, under the helpless gaze of Mucheng, he accepted the unvain invitation. Stopped into the shadow space. The city is so angry. Roaring to the sky. But he dared not. Finally, I transformed my self-destruction with one sentence. All the headless people were taken away. Screaming now is useless. He was furious and could only repeat the previous operations and wait for the entrance to the shadow space. But unlike last time, this time he didn't dare to move at all. I was afraid of making a sound. Gradually, the headless people dispersed from the center of the explosion. They began to wander around, looking for sounds. Some even walked to Mucheng. Seeing Mucheng trembled. Fortunately, there was no accident this time. The headless man walked through him and walked away. Da-did-day-day-day. A slight footstep suddenly sounded behind Mucheng. Mucheng was stunned. How could there be footsteps? When he saw it, he looked back. Don't dare to speed up at all. I was afraid that my neck would turn too loudly. By he had metal all around his neck. When he saw the source of footsteps, suddenly stunned. It's not someone else who makes footsteps. It's the bald man. Zhao Yongqiang. Turn out to be. I don't know when. Zhao Yongqiang took advantage of the headless man to explode. The gap in the center actually came over. Seeing this scene, Muchang is very anxious. The red light kept flashing in my eyes. Motivate Zhao Yongqiang. Don't move. However, Zhao Yongqiang seemed to have not seen it. Several headless men who were still wandering not far away suddenly stopped. The dense ears of the body moved slightly. It seems to be listening to your fucking fool. Don't fucking move. Muchan's footsteps may have been his abuse. The wall of Taiyong really doesn't move. It stopped about 3 meters away from the Muchang. Ho Muchang breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's not too stupid. He didn't know the relationship between Zhao Yongqiang and Su Mu. Just think that the other party is also a nightmare that has just entered. Apostle. If he knew, that would never be relieved. Because Zhao Yongqiang opened his mouth without warning. Howling crazy. So loud. It was like someone broke one of his legs. Muchang was startled by this throat. Nick? For the leader Zhao Yongqiang, he rushed to Muchang with a frenzy expression. Screaming in his mouth. In the dead forest. What does it feel like suddenly someone shouting with all his might? It felt like a flat ground explosion. A thunderous sound. Wandering around in an instant. The headless man without a goal. Like receiving a signal. The ears on his body stood up one after another. Rushing towards here regardless of everything. You deserve to die. Muchang was furious. Flashing fluorescent metal fist. Blow out a punch. Then he blew Zhao Yongqiang's head. The sound came to an abrupt end. Seeing Zhao Yongqiang's body lying straight on the ground, he was so scared that he hugged him quickly. But it's too late. That voice had already attracted the headless people. Fuck him and curse. Directly controlling a transformed man. Running toward the distance. And deliberately made a loud noise. In this way, headless hearing the sound, people change direction immediately. Chasing towards the transformation. Before the crisis has been lifted. In the shadow of the human figure on the ground, an arm floated out quietly. Then he gracefully picked up a small stone from the ground and threw his strengthened fist at a transformed man. The power carried exploded instantly. The pebbles made a sharp explosion. Strike hard on the transformed person. When the crisp and huge collision sounded,